A cataclysmic explosion rips through the landscape, the shockwave pulverizing the earth. A blinding beam of light descends from the heavens, ancient symbols swirling within its radiant core. A monstrous figure roars in agony as it's struck by an unseen force, blood splattering across the desolate terrain. The camera focuses on the protagonist's face, his expression grim as he surveys the battlefield. Energy crackles around a gauntlet hand, the air shimmering with raw power. A blue aura envelopes a figure, the energy radiating outwards like a protective shield. Archer Ian's level is displayed, a testament to his growing strength. A system notification appears, confirming that Ian has defeated an ogre and received experience points. Ian mutters to himself about getting 100,000 gold before taking a break. Standing atop a rocky precipice, Ian gazes out at the ravaged landscape, the wind whipping through his hair. Two monstrous heads cackle with dark glee. The two-headed monster roars, its rage shaking the very air around it. A guttural sound escapes Archer Ian as he grits his teeth. The ground trembles as the monster takes a step forward. He lived thanks to the haste skill. Archer Ian knows he needs to take it down. He has to take it down within a minute. Archer Ian sets a trap, hoping it will be enough. He thinks to himself, does he only have one trap left? He doesn't have any other choice. Let's do this. The monster yells. Over here, you disgusting Sinuvovich. The two-headed monster advances, its massive form filling the corridor. Archer Ian knows he's got to get the timing right. If he's off by even 0.01 second, he's dead. He activates the high-tier stun trap, a digital voice announcing that the target will be stunned for 5 seconds and become vulnerable. Got you, Ian thinks, as the critical hit enhancement, snipe, and focus skills activate. This is it, he exclaims, drawing back his bowstring, a purple aura surrounding him. The arrow flies, a streak of blue energy trailing behind it. The arrow finds its mark, impacting with a burst of energy. The monster collapses, leaving a crater in the ground. Meanwhile, Ian examines the loot. All right, let's see what items it dropped. He thinks to himself that if he cashes them in, it'll be at least 5 million won. He believes he used up his entire month's worth of luck. Whoa, and that's not all, he exclaims, then wonders what the new item is. A glowing blue diamond floats in the air. A notification chimes as he receives Mulin's crystal. The game, Kalen, is the world's greatest VR game, released half a year ago, boasting over 10 million concurrent users. It's an incredibly popular game that basically dominates the entirety of the video game industry. He recalls buying the 10 million won VR capsule for Kalen, using the tuition money his parents gave him and all the money he saved up from working part-time. He remembers everyone telling him he was crazy. Even though he started 2 months after the game was released, he raised an impressive archer character over just 4 months, earning several million won. The game introduced a new region and 3 new classes, Dark Sorcerer and Assassin. All the players who enjoyed Kalen were delighted to hear this news. However, one man exclaims that they don't care about that. He insists that the other needs to reset his current character if he wants a new character, but they've progressed too much to do that. The first man suggests that they just go hunt and farm items when the new region is released, hoping to earn his tuition fee from just 1 Q if he's lucky. That was their plan. Mulin's crystal is an extremely valuable item. In other words, he was incredibly lucky to get it. The problem was that it could only be used by characters under level 10 that haven't gone through a class change. He wonders why he had to find this now. If it was sold, he'd get whatever price he called, but it's an untradeable item. He'll need to reset his character if he wants to use it, but resetting his character after earning all that money. He sits alone in a pool of light, contemplating his next move. What should he do? A message flashes on his phone. Yu Hyun's words explode with disbelief. You idiot. You're going to reset your level 93 archer? Are you kidding me? That'd be such a waste. Yu Hyun continues, pointing out, your character's among the top ranked in Korea. It's on the top 1,000 leaderboard. He glances at his phone, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. And top 100 if you only look at archers. And you're going to throw that all away? You think I don't know that? But it's a chance to unlock the first hidden class of the new classes. I can't just throw this item away. Yu Hyun presses on. You should already know a little about the hidden classes that have been revealed. You know there's someone with the sniper class in our guild, right? The message continues, I know. I went hunting with him some time back. Did you think the sniper class was significantly better than the archer class? Yu Hyun elaborates. Well, we had quite a big level gap, so I couldn't really tell, but it definitely had some advantages over the archer class. Damage is really powerful, but quick firing seemed a bit difficult. The biggest disadvantage would be that it's not very good when there are a lot of weak mobs. I guess. The barrage of texts continues. Yu Hyun asks, you do? So why the hell are you going to throw your level 93 archer for it? Yu Hyun emphasizes the benefits of his current class. I know. You can easily earn over 1 million won a day by just doing some hunting with that character. Yu Hyun concludes, their range is ridiculous and they're single shot. He finally responds, because it's fun. Yep, and there's the answer. He thinks the new hidden class will be super fun. The man on the phone says, dumbass fine. Do it. I won't stop you, idiot. The man on the phone says, do your best. The man on the phone says, I will. Meanwhile, the sign reads, Kalen. An older man sits cross-legged on a rug, surrounded by various items. A close-up of a man's face. The older man sits behind a counter. The older man asks, what do you need? He replies, I'm looking for a rebirth potion. The older man's eyes glow red as he says, You're lucky. You've come to the right place. The older man holds up a red potion, saying, I've just got my hands on this. A hand holds up the red potion. Someone grabs Archer Ian's arm, stopping him in his tracks. The man warns, his voice laced with urgency, that drinking the potion will erase all the power he's gained. He cannot undo that. Ian retorts that's exactly why he's going to drink it. He muses that he might even get better stats when he rebirths, if he's lucky. Archer Ian acknowledges that it's the most expensive rebirth potion. Ian declares that he's going, and drinks the rebirth potion. A system message appears. His level and all stats will be reset. The Trumpetown Training Center stands tall under a bright sky. Inside, Archer Ian practices his swordsmanship against training dummies. The old man watching him is impressed. A notification appears, indicating Ian's flexibility has increased. You've survived damage approaching your limits. Vitality stat increased by 1. You've been enlightened after long periods of meditation. Intelligence stat increased by 1. One of the men comments on how many days Ian has been training. Another says he's never seen such an intense trainee. They recognize him as an adventurer who seeks true strength. Ian holds his sword, a purple aura emanating from the blade. A grand, ornate structure stands bathed in light. An iris scan completes. A message appears, Mr. Ian. Welcome to the world of Kalen. Ian finds himself in a bustling town. He exclaims, all right. He thinks to himself, gotta find the Summoners Guild first. The sounds of the city echo around him as he approaches his destination. He enters the building, the interior spacious and well-lit. He thinks to himself that no one else is here yet. Ian ascends the stairs. He arrives at the Summoner Class Change Center. Ian tells the man that he wants to convert his class to Summoner. The man warns him that the path of a Summoner is not easy, and taming fierce monsters isn't something anyone can do. Ian responds that he is aware, but he thinks it's as great a class as it is difficult to train. The man replies, of course. The man tells Ian that he has the qualifications to change class, and asks one last time if he truly wishes to change his class to Summoner. Ian replies, yes, of course. The man tells Ian that this should be the right timing to give this, and asks him to please take it. The man exclaims in surprise, realizing what the item is. The crystal left behind by the continent's hero, Mulin. The Summoner Guild member leans forward, a knowing glint in his eyes. So you know of it. Ian smiles, impressed. You're a much more incredible person than I had thought. The Summoner Guild member extends his hand. Then could you perhaps do me a favor? Anything you need. The Summoner Guild member explains. My son recently changed class to Summoner, and he said he wants a blue-eyed wolf as his summon. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. What? He asks. I'd like you to capture it. A vision of the blue-eyed wolf appears, a rare rank monster that's over level 40. The Summoner Guild member continues. A blue-eyed wolf has apparently appeared in the Ramid Plains. Why is such a powerful monster mentioned for a level 10 beginner-level class change quest? I am occupied with my responsibilities here, so I can't go myself. And it's embarrassing to say this, but my son is not good enough to face it. The Summoner Guild member offers. I'll give you these 5 magic scrolls of binding. Wear down the wolf as much as you can, then bind it with a magic scroll. The wolf that's appeared in the Ramid Plain is young, so it shouldn't be too strong. A quest window appears. Capture the blue-eyed wolf in the Ramid Plain. The Summoner Guild Master Kane's son said he wants a blue-eyed wolf. A young blue-eyed wolf is said to have appeared in the Ramid Plain, so bind it and bring it to Kane. Quest difficulty E. Reward, Summoner, Monster Tamer, Class. Will you accept this quest? Yes, no? Ian looks determined, a holographic quest window in front of him. Ian exclaims, Monster Tamer? It's a hidden class. Yes, I'll bring it to you at all costs. The Summoner Guild member expresses his gratitude, hoping to hear good news from Ian. He offers further assistance if the quest doesn't work out. Ian acknowledges that the quest won't disappear even if he fails it once. Ian nods, accepting the information. Let's do this. The monsters in the Ramid Plain are about level 10 on average. Even if it's a blue-eyed wolf, it shouldn't be too strong since it's young. And even though he is level 10, his stats are close to that of a level 30. This should be doable. Alright, let's look for this guy. Found him. Wait, what? He's level 20. It doesn't matter for him since his stats are high, but are you really expected to fight a level 20 monster at level 10? Are quests for hidden classes always this difficult? Well, he guesses the flip side is that he won't have to worry about killing it in one blow. That would happen if it were a level 10. Let's get started. An arrow flies towards its target. The arrow strikes the blue-eyed wolf. The blue-eyed wolf bares its fangs, a low growl rumbling in its chest. He hesitates, realizing that another hit might kill the beast. Despite his reservations, Ian strikes the blue-eyed wolf. The wolf snarls, its pain evident. Red energy flares around Ian, his eyes glowing with power. He attempts to bind the wolf, but the spell fails. Ian decides it's time for another beating. Tears well in the blue-eyed wolf's eyes. He wonders if he needs to beat it up even more. Ian casts the binding spell once more. Finally, he manages to bind the blue-eyed wolf, relieved that beating it up always works. There must be quite a lot of users who have changed their class to Summoner now. He needs to hurry. Oh, Ian has returned. It wasn't an easy request. Yes, it wasn't. That was one stubborn wolf. But he got it. You've captured the wolf? Yes, it is there. A problem? Incredible. Truly incredible. The first quest of the Monster Tamer class is meant to be failed, but he succeeded? Impossible. So can he become a Monster Tamer now? No, a Monster Tamer is unfitting for him. Would you like to take on the Master's path? Sorry. The Summoner Guild Master Kane is impressed by your potential. He wants you to embark on the Master's path. What? He's never heard of a class quest being set up like this. Difficult. Reward. Summoner, Taming Master, class. Will you accept? There's no mistaking it. This must be a much higher level class than the Monster Tamer. He'd like to become a Master. He has changed class to Summoner, Taming Master, gaining new stats in Affinity, Taming, and Leadership. His novice summoning skill has reached level 1, and he has gained 500 reputation. He has become the first Taming Master. A building radiates with a potent, violet energy. Ian is surrounded by a swirling blue aura. He realizes he has become a Taming Master. The first thing Archer Ian needs to do is decide it. A summoning circle glows with power. Ian stands before a screen, a crimson wolf at his side, its eyes glowing with inner fire. A desolate landscape stretches out before him. A hooded figure with a staff declares he will tame the crimson wolf that was in the trailer first. Ian looks annoyed. It looks like there's already someone who's converted to the new class. It also looks like they're trying to capture the crimson wolf. He didn't think anyone would be faster than him. Well, he'll see how it's done. A group of people stand behind a magical barrier. The crimson wolf, engulfed in flames, unleashes a ferocious roar. One of the summoners shouts that the wolf's HP is almost 0. Another summoner declares that they should capture it, initiating a capture spell. The crimson wolf is partially ensnared by the blue energy of the capture spell. The wolf struggles against the binding magic, its eyes narrowed in defiance. One of the summoners exclaims in surprise, urging the others not to lose it and to catch it. With a burst of power, the crimson wolf breaks free from the capture attempt. A member of the group observes that it was good to watch them, as it seems really difficult to capture a high-tier monster. Archer Ian thinks that it takes a long time to find them, and it might be better to just capture any monster he finds first. The landscape stretches before him, a vast expanse of rock formations under a clear sky. He wonders how many wolves he can capture with his leadership stat. Ian resolves to get started, drawing his bow and preparing for the hunt. A wolf howls in the distance. He casts a taming spell on the wolf. Ian smiles, seeing the taming process is complete. A notification appears on his screen. You have successfully captured a wolf. Ian looks at the wolf's stats. He wonders why the wolf is timid and that monsters have personalities. He shrugs, deciding to move on to the next monster. Ian wonders what the next monster's personality is. He is surprised. Ian notes that this wolf is the same level as the other wolf, but its stats are way higher. He realizes that monsters of the same type and level can have different stats and names. He surveys the rocky landscape, a determined glint in his eyes. Alright then, let's see which one of these wolves has the highest stats. Ian's resolve hardens. I'm gonna capture wolves, all day today. He draws his bow, a determined expression on his face. I'll capture wolves and release all but the ones with the best stats. A notification appears before him. Your affinity stat has increased by 1 after successfully capturing repeatedly. Another notification pops up. You have gained the title Wolf Specialist for capturing a large number of wolves. The system informs him, you will be able to identify superior wolves without capturing them because of your Wolf Specialist title. Ian grins. I got it. Ian looks at the notification, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Well, I guess that's too much to ask for. He focuses his energy, a blue circle forming in his palm. Alright, let's see. His eye glows with power as he activates his new ability. Analyze. Before him, a pack of wolves appears, each labeled with their level. One wolf stands out, its eyes glowing with a fierce red light. Ian stares intently at the wolf. This one. The wolf growls menacingly. Ian wonders what he's going to do. Ian prepares to capture the wolf. The wolf is captured. Ian says that the wolf knows its place now. The wolf's stats are displayed. Ian is amazed that his stats have increased. It's level 11, but its stats are higher than that of level 13 wolves. Plus, it can evolve. Ian says he doesn't need all these other wolves and will just focus on training this one. He calls out to Lai. Ian declares that the wolf's name is Lai from now on. Lai seems to like his own name. There's a loyalty stat. Ian says alright then. Ian says it's time to hunt. Lai? Meanwhile, a Summoner Guild member says that their Lotus Guild has become much weaker now that Jin Sung's gone. He wonders how he's doing with changing classes to Summoner and if a Summoner is any good in combat. A forum post is displayed, the title reading, Isn't the Summoner class absolute trash? The forum post continues, stating that the Summoner class is very fun. The post also mentions that the Summoner class has a big disadvantage, gaining experience at an extremely slow rate. Ian looks at the forum posts, wondering what's up with all the negativity. He sees that Jin Sung reset his character for this. The forum post continues, stating that it might take a long time to reach level 20 and join the guild. Meanwhile, in Kalen, a desolate landscape stretches under a twilight sky. A figure stands silhouetted against the strange landscape, bow drawn and ready. A notification appears. You have become level 20. Archer Ian tells Lai to go in after his arrow hits, and to not attack first. A notification appears, stating that Wind's blessing has been activated, increasing agility by 37%. Archer Ian attacks. Lai attacks the red fox. Lai continues to attack the red fox, who growls in response. Lai bares his teeth and roars. Lai continues his assault on the red fox. Lai attacks the red fox again. Archer Ian, Lai, and the red fox face off. A character observes that Archer Ian's level and stats are lower than the red fox's, but he rushes in without any fear, wondering if it's because of his personality. Archer Ian prepares to attack, as he tells Lai that he is doing good. Lai attacks. The wolf bites down on the defeated red fox. A notification appears, stating that they have defeated a red fox and received 265 EXP. Lai also received 265 EXP. Ian's expression is serious as he realizes their EXP is split in half. He thinks he'd better get Lai up to at least level 15. He decides it's time to start grinding. A notification states that Summon Lai will understand its summoner's orders better for 10 minutes. The summon's potential increases with training, and Lei's current potential is 65. Ian means he'll do it, but a notification states that Ian has activated First Aid, and Lai is healed by 45 health points. Ian says he'll just wing it, but Lai thinks he'd better redo this. Summon Lai has reached level 15. Ian declares that he's done, but leveling is slower than he thought. Lai thinks that he is the summon, but it's so fun training him. He becomes so much stronger every time he levels up. Lai asks if they should go hunt some bears now. Ian states that it's finally time to move on to a new hunting ground. The bears are seen in the distance. A bear growls. Through increased skill proficiency, novice summoning has become level 2, and Ian has received 3 skill points. Ian has learned the active skill Berserker Warrior's Blessing. He thinks grinding really is the best, and he wants to see what these skills do. He examines the details of the Novice Tactics skill, a buff that increases attack power for a limited time. The passive skill increases the summoner's leadership and taming stats by 10%, allowing the summon to better understand the summoner's orders in combat. Ian realizes he might be able to capture a bear. He decides to try capturing some bears, but only those as strong as Lai. The word capture flashes on the screen. Archer Ian successfully captures a bear with a flash of blue light. The hunter notes that his leadership stat has increased thanks to Novice Tactics. Ian decides to compare the bear's stats to Lei's. Lai stands next to the captured bear, his expression unreadable. Archer Ian releases the bear, telling Lai it's time to hunt after a good rest. Activating Berserker Warrior's Blessing, Ian prepares for the hunt. Lai lunges at another bear, ready to attack. The beast folk lunges, claws extended, teeth bared in a ferocious snarl. The bear roars in defiance as Lai continues his assault, the novice training skill proving its worth. Lai perfectly understands the combat style that Ian wants. The sound of impact echoes through the forest. The bear lies defeated, a spectral blue glow emanating from its form as the pair stand over it. A system message appears. Summon, Lai, has leveled up to level 19. Ian exclaims, all right. Ian praises Lai, encouraging him to keep growing. Leveling through simply hunting is really slow now, Ian thinks. He should also level up by doing quests once they reach level 20. That's it for today, Ian thinks. Being a game junkie still needs good planning. Back at his house, Ian thinks he should check out the discussion board before he heads to bed. Ian thinks there's some loser blowing his horn in the community. He sits at his computer, the soft glow of the screen illuminating his face. The screen displays a series of complaints. Summoner is a joke. Getting EXP is so damn slow. Summons aren't even that strong. The comments continue. It's true that leveling up is quite slow as a summoner. The man at the computer thinks, but that's a lot of whining. He wonders, are there any reviews from anyone who reached past level 15? Ian thinks to himself, I'm level 20, so there should be many users who got past level 15. But there aren't any. He notices a comment. Oh, there's a level 13. I should check this one out. A comment reads, HM. There, capture, wins blessing. First aid, seem to be the same as mine. Ian notices a skill. Huh, what's this? Possession? Ian realizes, I don't have this skill. The comment continues, this skill is really good. It's a summoner's bread and butter. And since this makes it so your EXP isn't split, leveling up is fast. Another comment reads, why would you possess a summon that can fight well by itself? It's not like the stats are 100% converted. And you can't level up your summon if you do this. That's the most fun part of being a summoner. Ian thinks, I don't have this skill, but I don't really want it anyway. Ian wonders, but are a regular summoner's skills different from mine? He concludes, in that case. Ian sits back in his chair, pondering, what skills do I have that a regular summoner doesn't? Archer Ian takes a swig from his water bottle. He remarks that there's novice training. Ian sits at his computer. He thinks there isn't much information to work with, but to roughly sum it up, he considers that a taming master has fewer combat skills than a regular summoner. He wonders if there is any merit in raising the summon to be stronger, and realizes that he's training his character correctly. Ian sits at his computer. He thinks it might be a good idea to try capturing a rare or unique monster tomorrow. A figure with a visor declares that they'll get Lai up to level 20 before sunrise. Ian stands with Lai in a forest clearing. He says, all right, Lai, let's do this. Ian and Lai are ready for training, with activated Wind's Blessing, Berserker Warrior's Blessing, and Novice training. He activates the skill, Find Weakness, a surge of energy coursing through him. A monstrous roar echoes through the forest as a massive bear appears, its eyes burning with primal fury. The bear clashes with a gray wolf, teeth and claws meeting in a savage dance of survival. Ian defeats a moon bear, the system notification flashing, received 545 EXP. So quick. Ian recalls hunting in this area when he was around level 35 as an archer. Arrows fly as Ian battles both a bear and a wolf, the forest floor stained with their blood. A gray wolf lunges, closing the distance with terrifying speed. My hunting speed is much faster than back then, Ian thinks, a confident smirk playing on his lips. That bear looks bigger than the others, Ian observes, his eyes narrowing. A jet black moon bear stands tall, a unique monster indeed. Can I capture that? Ian wonders, his gaze fixed on the imposing beast. He reaches out, a surge of blue energy crackling around his hands, but a system message flashes. His leadership is too low to capture the beast. Ian curses under his breath. He released that bear last time, but his leadership is still lacking. He grits his teeth, resolving to stock up on magic scrolls of binding next time he's in town. Unleashing a torrent of blue energy, he attacks the jet black moon bear. The beam of energy slams into the bear. The jet black moon bear roars in fury. The bear continues to roar. Ian smirks, thinking that now that Lai fights almost as well as he does, a level 38 monster isn't a problem. He continues his assault. The jet black moon bear roars again, its eyes glowing red. With a final strike, he defeats the jet black moon bear, receiving 1045 EXP. Summon Lai has leveled up to level 20. Ian exclaims, alright, level 20. A speech bubble indicates that you can only play Kalen properly after level 20. Guild registration, instance dungeons, empire quests, and the lot all require level 20. He glances down at the loot. Lai sits beside him, panting softly. Let's see what items I got. The screen displays the items received. Moon bear meat, bear hunter's warhammer, and a jet black necklace. Ian examines the items. Oh, I've never seen this item before. He decides to use an identification scroll. Appraise. The jet black necklace glows with a soft, purple light. Ian holds the necklace, bathed in its light. I got a pretty good necklace from the auction house, but this is way better. My first good loot since resetting. He continues to examine the necklace. I have no complaints on the item side. Let's see how much Lee's stats have increased. A notification appears. Attack increased by 4, defense by 2, agility. He furrows his brow. What's this? Do monsters become exponentially stronger as they level up? Ian considers the implications. There's no pattern in its growth rate. Surely they didn't make it random, right? He sits back, deep in thought, Lai watching him. I'm gonna find out what's going on here. A close-up of his eye reveals a spark of determination. This is it. Potential. He and Lai discuss the potential stat. The novice training skill increased Lee's potential. He realizes that the novice training skill is broken as the growth rate of the stats increases. He thinks that the hidden class also has its own unique skills. All monsters have their own potential stat, and it determines their stat growth rate when leveling up. In other words, the monster's class itself increases with its potential, and the training skill is what raises it. He's going to spend. Ian decides to spend all his remaining skill points on training. So Lee's potential is at 94 right now, huh? He should be able to get it to 100 soon. He is thankful he saved his skill points instead of capturing that bear. He needs to get more EXP quickly. He reflects that if he spent the same effort on studying, he'd have probably become a lawyer or a doctor by now. Well, no point thinking about that though. Damn, he spent nearly an hour. Oh, a video of the Dark Sorcerer. The skeletons are kinda cute. He stared at his phone, a puzzled expression on his face. Who could be calling him? The screen displayed an unknown number. He answered the call, holding the phone to his ear. A voice on the other end asked, Jin Sung? Ian confirmed. The woman on the phone introduced herself. Oh, hello, miss. My name is Lee Ji-hyun, teaching assistant of Korean University's virtual reality department. Lee Ji-hyun continued. Hello, am I speaking to Mr.? Of course, he's the head professor of the department. He has asked you to call him. Ian asked, call? May I ask why? He thought to himself that it must be because of his grades. Ian's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? The words echoed in his mind. Academic probation? What would happen if he didn't call? The professor? He said he'll mail your grades to your address. And of course, they don't mean the address of your personal flat. If his dad looks at his grades. I am disappointed in you, son. He might be forced to go back at the peak of his youth. He'll call him. Ho, good idea. Then I'll see you next semester, Mr. Jin Sung. He should call him. Where's his number? Hello, this is Lee Jin Wook. Jin Sung speaks into the phone. Hello, sir. This is Park Jin Sung. I heard you were looking for me. Yes. I was wondering what you needed. Is it because of his grades? Lee Jin Wook responds. Yes. Is everything okay with you? Why aren't you participating in department activities at all? And how are you getting academic probation in the first semester already? You really? Academic probation? Isn't that for getting 3 Fs? Lee Jin Wook continues. Correct. So I was thinking of giving you that 3rd F. I should only have 2. Jin Sung, now visibly distressed, thinks, he's threatening me. What the hell does he want from me? Lee Jin Wook says, first, tell me why you haven't been participating in department activities. He thinks to himself, struggling to come up with an excuse for his absence. What should Jin Sung say to his professor? Jin Sung explains the reason why he chose the virtual reality major. He admires the unlimited potential of virtual realities. One of the reasons why virtual reality is the center of attraction of the whole world right now is because of the game Kalen, right? Jin Sung continues, explaining that he thought he had to beard the lion in his den by playing the game. It's not just for the sake of playing games, he insists. He wanted to study the incredibly realistic virtual world. Lee Jin-wook, on the other end of the line, asks what his level is in Kalen. He apologizes for interrupting, but Lee Jin-wook repeats his question, adding that if he were working that hard, he should at least be in Korea's top leaderboards. Jin Sung curses under his breath, lamenting that if only he hadn't reset his character. He stammers, trying to find the right words to explain to his professor. Jin Sung explains that because he reset his character recently, he's level 20 now. He adds that he was originally level 93. Lee Jin-wook finds that ridiculous. Jin Sung insists that it's true. Lee Jin-wook asks if he takes him for a fool, and if he thinks he doesn't know that he's saying this to avoid trouble. Jin Sung thinks to himself that it's true that he's trying to avoid trouble, but Lee Jin-wook then asks if he would like to make a bet with him. Lee Jin-wook says yes, a bet to see whether he's telling the truth or not, and tells him to keep talking. Jin Sung resolves to try and reach level 93 before the semester starts again. If he's able to get his level 20 character to level 93 before the semester starts, wouldn't that prove he was originally level 93? Lee Jin-wook sits in his office, continuing the phone call. He thinks to himself that he is also quite interested in Kalen. Jin Sung lies in bed, agreeing to the terms. He acknowledges that his parents will receive his grades from this semester and the next, and that he must participate in department activities. Lee Jin-wook, still on the phone, states that if Jin Sung wins the bet, he'll give him an A+ for all his classes regardless of attendance. Lee Jin-wook thinks to himself that there's no way Jin Sung will succeed. He asks if Jin Sung promises to keep his word, and Jin Sung confirms. Jin Sung, standing in his room, thanks Lee Jin-wook and states he'll give everything he's got, thinking that this is amazing. Jin Sung and Lai are back in the game, surrounded by a blue aura. Lai growls, and Jin Sung states that they're going to need to work even harder. He thinks that his original plan was to get back to his previous level before the semester breaks anyway, and since he avoided probation for his first semester, this is good. He can do this for sure. Jin Sung, standing in a town, states that first things first. Jin Sung stands before a guild recruiter, stating that he's here to join a guild. A character states, the Lotus Guild. A member of the Lotus Guild states that the guild's preferred level is 60, but he has put in a request for Jin Sung to join, though he doesn't think it will be accepted. He asks if Jin Sung still wants to proceed. Jin Sung thinks to himself that he is best friends with the guild leader and close with all the main members, so it won't matter. The Lotus Guild member states that he has put in a request to join, and Jin Sung will be automatically registered once the guild master accepts. Jin Sung wonders if he should private message Yu Hyun to accept the request. Jin Sung looks at a screen and wonders what is next. The screen shows text about changing up all his gear and equipping the best items he can equip with his stats. A character in armor stands in a room. The text states that the summoner class bonus stats aren't added to its combat stats, but to stats that help with summoning instead, like taming. He will eventually start depending on summons more. Weapons are on display. Jin Sung wonders if there is anything that will increase his summon stats, like something enchanted with a buff. Jin Sung looks at a screen and is surprised. The screen shows information about Mother Nature's headband. Jin Sung is buying this right away, having purchased Mother Nature's headband for 700,000 gold. The items for the summoner class are finally starting to sell. Jin Sung looks at a screen. A character with armor and a cape states that maybe all the other items with the Mother Nature's tag are also for the summoner class. He searches for Mother Nature's. There's more. He decides to buy it, stating he can't keep using the bow forever. It's a bit early, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to start getting used to another combat style. It feels a bit weird holding a staff. The staff glows with power. The intermediate training skill works even in towns, so he'd better use it whenever it's off cooldown. Jin Sung prepares to summon. He summons. Someone notes that the man is a summoner. Someone mentions that leveling up as a summoner is slow. The text indicates that the EXP for killing goblins is doubled while doing a specific quest. The man is told that the quest NPC is nearby. Raphael greets the man, noting it has been a long time. He hopes the NPC doesn't forget him after resetting. Raphael recognizes Ian and greets him. He is glad his affinity with the NPC wasn't reset. Raphael asks if Ian has had any issues with goblins lately, mentioning they've been having problems because of a goblin encampment. He suggests a mercenary, but Ian says he'll do it himself. Raphael says that would be great, but it would be better if Ian had more people. Ian smiles. The quest details are displayed, including the difficulty, requirements, and reward. Ian thinks he remembered correctly. He wonders what the reason could be. Ian realizes this quest is a party quest. He wonders who he should invite. He doubts there are any level 40 newbies in the guild. He asks Raphael if it would be possible to delay the subjugation a bit until he finds a party. Raphael replies that he can do that for him. He asks if Ian could perhaps take care of the goblin scouts at the encampment first. A notification appears, indicating that Ian has received a quest. The quest details are displayed. Kill goblin scouts in the Summer Canyon. Ian accepts the quest. Raphael says okay and thanks Ian for the help. Ian thinks it'll take half an hour getting there and back, which is a bit annoying. He wonders who he should invite. If Hearse is on, he is. Hearse and Ian exchange messages. Hearse asks Ian to accept his guild join request. Ian asks what the join request is for, since he is already level 20. Hearse says he just got it. Hearse says Ian is a monster and that he has accepted the request. Ian thanks him. Hearse asks how Ian reached level 20 so quickly. Hearse says he will catch up to Ian soon enough. Ian tells him to hurry up because it's difficult without him. Ian asks if there is anyone who's about level 40 in their guild. Hearse asks why he needs someone at level 40. Ian says he'll figure it out himself. He decides to go to the guild chat. Ian thinks about Yu Hyun and wonders if acquaintance through a guild member would be better than a completely random person. Ian has joined the guild. He says he's back and asks how everyone has been. Phylan says it's Ian and asks if he's already level 20. Cloven says wow, he hit 20 already and asks if leveling up as a summoner is stupid slow and if it was all BS. Phylan says it's only level 20 and it's nothing much. He tells everyone to stay alert and that he's going to get back to his original level quickly. Phylan asks him to please do so because hunting is so slow without him. Carwin says oh, it's Ian Hyung. Ian asks if they could let him know if they know anyone around level 40. Hearse asks why he's looking for a level 40. Ian wonders if it'll puzzle everyone if he tells them he's doing a goblin quest at level 20. Ian reads a message in the Lotus Guild chat, noting that he was planning on doing the goblin encampment subjugation quest, but it's a party quest. He only needs one person who can pull their weight. He adds that he'll carry anyone who wants to go to the encampment. Ian states that he is level 20, but he has a really overpowered summon, so he thinks he should be able to handle the encampment quest. He says his summon will carry him. Carwin asks if Ian is really level 20 and how he's going to carry the party. Carwin thinks he's trying to get power leveled and probably hit level 20 with the help of someone else. Carwin then mentions he knows a friend who's about level 45 and Ian asks if he could introduce him to them. Carwin asks what her class is. Ian asks if it's fine. Carwin says her combat class is a priestess and her artisan class is cook. Ian is surprised by this. Carwin says she's a priestess, but she really won't be much help in combat, and she's not that good at the game either, asking if Ian is okay with it. Ian says it's fine and tells Carwin to have her contact him if she logs in. Carwin says okay, asking if Ian is sure. Ian says yep, he's sure. Carwin says he has something to do now, so he's leaving the chat, telling Ian to message him when he gets in contact with her. Ian says he got him, Hyung. He thinks it's fun chatting to his guild mates, but not as much as hunting and making progress. Ian thinks he'd better finish the preceding quest before Carwin gets back to him. Meanwhile, a waterfall cascades down a rocky cliff face, surrounded by lush greenery. A level 30's monster Korkin is shown. Ian thinks having a Korkin would also be pretty sick, but Lai lacks a bit in coolness. He walks with Lai on a dirt path, wondering aloud. He wonders if his thoughts are not shared with Lai. Ian tells Lai how much he cares about him. Is he actually upset? The question lingers in the air. Lai is surrounded by a blue aura, and Ian calls out his name in surprise. Ian wonders what is going on as he witnesses the transformation. A surge of energy engulfs Lai as he begins to evolve. Ian realizes that Lai is finally evolving. He questions what the condition to evolve is as he observes the process. Ian notes that Lee's potential has reached 100 and wonders if his appearance should change. Lee's evolution continues with intense visual effects. The evolution culminates, revealing Lee's transformed state. Ian looks on, a mixture of awe and curiosity on his face. He is engulfed in a surge of power, his form shifting and solidifying. Intermediate training. Skill proficiency has increased as a result of the summon evolving. The skill has increased by 2 levels, reaching 45.7% to the next level. He has successfully evolved a summon for the first time. Fame has increased by 1,000, and taming and leadership have increased by 30. He has summoned a blood-red-maned wolf for the first time, increasing fame by 1,500. Ian laughs, standing beside Lai, now a blood-red-maned wolf. A system message appears, stating that Lai has evolved into a blood-red-maned wolf. Ian says, Lai, I love you. A system message describes the blood-red-maned wolf as a ferocious wolf with a mystical red mane and a very aggressive temperament. Its tier has changed from normal to rare, and it can still evolve. Ian looks at Lai, thinking that he can still evolve. A question lingers. If he evolves again, would his tier change to unique? Archer Ian thinks to himself that this class is definitely broken. Archer Ian tells Lai that he wouldn't take the Korkins even if there were millions of them, and that he'd choose Lai any day. Lai asks Archer Ian if he thinks he can carry him on his back. Archer Ian says alright to Lai and tells him to let's go. Archer Ian and Lai are running. Archer Ian and Lai continue running. Archer Ian and Lai are in Summer Canyon. Archer Ian thinks to himself that it feels really gloomy here. Archer Ian thinks to himself that he doesn't know why Kalen had to make these things unnecessarily realistic and wonders if it was 10 goblin scouts he had to take care of. Archer Ian tells Lai that they can't do that little when Lee's becomes so cool and tells him to let's have some fun. Archer Ian tells Lai to look at those 3 goblins over there. With the buffs on him, Lee's stats can't be lower than the goblins. Not to mention, he's got 2 unique abilities now, and his combat AI should be incomparable to an average monster, but you can never be too safe, so he activates Find Weakness. The enemy's weakness has been exposed. Accuracy increased by 14.5%. Critical hit chance increased by 22.5%. Plus bonus damage upon attacking weak spots. Lai howls. The goblins exclaim that it's a crimson wolf attacking. Summon Lai has inflicted a critical hit on a Goblin Scout. The Goblin Scout's health has been reduced by 1,075, 89% of total vitality. The Goblin Scout will take 215 damage per second due to the bleeding condition. The Goblin Scout has died to bleeding. Ian wonders what the heck, a level 40 monster died in one hit. The Goblins scream. Ian yells. Summon Lai took 294 damage from a Goblin Scout. Summon Lai inflicted 495 damage on a Goblin Scout and recovered 75 health, 15% of the damage. Lai exclaims all right and recovered 76 health, 15% of the damage. He unleashes a flurry of attacks on the Goblin. The Beast Folk's form glows with power. Critical hit inflicted. Recovered 523 health, 50% of the damage. Lai continues his assault, leaving the Goblins reeling. Ian watches on. Ian thanks Lai for the carry. The Beast Folk nuzzles against Ian. Ian declares it's time for round 2. The pair stand ready for the next fight. Ian relaxes, checking his phone as Lai stands guard. Carwin contacts Ian, asking if they can talk. Ian calls Lai back to his side. Ian receives a message from Carwin. Carwin says his friend contacted him and just logged in. Ian asks what she said and if she can do it. Carwin tells Ian that her ID is Hayrin and to try messaging her. Carwin asks if Ian is really okay with this, as she basically can't fight at all. Someone wonders who Ian thinks he's talking to. Carwin tells Ian not to worry, as he's just ransacked Summer Canyon all by himself. Carwin asks where that was again, and if that isn't where the Goblin encampment is, and if Ian is hunting there alone. Ian says of course not, and that Carwin doesn't need to worry about him. Carwin says okay, if he says so. Ian says yep, and that Carwin is really going to catch up to their level soon. Ian declares he's going to hit level 100 in 2 months, and level 80 in another, and then 1 month to level 100. Ian thinks he will win this bet. Ian thinks this bet with the professor might actually be better for him. He wonders if her name was Hayrin, was it? Hayrin says yes, nice to meet Ian. He asks where she is right now. Hayrin says she's at Lukine Town's blacksmith, fixing her gear. Ian says she's at Lukine Town, and to stay there at the blacksmith, he'll be there in 10 minutes. Hayrin says okay sure. He wonders if this was the way to the blacksmith. Ian meets Hayrin. She says oh. He looks up as Hayrin leans over the railing. She introduces himself. Hayrin says she's heard a lot about him from Carwin. Ian asks if she must be friends with Carwin. Hayrin replies that they are not really friends, just close acquaintances. He responds with an aha. Hayrin states that she is done preparing and ready to leave any time, then asks what about him. He asks if she has a specific reason for doing this encampment quest. She replies that there is a quest she wants to do, but it seems the encampment quest is a prerequisite, and that it's a quest from the chef of Duke Trappins. Ian wonders why she would want a quest from a chef, looking confused. Hayrin looks at Ian. A text bubble states that her artisan class is a cook. A woman with gray hair tells Archer Ian that she heard from Carwin that her skilling class is cook. The woman confirms that she is also majoring in culinary arts. Ian remarks that she is the first cook he has met. He notes that it's difficult training artisan classes, but it must be a little easier for her since her major is related. The woman agrees, adding that it's also more fun and that her actual skills in real life affect how good she is with artisan classes in Kalen. Ian repeats that she is the first cook he has met. Ian asks if she could make him something delicious next time. The woman agrees. A man in a yellow robe says that 2 people might not be enough, but he knows how capable Ian is, so he will trust him with this. The man in the yellow robe tells Ian that the preliminary team just left, so he should be able to catch up to them if he hurries, and he can provide assistance for them. A quest description appears, subjugation of the Goblin encampment in the Summer Canyon. Raphael, the Lukine Town's vigilante leader, has asked you to join the subjugation team and help them at the Goblin encampment. Quest difficulty, E. Quest requirements, party with at least 2 members. Reward, gold proportional to your contribution. While the quest is ongoing, you will receive double EXP for killing goblins. Will you accept the quest? Ian notes that the quest description changed a bit because he was late, but the rewards are still the same, which is a relief. Ian asks Hayrin if she received the quest. He confirms that he got it and tells Hayrin to get moving. Archer Ian summons a spectral wolf, the air shimmering with blue energy. Ian assures Hayrin that it's his summon, not a monster. Hayrin asks what the matter is, realizing that Ian is a summoner. Ian admits he just got a little lucky, stating that the wolf is sort of overpowered. He thinks to himself that it's a terrible excuse, but if he revealed that he's only level 25, no one would party up with him. Hayrin wonders if she actually believes what he said. She figures that's probably because he focused mostly on artisan skills. Hayrin thinks it makes no sense not being able to take care of goblin scouts at level 45, even if he mainly focused on training artisan skills. Hayrin thanks Ian for saying that, but she prefers cooking over fighting anyway, so it's alright. Ian says the wolf really does look cool, and he doesn't think he's ever seen anything like it before, adding that it's probably the only one on this server at the moment. Hayrin asks if it has a name. She asks if the wolf can be called Lai. Hayrin wonders if Lai would like something to eat. Hayrin presents a cooked smoked steak. A system message appears, stating that Lai has consumed the smoked steak, increasing its vitality by 200 for 20 minutes. Archer Ian expresses his surprise. A system message appears, questioning if Lai's increased stats are an effect from cooking. Another system message confirms that after reaching advanced level in cooking, cooked food gives a buff depending on its tier for a period of time. A system message notes that Lee's vitality is a little less than 1400, so an added 200 is a big increase, and that it might help Archer Ian in the future if he stays close with her. Archer Ian asks if Lee ate it all himself. Heron tells Archer Ian that there is nothing for him at the moment. Heron promises to make Archer Ian something even better after the quest, asking him not to get jealous. Archer Ian declares that it's a promise. Somer Canyon looms in the distance as subjugation leader Huko is informed that mercenary reinforcements have arrived. The troops kneel before Huko. Huko remarks that the new reinforcements will make the subjugation easier. Huko surveys the battlefield. Elsewhere, Archer Ian insists that everything is fine. Other players look upset. Two figures decide to fight separately. Huko watches the approaching army. Goblins charge into battle. The sound of approaching footsteps echoes. The battle begins. Heron asks Ian if this is really okay, but he assures her that it will be fine if she does as he told her. He explains that she won't really be buffing them, but just aggroing the goblins with her shield will be of great help. Her proficiency with the shield is high because she gets scared easily. The plan is simple. Heron will protect herself with her shield. Lee will buff her and Archer Ian whenever her buffs are off cooldown. Her level is relatively high in the goblin encampment. Her brilliant skill is comparable to that of a level 60. In other words, there's no way she'll die here. He'll be using her as the tank. Once Heron draws aggro, Lee and he will earn EXP. She's here with him, so he might as well make the best use of her to maximize their hunting efficiency. She's essentially a meat shield. Heron says okay, she'll trust Archer Ian. Though there's a possibility she could die if she doesn't go along with the plan, or she's even worse at the game than he expected. Lee says to trust Archer Ian, not him. With this plan, she'll also get a lot of EXP as long as she doesn't die. This definitely isn't because Lee got to eat something delicious and not him. A goblin charges forward, screeching. Heron activates her shield, a surge of blue energy emanating from it. Heron says she thinks she can last another 10 minutes. Not to worry. Archer Ian thinks she's better than he thought. Maybe he worried too much for someone who's level 40. Lee seems to be doing fine, completely dominating the goblin warriors, even though they're much more powerful than goblin scouts, as Ian observes. System messages appear, indicating that they have defeated goblin warriors and received 910 EXP. The EXP is being split between Heron, Lee, and Ian, but they're still getting so much. More system messages appear, indicating that Lee has leveled up to level 26, and Ian has leveled up to level 27. Ian exclaims that it's fantastic. The group surveys the landscape, ancient ruins rising against a fiery sunset. One of them wonders who they are. A figure battles goblins, wielding a staff with practiced ease. He muses that the figure looks like a summoner, but is already a high enough level to be here. Falcon calls out to Milan, urging her to take a look at the scene. She asks what's up, wondering what they think about this. The summoner fights alongside a crimson wolf. Milan states that he must be at least level 40 to be hunting here, but that the wolf's combat ability looks to be over level 60. Falcon agrees, recalling that he read in the community forums that the highest level player who's been verified was level 17 or 18. The summoner and his crimson wolf continue their battle. Falcon wonders what that crimson wolf the guy is using is. Falcon wonders if it could be an artifact with monster summoning magic. The summoner agrees, stating that's what he's thinking. The summoner observes that, looking at them fight, that priestess doesn't know what she's doing, and that guy doesn't seem to be that good either without his wolf. He adds that he's using his staff in melee, and he doesn't think he even has any offensive spells. Milan tells Falcon not to be so loud. The blonde-haired man apologizes. The white-haired man looks on. The red-haired woman states that it's not worth it if they don't get any good gear from them. She continues, saying that the penalty for PKing is pretty severe and it's not easy to recover the lost reputation. The blonde-haired man smiles, suggesting they think about it. Someone says to be careful, as one summoning magic artifact will net them at least 20 million gold if they sell it. That's 6 to 7 million gold for each of them, even after they split it. The red-haired woman exclaims that it's 20 million gold, which is over 40 million won. The white-haired man agrees, saying that if they do this now, they won't have to worry about their gear until at least level 80. He asks if they really want to pass on this opportunity. The blonde-haired man says that he's also got a brilliant plan and tells them to listen up. A red wolf-like monster attacks goblins. The black-haired man thinks he should be level 30 soon. He heard you get 2 special class skills every 30 levels and wonders what he'll get. The black-haired man reads that the forums say they're 100% random, but that's actually not true. One of the skills will be connected to your skill with the highest proficiency. It is said that one skill is related in some way, while the other would be completely random. They're not both random. He thinks to himself that his skill with the highest proficiency right now is this. The archer Ian uses a skill that increases potential, hoping to get one skill that's related to potential. The other one will be completely random, but he hopes he'll get something related to capturing. Heron says that she only has 5% of holy power left. The summoner guild member tells Lee to go help her and fall back a bit. Lee moves to attack. Lee inflicts a critical hit on a goblin scout. The goblin warrior's health has been reduced by 1,675. Ian has defeated a goblin warrior and received 921 EXP. Heron thanks Lee. The summoner guild member thinks that Lee is being all friendly with Heron, and that he's not like that with him. He'll see about that after this quest is over. The Summoner Guild member looks at Lai with a questioning expression. The notification that Ian has defeated a goblin warrior and received 921 EXP appears. A fiery explosion erupts, signaling the start of the conflict. Within their crude village, the goblins prepare to defend their territory. From a raised platform, a goblin elder commands, "Kill them all." A surge of magical energy slams into the goblin ranks. A dark explosion rips through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a soldier cries out, "Save me," as the battle intensifies. A soldier identifies a heavily armored goblin as the chieftain. The soldier declares, "This fight will be over after we kill that bastard." Allied morale increases by 30%. A soldier screams a battle cry. Another soldier shouts, "My armor's on fire." All stats will be boosted by 10% for 20 minutes. He is urged to attack. A soldier and a wolf-like creature charge forward, ready to strike. The wolf-like creature roars, joining the fray. The goblin chieftain recoils, his eyes wide with surprise. "What?" he exclaims. Lai, the wolf summon, prepares to strike. The goblin chieftain faces Lai, who snarls, "Kurkurkur, you're merely a beast raised by humans." Lai lunges forward, claws extended, striking the goblin chieftain. The goblin chieftain is struck, and a system message appears. The goblin chieftain will take 243 damage per second due to the bleeding status for 10 seconds. Now, focus attack. Hyuko raises his weapon, screaming, "RAA." Hyuko unleashes a powerful attack. The attack explodes, sending debris flying. The goblin chieftain is struck by the full force of the blast. A system message appears. The goblin chieftain has 52,071 health remaining, 30% of total health. Hyuko screams again, "Ga-ah." A guttural roar tears from the goblin chieftain's throat, the sound echoing through the cavern. The sudden outburst catches Ian and his companions off guard. "What just happened?" someone shouts, followed by another voice exclaiming, "It went berserk. Dodge." Ian's eyes widen in alarm as he senses the shift in the goblin's energy. A system notification flashes. He has been hit by a chain explosion, receiving 684 damage. Grimacing, Ian clutches his arm. "Damn, this hurts a lot. Gotta heal quickly." A system notification appears, indicating that party member Heron has cast Healing Light, restoring 1,020 health. Bathed in a soft, blue light, Ian looks towards Heron, a question in his eyes. "Heron, Healing Light." Heron offers a grateful smile. "Thank you." The blue light fades as Ian steals his resolve. "All right, it's time to go on the offensive." Lai, the red-furred beast companion, lets out a low growl, ready for action. Lai warns, "Keep drawing that goblin chieftain's attention, but don't push yourself too much." He pulls back the string of his bow, blue energy crackling around his hand. Ian stands ready, Lai at his side, prepared to face the goblin chieftain. Drawing the bowstring further, Ian focuses his gaze on the enemy. He thinks to himself that he needs to find an opening. The goblin chieftain stands ready, preparing to strike. The goblin chieftain became much more aggressive, so he might die if he's not careful. The goblin chieftain roars, a sound that echoes through the dungeon. Lai leaps into action, attacking the goblin chieftain. Ian prepares to fire, his eyes narrowed in concentration. Now, the arrow is released, a streak of blue energy cutting through the air. The arrow flies towards its target, a beacon of hope in the darkness. Lai continues to battle the goblin chieftain, a whirlwind of fur and claws. The arrow hurtles forward, closing the distance between hunter and prey. The goblin chieftain gathers energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The goblin chieftain cries out as an unseen force strikes him. The goblin chieftain's face contorts in a silent scream. A blue streak of energy hurtles towards the goblin chieftain. The magical attack slams into the goblin chieftain, obliterating him in a flash of light. Lai stands over the spot where the goblin chieftain once stood, a faint glow emanating from his fur. Heron and the others look on in disbelief. What happened?" Heron asks. "It's dead? Seriously?" A woman in shining armor raises her weapon in triumph, shouting, "Complete." Ian stands tall, having leveled up to level 30. He stares at the screen, reading about a special skill that causes spatial distortion. A voice speaks, acknowledging that he took down the goblin chieftain. Ian stands before a man in golden armor, a look of gratitude on the armored man's face. The armored man thanks Ian for his help. The armored man expresses his gratitude, stating they managed to subjugate the encampment without much loss thanks to him. The armored man tells Ian to stay safe on his way back, wishing everyone good work. The armored man raises his arm in victory, declaring that they have completed their mission and should return to town. The others cheer. Lai nuzzles against Ian, who comments that it feels like it's really over now. He sits down, thinking to himself that he got one skill related to potential as he expected. The screen displays information about the skill, assigned skill to summon. He decides to check Lee's potential first, noting that it's still only 6. He guesses using 100 potential to evolve costs a lot. He decides to have a look at those skills he unlocked, thinking he should try giving him a skill once he reaches 20 potential. He'd like to get him to 100 potential quickly so that he evolves again, but it should be more advantageous. The large wolf-like summon stands beside Ian, who is looking at the skill he unlocked. Spatial distortion, type, active skill. Skill level LVL, 0. Proficiency, 0%. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. The summoner swaps position with a selected summon. For the skill to be activated successfully, the user cannot take damage during the 0.5 to 1 second cast time. Higher level and proficiency will decrease the cooldown of the skill. Ian thinks to himself that these skills are great, and he is content. Heron calls out to Ian, thanking him for completing the quest. Ian replies that she helped a ton as well. Heron says that she couldn't have done it if it weren't for Ian and thanks him so much for his work. Lai growls, indicating that he did most of the work, not him. Lai growls again. Ian says that he was really surprised by him and that he's a brilliant fighter. Lai is thanked for today. Heron is confused. A man named Lucan asks if he should thank them and introduce themselves. He says, "Nice to meet you. My name is Lucan. I was too busy with the quest, so I didn't have the chance to introduce myself." Lucan shakes hands with Ian, saying it's nice to meet him. He then asks if Ian would perhaps like to join them in another quest. Lucan says that they know about a hidden quest that's a continuation of the encampment quest. Lucan wonders what this is and if they are here to thank them and introduce themselves. He thinks to himself that he was originally going to forget about it because of its difficulty, but he leveled up a lot more than he thought from this encampment quest. So he was actually considering doing it, but these two seem to be at least level 50. Why are they trying to have us join them with the priest quest? Our levels are too far apart to quest together. Oh, there's a hidden continuation quest. He has a bad feeling about this. He should dig deeper. Yes, it's called the Goblin Priest quest. If you enter the tunnel behind the barracks, there's a goblin priest there. It's a simple quest where you just need to kill it. You had a powerful summon magic artifact. So if you both join us, I think we should manage. Artifact? Oh, so these guys thought Lai was summoned by an artifact, huh? And artifacts are expensive, so they wanted to kill me to make bank. He gets it now? He sees. Okay, sure. Alright then. I'm gonna turn the tables on these guys. Heron messages Ian, wondering if he's available. He confirms. Heron asks why Ian is direct messaging her. He tells her to hold on, then tells her that sounds great, but he needs to ask his party mate first and asks if she could wait a moment. The blonde-haired man smirks, responding with a sarcastic, "Oh, sure." He wonders what Heron thinks of what he said. Heron tells Ian she thinks they're trying to PK them. Ian responds that they're probably going to kill them when they get a chance during the priest quest. He clarifies that they're trying to kill him, not us. Heron asks what they should do and asks Ian to answer her question first. He says, huh? Oh, okay. Heron agrees, stating she has no reason to decline the offer if they'll share the hidden quest with them. The blonde-haired man, with a sinister grin, thinks they are idiots. Heron asks what Ian plans on doing. He assures her not to worry, as he has an idea. The blonde-haired man thinks about how to turn the tables on these fools. The air in Kalen is always so refreshing, he thinks, taking a deep breath. He admires the scientists who produced such an incredible virtual world. He needs to convince the hiking club members to hike in Kalen next month. He finds what he was looking for. Nothing's better than gimbap on a hike, he muses. Oh, right. He forgot. Ian summons Wolfie. This guy always does this whenever he's summoned. Here, Wolfie, have a bite. The man remarks that it's as relaxing as ever here. Speaking of which, Ian and Wolfie are seen together. Someone notes that the boy is probably still playing this game. Someone thinks about Park Jin-sung, wondering if that was the name. The man reflects that maybe he should have asked what his class was. The man wonders if he's not a summoner. A dark cave entrance is shown. Ian is asked to defend that side. Heron is asked to heal, please. It looks like they're almost at the end of the quest. The hidden boss Goblin Priest should appear soon, so they should start getting ready. While they're facing the Goblin Priest, they'll only pretend to be fighting, then backstab them both. A group of characters is shown. Someone says they'll soon have an artifact worth tens of millions of won. Someone is told to look at him with that grin and to at least keep a straight face. Heron says the boss will appear soon and asks Ian what they should do. The team stands ready, the dungeon air thick with anticipation. Ian explains the mechanics of the boss spawn. Once someone steps into the jail-like area, the boss will spawn after 5 seconds, and the entrance will be blocked off by iron bars. He adds that they'll follow behind, but when he gives the signal, they should jump back quickly. Lai is ordered to attack. Lai prepares to attack, a fearsome growl escaping his jaws. Another party member asks if picking up the pace is okay with him. Ian responds with an enthusiastic, "Oh, sure, of course." A voice muses that the retard hasn't noticed anything, which is all the better since he won't be able to run away without his summon. The voice continues, wondering if that's what the scumbag is thinking. Ian glances back, a determined look on his face. Heron confirms that she sees the spot, and that the priest and 2 berserkers will spawn there. She declares that they should go. Ian instructs Lai to take the lead. Lai moves forward, the countdown beginning. The countdown continues, Ian watching intently. Lai attacks, the moment of truth arriving. He and Heron burst through the bars, shattering the lock. The sound of metal rending echoes through the chamber. A voice booms, "Ian? Heron, what are you doing?" The man smirks. Why, you ask? Are you really asking that?" Another voice chimes in. "I already knew you were planning to PK us and take my summoning artifact." The first man wonders, how did he know? He then says, "I don't have any reason to play along with your games anymore. Try your best in there." The man continues, "Dumbass. You don't even know how this works. You can't escape from here anyway." A prisoner explains, the path to the outside doesn't open until either the priest monster dies, or the party is wiped out. And we can take care of the priest ourselves anyway. The man with the smirk says, once we kill the priest, and these bars open up, you guys are dead meat. And it won't take long. He then adds, haha, thanks for admitting everything. The man yells, his face contorted in rage, as a red wolf snarls beside him. A system message appears. Summon Lai has inflicted a critical hit on Milan. The man exclaims, what? Milan screams, as another system message appears. Milan's life has been reduced by 1,077, 32% of total health. Milan will take 215 damage per second due to the bleeding status for 10 seconds. The man curses, this crazy fucking dog. A blonde-haired figure with an eye patch is being unsummoned. Below, a dark-haired man's expression shifts as he hears the word, unsummon. The dark-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief. Wait, what? He exclaims as a burst of white energy erupts around him. Above, shadowy figures loom. The blonde-haired figure's face contorts in a grimace. Oh shit. The dark-haired man grips the hilt of his sword, ready for a fight. A horde of goblin-like creatures emerges from the shadows, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. Hugo's face contorts in anger. This crazy fucking dog, he roars. Ian looks up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Consummate. A close-up shows Ian's neck, a bead of sweat trickling down. Hugo stares intently, his eyes widening. Wait, what? Hugo grips his sword tightly, ready for battle. The summoned creatures emerge, their eyes glowing red. A voice booms, filled with arrogance. Asshole, you think we won't be able to defeat the boss mob just from this? You'll be the next to die after the boss mob. Ian stands with his sword, looking up at Hugo. Ian sits on the ground, looking defeated. Yeah, I don't think you'll be able to, he says. Hugo is behind bars, looking shocked. A system message appears. The quest boss has been summoned. Hugo exclaims, son of a. Several hulking, green-skinned goblins stand ready, their crude weapons glinting in the dim light. One declares that they will deal with the boss monster first, and then the others. The goblins are met by a man with long white hair and another with messy brown hair, both ready for a fight. The man with the messy brown hair confidently states that the goblins won't be so relaxed soon enough. The man with the messy brown hair questions if anyone has ever succeeded after saying such a cliché villain's line. A woman with wavy gray hair wonders if everything is going to be okay. The man with the messy brown hair tells the woman with the wavy gray hair that she can help if she's worried. The man with the messy brown hair asks for help as the battle begins. A woman with long red hair fights a goblin, grunting as she swings her weapon. The man with the messy brown hair attacks with a shield. The man with the messy brown hair cries out as he is hit. The man with the messy brown hair yells as he continues to fight. A corrupt goblin berserker roars as a green-skinned priest casts a spell, enhancing the monster's power. Archer Ian shouts that they need to take down the priest before it casts its spell, declaring that he will handle it. A spear glows with purple energy, ready to strike. A goblin cries out in pain. Ian smirks, confident that they have this in the bag. Activating the Barbarian Warrior's Blessing, Ian prepares for battle. Activating the Barbarian Warrior's Blessing, the green-skinned priest increases the corrupt goblin berserker's attack by 35%. The white-haired priest wonders what the hell is going on. A blue-haired woman casts a spell. A brown-haired man accuses the blue-haired woman of buffing the monsters. The woman activates Wind's Blessing, increasing the corrupt goblin berserker's agility by 42%. She asks if it is good enough, while the man asks why she doesn't heal them too. The blue-haired woman asks if she should buff and heal both. The brown-haired man and the red-haired woman beg her not to, while the white-haired woman begs God not to. A holographic notification declares, quest failed. The town looms in the distance, its buildings silhouetted against the night sky. The pair are seen riding a large wolf-like creature. Ian smirks, thinking that they had some good items for a bunch of losers. The woman suggests that they go to the auction house and sell off the items they got. The woman thanks Ian, stating that she completed the quest thanks to him, and also made a lot of profit. Ian tells her to stop, saying that she worked hard, too. He didn't think they'd get the expensive goblin priest's necklace. It's a bit of a shame that they have to split this. Ian thinks that he got most of the other items, so it's fine. Ian thinks that he didn't expect her to enjoy it that much, though, and that, well, good things are meant to be enjoyed. Ian says okay, let's go. The pair are seen riding the wolf-like creature again. A bag of gold is presented, the reward for their successful auction. The items sold for a high price, netting them 660,000 gold. After deducting the auction house's commission fee, the total comes to 660,000 gold. Now that he thinks about it, he wonders what this pebble is that the PK group dropped. It's warm, so maybe it's meant to be used like a hot pack in winter? The item descriptions are all unidentifiable, too. He doesn't really want to throw it away. Ian, Heron announces she's done buying ingredients. Okay then, let's go wrap up the quest. Oh Ian, good to see you. I heard you did very well. The man thanks them. He looks at the screen, a smile playing on his lips. The screen displays the message. Hey, that's some incredible EXP. And the gold reward is pretty good, too. Two figures react to the news. One exclaims, oh, I leveled up to level 46. Another responds, congratulations. A third bubble says, Oh, right. There's something I must tell you, sir. Hugo asks, what is it? Ian replies, actually, I encountered a goblin priest behind the encampment. A golden necklace is displayed, radiating light. A speech bubble says, did you defeat the goblin priest? A notification appears, stating, wow, truly incredible. Another notification appears, you have completed the quest. Clear rank, B+, Ian remarks, alright, leveled up again. Hugo responds, that's really incredible. The vigilante team has been looking for the goblin priest for months. Just how did you find it? Ian replies, I just got lucky. Hugo retorts, no, it can't just be luck. Hugo states, you have the right to have this. A close-up of Ian's face shows determination. Ian is shown in a dynamic pose, bathed in light. A man in ornate clothing extends a scroll. He declares that the recipient has the right to have it. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. Ian sprints forward, clutching the scroll tightly. A system notification appears, indicating that he has received a recommendation for the Lustful Empire's mercenary examination. He exclaims about the quest reward. A gloved hand passes the scroll to a white-gloved hand, signifying the transfer of the recommendation. The text bubble confirms that with this recommendation, he'll be able to take the mercenary examination in the Lustful Empire. The man advises him to go to Mulin and take it, noting his great talent. Ian thanks him, stating he'll definitely take the examination. Ian clutches the scroll, declaring he'll take it if he ever drops by Mulin. The man offers the scroll to Ian, asking him to continue to fight for the peace of the Lustful Kingdom. The woman asks Ian if he knows what this recommendation is for. The system notification reiterates that if he goes to the mercenary guild in Mulin with that recommendation, he can take the examination. The text clarifies that Mulin is one of the 5 major continents in Kalen. Ian holds the scroll, the text explaining that the only ones that have been made available so far are where they are now, Kalanar and Malacca, which was only released recently. There are 2 major empires within Kalanar, with the Lustful Empire being one of them, and Mulin is the name of its capital. It's named after the founding hero of the empire. Heron expresses her gratitude for the information. He thinks to himself that he shouldn't have any reason to go there until level 50, and wonders if he could ask her one more thing. If you get the mercenary badge from the examination, it'll make it easier to receive quests from NPCs. Ian explains that there are a lot of requests you can do in the mercenary guild, and that your mercenary badge's rank will depend on your combat skills. Heron states that she's only going to be cooking for a while now, so she doesn't think she'll need that anytime soon. Ian asks if she's cooking. Heron confirms that she plans on continuing training her cooking skill again, until she's stuck on a cook class main quest. Ian thinks that cooking looks like her #1 priority, and reckons her cooking level is probably in the top leaderboards of Kalen. Ian looks at a computer screen, thinking that there was never anything on the forums about receiving stat buffs from eating food. That just proves how special her cooking is. Heron could. Ian asks Heron her proficiency in the cooking class. She responds that it's not like it's a secret, and wonders what it was again. Heron exclaims that it's advanced level 1. Ian examines something in his hand, thinking he should work harder and learn more advanced skills quickly. He notes that even for the blacksmith class, the highest level is advanced level 3. He is impressed that Heron is at that level with her unpopular class, considering her among the top players. He cheers her on. Heron exclaims that she can train artisan classes, calling herself amazing. Ian thanks Heron, hoping she keeps that promise. Ian wonders if he said something careless. He receives a friend request from Heron. Ian tells Heron that he'll accept her friend request now. Heron presents something to Ian, saying it's for him. Ian is confused, asking what it is. Heron tells him she cooked it while waiting for him. Ian opens the box and sees the food, thinking that Heron is an angel. He exclaims, wow, thank you. Heron hopes he doesn't take this the wrong way. Ian thanks Heron, saying he'll enjoy it. Heron says it's nothing compared to what he's done for her. She says she'll be leaving now, as she's played for too long, and tells him goodbye. He says, sure, I'll see you next time. Ian thinks, let's see, still got 5 hours before bedtime. He thinks, I leveled up quite a lot today, so I should be able to have dinner in between. Ian muses, maybe I'll order some fried chicken as a reward for myself. Ian and Lai race across the desert landscape. Ian shouts, let's go Lai. Li's tongue hangs out as he runs. Lai is running fast, determined to reach their destination. Ian thinks, TCH, the delivery was late, so I wasted more time than I thought. He urges Lai to hurry as they approach the docks. Archer Ian tells Lai to get to the docks, promising to guide the way. Ian thinks to himself that he has been here before, but it has been so long that he doesn't really remember the way. He realizes he needs to get to the Abyssal Island if he wants the Ice Golem as his summon. Ian spots the boat and points, telling Lai that it's that way. Someone shouts that they need to get on the boat. Ian shouts at Lai to run for it, and not to lose it. A rope snaps. Lai is running. The sailors watch as the boat sails away. Someone shouts that it's too far. A red, armored figure is seen falling. He is seen running. Ian summons something. A red, armored figure is seen walking. Ian sighs in relief, thinking he barely made it. Ian is surrounded by other people. Someone comments on the weather. Someone thinks they can't ever get used to this ship and wonders if it would hurt them to get a better one. A mysterious figure asks Ian, are you perhaps a summoner? Ian is surprised. Ian asks, yes. Why do you ask? The mysterious figure says, I see. The mysterious figure thinks that there's only him and this party on this boat right now. He stated that they were just curious. A group of figures stood in the distance, their eyes glowing red. One of them wondered if they were. A hand gripped a sword that pulsed with a soft, ethereal light. That's all right. Lucan says that he heard from her that she found a summoned egg recently, asking if Ian knows of it. Ian asks what it is. Lucan responds that Ian doesn't know, explaining that she said she found it in the nest of a golden rat snake, but it hasn't hatched yet, and that's all he's heard from her. Ian says that it's just that he has a lot of interest in the matter. Ian thinks that golden rat snakes appear in hunting grounds for mid-20s levels, so he guesses that person isn't level 30 yet. He then thinks that a summoned egg, He'd better look into it in the future, and that maybe even untamable boss monsters can be used as summons if you find their eggs. Ian says that it sounds pretty good, but he'd have to stay alert, though. Meanwhile, the ship cuts through the waves. The ship continues its journey towards a large, icy structure. Ian observes that it looks like they've arrived at the Abyssal Island. The ship sails closer to the Abyssal Island. The ship bumps against the ice of the Abyssal Island. He notes that it's his first time here and that it feels creepy. The others agree that it's freezing cold because it's all ice. Ian mentions he's been here before, but it still impresses him. Lai sneezes, remarking that maybe he should have dressed more warmly. Other adventurers head in a different direction, wishing them good luck with their quest and saying they'll meet again. Ian asks if they should get going, and Lai growls in agreement. The Abyssal Island stretches before them, a landscape of ice and snow. A heavily armored foot steps onto the icy ground. Ian declares that they've found a good hunting area. He states that it's time to start the grind, but they should get ready first. Someone wonders where the lunchbox Heron made for them is. Lai jumps. A system message appears, stating that summon Lai has consumed a chewy meatball, and that its vitality will increase by 100 and agility by 20 for 40 minutes. His agility increased by 20 this time. Lai is surprised, thinking it only affected vitality. A voice wonders if it can improve agility too, and if it lasts twice as long. The voice questions if it affects that too. Ian prepares to eat raw meat. Heron says this is for Lai, guessing it's only for summons. A voice realizes that's why she said to give it to Lai. A voice declares that he'll have this instead. Ian exclaims that it was incredible and so good, having consumed a tender premium steak. Ian learns that his vitality will increase by 500 and defense by 30 for 1 hour. He thinks its effects are better than the meatballs, as expected of Heron's cooking. Ian realizes it increases his stats permanently, wondering what's up with that, and opens his status window. Ian sees that all his stats actually increased by 3, even affinity, taming, and leadership stats. Ian notes that 7 of his stats were increased by 3, which means he gained 21 stat points in total. Stat-wise, it's almost the equivalent of leveling up 4 times. Heron is told that she is amazing. Ian tells Lai that they should go kill some ice blocks. The scene shifts to Lustful Empire Trumban, a town square. 2 figures stand in the town square. People are lying on the floor in the town square. Someone wonders if they are beggars. Another person says they probably just logged on 24 hours after their deaths. All your gears and items are lost when you die. Someone guesses they failed a quest. Someone laments losing their lizard red armor. Another person laments losing their Helios necklace, which was a rare item that had a small attack range increase option. Someone says that guys kept some of their items. Someone says that there's nothing left. Someone says they didn't even get to unequip their gear, so they lost it all. Someone says that those assholes who piked them. Someone says that he was definitely weak, and if only they didn't fall for his trap. Someone says that he would have been the one to die, not them. Someone says that what those bastards didn't know is that they're in a powerful guild that's in the top 30%. A close-up of a man's face. He says he'll show them the might of their. Someone says that the guild is in big trouble now. Someone says they won't ever let them set foot in Kalen again. Archer Ian sighs, admitting he's been hunting for more than 10 hours. He asks Lai if they should take a break. Lai growls softly. Ian offers something to Lai, who exclaims, "Dwarf." Lai nuzzles against Ian, a musical note floating in the air. Ian smiles, thinking that Lai will eat it in one bite. He offers Lai a meatball, saying it's too small for his size and asking if he wants another one. Ian pets Lai on the head. Lai chews noisily. Ian remarks that Lai wants him to have it, and that he's such a good boy for caring for him. Ian says it's fine, and that he'll have something else. He decides to check the stats of the ice golems he caught today. A taming info screen displays Lee's image. A taming info screen displays 2 ice golems. A text bubble says, they're both level 37? He considers his leadership stat. He might be able to have another one with it. Ian thinks that, at the very least, he wants one that can evolve like Lai. Ian looks at Lai. Ian says they gotta find a good one before they leave to make up for all the time they spent here. Ice golems stand in the distance. Ian looks surprised. Ice golems stand in the distance. Ian looks at the ice golem and sees a golden name. It appeared quickly this time, Lucky. Ian tells Lai to go, and Lai is in a new area and is confused. He gazes at the abyss turtle. Ian points to a screen displaying the monster's information. The screen reads, Abyss turtle, level 30, unique. He thinks to himself that he has never even heard of it. Ian exclaims, wait, unique? Judging solely by its appearance, it looks like a really useless turtle, he thinks. It looks cute with its big head, but is it of any use in combat? But he should still catch it, Ian thinks. He's sure there's something to it. A purple energy emanates from his hand. What this? It seems like it might just die in one hit. Can its huge head even go inside its shell? Let's see, Ian says. The abyss turtle is shown with a staff on its back. The abyss turtle is startled. The abyss turtle floats serenely, its shell gleaming in the dim light. He stands ready. Archer Ian prepares to strike the abyss turtle with his staff. The attempt to capture the abyss turtle fails. Ian stares at the turtle, a look of disbelief on his face. Lai looks on, equally surprised. What? This has never happened before, he thinks. Ian grips his staff tighter, wondering if he needs to lower the turtle's health. He swings again, the staff connecting with a resounding thud. Was that attack too weak, he wonders. The system message confirms that the attack only inflicted 1 damage. Ian is baffled. What the heck? I swung quite hard, but it only did 1 damage? Just what is this thing? Ian turns to Lai, a new idea forming. Lai, try biting it. Lai lunges forward, teeth bared, and bites down on the abyss turtle's shell. The system message appears again, indicating minimal damage. Ian wonders what the turtle's defense stat is. Ian ponders his next move, realizing he needs a new approach. What should I do? I got an idea. He grins, holding out a piece of food. Ian thinks to himself that he'll try tempting it with food. The abyss turtle remains inside its shell. Ian calls out, telling the turtle that the food is really tasty and it'll regret not coming out. The abyss turtle wonders if it should. Ian coaxes the abyss turtle, telling it that it has to come here if it wants to eat the food. The abyss turtle begins to move, and Ian cheers it on, telling it to keep it up. The abyss turtle approaches the food, its mouth open in anticipation. Ian stands over the abyss turtle, his eyes glowing red. Ian tells the abyss turtle to come with him if it wants to eat this. Ian offers the abyss turtle even tastier food if it comes with him. He asks if it doesn't want to eat this. Ian holds out several pieces of food, thinking that this is a bit troubling. Ian continues to tempt the abyss turtle with food. The abyss turtle is surrounded by food. Ian smiles. The abyss turtle agrees to follow him. A system notification appears, confirming that Archer Ian has captured an abyss turtle. Ian addresses the captured abyss turtle. He remarks that the turtle is one stuck-up creature with a massive head, and that charming a celebrity would be easier. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. He wonders if this is it. Archer Ian examines the screen, noting that it's an evolvable type. The screen displays the abyss turtle's taming info, showing it's level 30. The abyss turtle's innate abilities are displayed, including Ruler of Water and Shell Hide. Ian exclaims in disbelief at what he's managed. Archer Ian is determined to find this. Archer Ian is incredulous, wondering what it is. Archer Ian wonders what's up with the stats, noting that only its defense is super high. 5 times that would make it comparable to a level 100 monster's defense. That explains why Lee's fangs couldn't even put a dent in it no matter how hard he hit. Archer Ian decides to check its potential. Archer Ian is curious about the agility. Archer Ian is shocked that its potential is 0 and its affinity is 10, calling it ridiculous. He guesses he'll have to trust its unique tier. Lai thinks that maybe it'll become something incredible after evolving. He summons a creature, magical runes swirling around his outstretched hand. A turtle-like creature appears, bathed in a soft, ethereal glow. A system notification appears. Ian has summoned the abyss turtle for the first time and may give it a name. The abyss turtle stands beside Ian, its small form radiating a gentle warmth. Ian declares, "Okay, I'll name you Buck Bookie." Buck Bookie does not like its name, a dark aura briefly surrounding the small turtle. Ian exclaims, "What's your problem?" It's a cute name. Lai watches the exchange between Ian and the abyss turtle. Towering ice golems stand guard in the frozen landscape. Ian declares, "Lai, it's time to hunt." An ice golem looms, ready to attack. The abyss turtle lunges, its claws extended, ready to tear through the ice. Claws meet ice, the impact sending shards flying. The ice golem staggers, cracks spiderwebbing across its frozen form. A guttural roar echoes from the abyss turtle's maw, a promise of further destruction. The abyss turtle continues its relentless assault, each blow chipping away at the golem's icy armor. Deep fissures run through the ice golem's body, revealing a core of pulsing energy. Another strike sends a shockwave rippling through the air, the sound of shattering ice filling the cavern. Ian watches intently, calling out, "You're doing good, Lai. Keep weakening it." The ice golem, wounded but not defeated, begins to gather its remaining energy. A flicker of doubt crosses the golem's face. Something doesn't feel right. With a final surge, the ice golem unleashes its power. Ian shouts a warning, "Ice Wave." It's trying to use that skill. The ice golem unleashes another blast of icy energy, forcing Lai to dodge out of the way. "Lai, dodge it. Get away." Lai and the red wolf leap into the air to avoid the brunt of the attack. "Lai, jump up." He realizes that the ice golem used a big skill, so it won't be able to use it again for a while. Now's his chance. A determined grin spreads across Ian's face. Closing the distance, Ian leaps towards the ice golem. The ice golem's glowing blue eyes narrow. Raising his weapon high, Ian prepares to strike. Ian shouts his affirmation. "Yes." He brings his weapon down on the ice golem. The ice golem shatters into countless pieces. Lai and the red wolf watch as Ian stands victorious over the shattered remains of the ice golem. He and Lai unleash a combined assault on the ice golem, their attacks blurring together in a flurry of motion. Li strikes land with precision, each blow chipping away at the golem's icy exterior. Ian focuses, capturing something. He barely managed to catch it, finding it difficult to find one that he likes. Ian assesses the ice golem's potential. 75%. It was worth the grind. Ian believes he has done enough prep work. He wonders where Buck Bookie is. Ian spots Buck Bookie. Ian reflects on spending 2 whole days looking for a golem, needing to pick back up the pace on leveling. Ian decides it is time to head to the Krupia Snowy Mountains. Duke Trappin's castle comes into view. The castle looms in the distance. Inside the kitchen, the sounds of cooking fill the air. Heron wipes her brow, wondering if she succeeded this time. Steam rises from the dish she's preparing. Heron pumps her fist. All right, I did it. A system notification appears. She has successfully cooked a luxury food for the first time, increasing her fame by 1,200. Heron smiles, thinking she'll be able to cook a dish that's worth over 10,000 gold. She decides to take a break now. Heron is making progress so much quicker now that she's in the Duke's castle's kitchen. Speaking of which, Heron wonders what Ian is up to. She thinks of Ian. A chat window appears. Ian says he's been cooking at the Duke's castle and just finished. Heron asks if he means Duke Treppin's. Ian confirms he's at Treppin's. Heron then asks if Ian could do her a favor. Heron looks surprised. She wondered what could be the reason that Ian needed a favor from her. Ian speaks through a holographic screen, stating he's planning on heading to the northern region and was hoping he could get some food from her. Heron responds through her own holographic screen, saying she has a lot of stuff she's cooked and asks where they should meet. Heron agrees to meet Ian there. Heron thinks to herself that she was a bit troubled because she had too much food to sell, but Ian contacted her. Heron hopes to meet Ian soon, but then denies wanting to see him or anything. Meanwhile, a building exterior is shown. Lucan looks at a computer screen, wondering if there is any useful information. Lucan sees a news alert about summoners. A news broadcast shows great news for summoners. Someone wonders if this is the fox that attracted so many summoners to the Olympus Hills. Someone says that's right and asks to call him Coco, hearing that Coco is different from other. A broadcast shows a fox with an evolve option in its information window. Ian exclaims in disbelief that people are only now figuring out how to evolve summons. He muses that it was only a matter of time before the information came out, and it's good it took them longer than he thought. He thinks there should already be a huge number of people who have changed class to summoner. The broadcast shows a hooded figure with a wolf, stating that it's only natural that there will be people who tamed a monster that can evolve. Ian thinks it'll be pretty tough to evolve them without the training skill, and there's probably nothing like Lai. He wonders if there is any other info. He is surprised by the mention of a unique monster. The broadcast announces that the first unique monster has been tamed. Ian states that he caught a unique monster before this, though. He thinks if they got it at level 23, they probably only barely managed to capture it with the help of their guild or friends, adding that it's nothing to brag about. Ian stretches and decides to go see Buck Bookie. The town square bustles with activity under a clear sky. Heron stands with a man in the town square. The man eyes the large bag. He thinks, this is so much, and you really don't want money? He thinks, I got to continue. Heron smiles, saying, my class quest, and also got a necklace all thanks to you, so this is the least I can do. The man looks at the bag, thinking, wow, some of these dishes look really expensive. Heron says, thank you so much, Heron. I don't know how I'll pay you back for this. Heron asks, could you do just 2 things for me? The man replies, oh, of course. What do you need? Okay, my first request. Heron says, if you're going to hunt in the northern region, please collect these ingredients if you ever come across them. The man replies, oh, sure. I can do that much. Heron says, my second request. She wonders how big of a request she has. He hopes it won't be something that slows his leveling down. Heron asks, please help me with my school assignment. Heron smiles, saying, I heard from Carwin that you go to the Korean University. Archer Ian replies, yes, I'm a freshman there. Heron says, I'm also a student of the. Ian thinks, Korean University. Sophomore of the Department of Hotel Culinary Arts. He then says, oh, I see. Same school, and she's my senior? Heron asks, you like to have tasty food, right? I just need you to try my cooking and choose which one you like the most. I need to make. Ian thinks, assignment? She doesn't want something in-game. He asks, huh? So you just need me to try your cooking and give you feedback? My own recipe for my school assignment. Heron and Archer Ian stand facing each other. He wonders why Heron would ask him to help with something like that. Doesn't she have any friends who could help? The thought occurs to Ian that it wouldn't be so strange considering how eccentric she is. For now, he decides to focus on gearing up. The quest area this time will be fairly dangerous, and there's not a lot of information regarding the place. Ian knows he needs to get the best possible gear he can get. Oh, this is a good purchase. That's almost everything. Now he just needs to buy a weapon. He wonders if there's a bow that's enchanted with something similar to the Mother Nature set. Ian can't deal much damage with a staff or a low-leveled bow. Not a single bow with an enchantment for empowering summons. He decides to try something else. Expanding the search criteria, Ian wonders, what's this? Ancient Summoner's Steel Knuckles? What is this ability? Let's try. The Goblin Chieftain is blasted backward by an unseen force, blue energy crackling around him. Ian, alongside Lai, prepares for a coordinated assault. He commands, I'll attack from the front. Lie, you attack from behind. Charging forward, Ian delivers a powerful blow to the chieftain. The hunter continues his relentless assault, each strike carrying immense force. Activating the Find Weakness skill, the system message appears. Enemy's weakness has been exposed. Accuracy increased by 19%. Critical hit chance increased by 23.5%. 97% bonus damage upon attacking a weak spot. Targeting reticles appear on the goblin chieftain, highlighting his vulnerabilities. Ian shouts, let's go. Channeling energy into his fist, the hunter prepares to strike. The blow connects with devastating force, sending shockwaves through the chieftain's body. Archer Ian's fist glows with a blue aura. He thinks this was worth its price and doesn't regret buying it at a premium. Archer Ian wonders if the random innate ability also applies to Buck. Archer Ian is thankful that the condition for the ability to activate needs to be physically possible. Archer Ian watches as Biggie roars. Biggie attacks an ice troll, causing spatial distortion. Biggie continues his assault on the ice troll. A system message indicates that Biggie took 1,375 damage from the ice troll. Biggie's attack connects with the ice troll. It worked. The abyss turtle, Biggie, took over 1,000 damage. The ice troll thinks it needs to be killed before it heals up. Ian inflicts critical damage on the ice troll, who loses 596 health. The ancient summoner's steel knuckles activate the link ability, borrowing the berserk ability from the summon, Lie. Lie enters a state of berserk. Ian prepares to attack. The ice troll roars. Ian becomes more agile and powerful as he attacks the ice troll. Ian thinks he might die in one hit in this state, since his defense decreased by 30%. Ian attacks the ice troll again, inflicting critical damage. The ice troll is attacked. The system notification appears, confirming that Ian has defeated the ice troll and received 1,060 experience points. Elsewhere, a group huddles around a campfire in the snowy forest. Heron reports that they've secured the area, noting the potential for ice ogres over level 100 to spawn. Huko acknowledges the good work. Huko reflects on the expedition, stating that the northern region is very tough, but coming on this expedition was a great idea. He adds that they now have a base for their guild. Indeed, Huko thinks, though they didn't have much of a choice to begin with, since there is no land left in the southern region. He worries about whether they can protect the base or not. Huko thinks that over the next 3 months of the peace period, they must pull all their manpower to develop. Huko declares that they should call all their members to the base once the expedition is over. Huko adds that they'll only hunt in this area from now on too. He states that everyone should be able to make it except one person. Heron asks who he is referring to. Huko replies that he means Ian, who needs to continue training in the southern region. Huko mentions that Ian messaged him not long ago asking for information regarding the northern region. He said he's going to hunt at the Croupier Snow. Heron wonders what Ian's level is. Heron says she doesn't know either, but it's all the better for them if he's training quickly. Huko wonders what Ian is doing and says he has no clue how he managed to do that. Meanwhile, Ian trains in the snowy mountains. Ian thinks that leveling up is taking really long. Back at home, Ian thinks that now that the EXP is being split between 4 instead of just Lie and him, it's really become much slower, though they've all finally passed the 40s now. Ian thinks he hasn't even left his house in a week. His summons, Buck, Biggie, and Lie, are visible. Ian thinks it's about time for Biggie's potential to have reached 100 now. He is confused. Ian wonders what's going on here and says he's already at 100. He wonders why he isn't evolving. He considers the conditions for evolution, wondering if something else is required on top of potential. He thinks back, recalling that Lie only needed to reach level 20 to evolve. Ian wonders if the level requirement is different for each monster. This isn't something he can easily sort out. Ian decides he needs to use the training skill on Buck now. Frustration mounts as he wonders where Buck is. He expects a system message if Buck took or dealt damage. Ian calls out, Buck, where are you? I'll give you a meatball. He spots the turtle-like summon. Oh, found him. He asks, what are you doing there, Buck? Ian asks what Buck is eating. A system message appears. Summon Buck consumed a mandrake. The system displays that all of Buck's stats increased by 5. Ian exclaims, what? Mandrake? Did you just eat that? He explains that it's a rare medical item that improves all stats by 5. He thinks that it should have been eaten by him. He tells Buck that if he ever finds something like that again, to bring it to him. Buck replies that he'll give him meatballs in exchange. He crouches down, looking at Buck. Huh? Where are you going, Buck? Ian pauses, his gaze drawn upwards. Wait, is that? Together, Ian and Buck approach the ancient stone structure, its entrance a dark and beckoning maw in the snowy landscape. A sudden realization dawns on Ian, his eyes widening in surprise. That's. A system message appears. You are the first to discover this dungeon. A system notification appears, informing that he is the first to discover this dungeon. He thinks to himself, Yahoo! First to discover a dungeon. Another system notification appears, stating that his chance of finding an item in dungeons will be doubled for the next 5 days. Ian thinks that it was worth coming to the northern region despite all the risks. A system notification asks if he will register the dungeon, stating that his fame will increase by 500 upon registering. Ian refuses to share the dungeon. He thinks to himself, no, why would I do that? All the nearby players would come here if I did that. No reason to help others. He continues to think, I can't split my double EXP and items with someone else. Though 500 fame isn't a small number either. Ian praises Buck Buck, saying, good job, Buck Buck. You've finally done something good. Ian decides to enter the dungeon, thinking, okay, time to enter the dungeon. The entrance to the dungeon looms before him. He observes, this dungeon is pretty simple. Good. It's easy to fall into traps or be ambushed in small, complicated dungeons. But then, Ian gets the chills for some reason. He wonders, what was that? It feels like a ghost might appear. A wave of frigid energy explodes outward. The ghost drake roars, its cry echoing through the dungeon. Multiple ghost drakes materialize, surrounding them. Whoa, an ambush. A massive, ice-covered figure looms, unleashing a wave of frost. Biggie, ice wave. The ghost drake takes damage and is slowed by 30% for 10 seconds. The ghost drake's roar intensifies, a chilling sound that vibrates through the air. The ghost drake continues its assault, its spectral form radiating an eerie energy. Damn, how should he do this? Lee's berserk is still on cooldown. Lai shouts, you take care of the one on the left. It's okay if you can't attack, just buy as much time as you can. Activating the ability, Link, of Ancient Summoner's Steel Knuckles, Ian prepares for the fight. Ian leaps forward, ready to strike. Yes, lucky. Borrowing the ability, Ice Wave, from Summon Biggie, he focuses his energy. He shouts a warning to dodge the incoming attack. Lai and Biggie stand ready for battle. Ian grits his teeth, realizing this fight won't be easy. Again, the archer and his companion narrowly avoid the assault. Ian's expression hardens with determination. Buck Buck cowers, seemingly afraid. Someone orders Buck Buck to attack and draw their attention, scolding him for lazing around. A powerful ice attack erupts from below. Ian wonders if he's actually going to do it. Buck Buck launches an attack. The ghost drakes are caught in the blast. Buck Buck stands ready. The summon, Buck Buck, receives critical damage. Buck Buck loses health as the attacks continue to land. Ian exclaims that Buck Buck is doing a nice job, stating that he knew he could trust in him. The hunter looks on. Ian shouts for everyone to attack. The group stands in a new area. Ian wipes his brow, relieved that he barely got them all. He notes that he came all the way down to the lowest level, but it looks a bit different here. Ian realizes that the summoning magic circle looks like a dungeon boss will spawn. Ian tells Lai and Biggie to get ready to attack. A figure is summoned. The dungeon boss appears. An old man with a wide-brimmed hat and a long white beard wonders if he is an old man or a phantom. The old man, holding a glowing staff, tells Ian that he seems to be a summoner. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. Oakley observes that Ian is a summoner. Ian is surprised. A voice wonders if he is not a monster. Oakley confirms that he is correct and asks who Ian might be. Oakley thinks that the first one to take on his challenge is a summoner and that this must be fate. Ian looks confused. Oakley asks if his name is Oakley. Oakley confirms that is his name. Ian looks at Oakley. Oakley says that he is afraid he cannot tell him that yet. The elderly man continues his incantation, his voice echoing through the dungeon. He declares that if the challenger passes his test, all the secrets shall be revealed. Oakley raises his staff, the gem at its tip glowing with intense light. A blinding flash erupts, momentarily obscuring the chamber as a monstrous form begins to materialize. Ian stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. What? Oakley commands the summoned creature, calling upon the Chaos Drake to heed his call. Energy crackles around Ian, the air growing heavy with anticipation. With a final surge of power, the Chaos Drake fully materializes before Ian, its immense form filling the chamber. The air vibrates with the creature's raw power. The Chaos Drake unleashes a deafening roar that shakes the very foundations of the dungeon. Its massive claws dig into the stone floor, leaving deep gouges in their wake. The Chaos Drake, level 75, stands ready to obey its summoner's commands. Ian's expression is a mixture of awe and apprehension. A Chaos Drake. The Chaos Drake unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the dungeon. The Drake towers over Ian, easily twice the size of the Ghost Drakes on the first floor. The Chaos Drake is level 75, a heroic tier monster. Ian's eyes widen in disbelief. How is he supposed to beat something like this? He considers unsummoning his monsters if they're about to die. Ian's body cowers due to the Chaos Drake's fear. All of Ian's stats will be decreased by 5% for 10 minutes. Even if he dies, he's going to make them suffer for it. Oakley commands the Chaos Drake to attack Ian. The Chaos Drake roars again. Ian is shocked that the Chaos Drake can use Blast. Ian orders Biggie and Lai to split up to either side. The Chaos Drake looms, ready to strike. The Chaos Drake unleashes a blast of fire. The Chaos Drake unleashes a devastating explosion of fiery energy, bathing the battlefield in an inferno. The explosion continues to spread, consuming everything in its path with intense heat and destructive force. The Drake prepares another attack, its massive form radiating heat as it towers over the battlefield. Ian barely dodges the blast. Buck Buck, despite his incredible defense, lost a third of his health. He realizes that if the Chaos Drake is similar to the Ghost Drake, its defense and vitality are probably low. Ian steels himself, preparing to exploit the drake's weakness. Lai, using Berserk, attacks its flank. The beast vows not to give up until he's done everything he can. Lai is surprised by something. The Chaos Drake staggers, struck by an unseen force. Ian prepares his next attack, energy crackling around his hand. The Chaos Drake is struck again, reeling from the impact. Biggie attacks the Chaos Drake. The familiar shouts his name. The summon, Biggie, takes a critical hit, the impact sending tremors through his crystalline form. Ian watches the battle unfold, his expression a mix of concern and determination as he sees Biggie's health plummet. He mutters to himself, questioning how a level 70 boss monster could be so powerful. An unseen force slams into the Chaos Drake, sending shards of ice and debris flying. Ian grits his teeth, issuing a command to Lai, his other summon, to attack. Responding to the command, Lai lunges at the Chaos Drake, claws extended and ready to strike. System messages flash, indicating that Lai has inflicted a critical hit on the Chaos Drake, causing it to bleed and increasing Li's attack power. Ian praises Li's attack, noting that he targeted the weak spot on the boss monster, and urges him to keep attacking. The Chaos Drake roars in pain and fury, blood splattering from its wounds. The Chaos Drake's roar intensifies, a primal scream of rage and agony. The Chaos Drake's massive form is covered in wounds, blood streaming down its scales as it struggles to maintain its footing. Another powerful blow lands on the Chaos Drake, sending a spray of blood and energy in all directions. The Chaos Drake plummets towards the ground. Red armored feet stand firm on the ground. Ian's eyes widen. Spatial distortion, he shouts. The Chaos Drake continues to fall as Ian watches. Biggie begins to glow with a bright light. A figure in red armor attacks. Lai unleashes a torrent of energy against the Chaos Drake. The Chaos Drake is battered by the assault. Ian's status is displayed. Ian notes that the Chaos Drake is getting a critical hit every time it attacks. Buck's defense is incredible, only losing about 100 health. Lai continues the assault, screaming to shred the Chaos Drake to pieces. Lai inflicts a critical hit on the Chaos Drake, who loses 2,576 health. Buck loses 118 health. Lai is praised for the attack. Ian realizes that the Chaos Drake still has over half its health left, even after that critical hit. Ian grits his teeth. He slams into the wall. Ian loses 521 health from hitting the wall. He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. Can he really win this? He doesn't want to die. He thinks to himself that he'll lose his precious EXP if he gets a game over. The 24-hour login restriction is such a waste. Ian stands his ground, determined. He's got to at least try. He wonders where Lai is and realizes he needs to unsummon him quickly. The Chaos Drake growls. Lai attacks with a ferocious roar. Ian watches the battle unfold. The system notifies that Lai inflicted a critical hit on the Chaos Drake. The Chaos Drake lost 3,269 health. Ian wonders if the increased damage is due to attacking a wounded area. The system explains that if you attack a wounded area again, you get bonus damage. Ian is surprised, thinking how he never knew this, and that he doesn't think this ever happened before. He decides to look into that later. Lai continues his assault. The Chaos Drake roars in pain. The system indicates the Chaos Drake's name is flashing, meaning its health is below half. This is his chance, or maybe not, Ian muses. On the contrary, that means he only managed to get it to half health after all that. That thing is a genuine monster. He needs to be pragmatic. Can he really win like this? Ian sighs, looking at Lai. He can't win this with just Lai. Ian's expression hardens with determination. A summon is unsummoned, disappearing in a flash of blue light. You did well. Unsummon. Ian thinks to himself that he doesn't have time to restore stamina with first aid, so if he gets tired as the battle drags on, he won't be able to continue dodging the Drake's attacks. He realizes he should just minimize his losses. The Chaos Drake roars, a terrifying sound that echoes through the dungeon. Lai looks up, startled. Yeah, come. The Chaos Drake continues its deafening roar. Ian stands his ground, facing the monstrous Chaos Drake. The Chaos Drake unleashes another earth-shattering roar, and Ian flinches at the sound. An old man observes the scene, finding it truly incredible and declaring that it is enough. A massive, spectral dragon looms in the background. The spectral dragon towers over Ian. System messages appear, announcing that the Dungeon of Chaos has been cleared, 174,320 EXP has been received, and the player has leveled up to level 43. He looks up, a stunned expression on his face. See cleared? Ian stands before Oakley, who holds a glowing orb in his hand. He wonders what the hell is this. Oakley remarks, incredible, truly incredible. You fought that well against the Chaos Drake. Ian wonders what's so incredible, since he lost. Ian thinks to himself, questioning if he is being made a fool of and wondering if it was a test. Oakley asks, what is your name? Oakley responds, I see, so you are Ian. He then asks if he would like to come under his tutelage. A system message appears, presenting the Path of the Dragon Tamer. It states that the legendary Dragon Tamer Oakley is deeply impressed by his summoning skills and wishes for him to pursue the Path of the Dragon Tamer. If he accepts, he can change classes to Dragon Tamer. The reward is the Summoner, Dragon Tamer, class. It asks if he will accept. Ian is surprised, thinking, Dragon Tamer? Wait, is this? Archer Ian wonders if the Dragon Tamer class is a hidden class. He didn't know you could obtain hidden classes like this. An older man with a long white beard asks Ian what he thinks, and if he would like to succeed him on the path of a legendary Dragon Tamer. The name does make it seem like a really cool class, Ian thinks, as a dragon looms behind the older man. Ian wonders which is better between a taming master and a Dragon Tamer. Ian thinks about how he barely managed to unlock the Dragon Tamer class after going through all that trouble. Ian decides he would like to change classes to a Dragon Tamer. The older man says that a Dragon Tamer is a magnificent class and assures him that he will not regret the decision. The older man blesses this birth of a new Dragon Tamer. Ian transforms. He stares at his hand in disbelief. A system message informs him that he cannot change classes to an inferior class. He wonders what the matter is. A notification appears, stating that he has failed to change classes to a Dragon Tamer. Ian is shocked that he failed to change class. Oakley observes that Ian was already on the path of a master, which explains the failure. Oakley admits he knew Ian wasn't a regular summoner because of his blood-red maned wolf, but he didn't think he'd be a master. Ian wonders if a taming master is actually higher ranked than a Dragon Tamer, and if Lai is special. Ian decides to try and gather more information, hoping to learn something useful. Oakley states that Lai is most definitely a rare-tier blood-red maned wolf, but its strength seemed to be beyond that. He adds that this is only possible if the tamer has raised the summon with a particular method. Ian realizes that Oakley was able to accurately identify Lei's tier and strength, and is impressed, even for an NPC. He thinks that Oakley isn't a legendary Dragon Tamer for nothing. Oakley asks why Ian has been waiting for a challenger like him. He says, of course, he almost forgot the most important point because he was so distracted by his summoning. Ian wonders what the most important point is. He realizes that there's got to be a reward for passing a ridiculous test like this. Oakley says he almost left empty-handed because of this damned old man. He tells Ian to come with him. A sound effect indicates a growl. The massive stone structure looms, its glowing green eyes piercing the snowy landscape. A figure launches an attack against the colossal guardian. Oakley wipes his brow, relieved. Phew, finally got it. Oakley speaks to another man. Good work. So we've met the minimum requirements to upgrade to a village now, right? Cloven Hyung responds. Yes, Cloven Hyung. We've reached a territory value of 1,000. Territory upgrade. Lotus Base has been upgraded to Lotus Village. The Lotus Village's chief has been automatically assigned to Guild Master, Hearse. A chibi version of Oakley admits, I admit I look a little old for my age, but he thinks, that's the guild base upgrade taken care of now. He continues, Cloven Hyung has the highest fame despite his looks. Oakley wonders, I wonder if everything's alright with Ian. Ian yawns, thinking, only 2 hours of sleep every day for 5 days is making me sleepy even in-game. I'm so damn tired. A cloaked figure stands before the stone structure. He thinks, my sight's getting all blurry. Why did I agree to this? A growl echoes. Oakley's expression darkens. I'm starting to regret it. 2 figures stand before a glowing object. One wonders, a forced mission? Another responds, correct. Those. The elderly man explains that those who pass the test may receive a reward, along with a mission that they cannot decline. He adds that they will have no choice. Ian clenches his fist, frustrated. The system message displays that the risk is too high. It warns that if one fails or gives up on a quest after accepting it, they'll lose an amount of fame that scales with the quest's tier. Ian wonders what kind of quest it is. Oakley states that it's not until Ian has made his decision. Ian thinks to himself that giving up here wouldn't be his style. Ian accepts the mission. Oakley responds that he knew he would. The system message displays the traces of a forgotten ancient monster. Ian notes that the quest difficulty is B, but he's not even level 50 yet. He wonders what a Daisen magician is. Ian thinks that it might be impossible to do this alone right now, but it should be doable after he levels up more and gets stronger. He wonders if he can't form a party while the quest is in progress. Does that mean he can't do anything with a party until he completes it? Oakley tells Ian to take this. A divine dragon's soulstone appears in his hand. Oakley wonders what this is. He reveals that he is a summoner that lived 1,000 years ago. Oakley continues, stating that in his era, there were legendary monsters that do not exist anymore, like his summon that he's been with for a long time, and also his best friend, War Dragon Carseus. A flashback begins, showing Oakley with Carseus, who is now long gone. The text states that Carseus was one of the 5 divine dragons. The flashback continues, stating that 1,000 years ago, the Dragon Tamer's settlement in the northern continent, Perlania Valley, was attacked by evil dragons. A countless number of dragons and tamers died as a result. There were simply too many evil dragons, and their lord, Calliope, was more powerful than Carseus. That is why I had to run away and hide here, in the Krupia Snow Mountains. Because I had the duty to protect my companion, Carseus. The evil dragons didn't let us go easily, so I had no choice but to seal myself and Carseus underground here. That is the reason why I've endured 1,000 years in this place where one cannot catch even a single glimpse of sunlight. So that I can bring Carseus back to life. And if possible, the dragon tamers, too. And I can do that if I take this to the Dimensional Magician. The Dimensional Magician will tell you how to revive a war dragon's soul back to this world. Originally, I had planned to make you continue the legacy of the dragon tamers and give you Carseus' soul. Then I could leave this world without any regrets and the war dragon would have become your summon. However, I did not even imagine that there would be someone with a class superior to Dragon Tamer. Is it only possible for Dragon Tamers to restore Carseus' Soulstone? No. However, only a Dragon Tamer's innate skill will let Carseus be reborn as a new war dragon. Aren't you also a Dragon Tamer? Can't you do it yourself? I'm sealed, so I cannot use my abilities. If it has a Divine Dragon modifier, it must be an incredible summon. Man, what a shame. Well, but that must mean the Taming Masterclass is even more impressive. Anyway, if you bring this Soulstone to the Dimensional Magician, they will find a way to bring back a war dragon in some other way. And take this. It is your reward. It's an artifact passed down to the leaders of the Dragon Tamers. However, you must find the Dimensional Magician to unlock the seal on the artifact. Only then will its true powers shine. Oh, thank you. I'll find the Dimensional Magician at all costs. Wow, this seems good. It might not have its full power right now, but I was going to do the quest anyway. To find the Dimensional Magician, you should head to the eastern end of the southern continent. You will find the Dimensional Magic Tower there. He walks away from the radiant light, a solemn vow echoing in his mind, to resurrect the descendant of the divine dragons in this world, finally free of regrets and ready to rest in peace. The journey ahead stretches long, the path winding through unknown lands. Holding the radiant gem aloft, Ian grins. It feels like he's gotten a truly incredible quest. He muses that there's more to this quest than its B rank difficulty. Oakley mentioned asking the Dimensional Magician to do stuff, which would be related quests. Clutching the Dragon Tamer's feather ornament, Ian resolves to see this to the end. He recalls Oakley saying it's a sealed item, deciding to check it out. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. A legendary class? A chime rings out. Archer Ian's eyes widen in surprise. A description box appears, detailing the Dragon Tamer's feather ornament, a legendary tier item. Its innate ability increases all summon stats and hit chance, and allows the user to capture an unlimited number of monsters. Archer Ian holds the glowing feather, a look of disbelief on his face. He thinks the item is downright ridiculous, but the stat increases are incredible and bound to his account. The system message states that the item will be unparalleled once it's unsealed. These parts are quite troublesome, and there's a ruse. It might seem pointless to be able to capture an unlimited number of monsters, but the system message continues, explaining that if his summons run out of health during battle, he can swap them out with other summons that are at full health, just like substituting players in sports. The text proclaims that dragon taming is a tamer's dream, as a massive dragon looms in the background. Archer Ian thinks he'll surely tame a dragon sometime in the future, so the lowered stat requirement is great. He'll complete this quest no matter what. Archer Ian decides he'll level up first. Staying up for 5 days was pushing it. A wolf growls. A monstrous roar echoes through the snowy landscape. A notification appears, indicating that Ian has leveled up to 50. Standing amidst the snow-covered terrain, Archer Ian is accompanied by the defeated monster. He sighs, clearly exhausted from the battle. Ian studies a translucent screen, reflecting on his recent achievement. He thinks to himself that it was worth cutting down on sleep. He wonders what the summon and spirit magic power stats are for, questioning if they are related to the summoner class. Another notification appears, prompting Ian to wonder what it is. Several system messages appear, congratulating him for being the first summoner to reach level 50 and receiving 1,500 fame. It also notes that a level 50 summoner has appeared in the Luceful Empire of the Colonor Continent, and a summoner's tower will be created in Mulin, increasing contribution by 5,000. A system message indicates that the Prophet of Summoning quest is activating. He stares at the screen, a question mark floating above the notification. He wonders what this quest is. The details of the Empire quest, Prophet of Summoning, are displayed. It states that he is a trailblazer among the Luceful Empire's summoners, and that Emperor Celius wishes to meet him within 3 days. The quest requires him to be the first summoner to reach level 50, and the rewards are unknown. A final notification warns that rejecting the quest will decrease his affinity with Emperor Celius, or increase hostility if he has no affinity. It asks if he will accept the quest, to which Ian exclaims his excitement for an Empire quest. He gazes at the screen, thinking that these quests are special. The screen displays that the quests give a ton of fame and contribution as rewards, and having high contribution can get you a nobility title. He knew Kalen was also a game with tremendous rewards for players that get ahead. Ian clenches his fist, declaring that he made the right decision. He yawns, thinking that he is too sleepy. He will rest up first, and get to Mulin as soon as he reconnects tomorrow. It's time to get some sleep. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Luceful Empire's capital, Mulin Flinner Plaza. An earthquake shakes the city. The people exclaim, wondering if the earthquake is in the game. One of them shouts to look. Something is happening. It's being created. A tower. A new tower is materializing. A tower for one of the new classes? Which class is it? The players watch as the tower appears. System messages appear, announcing that a level 50 summoner has appeared in the Luceful Empire of the Colonor Continent. A summoner's tower will be created in Mulin, the capital of Luceful Empire, increasing contribution to the tower by 5,000. Summoners of the Luceful Empire may now receive class-related quests in the summoner's tower. Voices exclaim in disbelief. New classes? You're kidding me. First to reach level 50. A voice booms. Who is this summoner? A building is shown. He wakes up, stretching in bed. The man named Ian stands up, thinking, phew, haven't slept this well in a long time. Walla. He decides, I'll have breakfast first, and look for some info in the forums before I connect. He wonders, why are there so many new posts today? Ian looks at the Kalen info forum on his computer. The forum reads, new post 1235/708/026. What's up with the new Summoner's Tower? Lol. Holy shit. I wonder who it is. That's crazy lol. Level 50 with a new character already? SRSLY. Did a Summoner's Tower appear in Yolan? He sees dozens of pages of posts just overnight. Summoner's Tower. Oh. He thinks, like everyone's impressed by my achievement. Heh. Hey. Everyone's losing their minds. He notices, what's this? Ian wonders, what? They know me? These kinds of posts are usually clickbait, but I just can't resist checking it out. Clicking on a post, he exclaims, Ian grins, thinking, looks like this is me. He clenches his teeth, a visible tick in his jaw betraying his irritation. Man, I'm pissed. A series of messages appear. One states that the summoner is grinding ice trolls alone in the Krupia Snow Mountains and might be the summoner who reached level 50. Others dismiss it as a fake image, questioning the size of the wolf. Ian scowls, his expression a mix of annoyance and disbelief. Those damn idiots. Fake image? Really? If you're gonna make a fake image, at least do it properly. Lie. The familiar growls softly. Yeah, you're a good boy, Lie. If only Buck was as good as you. Oh, guess I'll summon him as well. With a surge of magical energy, he begins the summoning ritual. Buck, summon. Buck appears, a small, glowing turtle. Did you miss me, Buck? Buck looks annoyed. Are you upset because I've been carrying you on my back? The turtle's expression seems to confirm it. I have nothing to fear when you have my back, Buck. So can't. He asks, you protect me? Please. Buck responds, if you keep protecting me, I'll give you 3 meatballs in the morning and 4 in the evening. Actually, 4 in the morning and 3 in the evening. Got it. He smiles, patting Buck on the head. You really are a smart, excellent turtle, Buck. A new message appears. You have received a message. The message shows, hey, Ian, Jin Sung. Ian's eyes widen in shock. What the hell have you done, man? Ian's eyes widened as he shouted, hey, Ian, Jin Sung. What the hell have you done, man? A message appeared. Jin Sung, are you the summoner that reached level 50? He chuckled, Yiyun is the only person who gets me. He furrowed his brow. Did someone else other than Yiyun send me a message? His expression softened as he saw Heron's message. Oh, Heron. She knew the level 50 summoner was me and messaged me right away. He thought, was doubtful. Heron really is a nice person. You're the best, Heron. I'll help her even more with her next holiday assignment. A message from himself appeared. Hey, I hit level 50 yesterday and went straight to bed, so I couldn't reply. I just came on. He sighed. Oh, I guess she's not online. I'll talk to Yiyun instead. More messages flooded in. Hers wrote, so hurry up and come help us. It's pretty big, and it's a good spot. He replied, oh nice. Good work, man. Hers continued. We got lucky. Oh, come help with clearing up the nearby monsters when you're around level 70. The monsters in this area are pretty high leveled. He responded, I'll level up as fast as I can to help. Anything else? Hers asked, oh yeah, almost forgot. Could you maybe wait a week without leveling up? He exclaimed, oh right. Why didn't I think of the arena? It's 50,000 fame if you win. He sighs, thinking that a week is a long time, but he'll find something to do other than leveling up. On the screen, a figure says goodbye and wishes him good luck. Ian stands in a snowy landscape with Lai. He wonders what they should do for a week. Lai suggests doing the prophet quest. Ian agrees, stating he was going to do that anyway. The summoner's tower looms in the distance. Looking up at the tower, Ian thinks that this is the badge of his achievement. He feels really proud, seeing it like this. Ian walks up the stairs inside the tower. He notes that this place is also pretty similar to the Archer's Tower. Ian continues up the stairs, thinking that the Artifact Exchange Center is probably also on the 5th floor. He thinks that they should exchange contribution points for items and skill books. He spots it. Ian approaches a blonde elf. He'd like to. The elf says to have a look at the artifacts inside. She says she sees and asks if she may. The Summoner's Tower's Artifact Exchange Center was now open to Archer Ian. The artifact dealer held a glowing orb in her hand. Very well, Mr. Ian. Please wait a moment. The artifact dealer smiled. You're a prophet. Ian looked confused. Why was she so happy about it? She gestured towards the artifacts. This way, please, Mr. Ian. We have many artifacts and spellbooks you can have in exchange for contribution points. The artifact dealer continued. By the way, you currently possess 5,000 contribution points. She gestured towards the glowing orbs. Please have a look and tell me if there is anything you would like to have. Ian thought to himself, he'd better look into the options. Ian noticed a familiar item. Oh, this is the same type as the knuckles I bought from the auction not long ago. He considered the value. 350 contribution points? So that's about the value of this item. B-tier quests give you about 200 to 400 contribution points, so it's not that expensive. Ian wondered if there's any item he can buy with contribution points that's as good as the feather. He noticed another item. No, it's legendary tier, so it'll require at least level 80. That's it for here. He is asked by the artifact dealer if he has found anything to his liking. Ian thinks that maybe he should save his contribution points for now and get a better item later on. The artifact dealer suggests that Archer Ian check out the skill books in that room. The artifact dealer smirks. Ian says, "Oh, all right." He wonders what's going on. Meanwhile, the highest point of Krupia, Snow Mountain's Karun Peak, is shown. The ice troll roars as the unknown figure battles it. The unknown figure prepares to attack. The unknown figure attacks. The ice troll is injured. The unknown figure attacks the ice troll, decreasing its defense. The unknown figure says, "You survived that?" The figure continues to battle the ice troll, who roars in defiance. The ice troll is defeated, collapsing into a pile of ice and snow. The unknown figure pauses, a thoughtful expression on their face. A surge of power emanates from the figure's hand. The figure prepares for the upcoming arena battle, their blades glinting in the cold light. A low hum fills the air as the figure focuses their energy. Their eyes glow with an eerie green light, a sign of the power they wield. The unknown figure mutters, "Guess it'll take about another half a day to reach level 50. The figure smirks, thinking, "I'm interested to see how compatible it is with my assassin class." The figure prepares to move, thinking, "For days until the arena opens. I should be able to take my time." The unknown figure leaps from a cliff, preparing to travel to the arena. The figure descends rapidly, a blur of motion against the snowy landscape. A cacophony of unearthly shrieks echoes through the air as a dark, avian entity begins to disintegrate. The creature's form continues to dissolve, consumed by an intense, golden light. The last vestiges of the dark entity crumble away, leaving only shimmering particles in its wake. The golden light intensifies, coalescing into a concentrated point of energy. Ian gasps, his eyes wide with surprise as he clutches the source of the golden light. This skill book is. The skill book radiates power, bathing him in its warm glow. The town square stretches out before him, a silent testament to the world's mysteries. Archer Ian reflects on his recent purchases. He went ahead and bought these 2 skill books. The description of the Voltaic Surge skill details its ability to summon a spark spirit to create electrical orbs. The orbs split and ricochet, potentially paralyzing enemies. Ian notes that the offensive power of the Flame Wall skill is relatively low, but the additional effects like paralysis are great. He surmises how summoning and spirit magic power are used. First, he decides to use a skill book. The skill book glows, and Ian acquires the Voltaic Surge skill. A small, winged creature of light materializes before him. Ian has summoned a spark spirit for the first time. He wonders if he needs to name it, pondering what its name will be. The spirit chirps, and Ian exclaims in realization. Ian declares that its name will be Chirpy. The spark spirit has been named Chirpy. The spark spirit flutters excitedly as Ian chuckles. He muses that Chirpy's name just rolls off the tongue and is quite cute. The hunter checks Chirpy's info, a holographic screen appearing before him. The screen displays Chirpy's stats: Spirit Power 0/10,000, Summon Duration 375 minutes, Summon Cooldown 500 minutes, Aspect Electrical, and Tier Lesser Spirit. It also notes that Chirpy will evolve into a greater spirit when its spirit power reaches max. Ian supposes he can just think of Chirpy as a medium to use summoning magic of electrical aspect. He thinks it's nice to have strong units from the get-go, but it also feels good to raise them from 0. The hunter lowers his hand. Meanwhile, Ian walks towards the city gates. A guard stands before him, axe in hand. He asks what his purpose of visit is. He thinks to himself if he needs to show them a certificate or something. Then he remembers the prophet quest and decides he'll tell them that. Ian states that he is Ian, the prophet of summoning. The guard replies that he has come here as the emperor wished to see him. He asks him to wait a moment, stating he shall inquire with the head guard. Ian agrees to wait there. A voice calls out, "Sir Prophet." Malin, the head guard, welcomes him. Malin stands beside Emperor Celius, who addresses the newcomer. "So you are Ian?" Ian confirms. "Yes, that is correct." The emperor thinks to himself, "I was expecting an old man with gray hair." Celius continues his internal monologue. "But he's really young, and all his info is hidden, so I don't even know his level." The emperor speaks. "I heard that you wished to see me." Celius continues. "That's right. When I heard that such a brilliant man like yourself appeared in our empire of Lustful, I had to find you." A system message appears. "You have met Emperor Celius within the time limit." Ian thinks to himself, "I got 1,250 fame just for meeting him? Empire quests really are on another level." Celius holds a teacup. "I was very excited upon hearing news about you. Do you know why?" The emperor continues. "I have been eagerly looking for a skilled summoner like yourself for a long time." Malin explodes. "Bastard, how dare you speak so bluntly?" Celius thinks to himself, aware of imperial etiquette. Ian thinks, "Phew, that was a close call." However, Ian looks up, a puzzled expression on his face. A message? He wonders if it's Heron. The message interface shows a conversation between Ian and Heron. Heron asks what he is doing, and Ian replies that he is going hunting to get his experience to 99%. Heron is at a cafe near school, discussing her holiday assignment with a friend. Heron sends a message wondering if Ian would like to grab a meal together since he lives in the area. Ian thinks to himself that a meal with Heron does sound quite tempting. He He realizes he needs to use his voltaic surge skill first. Ian apologizes to Heron, saying they should eat together next time. He explains that he is already at the hunting grounds, so it's a bit inconvenient to leave now, though he is still in town. Heron replies that she understands. She tells him to send her a message when he's done hunting, but it might take her a while to read it, so she'll give him her number. Ian replies sure to Heron's message, but thinks to himself that he is declining a meal to hunt instead, and that he is such a... Elsewhere, a landscape is revealed. A large, wolf-like monster snarls, its teeth bared in a menacing display. The beast lunges forward, claws extended, ready to strike. Nice. You're doing great. Meanwhile, Ian stands his ground, Abyss Turtle at his side, both prepared for the onslaught. Abyss Turtle glances up at Ian, a silent question in its eyes. A soft, blue aura envelopes Abyss Turtle, a sign of its growing power. Ian focuses, his hands beginning to glow with an orange light. All right, time to try this out. He gathers the energy, forming a ball of pure mana in his palm. I guess I just throw this at the ants. With a flick of his wrist, Ian hurls the mana orbs towards the swarm of ant monsters, electrical sparks crackling around them. Ian's brow furrows in confusion. Wait, what? Why are they flying so slowly? The mana orbs detonate amongst the ant monsters, a series of small explosions rocking the cavern. One of the ant monsters scoffs. You really expect us to get hit by these? Ian grits his teeth, waiting for his spirit mana to regenerate. Gotta wait a bit first. Thankfully, spirit mana regenerates quickly. A fist clenches, energy crackling around it. He declares that he just needs to make sure they hit. The hunter's face is determined as he prepares to strike. The ant monster is struck by a powerful blow. The system displays that Ian has landed the skill, Voltaic Surge, and inflicted 1,179 damage to Giant Ant. He is frustrated that the paralysis didn't proc, despite the 15% chance. The hunter continues his assault on the Giant Ant. The ant monster reels from the impact. Ian exclaims that this is what he's talking about, as the system displays the effects of the Voltaic Surge skill, including bonus damage and slowing the ant. He declares that now begins the mastery grind. A voice shouts that mobbing is the best. Ian sighs, noting that his experience is at 99.9% and he has trained a lot all day. He laments that he could have become level 51 if he had just trained a little more, and that he won't be able to go to the arena if that happens. The archer, Ian, calls out to his companions, suggesting they head back. He pauses, noticing Buck munching on something. Ian questions what the Abyss Turtle is doing. A chibi version of Ian appears, shouting for Buck to stop. Ian commands Buck to unsummon. He sighs in relief. Ian receives experience points. He levels up to level 51. The ground shakes. Something shatters. Ian looks shocked by the sudden event. He exclaims his surprise at reaching level 51. A wave of shock washes over Archer Ian. Lying prone, Ian is stunned. I'm level 51. Ian's face twists in frustration. He thinks, ugh, I got too greedy. I should have stopped at about 98%. The wolf spirit looms behind him as Ian grits his teeth. I'm so tempted to resummon Buck and give him a whack. Ian turns to Lai. What should I do, Lai? Lai growls in response. The wolf spirit fades away. Oh well, rest up, everyone. Ian turns away. He thinks, ugh, if I want to level down, I guess my only option is to get myself killed. Ian holds a glowing blue orb. Ian draws a blue sword. I can throw this item away, so I guess I'll use this. He looks up, a confused expression on his face. Ian's face contorts in frustration. He wonders what he should talk about when he meets up with Heron. Ian feels like it'll be really awkward. He recalls that she said to meet up at the cafe in front of the school's back gate. A young woman stands near the cafe. Ian thinks about how pretty she is, wondering if she's a celebrity. Footsteps approach. The woman asks, Ian? Ian, is that you? He responds, huh? Yes. She exclaims, oh, are you Heron? The woman replies, yes, it's me. Heron says, wow, you look exactly the same as you do in-game. He is still here, inside the capsule. It's somewhat relaxing, he thinks as he drifts off to sleep. The crowd roars with excitement. The YBTC, Korea's representative gaming broadcast, greets the audience. Reporter Haynes introduces herself, followed by reporter Lucia. The arena feels much hotter than it did a month ago, even though this is only the rookie league. Haynes notes that 3 new classes have been added, wondering which will showcase the strongest combat. For the arena where battles are one-on-one, it's got to be the assassin class, Lucia replies, noting its higher offensive power. The first preliminary match is about to begin. It's the assassin, Lim Long, right away from the first match. His opponent is the warrior, Iplio. What an exciting matchup. The countdown begins, signaling the start of the match in 5 seconds. Ian watches, wondering how the assassin will fight. The match begins as assassin Lim Long enters the arena. Lim Long closes the distance, striking with a dagger. Reacting to the attack, Ian emits a purple aura. An invisibility skill? Lim Long attacks again, going for a surprise attack. That assassin has his attention. He grits his teeth, realizing he's lost almost half his health. Ian steals his resolve, thinking he can't give up yet, and vows to defeat his opponent. Lim Long unleashes an explosive wave slash. The assassin's skill crackles with dark energy. Lim Long launches a series of dark projectiles at Archer Ian. Ian's eyes widen in shock as the projectiles hurtle towards him. The projectiles strike, sending the archer flying backward. Ian screams in agony as the force of the attack rips through him. Limlong stands victorious, a red aura emanating from his body. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating Limlong's victory. Limlong stands in the arena, the victor of the first preliminary match. The commentators are amazed by the incredible match, noting that Limlong will gain double points for his perfect victory. Archer Ian seems to be in shock. The unknown figure summoner is looking at him. Looking at me? Ian's expression is serious. The summoner's eyes glow with power. Ian turns to face the summoner. The summoner stands on a higher level, looking down. There are a lot of hidden pro players in Kalen. I gotta stay alert. Ian sits at a table, contemplating his options. What should I take with me? He looks at a screen displaying chibi characters. Asterisk, I wish I never saw these matches. Seriously, asterisk. A hand hovers over a screen. I know it's the preliminaries for a sub-level 50 rookie league, but this is still awful. Ian continues to look at the screen. Asterisk, I almost feel bad that I constantly made fun of Hers and Cloven Hyung for being bad. Compared to these people, the two of them are gods. Asterisk, the next preliminary match will be between Ian and Jimenez. He stood in the waiting room, a sense of anticipation hanging in the air. A message appeared, instructing him to come to the waiting room as soon as possible once his name was called. Meanwhile, the unknown figure stood in a grand hall, surrounded by glowing runes and spectral summons. The summons roared, their voices echoing through the chamber. A voice screamed, Kaya, Jimenez. The greatest dark sorcerer was about to make his entrance. The unknown figure's summons continued their assault, their forms blurring with speed and power. One of them exclaimed that he looked at them, while another said it was him. A group of onlookers plotted to destroy the summoner, hoping he would bring them to the paradise of dark sorcery. Jimenez, ranked first among dark sorcerers, scoffed at the idea of anyone surpassing him. He declared himself the top summoner. Archer Ian knew assassins might be tough, but dark sorcerers were a different beast. He just needed to watch out for Bone Cage and AoE buffs. The unknown figure knew their vitality was lower than regular sorcerers and archers. A voice declared that they would attack hard right as the match began. Jimenez prepared to face his opponent, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Archer Ian observes his opponent. He thinks that Jimenez looks sleazy. Jimenez shakes Ian's hand, saying it's nice to meet him. The match will begin in 5 seconds. Lai tells Ian to focus on the dark sorcerer as soon as the match begins. Ian acknowledges the instruction, thinking that his opponent will most likely attack with everything he's got as soon as the match begins. Lai explains that since summoners are also a class that can easily lose, they're taken out before their summons can do anything. Ian thinks that he has several trump cards up his sleeves as the countdown reaches 3. The countdown reaches 2. Jimenez shouts that he's coming. Ian leaps forward. Ian is surprised. Jimenez is just rushing in, casting Bone Cage. Jimenez saw that coming. Ian is caught in the Bone Cage. A surge of power emanates from an unseen source, the air crackling with energy. Jimenez's face contorts in disbelief. You're kidding me. How is this a summoner? He's like an assassin. Jimenez smirks, explaining, it's not difficult to dodge if you see a skill coming. Plus, I put almost all my stat points in agility. The battlefield expands, revealing the scope of the conflict. Lai, the wolf, lets out a menacing growl, his eyes fixed on the enemy. A system message appears, summon Lai, is activating skill Berserk. With a surge of dark energy, Jimenez summons skeleton soldiers. Jimenez commands, stop them. The skeleton soldiers advance. The skeleton soldiers close in. Jimenez observes, a confident smirk playing on his lips. This was within my expectations, too. Trapped within the Bone Cage, he begins to cast a spell, a circle of blue energy forming around him. The summoned creature materializes, its form radiating raw power. A colossal ice golem roars, its icy form radiating a chilling aura. The air crackles with frost as it prepares to unleash its power. The summon is declared to be sick. Skeletons stand ready, awaiting their master's command. A wave of ice is unleashed. The skeletons are blasted apart by the ice wave. The ice golem's attack crashes into the skeletons, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The intensity of the fight is amazing. A monstrous wolf-like creature lunges forward, claws extended, ready to tear into its prey. Jimenez is shocked by the sudden attack. The system displays a message. Summon Lai has inflicted a critical hit on Jimenez. Jimenez lost 3,157 health. The wolf's claws rake across Jimenez, drawing blood. He cries out in pain. The system displays a message. Jimenez will take 515 damage per second due to the bleeding status for 10 seconds. Jimenez lost 2,576 health. Jimenez is shocked at the damage being inflicted by the wolf. A towering ice golem stands beside a wolf-like summon, its fur a fiery red. Archer Ian stands alongside the wolf-like summon, Lai, and a small, green turtle-like creature. A figure looms above, declaring that no one should look down on summoners in Kalen now. The figure looks down at the screen. He sits at a table, a holographic display in front of him. Now they're on the round of 64, as well as a full set of level 50 items for the summoner class. All of them at the heroic tier. Ian thinks he'll win this tournament and start grinding again. Win. The Crimson Wolf is so sick. Grit. What's this? That archer looks familiar. Huh, but was she level 50? I'm sure she was over level 50 back then. How'd she participate? Did she down level on purpose like I did? Ian, you piking bastard. Are you enjoying my Helios necklace? You shameless bastard. 3 skeletal figures with glowing purple eyes stand ready. A voice narrates that while there aren't many of them, these skeletons are not ordinary, and they are colored black. The summoner, accompanied by a small, floating companion, realizes that he must have a hidden class to summon such skeletons. He curses, realizing he doesn't know what skills his opponent will use, and that he should have spectated some of the Dark Sorcerer matches in advance. The crowd roars with excitement in the arena. The summoner commands his servants to attack. The skeletons charge forward with supernatural speed. The summoner is afflicted by the skill Pit of Darkness, slowing him down by 20%. He is annoyed that he is slowed by 20%. The summoner decides to end this match quickly like he did earlier, and in that case, he'll fight normally. A voice commands Lai to zone him in from the sides. Biggie unleashes an ice wave. He prepares another attack, his hand glowing with power. The skeletons unleash a voltaic surge against their foes. The skeletal warriors continue their relentless assault. A system message appears, indicating that the skeletons have been paralyzed and slowed by 30%. The summoner smirks, preparing yet another attack. All right, he exclaims. He declares, your luck ends here. The summoner casts Judgment of Darkness. He muses, it's fast, but you can predict its trajectory from the caster's hands. You really are good, but too bad for you, because you had to face me as your opponent. The summoner prepares another attack, muttering, however, mwahaha, I guess that middle school syndrome really is incurable. The skeletons stand ready, awaiting their master's command. Archer Ian's eyes glow with determination. Now's my chance. Biggie shouts, Biggie, straight punch. Biggie's fist hurtles forward, a blur of motion against the backdrop of the battlefield. The summoner watches, flanked by a skeleton warrior, as Biggie's attack continues. The summoner's lips curl into a confident smirk, unfazed by the incoming attack. A monstrous wolf, wreathed in crackling energy, lunges forward, its fangs bared in a ferocious snarl. This is the real attack. The skeleton warrior stands ready as the wolf summon prepares to strike. The wolf summon's eyes glow with an eerie blue light as it unleashes a deafening roar. The skeleton warrior unleashes a flurry of attacks, its movements swift and deadly. The skeleton warrior and the wolf summon stand side by side, ready to defend their master. What? The summoner grimaces, bracing himself against an unseen force. Ugh. The summoner's eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. However, these are all within my prediction. The summoner raises their staff, channeling a surge of magical energy. The dead's reprisal. The wolf summon is struck by a powerful blow, sending it reeling backward. Summon Lai has inflicted a critical hit on Ganji Huni. The system displays that Ganji Huni has lost 2,272 HP. The notification also indicates that Lai has received 759 damage. Ian realizes he has struck the summoner. The wolf summon roars in pain, surrounded by a dark, crackling aura. What? It cries out. The system displays that Ganji Huni's skill, the Dead's Reprisal, has activated, returning 276% of the damage. Another notification shows that Lai has received 6,270 damage. Ian's eyes widen in disbelief. You're kidding me, that much damage? Impossible. The wolf summon, Lai, is engulfed in a dark red aura, struggling against the immense damage. And no, he cries out. The summoner stands firm, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He'll die at this rate. Ganji Huni thinks to himself, just as I thought, it was a pathetic wolf with high attack but awful vitality. Ganji Huni's eyes glow with a sinister red light. Nothing can get past my all-seeing evil eye. Ian grits his teeth, realizing the situation has become dire. I didn't expect I'd have to fight without Lai. Maybe I should have played it safe and taken out the skeletons first. Ian continues to strategize, thinking, but he must have also taken a significant amount of damage. And that the Dead's Reprisal skill probably doesn't last that long, so I still have a chance. Ganji Huni smirks, sensing Ian's thoughts. Shall I surmise what you are thinking in your head right now? With my brilliant gray brain cells. Ganji Huni continues to taunt Ian. You're probably thinking that I must have also lost a lot of health points, right? You definitely are. You can't deny this. He unleashes a surge of dark energy, a skeletal visage materializing behind him as his health points are fully restored. The villainous Ganji Huni laughs, taunting, well, how will you defeat me now, without your wolf? Mwaha. Archer Ian narrows his eyes, analyzing the situation. So that's what he was talking about. He realizes he might actually lose this match if he isn't careful. The archer contemplates his next move. What should he do? Heron exclaims, incredible. Truly a battle that makes you on the edge of your seat. Lucia responds, indeed. This is so exciting. Heron asks, who do you think will win this match, Lucia? Lucia replies, I'm not sure. It's too early to say who has this in the bag. Heron cheers, right? And that is what's making this match so fun. A distant voice echoes, whoa. The crowd's reaction is one of disbelief. Impossible. Archer Ian summons a massive ice golem. He seems to Heron observes, that isn't the only summon he has, but it seems to be the best offensively. The archer's eyes gleam with determination, his hand glowing with blue energy. The crowd roars with excitement as the battle intensifies in the arena. Woohoo! The gears in Ian's mind turn. Just what is player Ian? A surge of blue energy emanates from his hand. A distant roar echoes through the Colosseum. The Taming Master is recalling his summons instead of summoning more. The Taming Master sneers, have you realized my supremacy and decided to concede? Well, I shall permit your concession, for I am benevolent. Ian wonders what he is on about. The Taming Master points a finger. Informally, this young will teach you a lesson, brat. You scoundrel. I was going to allow you to surrender. The Taming Master grits his teeth. But I cannot condone being called a brat. A smirk spreads across the Taming Master's face. I managed to provoke him. Now I need to. Bukboki climbs onto Ian's shoulder. Ian is confused. The Taming Master unleashes a horde of skeletons, their bony forms shattering against an unseen force. Ganji-hoon laughs, taunting, what's this? What will you achieve by running away? Are you a monkey? The Taming Master sees an opening. Now's my chance. The Taming Master initiates a spatial distortion. Ian looks surprised. A sudden blow strikes Ganji-hoon, sending him reeling back with a scream. The Taming Master collapses to the ground, struggling to rise. I am still good. The Taming Master is shocked. The Taming Master cries out in pain. A system message appears. User, Ganji-hoon, has stepped out of the arena. Another system message declares, boundary elimination has taken effect per the arena rules. The crowd roars. The system announces, user, Ian has won the match. Limlong exclaims a battle cry. He thinks that he'll need to maximize his senses and dodge the first attacks with his reflexes. Limlong realizes he needs to win before Ian's invisibility skill is off cooldown again. Purple energy emanates from Limlong's hands. Limlong prepares to fight. Ian wonders what's happening. Limlong realizes that he's not using the invisibility skill. The shadows lash out, tendrils of darkness snaking towards Limlong. Limlong cries out, recoiling from the sudden assault. He grits his teeth, wondering how mere shadows could inflict so much damage. Lai bares his fangs, a guttural growl rumbling in his chest. The beast folk lunges, claws extended towards Limlong. Lai prepares to attack with a voltaic orb, growling menacingly. Limlong steels himself, preparing a counterattack. He unleashes his power, a surge of energy erupting from his hands. Limlong screams in agony as the voltaic orb strikes him. The system announces that Limlong has been paralyzed. Losing one-sidedly isn't my style, he thinks. The unknown figure summoner focuses, energy coalescing in his outstretched hand, ready to unleash another attack. Limlong clenches his fist, thinking, I got really lucky that the paralysis procced. I didn't get a critical hit, but... A voice booms, declaring, all right, we'll be fighting head-to-head. Limlong's eyes glow with an eerie light, his resolve hardening. The unknown figure summoner prepares to launch another attack, thinking, I need to use myself as bait and make sure Li's attack succeeds. Limlong grits his teeth, thinking, I'll take a loss, but he will suffer even greater losses. A disembodied voice echoes, stating, an assassin's vitality is as low as a dark sorcerer's. Limlong's expression twists in frustration. Again, he thinks. The unknown figure summoner unleashes a torrent of energy, the attack blurring as it hurtles towards its target. Limlong observes the incoming attack, a thought crossing his mind. There's no shadow? Is it invisibility? The unknown figure summoner scans the area, muttering, where is he? Archer Ian charges up an attack, orange energy crackling around his hands. Limlong uses a skill, purple energy swirling around him. Limlong declares, I got him. Limlong's attack continues, purple energy surging forward. The attack connects with a resounding impact. A dagger is shown. A system message appears, stating that Bukbuk has been dealt critical damage and lost 27 HP. Archer Ian praises Bukbuk, saying, great job, Bukbuk. Archer Ian stands with Bukbuk. Limlong stands, ready for more. The status window indicates that Limlong is afflicted by the bleeding status, taking damage over time. Archer Ian's expression hardens with determination. Archer Ian and Lai continue to move, attempting to evade Limlong's attacks. Limlong is running low on HP. Ian thinks to himself that he is confident he can block Limlong's shadow attacks from earlier, so all he has to do now is keep his distance. Archer Ian leaps into the air, attempting to gain a better vantage point. He thinks he just needs to hold on for a couple more seconds, and if he keeps it up for the rest of the bleeding damage, the match will be decided by the last attack. Limlong prepares to throw knives. The knives fly through the air, glowing with a menacing purple energy. More knives are launched, each one a deadly projectile. Archer Ian skillfully dodges the incoming knives, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. Limlong's eyes glow with an eerie orange light as he prepares for his next attack. A surge of purple energy crackles in the air. Huko's eyes burn with intensity as he commands, Lai, Biggie, attack. This is the end. Lai unleashes a massive ice construct, its form shimmering with frigid power. The ice attack intensifies, a barrage of frozen shards tearing through the air. The ice crashes down, pulverizing the ground with a deafening roar. Limlong's eyes widen, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He mutters, "Wait, what is that?" A dark, swirling energy surrounds Lim Long, tendrils of shadow reaching out. The shadows writhe and twist, obscuring Lim Long's form. Lim Long exclaims, "Huh," as the shadows tighten around him. A system message flashes. You have been hit by user Lim Long's skill, Shadow Knife Throwing. User Ian has taken 1,375 damage. Another system message appears. User Ian has lost the match due to his health dropping below 5%. Ian clutches his head, groaning, "Ugh, that got me." The announcement blares. User Lim Long has won the match. Fireworks explode over the arena. The crowd roars its approval, the sound echoing through the night. He thinks to himself that if he was just a second faster, or if he didn't start the match at such a disadvantage, things might have been different. He wonders if he was too aggressive in the beginning. Lim Long stands with another figure, the word winner emblazoned beside them. The crowd continues to cheer. Ian says that he loves this rookie league. The other figure says that Lim Long the assassin is the best. He thinks that it looks like he came in second. Ian exhales, looking off into the distance. He realizes that he got caught up in his opponent's pace. Since he didn't know his opponent, he shouldn't have fought him head-on. He recalls that he stalled for time to figure out his attack pattern. Ian thinks that there's no point crying over spilled milk, and that he just needs to win next time. Enough self-reflection, it's time to check out the items. Opening things like this gets him excited the most. Which one should he open first? The weapons chest or the accessories chest? Alright, he chooses the accessories chest first. The accessories chest opens with a burst of light. The item is the Lustrous Summoner's Spirit, a heroic tier ring bound to Ian. It grants various bonuses, including increased mana and affinity. Ian smiles. Oh, not bad. The extra spirit regeneration is especially nice, though it's a bit of a shame since he can't sell bound items. The archer considers his options. His spirit mana isn't enough for Voltaic Surge, so this is perfect. Alright, now let's check out the weapons chest. Oh, a bow. I got a bow. You have received the item, Lustrous Summoner's Longbow. Ian contemplates the new weapon. I got a better item than I expected, but this is a bit cumbersome. If I change weapons, I won't be able to use the link skill. And I'll lose the increased summon critical hit damage and leadership that are on the knuckles. But the spirit mana regeneration and skill cooldown reduction is so tempting. What should I do? I'll use the bow, but I'll keep the knuckles until I find another weapon that has the link skill. There's 1 month and 10 days before the semester starts. Since the first week is the add/drop period, it probably doesn't count. Professor Lee Jinwook's first class is on Thursday, so to sum it all up, he has 50 days left. He thinks to himself that he is screwed. A notification appears. He has leveled up to level 62. Ian exclaims that he is alright. He wonders when the hell he is going to hit level 93. Ian thinks that at least the class-specific skill he got at level 60 made hunting a little faster. He checks how much its proficiency increased. With this potential burst skill, it pretty much doubles the summon's combat abilities. The party's levels are looking good, with Buck at level 61, Lai at 63, and Biggie at 64. The hunting spot is getting a bit easy now, so he figures he should move on. He wonders where he should go. He considers going to the Forkle mountain range, or doing the B-tier quest he got from Oakley. Oakley's voice echoes, stating that those who pass the test may receive a reward, along with a mission that they cannot decline. Oakley continues, saying that if he brings the Soul Stone to the Dimensional Magician, they will find a way to bring back a War Dragon in some other way. He receives his reward, and decides he'll go to the Dimensional Magic Tower as soon as he hits level 70. Lai urges him to go to the Forkle mountain range. He has already finished this, having disconnected just for a moment for lunch. He decides he'd better order food, as he can't be bothered to go out. A notification pops up about a new monster, the Lava Witch, found in the underground dungeon of the Blazing Plateau. He wonders what this is. He points to a holographic map. The mountain range Outlaw's Den should be somewhere around here. Their levels are around 68 to 72 on average, so it's not a bad hunting spot. Lai indicates the path. That way. He remembers, but his plan should work. He tells Biggie to bring over those boulders. He was worried they might be immovable since they're so big, but it looks like they're good. He tells Biggie to hide back there. Ian asks Lai if he sees those sentries over there. Lai growls, indicating he does. He tells him to creep up on them quietly, without getting spotted. He gives the signal. He shouts, "Go!" A blue aura surrounds Ian as he prepares to move. Lai moves forward. A creature with sharp, angular features and a mix of red and white coloration looms, its presence imposing. His eyes narrowed with resolve, Ian declares, "I'll use arrows this time." A blue aura begins to emanate from Archer Ian as he prepares for battle. The dungeon boss roars as it is struck by an unseen force. The monster's face contorts in rage. Archer Ian thinks to himself, "I'll use arrows this time." The blue aura intensifies around Ian's hand. Archer Ian charges forward, his eyes fixed on the dungeon boss. The words Voltaic Surge appear as the blue energy crackles around his hand. A narration box explains, "The Voltaic Surge is now applied to the arrows since I'm using a bow. How convenient. It has the paralysis effect, too." 2 armored soldiers stand guard, their faces obscured by their helmets. Ian thinks, "I need to take them out right away without giving them a chance to counterattack." Archer Ian prepares to fire a voltaic surge-infused arrow, muttering, "Now." He unleashes the voltaic surge, electric energy crackling around his arrow as it hurtles towards the mountain outlaw sentry. The sentry cries out in pain. The mountain outlaw sentry is paralyzed by the electric shock, unable to move as the energy courses through him. Archer Ian prepares another arrow, the voltaic surge ability empowering his attack. A voice commands a wolf-like creature to attack. Ian smirks, confident in his abilities. From a sentry tower, a guard spots the approaching threat. The guard shouts, ordering everyone to assemble at the gate. A bell rings, signaling the alarm. Lai calls out to Ian, pointing the way. The sentry tower prepares for an enemy attack. He smirks, noting that the enemies have fallen for their trap. The ice trolls give chase, their heavy footsteps echoing through the dungeon. Archer Ian and Lai continue their escape, the wolf-like creature keeping pace with him. The trolls swing their crude weapons, attempting to cut them down. Ian observes that they've likely drawn all of the enemies in the area. He states that everything is proceeding according to plan. Ian tells Lai to head back to their original location, the familiar letting out a small growl. The hunter looks around, his expression thoughtful. Ian turns to Buck Bokey and Chirpy, asking what's wrong with them. Buck Bokey and Chirpy nod in agreement, chirping and bubbling. Ian sighs, telling them to stop complaining and get on his back, the two creatures settling in. A voice booms out, demanding to know who dares challenge the Forkle Mountain Outlaws. The Forkle Mountain Outlaws stand ready, their expressions a mix of anger and determination. A large, club-wielding figure looms in front, ready to strike. Archer Ian watches from a distance, a smirk playing on his lips. He wonders if the outlaws are trying to act cool. He commands, "Biggie, jump." The massive, blue, stone-like creature, Biggie, leaps into the air, a silent promise of destruction. The Forkle Mountain Outlaw leader's eyes widen in disbelief as Biggie descends upon them. Biggie continues his descent, the air crackling with energy as he plummets towards the outlaws. The ground trembles as Biggie hurtles downward, a force of nature unleashed. Biggie slams into the ground, the impact creating a shockwave that rips through the outlaws' ranks. The system displays a message. Summon Biggie has inflicted 2,340 damage on Forkle Mountain Outlaw. The outlaw leader reels from the blow, struggling to maintain his footing. He thinks, "I got them. This is why you gotta use your head." Archer Ian smirks, realizing the ambush is pointless. He thinks, "TCH. Oh well." Biggie prepares another attack, gathering energy for a devastating kill wave. Biggie unleashes the kill wave, a torrent of energy that washes over the remaining outlaws. The Forkle Mountain Outlaws scream in agony as the kill wave slams into them, their armor shattered and their bodies sent flying. He wondered if the number of outlaws had always been so low, swearing that there used to be more. One of the subordinates yelled at the chief to move. An axe is swung. Someone yelled, asking who they thought they were talking to. The chief is hit. The chief wondered where he was, noticing the mountain outlaw sorcerers and their mid-level 70 status. The chief's eyes glowed red as he realized things were going way too smoothly. Archer Ian declared that he didn't need to run away from this. Ganji Huni, surrounded by his forces, wondered aloud, "Why is that guy here?" A line of soldiers stood ready, their weapons glinting in the dim light. Ganji Huni's eyes glowed with a malevolent red light. Mountain outlaw sorcerers, mid-level 70s, stood ready for battle. Ian thought to himself, no wonder things were going way too smoothly. Ian and Lai faced the approaching enemies, a mix of soldiers and sorcerers. The archer readied his bow, declaring, "But I don't need to run away from this." Ganji Huni commanded, "Get rid of that big one first." A hooded figure channeled energy, their hands glowing with arcane power. Multiple figures began casting spells, their hands alight with magical energy. The hooded figure unleashes a torrent of fire. Ian shouts, "Fall back, Biggie." The fire engulfs Biggie. The voice of Ganji Huni echoes, "Those damn sorcerers just had to be fire types." Ian thinks, Biggie won't survive this. That can't happen. Ganji Huni mutters, "TCH. Can't be helped. If Biggie dies here, I'll have to fight without him for almost an entire week. I should unsummon him before he dies, huh?" Ian wonders if he needs to retreat. Lai, now berserk, roars, "Focus on the ones I shoot." Ian's eyes widen in surprise. The sorcerers chant, "That's?" Ian realizes, this is my chance. I can make him level up. The sorcerers are using an advanced flame skill. Ganji Huni thinks, no, if Biggie takes that before he levels up, he won't survive. The ice golem, Biggie, undergoes a transformation. Biggie evolves into an abyss golem. Ian exclaims that an abyss golem sounds familiar. He realizes that monsters related to the abyssal island receive the abyss prefix when they reach the unique tier, and that Buck is also an abyss turtle. Ian's intermediate training has been upgraded to advanced training. The system message states that it is an advanced training skill, and that it even upgraded the intermediate training skill, which increased at a snail's pace. He thinks that it is as expected of a rare tier. Meanwhile, a man with long black hair and a beard shouts at others to attack. One of the figures is wearing a helmet. Ian is surprised. Biggie is shown with a fist engulfed in flames. Biggie's fist is surrounded by flames. Biggie's fist is still surrounded by flames. Ian is amazed. A close-up of Ian's torso. She thought to herself that she would make meatballs next time. She wondered what he was up to. The woman smiles, admiring her freshly baked goods. All right, they look great. She muses to herself, wondering if Archer Ian is running out of the treats she made. The woman considers what to make next time, deciding on meatballs. She wonders what Ian is up to. The woman looks off into the distance, a thoughtful expression on her face. Meanwhile, an explosion rips through the ground. The dust settles, revealing a monstrous figure. The monster slams its massive fist into the ground, crushing the soldiers below. The soldiers scream in terror, begging for help as the monster looms over them. Another explosion rocks the battlefield. Elsewhere, Ian sits alone in the forest, nursing his wounds. He thinks to himself that he should take a break and heal himself, and that he has something he needs to look for anyway. The small turtle, Bukboki, is being petted. A hand with red gloves reaches out to it. Bukboki is told that this is the last meatball he's getting. Ian adds that it's no use making that face. Ian thinks Bukboki is a cutie. He should ask Heron to make something even more delicious the next time he sees her. Ian puts his hand on a screen, determined to reach level 70. Ian looks at the screen, confused by a message. Hurst messages Ian, surprised that he's starting before school. Ian replies that he's got to make it happen, whether it's possible or not. Hurst wishes him good luck and asks where he is. Ian tells her to forget it and wait a bit. Ian is annoyed that he's being messaged when he's super busy. Bukboki asks why Ian is dawdling if he's super busy. Ian's eyes narrow. He says, well, that's because. A sound effect rings out. Ian prepares to fire a glowing arrow, declaring, of this. The arrow flies forward with incredible speed. He points his weapon, a confident grin spreading across his face. Bingo! A massive, clawed foot materializes, glowing with an ethereal light. A shadowy form begins to coalesce, its features indistinct but menacing. The shadowy figure takes on a more defined shape, hinting at a powerful creature. The creature fully manifests, surrounded by swirling energy, its form now clear. In a serene forest clearing, a small, white bird-like creature appears, identified as Clofia. A disembodied voice declares, a great source of items. The peaceful scene is shattered as the creature is attacked, cries of pain echoing through the forest. A system message appears. You have successfully captured a Clofia. Status window. Clofia, level 72. The window displays her stats and innate abilities, including Windride. Ian muses, man, this guy eats up a lot of leadership. I don't have much room left in that stat now. He continues, just as I expected. Since its agility is so high, I should be able to super boost my agility with the possession skill. He declares, all right, back to hunting. The Middle Forkle mountain range is heavily guarded by soldiers. One of the soldiers shouts, pointing in alarm. He stands ready, his hands glowing with power, accompanied by a wolf-like creature and a towering golem. A soldier cries out as a massive, swirling abyss hole opens before them, crackling with purple energy. The abyss hole expands, its pull growing stronger. Terrified screams echo as the soldiers are sucked into the void. Save me, I'm getting sucked in. The Knuckles effects become truly useful once abyss hole activates. His knuckles crackle with voltaic energy, ready to surge. It's convenient that he gets 2 voltaic orbs with these. A voltaic surge erupts as the soldiers are pulled into the abyss, their screams cut short. Now this is what he's talking about. Mass grinding really. The Forkle Mountain outlaw glares, his expression a mask of fury. He roars, you dare underestimate me. The outlaw activates a wide area buff, a surge of power radiating from his body. Damn, it has a wide area buff. It's usually only the tank-type bosses that have those skills. A swirling vortex of energy expands outward, engulfing the area in a purple haze. Ian grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. Asterisk, I need to kill it as fast as I can. Who knows what other skills it might have? Asterisk. He glances at Lai, sensing the familiar's building power. Find weakness. A potential burst of energy crackles around Lai. Lee's form shimmers, power building within. A primal roar tears from Lee's throat. The roar intensifies, shaking the very air around him. The wolf-like monster lets out a ferocious roar, its glowing eyes burning with intensity. Leaping forward, the beast unleashes its fury. The monster's roar echoes through the area. The wolf-like monster roars again, its fangs bared in a terrifying display. The monster's attack leaves a trail of blood in its wake. Bringing down its axe, the monster continues its assault. The group watches in horror as the wolf-like monster wreaks havoc. The monster unleashes a powerful energy blast. 2 figures wearing masks observe the chaos, one muttering in annoyance. The wolf-like monster continues its relentless assault, its roar filled with rage. Archer Ian grits his teeth, declaring this is. The hunter's attack lands squarely on the Forkle Mountain outlaw, the force of the blow echoing through the dungeon. The monster explodes in a burst of gore and energy. A figure shouts, all right. Middle Forkle Mountain's bandit leader has been defeated, granting 18,500 EXP. A voice exclaims that's a lot of EXP, as expected of a boss monster. Ian stands near a treasure chest, as Lai receives praise for a job well done. A voice wonders if it's the Forkle Mountain bandit spirit. The bandits are enraged that the bastard killed their boss, ordering to kill him. Ian remarks that they won't be able to get away while fighting with their current HP, deciding he shouldn't push it. Lai thinks the boss must have been pretty popular. Clopia's spirit attempts to possess Lai. The hunter prepares to strike, energy crackling around him. The hunter muses that he is not yet level 70, but he has still gained a whole lot of things. He decides he should contact Heron first and get some food for his summons. The hunter arrives in town. The summon, Lai, appears beside him. Ian says Heron said she's around here somewhere, buying ingredients at the auction house. A voice calls out, "Oh, look who it is, Ian Hyung." He is greeted with, "Hi, Ian. We haven't seen each other in game in a long time." She smiles, finding the situation amusing. "True, haha." Heron clasps her hands together, a look of apology on her face. "I've been busy with assignments, so I haven't had the time to play. I couldn't watch your matches in the Rookie League because of that. I'm sorry." Ian waves off her apology. "And no problem, Heron. It's good that you didn't come. I probably would have been too busy even if you did. Besides, I didn't win." He scratches the back of his head, a sheepish grin on his face. Heron beams at him. "Coming in second place is still amazing. Congratulations, Ian." A strange feeling washes over Ian. "It feels like I've become entirely irrelevant." Ian smiles, trying to hide his inner turmoil. "Oh, thank you very much. Haha. Oh right, I heard everyone in the guild is over level 95 now? That's amazing." His expression hardens, a new resolve forming. Asterisk, that must mean the top rankers must have reached level 120 now. I gotta work harder, asterisk. Heron explains, and we only manage that because of hard work. Our base area is big, so it's really tough dealing with the monsters nearby. Ian adds, it would have been so much more efficient if only you were there, Hyung. Why'd you have to reset? Ian grits his teeth, a determined glint in his eyes. Wait just a little longer, bud. I'm almost back to where I was before I reset now. I'm level 69. My grades are on the line. Heron stares at him, a concerned expression on her face. Do you even sleep? She continues, her voice laced with worry. Ian, you're going to lose years of your life if you keep that up. He replies, oh, I have some reasons for needing to level up quickly. You mean Buck? Huh, Buck is its name? Yep, you'll understand why once you see him. Summon Buck? A summoning circle glows as Buck appears. Oh my, he's so cute. Heron greets the newly summoned turtle. Hi, Buck. Buck recoils from Heron, looking displeased. What? Buck glares at Heron, who looks shocked. Heron wonders why Buck doesn't like her. Ian thinks to himself that he's stuck up, as always. Ian asks, Heron, do you have anything like meatballs with you? Heron is confused by the question. Ian thinks to himself that he actually has something from when he was grinding his proficiency level and is going to see. He was thinking that maybe Back took the title because Buck gained too much. Buck thinks it's because he had too many meatballs. Ian says that he can't give Buck too many of these meatballs, asking if he understands why he's doing this. Ian tells Buck to endure just a bit, promising to make him into the most handsome turtle in the universe. The town is full of swindlers. Elsewhere, the desert stretches out before him. He should be outside of Forkle soon enough. Judging by the heat, Ian is definitely getting closer to the burning plateau. He wonders if Heron's meatballs will have any effect on the lava witch, questioning if it even eats food. Ian needs to get it now no matter what, needing his level 90 quickly. A monstrous scorpion roars. The sign reads, Underground Dungeon, Burning Plateau. They descend deeper into the dungeon, the air growing hotter with each step. A brazier burns with an unnatural, intense flame. The heat is becoming unbearable. Ugh, it's even hotter in here, Lai groans. Lava spawns, labeled level 71 and 72, lurk in the fiery depths. A lava witch, level 73, also makes her presence known. There's a lava witch as well, someone observes. The archer grips his bow tightly. I can't keep my guard down. They can be very dangerous if you have more than 10 of them attacking you. He continues, I'd like it if there was a unique or higher rank. A voice warns, you might aggro all the lava spawns if you lead the way. Lai growls, preparing for the coming fight. Lai, get ready. When I shoot my arrow, kill the one that I hit. Ian focuses his gaze, his expression hardening with determination. If I want a lava witch, I need to get to the lowest floor as fast as I can. He activates his skill, Voltaic Surge. The group navigates a treacherous path through a dungeon filled with molten lava. A voice echoes, declaring the need to reach the lowest floor to find a lava witch. Since the number of rare monsters increases as they go deeper underground. If there was a unique or higher rank, Big E is instructed to follow carefully, as leading the way might aggro all the lava spawns. Lai is told to get ready to kill whatever Ian shoots with his arrow. Ian prepares a Voltaic Surge. The arrow is released, streaking towards its target. The arrow strikes with explosive force. He unleashes a potential burst, sending a surge of energy towards the wolf-like monster. The wolf-like monster bares its fangs, a guttural growl tearing from its throat. The attack connects, sending the monster reeling back. The monster is engulfed in a fiery explosion. Ian clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. The wolf-like monster declares, we're going straight to the lowest floor. Let's go. Ian stands ready, his gaze fixed on the path ahead. A contaminated lava monster stands near a brazier. Ian notes, something's weird. The wolf-like monster observes, I saw some of them on the 5th floor, but there's so much more here. Ian decides, I'll leave it aside for now. Ian wonders, huh? What's that? He gazes up at the massive door, its architecture hinting at a forgotten age. I thought there were only 10 floors. Ian pushes open the heavy doors, revealing a fiery landscape beyond. Let's check it out. A torrent of lava cascades down, filling the air with intense heat. The molten rock flows like a river of fire, consuming everything in its path. The group stands at the entrance, dwarfed by the scale of the lava fall. Ian stares in disbelief. What do you even call this? A lava fall? Lai looks up at Ian, concern etched on his face. Ian mutters, I never heard of something like this, and I'm the first to discover this place. Ian's eyes widen, a mix of surprise and apprehension on his face. Huh? What's that? The lava continues to flow, its heat intensifying. A figure emerges from the lava, its form wreathed in flames. Ooh, at last, someone worthy has arrived. The scene unfolds before Ian, the air thick with heat rising from the lava. It seems like the lava monster won't attack straight away. This must be a hidden area that only summoners can enter, which is why he is the first person to discover this place. The lava monster booms. I am Helion, the guardian of the lava source. What is your name? Ian replies, my name is Ian. Ian steels himself, preparing to get straight to the point. Helion towers over Ian, radiating heat. Ian realizes this must be a hidden quest, and he has no reason to refuse. Ian says, yes, I will gladly offer my help if I may. Helion's red eyes glow with anticipation. The lava monster stands tall, a massive figure wreathed in flames. Ian is taken aback by the request. Helion commands, bring me at least 20 captured contaminated lava witches. Ian's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as he takes in the request. The system notification details the quest. Purify the contaminated lava source by capturing at least 20 contaminated lava witches. The reward? 42,500 experience points for each. The same amount as killing 12 regular lava witches? That's crazy, he thinks. The more he captures within the time limit, the better. Can he do it? Helion extends a hand, offering a glowing object. Take this sealing stone. Ian examines the stone closely, a question forming in his mind. This is the sealing stone. Archer Ian nods, determination hardening his features. Yes, I will. Please do not be worried. The system confirms the quest acceptance. Time remaining, 2 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lai and Huko offer words of encouragement. Do your best. Good luck. Hey, you should have told me this earlier. A contaminated lava witch appears, snarling menacingly. Ian prepares for battle, energy crackling around him as he faces the lava witch. The lava witch, a hulking figure with fiery red hair, prepares to strike. It's almost time. Ian stands ready, facing the lava witch in the volcanic arena. The lava witch subjugation complete, Helion remarks that Ian made it just in time. He then asks how many he managed to capture. The demon lord seems less than trustworthy. Ian presents a glowing orb. Helion exclaims in awe, finding the feat incredible and marvelous. Ian states that he gave it everything he had. Helion chuckles, saying that he knew Ian could be trusted. A notification appears, indicating that the quest has been completed. Helion apologizes for underestimating Ian. A system message appears, stating that Ian captured a total of 31 contaminated lava witches and received 1,317,500 EXP. Ian thinks to himself that he gained over 1 million EXP, something he could barely manage in half a day, and that he managed to get this much in only 3 hours. He believes he'll reach a milestone level soon. He thanks Helion, asking if there is anything else he needs him to do. Helion confirms that there is plenty. Elsewhere, a character expresses a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, a distant view of a building is shown. Speaking of which, a character asks if they have heard anything from the Summoner Prophet yet. Another character responds to His Majesty, saying that if he thinks the Summoner Prophet is being too slow, he can go and see him personally. A character states that there is no need for that, as their scholars couldn't figure it out even after a long time, so he doesn't expect him to have solved it after only a month. The character notes that there are about 4 months left before the national anniversary. A voice confirms that the statement is correct, Your Majesty. The speaker believes that if the griffin were to appear on the day of the national anniversary, that would truly impress the people. Cloven sits patiently, stating that he will wait 2 more months. Cloven is told that if they still don't hear anything back from him, then Helaim is to go find him. Cloven acknowledges the order. Surveying the landscape, a voice exclaims in frustration, Shit, what the hell is this? Swinging his pickaxe, the figure continues his gathering quest. The figure wonders when this gathering quest is going to end, complaining that he's been doing this for more than 24 hours already. The figure looks up, his expression a mix of frustration and determination. The figure declares that he'll be so pissed if the rewards aren't good. He doesn't care if he's the lava guardian or whatever, he'll destroy everything. The hunter descends the cliff face, muttering in frustration. Ian continues his descent, the wind whipping around him. He thinks to himself, wondering when this gathering quest is going to end, as he has been doing this for more than 24 hours already. Ian's expression hardens with determination. He's going to finish this. He curses under his breath, hoping the rewards are worth the effort. Ian continues his descent down the cliff. With a final leap, Ian lands on solid ground. Ian's face lights up as he sees the system message. He pleads for the quest to be over. A voice booms out, urging him to hurry back and turn in the quest. A towering, demon-like figure with fiery skin and massive horns stands guard in a chamber filled with molten lava. The heat shimmers, distorting the air as Archer Ian approaches. He presents a container, its contents obscured from view. Here, I've brought them, Ian announces. The demon acknowledges the offering. Good work. Wait a moment. Ian sits down, a weary expression on his face. Asterisk. I swear, if he gives me another gathering quest, I might just give up on this quest line. I've had to gather herbs 5 times already. Asterisk. He clenches his fist, his eyes closed in frustration. Asterisk. I don't mind if there are more quests. Please, just don't be gathering quests. Asterisk. He begs silently. Asterisk. God, I'm begging you. Asterisk. Suddenly, the lava begins to recede, the dungeon quaking violently. Huh? Ian exclaims, startled by the sudden change. Ian's eyes widen in disbelief. Asterisk. What? Am I going to be the first user in Kalen to die from a dungeon collapse? Do I need to log out? TT asterisk. The lava continues to drain away, revealing the dungeon's structure beneath. The lava fall stops, the quaking subsiding. Asterisk. Huh? The lava fall stopped quaking. Is it over? Asterisk. The dungeon's fiery glow is replaced by a cool, blue light. Asterisk. The color changed? Asterisk. The dungeon is now bathed in a soft, ethereal blue light, the lava replaced by a tranquil, glowing environment. The system announces that the lava source has been cleansed. A surge of energy emanates from the cleansed source. A voice expresses gratitude, attributing the success to the hard work. Ian replies that he is happy to hear that, but demands his rewards, wanting something cool and useful. The system informs Ian that he has finished the lava source questline with a clear rank of SSS. The system informs Ian that he has leveled up to level 71. He thinks that if he did some hunting in between all that, he might have gained another level. The system informs Ian that he has received a lava sealing stone. He wonders about the stone. The stone contains one of the guardians that protects the lava core. The voice says that it meant to give Ian another one, but since he worked so hard, it will give him its favorite. Ian wonders if it's a guardian as he opens his inventory. The system displays taming information for a Lava Drake King LV80. The system displays the innate abilities of the Lava Drake King, including Fire Absorption, Breath of Lava, and Ruler of Lava. He stares, wide-eyed. A heroic tier monster? The system displays the Lava Drake King's stats. His attack stat is almost 2,000, and he has a breath ability with an AoE attack skill. The system indicates the Lava Drake King's attack is 1,975 and defense is 975. He cannot evolve. His powers are confined since he can't evolve. The system message continues, stating that this is the best summon he could ask for to grind levels. This is amazing. Ian thinks to himself that he'd love to form the contract to make him his summon right now, but his leadership stat is lacking, so he's going to need to go to a town and buy an item that boosts leadership. Cloven stands before the Lava Drake King. He tells Ian to make great use of the Drake. He continues, saying that he is the one who is grateful. The lava source has returned to normal thanks to him. Cloven says that he shall take his leave now. Cloven says goodbye. Ian stands with the Lava Drake King looming behind him. A close-up shows Ian's new outfit and the Lava Drake King's fiery presence. A system message states that that boy will help him in his journey. The system indicates that his call was unable. A message on a phone screen reads, "To go through, please leave a message after the beep." The phone beeps as a young man fumes, wondering why the other guy isn't picking up. He needs to come to school, as today is the start of the semester. He wonders if he fell asleep in the game capsule. He was logged on for over 50 hours when he checked this morning. Why now? The young man's expression is obscured. How long? The young man wonders if he has been doing this grind. If he doesn't pick up even after the lecture, he'd better check up on him. The young man walks down a hallway. A landscape of snow-capped mountains is shown. Buck says something to Ian. Ian, level 89, rides a red dragon. A blue dragon screeches. More blue dragons screech. A hulking monster prepares to unleash a devastating punch, its massive fist crackling with dark energy. An abyss hole tears open, spewing forth grotesque creatures into the fray. Blue dragons screech as they enter the chaotic battle, their roars echoing through the mountains. Ian rides Rake, the red dragon, into the heart of the conflict. A dragon unleashes a torrent of fire, engulfing everything in its path. Amidst the inferno, Ian and Rake stand defiant, ready to face whatever comes next. The flames rage, a sea of fire consuming all. Lai barks out an order, urging others to flee the encroaching chaos. The blue dragons continue their assault, their forms a blur of motion against the snowy backdrop. Rake prepares to charge, Ian shouting for him to get them. The dragons soar through the sky, their cries piercing the air as they engage the enemy. Rake stands ready, a formidable figure poised for battle. A system notification appears, indicating that he has leveled up to level 90. Ian clenches his fists, a wide grin spreading across his face. He thinks to himself that he's finally reached level 90. He exclaims that he can now get a unique class skill. Ian's excitement is palpable as he anticipates the new skill. He begs for a skill that will help him with leveling up. Meanwhile, a man in a suit speaks on the phone, his expression unreadable. A narration box describes the start of the semester, with the add-drop period and the day the professor's classes start. Ian, now in chibi form, shivers as he realizes he has less than 10 days left. Surrounded by chibi monsters, Ian laments that he doesn't even have time to sleep because he's so tired. He prays for something as good as potential burst. He steels himself, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he reaches out, a soft gulp escaping his lips. Archer Ian reaches out, his expression one of intense focus. A notification appears. He has acquired the skill, assimilation. Another notification follows, this time for the skill link. He wonders what these skills do. Archer Ian remarks that the skill is not bad, noting that he saw a similar skill in the Dark Sorcerer forums. He studies the skill's description, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders what it means by the linked unit's HP being adjusted to an average. He activates the skill, Link. A red aura envelopes his summons. The stone golem's HP is displayed as 40%. He realizes that this is what the skill means. The wolf and the golem now both have 65% HP. The HP has been adjusted to the average percentage HP of the two, regardless of the actual HP values. Next, Archer Ian wonders what the assimilation skill does, especially when HP is low. He muses that his stats ratios will match his summons, finding that interesting. Ian decides he should give it a try. Standing in a snowy landscape, Archer Ian thinks that Buck-Buck's stats are the most disproportionate, so he should be a good test subject. Buck-Buck is ready. Archer Ian activates assimilation. The skill activates. Energy surges through the snowy mountains. Ian checks his stats, surprised to see the changes. He exclaims that his defense is 1500, while his attack and agility stats are close to 0. Buck-Buck thinks that this is almost on Biggie's level. Buck-Buck asks what's up. The chibi version of Buck-Buck appears on a screen, prompting Archer Ian to exclaim that he looks like the summon. He admires his new, handsome looks. The Archer sighs, deciding he should avoid using the assimilation skill on Buck-Buck again. He expresses his relief at reaching his target level for the day, the fatigue crashing in. He decides to take a short break before getting back to the grind, planning to sleep for about 5 hours. Meanwhile, walking on campus, Haerin thinks to herself that Yoo-hyun hasn't even read her texts. She asks if he's Yoo-hyun, prompting him to respond with a confused huh? Haerin wonders who he is, speculating if he's a theater and film student or an aspiring celeb. Yoo-hyun asks if she's Haerin. The summoner fumes, thinking about Ian. The thought of the turtle also angers him. He considers Ian a shameful summoner, suspecting he reached level 85 through unfair means. A dark aura surrounds the summoner. The summoner, eyes glowing with purple energy, prepares to unleash a spell. Take this, bastard. He casts the curse of the undead. The summoner is determined. The summoner thinks to himself that he needs to become stronger if he wants to beat that coward. If only the holidays didn't imprison him. He resolves that he must improve. The undead are summoned. The summoner, kneeling on the floor, clutches a chair. He reflects on being scolded for not doing his holiday homework, resolving to make it worth it. He arrives at a building. The summoner's destination was a large, modern building, sunlight glinting off its many windows. Inside a classroom, the professor called out names from a list. Baek Do-hyun. Here. Park Jin-sung. The professor paused, looking up. Park Jin-sung. A student looked nervously at his phone, while the professor watched with a stern expression. The professor continued, explaining the attendance policy. The first week is the add-drop period, so it doesn't affect your grades even if you don't come, but you don't change your core classes, so usually everyone attends them. A student wondered what was wrong with the professor. A student sat with his arms crossed, looking concerned. Another student thought, anyway, why is Jin-sung still not here? Attendance is compulsory now. The professor called out again, Park Jin-sung. Park Jin-sung not here. The professor smirked. Huh, all right, in that case. The classroom was mostly empty, desks neatly arranged in rows. The sound of something heavy echoed. Huffing and puffing, Park Jin-sung arrives, clutching his bag. He announces, I'm here. From below, the professor responds, Park Jin-sung is here, sir. A student grins, texting someone. Yeah, sure. So, what are you doing right now? The phone screen displays a sent message. The recipient is Professor Lee Jin-wook. Another student, looking shocked, demands, why would you send that to the prof? The first student chuckles. Professor Lee Jin-wook's expression is unreadable. The professor seems to be thinking about something. The professor sits at his desk, while the student looks on. Back in class, the student receives a text. The message reads, come to my office after class. The student is surprised by the message. The hallway leads to Professor Lee Jin-wook's office. The student sits down in the professor's office, looking nervous. The student asks, sir, so what did you want to ask? Professor Lee Jin-wook begins the conversation, his expression stern. First, let's talk about that image. Explain. Archer Ian sits on the couch, looking slightly nervous. He gestures, trying to explain. It's my Kalen character's status window, sir. I'm sure you noticed as soon as you saw it, since you are also a Kalen player. I'm level 93. The professor hums, unconvinced. Wait, what's with his reaction? Don't tell me. Archer Ian continues, his expression pleading. You haven't forgotten about our bet, have you? I reached the level we agreed on. However, Professor Lee Jin-wook counters. I believe the condition was that you had to achieve it before the semester starts. Or am I remembering wrong? Archer Ian stammers. Oh, WL. The professor concludes. That's why I said you've run out. Archer Ian hesitates. Well, sir. The truth is. Both men murmur to themselves, the tension palpable. Professor Lee Jinwook raises an eyebrow, skeptical. You really expect me to believe that? Not even a child would believe your lie. Archer Ian tries to reason with him. It's not like we signed a contract, so if the professor just calls it off, there isn't really anything I can do. Professor Lee Jinwook thinks to himself, observing a hooded figure. I can't believe he actually reached level 93 as a summoner. Didn't the official streams say the highest level summoner is 78? Archer Ian thinks. I need to convince him. Professor Lee Jinwook acknowledges. He's late, but it's definitely impressive nonetheless. He urges Lai forward, eager to reach the Dimensional Magic Tower. The Dimensional Magic Tower pulses with energy. He approaches the tower, its entrance beckoning. He notes that this is his first time here, and the tower seems empty, suggesting a lack of players. He continues deeper into the tower. Ian wonders what lies ahead. He comes across a portal. A system message appears, asking if he would like to go to the upper levels of the Dimensional Magic Tower. He agrees, without hesitation. Ian expresses his confusion. He stands before another portal. Ian wonders if he is supposed to just keep going up through these portals, finding it too easy. He reels back, a look of utter disbelief etched on his face. What? A cacophony of guttural roars echoes through the chamber as the trolls begin to materialize. The trolls emerge, their hulking forms filling the space. Lai looks up at the trolls. Trolls. One of the trolls wonders why they are spawning here and what the barriers are. The trolls stand tall, their eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Ian thinks to himself, am I meant to defeat the monsters that spawn on every floor? That's a bit of a pain in the ass. The trolls continue to materialize, their forms solidifying with each passing moment. Ian smirks, a glint of determination in his eyes. Cocky little. A surge of power emanates from Ian as he declares, summon all. The air crackles with energy as Ian prepares to unleash his summons. Ian's eyes narrow, his gaze hardening with resolve. Wipe him out. A massive figure bursts forth in a blaze of light, ready to answer Ian's call. The summoned being towers over the trolls, its immense power poised to crush them. The ice troll bellows, its roar echoing across the frozen landscape. A wolf summon answers with its own ferocious growl. The ice troll and the wolf summon face each other, ready to fight. A surge of purple energy slams into the ice troll, drawing blood. Another blast of magical energy strikes the ice troll. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. The magical assault continues, battering the ice troll. A hulking monster stands amidst shards of ice and energy. The monster's armored form is partially obscured by the swirling energy. The monster holds a swirling orb of purple energy. The monster roars, its form crackling with power. The monster's eyes glow with an intense red light as it unleashes its power. Ian scowls, a status window hovering before him. Ugh, you noisy brat. Ian wonders. I wonder how many more voltaic surges I'm going to have to use before this guy evolves. Ian continues. He surpassed 950 a long time ago, but it's still at 975. It went up quickly at the start, but it slowed down way. Ian observes the status window, noting, too much. Ian thinks, but there's only 25 more to go, so it shouldn't take that long. He declares his intent to continue climbing. The Dimensional Magic Tower's top floor shimmers with arcane energy. Ian arrives at his destination. A woman sits at a desk in a room filled with bookshelves. The woman exclaims, surprised by the arrival of a visitor. She wonders if he is the dimensional magician. The woman comments that he must be a skilled traveler to have made it this far. Ian replies with a casual, sure. She thinks he looks like the snide type, but is surprisingly friendly. A system message appears, indicating that he has completed the quest, Traces of a Forgotten Ancient Monster, and received 567,500 EXP. He says, all right. He remarks that it's not a lot of EXP, but it's something. Ian introduces himself as a summoner, stating he has come by request of Dragon Tamer Oakley. The woman asks if he means the legendary Dragon Tamer. She says she did not think the day would come when. She expresses that she would hear his name again and asks him to take a seat, saying they have a lot to discuss. He listens as Heron explains, so you're saying you need to finish your current research in order to awaken this soulstone? Ian confirms, that is correct. I might just be able to discover something about the god dragon from this. Heron leans forward. So about that. She continues, I was hoping you could help me. Heron apologizes. Below, a description of the quest appears, Ancient Relic. In order to awaken the god dragon's soulstone, Griffer the dimensional magician needs to complete the magical equipment that she is developing. She requires several ingredients, and you will have to collect ancient relic pieces from beyond a dimensional door. She will open up there are a total of 6 diff. The quest description continues, errant types of the relic pieces, and you will need to collect one of each type. Quest difficulty. A. Quest requirements. Cannot form a party while the quest is in progress. Time limit, 3 days. Rewards, unknown. You cannot decline this quest. Ian thinks to himself, maybe it shares the same conditions because it's the same quest line? Not that I'm going to give up, But it does feel a bit iffy that I can't decline the quest. He says, I'll get started right away then. Where do I have to go? Heron replies, please wait a moment. She explains, you don't know what the relic looks like, so you'll need something. Rummaging around, she exclaims, found it. Ian asks, what is this? The system explains that the item is a tool that can identify ancient relics. The system continues, stating that the 6 types of relics are similar in appearance and will need to be differentiated. Heron gestures towards a swirling portal, explaining that it leads to an underground dungeon ruins located in the ancient LVL Empire. The system informs them that they will need to defeat monsters named grave robber ghosts to retrieve relic pieces. The system clarifies that the grave robber ghosts have the relic pieces. The system states that they must collect all 6 different types of relic pieces within 4 days. Ian confidently declares that he won't disappoint. The camera pans down into the dungeon, revealing a vast chamber with towering pillars and flickering torches. He observes that this is the ancient LVL Empire's underground dungeon ruins, noting that it's rather gloomy. The system explains that the LVL Empire is now the Kaimon Empire, which is currently one of the 2 major powers of the Colonor continent. He wonders what level the monsters are down here, as the camera shows ghosts, skeletons, and pumpkins. A system notification appears, announcing that item drop rates in this dungeon will be doubled for the next 5 days. The experience in drop rates being doubled is great news. A group of Halloween-themed monsters lurks in the shadows, including ghosts, skeletons, and jack-o'-lanterns. Ian summons Lai. He tells Lai to go, stating that they will hunt while looking for the grave robber ghost. Lai growls, sensing danger nearby. Ian declares that the enemy is not getting away. Ian and Lai charge forward, ready for a fight. An explosion rocks the dungeon as a voice cries out, Clofia! Possession! Ian prepares to unleash an attack, energy crackling around his fist. A smirk plays across his face, hinting at the power he's about to unleash. A figure stands amidst the chaos, shrouded in an ominous aura. His eyes glowed with determination, a fierce light burning within him as he prepared for the challenge ahead. Surrounded by crackling energy, Ian focused his power, ready to face whatever obstacle lay before him. With a resounding crack, the ancient relic shattered into pieces, scattering fragments across the dungeon floor. A voice exclaimed, all right. It dropped a piece, followed by a more cautious, oops, don't want that getting dirty. Ian examined the broken fragment with a magnifying glass, muttering, identify. Please, please, fourth piece, please be something I don't already have. A wave of frustration washed over Ian as he realized the futility of his efforts. He questioned, seriously, are the drop rates rigged or something? How many times is this already? Aya, I've been hunting for over 2 days, but I'm still at 5 unique pieces. In chibi form, Ian lamented, what kind of evil quest is this? Not to mention, why are the spawn rates and drop rates so damn low? The chibi Ian threw his hands up in exasperation, exclaiming, there's nothing useful on the forums either. Ian continued his rant. The only thing I learned was that the drop rates are increased for the goblin grave robbers, which are similar monsters, if you don't damage their sacks. If I didn't know that, I would be really screwed. The chibi Ian looked at the timer, realizing, wow, I have less than 4 hours left now. Judging by how quickly he's been eliminating the monsters, Archer Ian figures he'll only manage to get 2 more relic pieces at most in the remaining 3 hours. He curses under his breath, realizing he's screwed and unsure of what to do. If he had known this was going to happen, Ian reflects, he wouldn't have wasted time hunting on the first day. He would have looked for the grave robber ghosts right away instead. Ian summons Clofia, the familiar materializing in a burst of blue light. He orders Clofia to scout ahead and tell him if she finds a grave robber ghost. Clofia chirps in acknowledgement and flies off, a spectral wolf running alongside her. Ian pauses, a puzzled expression on his face. Huh? What is that, he wonders. That's not a grave robber, he realizes. He's never seen that monster before. An ancient summoner's spirit, level 95, floats into view. A heroic tier? He's only seen up to unique tier monsters here, Ian thinks, debating whether to ignore it or not. It's a humanoid, and an undead one at that, so he can't capture it, Ian realizes. And it'll take at least 30 minutes to defeat it, since it's a level 90 heroic tier monster. His precious time limit. Fine, let's get Lai. He declares that he can't just ignore a heroic tier monster, especially with the double EXP and drop rates currently active. The ancient summoner's spirit mutters under his breath, preparing to summon. The ancient summoner's spirit cries out, initiating the summoning ritual. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air. A monstrous form begins to materialize, wreathed in blue energy. The air vibrates with the force of the summoning. The ancient summoner's spirit stands atop the newly summoned beast, ready for battle. The summoned monster looms, a terrifying presence. Ian's eyes widen in shock at the sight of the massive creature. The sound of the monster's roar echoes through the dungeon. The summoned monster unleashes a deafening shriek. Lai shouts for Ian to get back. A grand structure stands, its pillars reaching towards the heavens. The air crackles with unseen energy. The unknown figure summoner stands amidst a swirling vortex of power, preparing to call forth a being from beyond. A monstrous form begins to materialize, its scales shimmering with an otherworldly light. A piercing screech echoes through the chamber. The Chaos Drake stands fully formed, its eyes burning with ancient power as the summoner looks on. A flicker of concern crosses Ian's face. He shouts, "Lie, stand back." The summoning continues, the air thick with magical energy. The summoner's expression is intense. The summoner questions, "Summoning? You're telling me a ghost mob is capable of summoning?" A surge of power emanates from the summoned creature. The voice muses that the Chaos Drake is behaving as expected from a heroic monster. A voice declares that they can't turn away now. Ian watches with a determined expression. The air crackles with energy. A voice shouts for everyone to attack. He commands Lie to go. The Chaos Drake growls menacingly. The Chaos Drake and Lie clash in a burst of energy. Lie growls, ready for battle. The Chaos Drake prepares to strike. Lie and the Chaos Drake continue their fierce battle. He clashes with the Chaos Drake, the force of their blows sending shockwaves through the battlefield. An unknown voice thinks to themselves, realizing that the summoner is the weakest point. Ian watches the battle unfold, his expression grim. A voice shouts, ordering Biggie and Rake to attack. The Chaos Drake prepares to unleash another devastating attack. Biggie and Rake charge forward, their intent clear. The unknown figure summons a purple aura. The unknown figure attacks with a blue aura. The unknown figure attacks with a purple aura. The unknown figure attacks with a purple aura. The unknown figure attacks with a blue aura. The unknown figure attacks with a blue aura. He shouts, his face contorted in a mix of fear and determination. Biggie. The Chaos Drake unleashes a deafening roar, its massive jaws wide open in a display of raw power. Quad. The Chaos Drake and Rake clash, a whirlwind of claws and teeth tearing at each other. Ian is thrown back by the force of the battle, the impact sending a shockwave through the air. Gasping for air, Ian struggles to regain his footing, his eyes wide with alarm. HK. Rake's attack comes in a flurry of motion, a devastating strike aimed at the defenseless Ian. Crushed beneath Rake's massive paw, Ian cries out, realizing he's about to be crushed. Ian grits his teeth, bracing for the inevitable impact. Rake lets out a menacing growl, its eyes fixed on Ian. Ian stares up at Rake, a smirk playing on the beast's lips. Rake prepares to deliver the final blow, its massive paw poised to strike. A chibi version of Ian and Rake appears, with the text, "This is Buck's strength." If the Chaos Drake is this close, he thinks, he'll have to act fast. Rake lunges forward, thinking he doesn't even need to aim. Ian flips backward, narrowly avoiding Rake's attack. The Chaos Drake roars, its breath hot and foul. Rake's massive paw slams down, shaking the ground. The Chaos Drake's eyes glow with an eerie blue light. A piercing screech echoes through the battlefield as the Chaos Drake unleashes its power. Cloven smirks, asking if they knew this would happen. Ian grits his teeth, declaring that he's already won this fight. Ian shouts out to Lie. Lie leaps into action, a blur of gray fur and sharp claws. Rake roars in fury, its eyes burning with rage. The Chaos Drake roars, its voice a thunderous wave of sound. A sudden strike hits Rake, sending him reeling back with a pained cry. A voice wonders if the Chaos Drake isn't already dead. The Chaos Drake cries out in denial. Ian grins, clearly pleased with the turn of events. A screen displays the ancient summoner's staff. Ian exclaims that it is a heroic tier item, and that he has acquired another offensive skill that scales off of summoning power. Ian thinks to himself that this should significantly increase his DPS since his basic attacks will be converted to scaling magic damage, and that it was a good idea to take down the heroic monster. Lie asks what's the matter. Ian and Lie stand together, ready for the next challenge. He exclaims, realizing the relic fragment quest is active. A screen displays the time remaining, 3 hours 11 minutes and 8 seconds. 30 minutes have passed already, and Ian wonders where the enemies are hiding. Archer Ian, surrounded by the remains of a battle, wonders where his enemies are hiding. He curses the quest item he needs to find. A determined look crosses his face. Archer Ian walks away from the scene. He sighs in relief, noting how close he came to failing the quest. He reflects on how he would have failed the quest if he was unlucky. A woman asks if he was able to gather all the relic pieces. He confirms that he did. He states that he gathered them all, and the woman responds that he didn't disappoint her. The woman admits she was a little worried because it was getting late. A system message appears, stating that he has finished the quest, Ancient Relic. A system message appears, stating that he has received 8,757,500 EXP. He stares at the screen, a mix of surprise and annoyance on his face. Archer Ian mutters about the luck-based quest, frustrated that he only received a C rank. Lee Ji-hyun sighs, clutching a leather bag. She admits that barely finishing in time exhausted her, both physically and mentally. Archer Ian sits at a table, looking weary. He thinks to himself that he'll log out if he falls asleep. Lee Ji-hyun beams, holding up a glowing object. She exclaims that she has finally completed the magical equipment. A speech bubble thanks the traveler. Archer Ian thinks to himself that it didn't take so long, and that it's good that she successfully finished her research. A voice declares that now that the magical equipment is complete, they will be able to awaken the God Dragon's Soul Stone. Archer Ian doesn't think it'll be that easy, but perhaps it is possible. Lee Ji-hyun expresses concern that the machine might not work properly, and it's risky. She worries that it might malfunction and waste the God Dragon's soul stone. Archer Ian thinks that if it's a God Dragon, then it's probably a summon with an enormous amount of power and could be a legendary tier. Archer Ian looks up at the image of the God Dragon, a determined look on his face. A voice says that if the God Dragon's soul stone is wasted, they'll be so upset and lose sleep for a while, so it might be better. Lee Ji-hyun suggests conducting a test with another ancient monster's soul stone. She adds that then they could try it on the God Dragon's soul stone that Archer Ian brought. A quest description appears, detailing the need to test magical equipment on a different monster before attempting to awaken the God Dragon's soul stone. The quest requires collecting soul stone pieces from an ancient monster beyond the dimensional door, with 10 different types needed. The quest difficulty is A, and it cannot be done in a party. There is no time limit, and the reward is an ancient summon based on clear rank. The quest cannot be declined. A chibi figure expresses frustration, exclaiming that it's gathering pieces again and that it can't be declined either. Another chibi figure tries to cheer up the frustrated one, noting that at least there's no time limit on this one, adding that this game is getting out of hand. The view pans over a city, showcasing its architecture and layout. A large gate stands open, inviting passage. Archer Ian walks through the gate, heading into the city. Lee Ji-hyun wonders if the approaching figure is the professor, thinking to himself that he is here. Lee Ji-hyun exclaims in surprise, realizing that the man's ID is just Lee Jin-wook and that he simply used his real name. Lee Ji-hyun calls out to Archer Ian. Lee Ji-hyun reveals that Archer Ian is actually student Park Jin-sung. Lee Ji-hyun's expression is serious as he wonders why Archer Ian's ID and level are invisible. Archer Ian, smiling, says he will change his settings from private to public, wondering if Lee Ji-hyun didn't believe his screenshot. Level 94 already? He wonders if he managed to gain another level in the meantime. Lee Ji-hyun looks at the screen and asks if it's time. The other person responds that it is certainly commendable. Ian states that he can go now, having won the deal since his level was checked. He is told to wait for a while. Lee Ji-hyun says that Ian needs to accompany him a little. Ian asks if it's right now. He is told that his refusal will be refused. The scene shifts to a view of a town with buildings under a blue sky. Ian asks what this place is, stating that he doesn't recognize it. Lee Ji-hyun responds that he is right. Lee Ji-hyun tells him to look at it himself. The professor states that he will then understand what this place is. He replies that he'll know if he sees it. The massive doors to the building stand open, light streaming from within. Two figures walk down a hallway inside the building. Ian exclaims, questioning what this place is. Lee Ji-hyun reveals that it's a monster breeding house. He wonders aloud if they had a place like this. The narration explains that when he first encountered him, the breeding house was still being built. Apparently, his name is Ralph. Lee Ji-hyun explains that completing a quest that aids the completion of a facility allows one to build the same facility and manage it. Lee Ji-hyun adds that he is currently working here. The narration explains that one is now able to build a monster breed house after completing a quest. The narration explains that quests that grant the qualification for management of its related facility for the production classes are like this, making this talk easy since he knows that already. Lee Ji-hyun states that, as Archer Ian mentioned, he has already earned the qualification to build a monster breed house. Ian asks what kind of conditions are needed. Lee Ji-hyun explains that the book is called the Monster Encyclopedia, given by Ralph. He needs to register at least 50 monsters to finish the qualification to be able to build a monster breed house. Ian recalls receiving a similar item in the quest of the Magic Tower. Lee Ji-hyun holds up the Monster Encyclopedia. He notes that it looks quite different from that one though. Ian states that his doesn't have any function like monster registration. Lee Ji-hyun explains that to register a monster on this Monster Encyclopedia, he needs to capture that specific monster, but with his abilities, about 30 species were his limit. Lee Ji-hyun asks Ian to bring this and fill out information for monsters he couldn't capture. Lee Ji-hyun adds one more thing. A large monster appears. Ian is surprised by its size. He observes that among the normal tier of wolves, there are some black wolves, but he has never seen one as big as this, noting it's almost as big as Lai. Archer Ian suggests that Lee Ji-hyun also try summoning his summons. Archer Ian and Lai start walking that way. Lee Ji-hyun states that he will be able to defend himself. Archer Ian is surprised, exclaiming, "What?" Lee Ji-hyun is surrounded by a magical aura. Lee Ji-hyun stands with a large wolf. The professor thinks to himself that he will be able to defend himself. Ian looks surprised. Lee Ji-hyun holds a glowing orb in his hand, his red eyes gleaming. Someone questions if it is the professor. Ian calls out, summoning Lai. A glowing circle appears in front of Ian. Lai appears in a flash of blue light. The wolf snarls. He stands between two wolf summons, one white and one black. Lee Ji-hyun's expression is unreadable. Ian asks, "Professor, why are you doing this?" Lee Ji-hyun replies, "As expected, you evolved your summon." Ian wonders aloud, my summon?" Lee Ji-hyun says, "Of course, we will discuss the reason why you didn't come for the course registration later." A voice narrates, "An irresistible force. This monster breeding house is where users entrust their summons for training." Lee Ji-hyun states, "This is the place where I left my wolf witch." A voice narrates, "Evolved into a black claw wolf a few days later. To be honest, I don't know how it evolved." Ian says, Let's say that it was. I see. Professor's wolf is an evolved summon. Lee Ji-hyun replies, you are right, my lie is an evolved summon. Blood-red maned wolf, race. A voice narrates, just like my training skills, the monster breeding house can raise a monster's potential by training the summon. He extends a hand, offering a deal. If Jin Sung assists him, he'll allow him to use his monster breeding house for free. Ian expresses his uncertainty, wondering if the monster breeding house trains monsters faster than his own training skill. He explains that his training skill has a cooldown, so the summons he's not currently using could be trained at the breeding house, which could be useful for him. He adds that if the monster breeding house ranking goes up, it could have other functions as well. Jin Sung agrees to help Professor Lee Ji-hyun. Professor Lee Ji-hyun asks if he can ask for a favor. Professor Lee Ji-hyun looks on. A building is shown. A tower is shown. Ian is shown. He says he doesn't feel so well because he hasn't been getting enough sleep. He adds that if Jin Sung builds a monster breeding house at his guild base, he'll work hard for him, but it's not that hard. Professor Lee Ji-hyun says he's glad. Before starting the quest, Ian decides to register the summons he has. The system announces the acquisition of summons registration. The system registers the blood-red maned wolf and the abyss turtle, increasing fame. Ian wonders why Buck Buck gave the most fame, noting it's 10 times higher compared to Biggie, who has the same grade. He considers if there's a chance Buck Buck will evolve and become something amazing, or if it's a system error. Since he registered them all, Ian decides to go do the quest. The blood-red maned wolf appears, its form shimmering with digital energy. Now, if this dungeon gives him the first Discoverer of the Dungeon title, today would be a perfect day. Ian asks Lai if he thinks so, and the summon responds with a growl. Lai stands tall, his fur catching the light. The system announces that Ian has entered the Arnaville Plateau field and has become the first Discoverer of this field. Fame has risen by 100,000. For 10 days, experience gained in the field is doubled, and the item drop rate in the field is doubled. The system announces that the Time Traveler title has been acquired. He exclaims that these are the rewards he was talking about, thinking back to the unrefusable quest. He explains that the rewards vary depending on the completion ranking. Ian realizes that the chance of getting the Monster Soulstone grade is related to the clear ranking and reward. He figures he'll have to search the whole map to gather the strongest monster souls in the field, remembering he got the first Discoverer title buff for 10 days. Ian tells Lida let's go, saying since it's like this, let's level up like crazy. Ian wonders if they should try going down the cliff, noting that the monsters down there are higher level. He decides to see. Ian asks if they are confident enough to fight. He brings up that it's about time for Lai and Buck Buck to evolve. He adds that Chirpy also seems like it'll evolve soon, noting that Chirpy's potential is almost full. Ian tells them to let's go, saying they haven't fought any of them before, so let's get used to them. A foot clad in red armor stomps down, the ground cracking under the force as Clofia's possession takes hold. Energy erupts as the transformation begins, a blinding light engulfing the figure. The light intensifies, swirling around the subject as the change continues. A figure begins to take shape within the radiant energy, features still indistinct. The energy pulses, revealing glimpses of fur and bone as the transformation progresses. A pair of glowing eyes pierce through the light, hinting at the creature to come. The light reaches a fever pitch, the transformation nearing its completion. The energy crackles, the air thick with anticipation. The light begins to fade, revealing the transformed figure within. The transformation complete, Biggie now resembles a massive, wolf-like creature. He thinks, I look just like Lai. Also, using assimilation with Lai is good cosmetically and in many ways. A voice commands, Biggie, take the lead. The massive wolf-like creature takes a step forward, its paw crushing the earth. He gathers magical energy, a swirling vortex of power forming around him as Biggie prepares to unleash his attack. Biggie roars, the command echoing through the air. Biggie, cab is whole. Surrounded by a maelstrom of magical energy, Biggie stands alongside a towering, golem-like construct. A surge of purple energy erupts, crackling with raw power. Biggie commands, Lai, get in there and bite as much as you want. A blinding flash of yellow energy explodes outward. Orange energy flares, scorching the air with its intensity. Red energy pulses, radiating heat and destruction. Yellow energy crackles, a volatile force unleashed. Biggie channels the magic through his staff, the blue energy intensifying. A final burst of blue energy surges forth, completing the spell. Biggie stands amidst the swirling blue energy, the unleashed power resonating around him. The sphere of mana inflicts 2770 damage to the soul of Klopsis, recovering 5 spirit mana due to the direct hit. In his wolf form, Biggie snarls, declaring that the attack did nothing. A cosmic surge erupts, crackling with blue energy. The surge intensifies, a web of blue lightning engulfing the area. The cosmic surge slams into its target with explosive force. The blast throws Biggie back, the force of the impact visible in his strained posture. Biggie's eyes widen in shock. What? Ganji Huni is enveloped in a surge of vibrant blue energy. The energy intensifies, forming a complex, circular pattern around him. His expression is one of intense concentration as the transformation progresses. A voice cries out in disbelief. What? His eyes widen in shock as the power surges. A radiant, bird-like spirit materializes beside Ganji Huni, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. The spirit glows with an intense light, signifying its evolution. The spirit's power continues to grow, its form becoming more defined. The spirit, Chirpy, emits a powerful chirp as it completes its transformation. The system announces that Thunder Spirit, Chirpy, has evolved from a lower spirit to an intermediate spirit. They exclaims, surprised by Chirpy's evolution. He wonders if Chirpy's cry still sounds the same, and then realizes the flash from earlier must have been from Chirpy evolving. Ganji Huni decides he should check Chirpy's status. The status window reveals Chirpy is now an intermediate spirit with the attribute of lighting. The innate ability, Charge, allows for 10% of the damage dealt by spirit magic of the electric aspect to be recovered as vitality. Ganji Huni realizes this is just like lifesteal. Since Voltaic Surge, Ganji Huni is surrounded by a pink aura. Ganji Huni notes that it isn't a damage-dealing skill, and the damage is weak, but at least it's a good recovery skill. Ganji Huni exclaims that Chirpy is handsome and tells him to come here. Chirpy flies towards Ganji Huni. Ganji Huni looks on. Chirpy nuzzles Ganji Huni, saying me too, me too. It seems that when Chirpy evolved, an innate ability appeared. Ganji Huni wonders if they should get rid of the rest. Soul stones shimmer on a table, illuminated by a warm, inviting light. The woman gazes at the collection of soul stones, her expression a mix of awe and bewilderment. What in the world is all this? Why are there so many soul stones? Thank you for listening to my request. The man explains, there was a reason why Uncle Oakland brought me. Ho ho ho. So much experience. It was worth the hardship. The woman gestures. I'll show you how to restore the soul stones you brought. Please gather the soul stones here. The pair walks through a grand hall, its towering pillars casting long shadows. The man exclaims, whoa, this is the place where you can restore the soul stones. The two continue down the hall. The woman asks, well, shall we start? Soul stones float in the air. A surge of energy gathers, coalescing into a brilliant display of light and power. The energy flows through the ancient temple, illuminating its long-forgotten corridors. The power intensifies around the altar, ancient symbols glowing with renewed vigor. With a blinding flash, the restored monster materializes, its form silhouetted against the radiant light. Ian stares in stunned silence, his eyes wide with disbelief. The air crackles with residual energy. Archer Ian and a blue-haired figure stand before the ancient monster, bathed in its ethereal glow. A voice echoes, wondering who will be next. A holographic display flickers to life, proclaiming the restoration a success. A woman with fiery orange hair erupts in joyous celebration. System messages flood the screen. The ancient monster Clopsis has been restored, granting 5 million fame. Clopsis will now appear in the Colonor continent. Ian's brow furrows as he considers the implications. Restoring an ancient monster means they will also appear in the field. Because of the summoner, a new monster will appear in the Colonor continent. It feels weird. The summoner says to keep on trying to restore ancient monsters. Success. Success. No. Fail. The summoner declares that this is the last one. Don't tell me. A bright light shines as the monster is being restored. The ancient monster, Halikan, is restored. Ancient monster, Halikan, has been restored successfully. Since you have successfully restored the ancient monster, heroic rating, you have gained 300 million fame. From now on, the Halikan monster will appear in the Colonor continent. The summoner exclaims that they didn't think that they would be able to see the legendary Halikan, and that they want it. Ian says for your hard work. A speech bubble expresses gratitude. Thanks to someone, they were able to see ancient monsters that were only seen in books. Griffer smiles, her expression warm. She says that thanks to the other person, she was able to experience something special, but it was nothing. Archer Ian stands with Griffer, Halikan beside them. He thinks about something. Griffer asks if Archer Ian can entrust this child to him, noting that this is the first time she's seen such an excellent summoner. Archer Ian wonders if she means him. Archer Ian replies that he can, of course, Miss Griffer. Archer Ian thinks to himself that Halikan is only level 1, and wonders if he should try raising it with the training method he thought of. A system message indicates that the potential should be maxed out to 100 first, and then the experience gain will be big. Halikan is summoned. Archer Ian thinks he should give it a name. Archer Ian wonders what the name should be. Archer Ian looks at Halikan with a soft expression. The tiger-like creature, Halikan, seems to be well-liked. A woman with orange hair stands nearby. Lai agrees, thinking Halikan is a cool guy who fits the title of deity. The orange-haired woman declares it's time to talk about their main purpose. A majestic blue dragon soars through a mystical realm. Lai looks on with a serious expression. A close-up reveals the intricate details of a character's outfit. The dragon speaks of the soul stone of the divine dragon. The soul stone rests in a cavern of ice and glowing energy. Archer Ian stands in a grand hall. The details of his adventurer's garb are visible. Two figures walk towards a large building. Ian holds out a glowing crystal. You're talking about this. He holds the crystal, wondering what could be the reason for its unique shape. Ian hands the crystal to Miss Griffer. Here it is, Miss Griffer. It's amazing. Ian and Miss Griffer stand in a grand hall, light shining down upon them. The crystal glows with power. Finally, can he see the divine dragon? A massive blue dragon looms. Ian thinks that it's not only as a summon, but there was never a monster of this unprecedented rank in the Kalen field. A bright light shines. Ian wonders why it is taking so long. It's making him nervous. A surge of energy courses through the room, and Ian cries out. Ian wonders what is happening. Before them, an egg floats in the air. Ian and Miss Griffer are amazed. A voice declares that the egg of the divine dragon has been restored. The divine dragon's egg shimmers with power. Ian and Miss Griffer gaze at the divine dragon's egg. A voice states that if the egg hatches, Mr. Traveler will be the first summoner in 100 years to be able to control the divine dragon. Miss Griffer cradles the divine dragon egg, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she admires its smooth, scaled surface. Suddenly, the egg slips from her grasp. "Ack!" she cries out, her eyes widening in alarm as the precious cargo plummets towards the floor. The egg falls, the polished wood floor rushing up to meet it. Ian's face contorts in horror. "No!" he shouts, his voice echoing through the chamber. The egg continues its descent, the intricate patterns on its shell blurring with speed. With a burst of speed, Ian dives forward, his gloved hands outstretched as he snatches the egg from the air. He clutches the egg tightly, a relieved expression washing over his face. "Nice! I caught!" The egg slams into the floor, the impact sending cracks spiderwebbing across the polished surface. Ian recoils, his eyes wide with dismay. "Oh, I'm screwed." He kneels on the cracked floor, tears welling in his eyes. "I went through all that work to restore it, but for it to crack like this." The egg rests amidst the shattered floor, seemingly unharmed. What? It didn't crack. Ian examines the egg closely, a mixture of relief and disbelief on his face. "Floor cracked? Is the egg that sturdy?" He apologizes, relieved that the situation wasn't a disaster. He notes that the egg looks sturdy, but he should still be careful with it. The system informs Ian that he has completed all the quests associated with the traces of a forgotten ancient monster quest. He wonders if the divine dragon's egg is the best reward, considering there isn't any bonus experience. The system announces that his skill stats have increased. Leadership has been increased by 150, and affinity has been increased by 200. From now on, leadership will not restrict the amount of monsters he may capture, but if his leadership exceeds the limit, he will not be able to summon them for combat. The cost of leadership for dragon-class summons will be halved. Friendship with dragon-class summons increased. He exclaims that unlimited capture and have leadership cost on dragon-class summons are amazing options. He thinks that with this, he can recruit 2 heroic-class summons and still have some leadership left. Griffer wonders if he hit his head too hard when he fell. Ian wonders if he should look more into it. The system displays the divine dragon's egg status. The system displays information about Carseus's egg, one of the 5 legendary divine dragons that protected the ancient LVL Empire. Carseus is known as the war dragon for its destructive power and has the highest attack power among the 5 divine dragons. Its whereabouts were unknown after its fight with the evil dragon Khalifa. He wishes it came out as a dragon instead of being restored as an egg. He recalls that because of the Griffin's Egg Empire quest, he has been searching about Summon's eggs, but he hasn't found any clues. Ian thinks that it might have been a good thing. He realizes that since he is both the Griffin's egg and the divine dragon's egg, he has to figure out how to restore these eggs. Ian asks Griffer if she knows how to restore these eggs. He asks if she knows the method to restore the eggs. Griffer responds that she does. The woman explains that it's simple. The mother has to care for the egg, then it will hatch. Ian retorts that that's not what he's talking about, stating that even primary students know that much. He continues, saying that if it was about finding a mother, he might find a griffin mother in the Seeker Desert, but going there now would be suicidal. Ian thinks to himself that it'd be easier to ask the guy who was the knight captain or something, noting that the monsters at the entrance were at least level 130. He asks if there is any way other than to let a mother nurse the egg, since there is no way to find the mother of the divine dragon's egg. Griffer exclaims that now that he mentions it, she remembers something, wondering who in the world made this quest. Griffer thinks to herself that Ian couldn't think of this even though he is an NPC. Griffer says that she doesn't know any other way, but she does know a summoner who might know the answer. Ian asks if she can tell him where that person is. Griffer reveals that that person died 300 years ago at the Arnaville Palace, leaving Ian shocked. Griffer offers to open a dimensional door that will let him meet that person's soul, since he helped her. He expresses his gratitude to Miss Griffer, relieved she wasn't about to swear. Griffer dismisses the thought, claiming it was just his imagination. Griffer reveals that the person who can answer his questions is named Iriel, the greatest summoner in the ancient Arnaville Empire. She adds that Iriel sounds like a girl's name. Griffer notes that since she's mentioning Iriel in formal language, she must be old. Griffer asks if he could do her a favor since he's going to meet Iriel. He wonders what the message about the revived monster appearing on the Colonor continent is about. He notices that the reward is. He exclaims that it's the restoration skill book he needs the most, noting the nice timing. He thinks that if he completes this quest, he'll also complete the Empire's quest. The god of gaming is helping him. He confidently agrees to help Griffer. The Norman mountain range stretches majestically into the distance. A monster rests peacefully in the snow. Light trudges through the snow-covered forest, the bare trees stark against the pale sky. A monstrous tiger, its fur a swirling mix of blue and white, burst from the trees with a deafening roar. The beastfolk's eyes widen in alarm as the massive predator closes in. A surge of blue energy crackles around him, a desperate defense against the impending attack. A sharp cry escapes Lee's lips as the tiger lunges. A monstrous beast, wreathed in icy blue energy, roars its challenge. A figure with gray hair and a fur-lined hood glances to the side, her expression unreadable. An arrow, crackling with blue energy, streaks through the air. An arrow, crackling with blue energy, streaks through the air. The landscape is dominated by towering, snow-covered cliffs. The figure from before gasps, her eyes wide with alarm. The arrow slams into the beast, a burst of blue energy erupting on impact. Heron, bow drawn, prepares to fire another arrow. Another arrow strikes the beast, sending shards of ice flying. Someone shouts a warning. Heron, it's dangerous. The beast lunges, jaws snapping shut as it attempts to take a bite out of its prey. Heron, staff raised, channels her energy, preparing a defensive spell. A surge of power erupts from the staff, forming a shimmering shield that intercepts the beast's attack. With a determined shout, Cowan draws back his bowstring, the arrow glowing with an ethereal light. Now! The beast roars in defiance, its eyes burning with primal rage. Cowan leaps through the air, closing the distance between himself and the monstrous creature. Landing squarely on the beast's back, Cowan uses its massive form as a springboard. Cowan, poised above the beast, asks, "Going somewhere?" With a grimace, Cowan prepares to unleash the full force of his attack. With this, it's over. Cowan says, "See, Heron, I told you this is dangerous. The monsters here are 20 levels higher than you." Heron replies, "That's why you came to escort me, Cowan." "Thank you." Cowan responds, "Yeah, but..." Heron asks, "But how much longer will it take to gather all the ingredients you want?" Cowan replies, "I want to go back as soon as possible." He explained that there are a lot of high-quality ingredients at Norman Mountain Range, adding that he wanted to bring Ian, but he had an urgent quest to complete. The question hung in the air. Why did he need so many ingredients? Was he thinking of anything weird? Cowan looked off into the distance. Cowan replied that he had many dishes to cook. Heron asked if he was going to make her something more delicious. The snowy mountain range loomed in the distance. With a tiger looming behind him, Archer Ian prepares for what's to come. He can't wait to train it. If he wants to train Hallie, Ian realizes he has to meet Iriel, who has the skill book. Is this where Iriel is at? Ian finds himself in a new, vibrant location. It seems too peaceful. The forest is filled with a soft, ethereal glow. Now, how does he find Iriel? This isn't some children's playground. Forest of Love? That's the name of this place. And the forest wedding ring? What is this? The item info displays the forest wedding ring, female. What's this? It's not comparable to the dragon tamer's feather accessory, but what are those abilities? He examines the forest wedding ring, noticing that it has upgrade options. This is the first time Archer Ian has seen an item with that option. The text on the ring also indicates a 1-second cooldown reduction, which is very unique and can be used efficiently with Voltaic Surge, which has a short cooldown. The other ring has the same exact options, though it can only be worn by a male user. Ian wonders who on earth he is supposed to give the other ring to. Lai shakes his head, stating that their relationship isn't like that. If he can't give it as a present, then the only option he can see is just the charm plus 30. Ian thinks that even game items are starting to discriminate against him. Ian stops in his tracks, sensing something ahead. He wonders what this is. Two majestic unicorns stand before him, their horns glowing with power. Ian exclaims, "Don't tell me, unicorn? Heroic rank monsters? They are level 170. He wonders what he should do and if he needs to run. Ian stares at the unicorns, contemplating his next move. The unicorns stare blankly ahead, their expressions vacant. What's this? What's wrong with them? An unseen character wonders. The same unseen character continues. What kind of monster is level 170? If all the monsters in this forest are that high level, then there's no chance of winning. The unseen character resolves, but I can't just give up on the hatching eggs skill book. The unseen character concludes, well, I just met a monster with a ridiculous level, but the monster didn't seem willing to attack me, so why not try and go in a little bit further? Lee's ears twitch, sensing something in the air. The Forest of Love is living up to its name, as all the monsters are acting like lovers. But why are all the monsters here acting like lovers? Ian thinks, irritated. Ian realizes, this is why this place is called the Forest of Love? He scowls, thinking, that's what Forest of Love meant. I would rather fight countless monsters. A melodic voice calls out, "Are you Ian?" Ian's eyes widen in surprise. He looks up at the speaker. Ian is shocked. An elf? He wonders. The elf's expression is unreadable, her purple eyes narrowed slightly. Her pale blonde hair frames her face, the straight bangs just above her eyebrows. Intricate designs adorn the elf's armor, the metal gleaming with a soft, ethereal light. The towering elf regards Archer Ian with a gentle curiosity. Who are you? Archer Ian, now in chibi form, wonders aloud. An elf? The elf's eyes are a deep, mesmerizing purple. A faint smile plays on the elf's lips. The forest is bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Archer Ian's eyes widen in surprise. He murmurs in awe, Whoa. The elf stands serenely beside Archer Ian, her presence radiating a quiet power. He continues, "It's incredible. I've never." Archer Ian exclaims, "Seen something like this before, Master Iriel? Is it because a great summoner like yourself is managing this forest?" Iriel smiles knowingly. "Aha, is that so? Now that I think of it, wasn't there an option on the ring that increases friendship with the elf race?" Archer Ian speaks, stating that there is one thing he's curious about regarding Iriel, mentioning that he has met many monsters on his way there. The hunter looks at Iriel, a thoughtful expression on his face. Ian wonders aloud why the monsters in the Forest of Love are avoiding him. Archer Ian expresses his intense curiosity, saying he's so curious that he can't sleep at night without knowing the answer. Iriel touches her lips, seemingly contemplating the question. She explains that it's because he smells like he's been single all his life, adding that there aren't any traces of love. A chibi version of Iriel recoils from a chibi version of Archer Ian. Archer Ian asks what Miss Griffer wants from him, adding that it's fine and not her fault. Iriel sits next to Archer Ian. Archer Ian is told that Miss Griffer wants him to learn how to breed monsters from Iriel. Iriel says that is something she can certainly help him with. Archer Ian asks if he can know why he needs to learn this. The pair stand together, the weight of the previous conversation hanging in the air. Iriel says that to restore the ancient monsters that went extinct, he has done something incredible. She continues, stating that he would definitely need her abilities to conserve the ancient monsters. To be honest, the reason she asked is to find out if he will use it for evil. Archer Ian asks, confused, for evil? Iriel explains that if she teaches him her ability, he will be able to breed the monsters artificially. Archer Ian asks what she means by that, wondering if it goes against the laws of nature. He notes that naturally, all animals can breed with a pair of male and female, but it takes a long time to do so. Iriel says that her ability shortens the process and time needed. Archer Ian realizes that it shortens the time to breed, and asks her not to tell him. Iriel says that an evil person can use this ability to raise monsters as livestock, which is why she was asking him why he needed this ability. Archer Ian says that she's right. If he had the ability to breed monsters at will, he could even think of raising them as livestock. Iriel says that she promises she will not use it wrongfully. Archer Ian says that it's because they are like little siblings to him. Iriel explains that to learn this ability from her, Archer Ian's skills are lacking. Iriel continues, stating that in order to obtain this ability, he must understand courtship. The words "forever single" appear as a quest box materializes, detailing the missionary of love quest. Archer Ian wonders aloud if he should make them a couple. There was no difficulty indicated on that. Archer Ian wonders if it's because the quest is so hard that it can't be defined by any existing category. Archer Ian says that they'll manage somehow. One of the fairies that is supposed to get matched is there, right? Archer Ian asks if Lai is going to help him. Lai wonders why Iriel wants Archer Ian to match these kids, and what she is thinking. Archer Ian states that he, Ian, shall help Sir Whitson and Miss Carol become a couple. Sir Whitson wonders if Sir Ian will help him, but can smell the scent of someone who's always been single from Sir Ian. He asks Archer Ian how long he has been single, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Lai floats nearby, observing the exchange. Archer Ian seems taken aback by the question, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. Archer Ian is surprised by the question. He didn't want to know precisely the amount of days, though. He exclaims that it hasn't been that long. Sir Whitson states that he has been single for 55,027 days, and that Archer Ian is certainly better off than him. He adds that since he is a fairy, he ages differently. He declares that is why he'll coach Archer Ian well. Miss Carol clasps her hands together, a blush rising on her cheeks. She vows to make sure to make Miss Carol Archer Ian's partner. The sun shines brightly through the trees, illuminating a path leading into the forest. A voice calls out, beckoning them to come over there. It's good timing, since they promised to pick mushrooms together. Sir Whitson and Miss Carol are picking mushrooms together. Sir Whitson and Miss Carol are picking mushrooms together. Archer Ian observes that the quest might go more smoothly than he thought. Lai is nearby. Sir Whitson and Miss Carol are picking mushrooms together. What are they doing? How long will they continue picking mushrooms in silence? Why are they leaving already? Someone exclaims, "How could you leave without saying a word?" The building is in the background. He tries to speak, but no words come out. A frustrated whimper escapes him. Archer Ian observes Lee's struggle. He muses, he's worse than me. Isn't this actually more serious than I thought? If this continues, I might actually fail the quest. The communication orb hums, a soft blue light emanating from within. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. What's this, he wonders. Lai stammers, "As Sir Ian." The orb flares, displaying a message in bold letters. There is a message from Carol. Ian's expression shifts to confusion and disbelief. What? It is possible for NPCs to also send messages? His face contorted in anger, Ian barks, "What are you doing? From now on, just do what I say." Immediately. Lai responds meekly, "Yes?" A message appears. There is a message from Carol. Archer Ian stares at the message, a frown creasing his brow. What? Is it possible for NPCs to also send messages? Ian's expression hardens. "What are you doing? From now on, just do as I say." Immediately. The message from Carol glows softly. Heron looks surprised by Ian's outburst. Ian continues to glare at the message. "Just say that you came back home safely." Heron looks at the message with a concerned expression. The window is closed. Heron blushes slightly. I am relieved to know that you went back home safely as well. I also added this part. Ian sighs. I guess I should be glad you even said something. Heron retorts. If you were that worried, you could have walked me home. Ian and Heron stare at each other, a tense silence hanging in the air. He cries out, panicked. Whitson is worried that Carol is angry and doesn't know what to do. Ian thinks to himself that the situation is getting worse, wondering if apologizing would make him look cool. Ian calls out Whitson's name, his tone laced with disbelief. Ian demands, don't tell me that you just messaged Carol. Are you sleeping to her right now? Ian stares at the orb, his expression unreadable. Ian asks, why on earth did you send a message like this? Whitson admits, why you're right. Why did I do that? Lai watches Ian, a silent observer to the unfolding drama. Whitson's eyes widen, a realization dawning on him. Ian reflects, now that it's come to this. A thought hangs in the air. Was this quest an unclearable quest from the beginning? Another thought emerges. Why don't you just confess your love? Lai recoils, tears streaming down his face. See, confess? In no way, he cries. Ian frowns, a small orb of light floating between them. My friend Falcom said that confessing your love through a message is the worst. Either way, you won't get a chance to confess if you don't do it now. Ian clenches his fist, determination etched on his face. It can't be helped. This is our last hope. Ian holds up a glowing device, a small image of Lai visible on the screen. Is this how you enter a message? Do you want to go out with me? Yes, this is it. The screen displays message sent. Lai cries out, Inu. Regret washes over Ian's face. I should have done this from the start. Ian and Lai are now on a video call. Ian wonders, there is a video call. What should I do? A voice booms, what? That thing was a phone. Ian waves goodbye to Lai. Just try to approach her sincerely. Now then I'll be waiting outside. But Ian stands outside, exhaling in relief. He gives a thumbs up, a determined look on his face. Good luck to you, my solo comrade. Lai clutches a small turtle plush, tears welling up in his eyes. This quest is a failure, damn it. They walk together, now officially a couple. Lai exclaims their success. Lai expresses her gratitude to Ian. A system message appears, indicating that the Missionary of Love quest has been completed and Ian's charm has increased by 20. Ian is surprised by the quest completion. Ian acknowledges the news from Whitson and thanks Lai for her hard work. A character reflects on the nature of love, stating that there are only those who succeed in gaining affection and those who fail. The character promises to give a part of her ability. She expresses hope that Ian will succeed in breeding the ancient monsters. The character is shown with a glowing object. A system message appears, indicating that Ian has received the monster breeding skill, which allows him to determine the sex of monsters. Ian realizes he can now tell the sex of monsters and anticipates a new section for gender in the status window. He checks the gender of his summons. Iriel asks if there are more male monsters than female monsters. Iriel states that except for a few special species, all monster species sex ratio is the same. Iriel offers Ian something, saying, also, take this. With a crystal ball in her hand, Iriel says, with this crystal ball you can message me anytime. Ian asks why she is giving it to him. Iriel says that she cannot tell him now, but she thinks she will have to contact him for a favor in the near future. Iriel asks if he may contact her then. A hidden quest appears, Hidden Shadow of the Evil Dragon Khalifa. The quest description states that Iriel, the caretaker of the Forest of Love and the Great Elf Summoner, has been worried for a long time. If he gets powerful enough, he will be able to hear about her worries. Ian is prompted to accept the quest. The name Evil Dragon Khalifa is one that Ian heard from the legendary dragon tamer, Orkly. He thinks that it's not like these hidden quests are frequently given, and it doesn't have a time limit, so he has no reason to refuse. Ian is surprised to see that he is a summoning master LV3. He wonders if he can still raise his level even after becoming a master, as he thought that he couldn't raise his level after becoming a master. The quest hanging in the balance, Iriel suggests that they accept it. He offers his assistance, promising to contribute to the best of his abilities. Iriel thanks Ian. Meanwhile, they arrive at a towering structure, the entrance beckoning them forward. Miss Griffer greets them, asking if they have completed all their objectives. Ian confirms that he has received the skill for monster breeding. Miss Griffer states that she knew Master Iriel would acknowledge him, before instructing them to follow her. Miss Griffer tells him that there is something she needs to show him. Ian exclaims in amazement at what he sees. Miss Griffer explains that this place is only for herbivorous monsters, so it'll be safer without the carnivorous monsters around. Miss Griffer suggests that they try and breed 2 monsters of different genders. She agrees, and the process begins. Yes, let's do it. Miss Griffer explains the first step. First, we register them as summons. Ian realizes he needs to use a skill. Now we just have to use the skill. Oh, wait. Ian seems to recognize someone. Wait. Buck? Is it really? He gets frustrated that he doesn't know how to use the skill. Damn it, I don't know. Ian yells. Monster breeding. Now, should they try and breed 2 monsters of different genders? Yes, let's do it. Damn it, he doesn't know. Phew, Archer Ian was worried for nothing. Fortunately, it's healthy. You are the first to succeed in monster breeding. You have obtained the Monster Breeder title. Your reputation has increased by 25,000. The skill, Monster Hatching, has been acquired. Alright, Archer Ian can finally continue the Griffin Egg Hatching quest. Also thinking about it, didn't he obtain a new title? Monster Breeder? A system notification appears, detailing the benefits of the Monster Breeder title. He muses that the title is especially good since he doesn't have to use it to get the benefits. Jin Sung decides he should try and breed the other ancient monsters, looking at the monsters in front of him. Two monsters converse, one stating, "Wait, we're both male." A student exclaims that class is finally over. Someone groans that sitting all day long makes their body stiff. Jin Sung is asked what's wrong, why he is in a hurry, and where he is going. A man questions what kind of quest Jin Sung is even doing, calling him a game addict. Jin Sung replies that he is doing an empire quest, and it's driving him crazy, adding that there isn't much time left. Someone asks what an empire quest is, and if Cloven is working hard to just get an empire quest. The man from before suggests they talk outside, and Jin Sung asks what about Cloven. A voice echoes, stating that if one wants to raise their reputation, then the empire quest is the best choice. Another voice chimes in, mentioning that to upgrade the guild base to a manor, they need a member who has a noble title. A voice calls out, encouraging someone to stay strong, promising to return after finishing the quest. Two figures bid farewell, and a voice notes that after successfully hatching the griffin's egg, they should focus on the guild more. The scene shifts to the ancient monster breeding area, bathed in a soft purple glow. Meanwhile, Ian walks away, determined to complete his quest. He exclaims with glee, recognizing it as a divine dragon egg. Ian declares his intention to hatch the egg of the divine dragon. He marvels at the brilliant light emanating from the egg, speculating that it's going to be a legendary rank. The egg begins to hatch, the words "monster hatching" appearing above it. As expected, hatching the divine dragon egg seems different than usual, he thinks, observing the egg. He stares at the egg, a look of wonder on his face. Lai tilts his head, equally curious about the hatching egg. Archer Ian examines the status window. Carseus's egg LV0 type, egg. Personality, unknown. Rank, legendary, one of a kind. Hatching progress, 0%. Egg left by the legendary divine dragon Carseus. The egg of Carseus has started to hatch. For the war dragon Carseus egg to hatch, a strong power of war is needed. Every time the summoner wins against a strong enemy, Carseus will gain some strength and will then come out of the egg. The hunter says, so, it's saying that hunting is the only way to hatch it, right? Archer Ian is glad that it doesn't require any other quests or materials, and puts the status window back into the inventory. He wonders what one of a kind next to the legendary means, but doesn't think it means anything bad. Archer Ian decides to go back to Muron and finish the quest. Meanwhile, a grand castle stands tall against a bright blue sky. Two knights stand guard. The hunter stands in the throne room. Someone exclaims, "No way, is that the griffin's egg?" An unknown character sits on a throne, cradling a glowing, blue-spotted egg. The character speaks, "Ah, yes, your majesty. I have acquired the ability to hatch monster eggs." The character smiles, revealing a hint of cunning. Meanwhile, Archer Ian stands with another figure, his thoughts troubled. Wait, why do I get the feeling that this crazy monster has gotten stronger? If I can't hatch the egg, won't I be in serious trouble? He reflects. To be on the safe side for now, I told him that I was going to hatch a summon egg and not a griffin egg. Ian walks forward, a determined look on his face. He gazes at the griffin egg, which pulses with a soft, blue light. A thought bubble appears, reading, "Monster hatching." The unknown character wonders, oh, finally, is he hatching the griffin? Ian continues to observe the egg, its magical energy swirling around it. He thinks, as expected, it won't hatch immediately like the egg of the divine dragon. Ian decides, shall I look at the status? The status screen for the griffin's egg LV0 appears, showing its type as egg, rank as legendary, and personality as unknown. The hatching progress is at 0%. He considered the griffin a monster of legendary rank, but unlike the divine dragon, it didn't have the one-of-a-kind label. What could the difference be? The other man questioned, "Why are you asking that? Instead of that, how is the progress in hatching the griffin?" The man stated, "Your Majesty, I have ignited the spark needed for it to hatch. However, there is one condition needed for the egg to hatch." The man asked, "Condition? What condition?" The narration explained that the griffin is a monster of the wind element, so for the egg to hatch, it must absorb the wind's energy. The man asked, "The place where the power of wind is the strongest. Where is the power of wind strongest on this continent?" Ian replied, "I believe that would be the highlands of firmament, Your Majesty. In particular, at the altar of firmament in the middle of the highlands." The narration stated that the wind is stronger there than anywhere else. The man responded, "Oh, I see. It makes sense since you have been to every place on this continent. Thank you, Your Majesty." Ian thought to himself, "That's crazy. How am I supposed to get there?" The narration explained that the highlands of firmament contain monsters. Ian thought, that all begin at level 130. Going into that area when I don't even know what level the monsters will be suicidal. The adventurer speaks, "Excuse me, Your Majesty, since I've done my job." He thinks to himself that even if he has to quit this quest, He has to avoid something. The adventurer speaks to the red-haired guard. No, wait. Come to think of it, this is... A sinister smirk spreads across Ian's face. Ian looks up, a fiery glow reflecting in his eyes. He thinks to himself, it's not like I have to go by myself, do I? The smirk remains on Ian's face, his eyes gleaming with a hint of malice. A voice speaks, Your Majesty, I have one request. A man with red hair, clad in armor and a red cape, pauses mid-sentence, as if struck by a sudden thought. A close-up reveals a sinister smile spreading across a man's face. A figure, surrounded by flames, mutters that they don't have to go alone. The man's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with determination. A disembodied voice declares a request to their majesty. A floating island drifts serenely in a sky filled with clouds. A character unleashes a powerful attack, identified as Biggie Abyss Wave. A monstrous figure roars, its voice echoing with primal fury. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing everything in a fiery inferno. A winged figure, wreathed in flames, takes a deep breath. A figure seated on a throne declares that he needs some of the other's power. The man with the long beard questions the request. Another man, with a confident smirk, confirms that he needs the most powerful force that the bearded man has. The red-haired man appears to be thinking. A text bubble states that since it's a game, the expedition starts the same day. The text continues, explaining that the royal guards are lower level than expected, but the lowest level guard is 150. The speaker notes that some monsters are over level 170, which is insane. The man wonders what level Helaim is, speculating that it's over level 200. A screech is heard. A notification appears, stating that the player has slain a Thunder Hawk and earned 10,500 experience points. The man is getting over 10,000 experience for a single monster, even though the experience is being distributed to party members. He notes that all the other monsters are leveling up incredibly fast. The man states that he can't check because it's hidden, and another character thanks the bus for the help. A footnote explains that bus refers to a high-level player helping low-level players level up. The armored warrior is asked a question. Archer Ian looks up, surprised. The warrior states that Ian is a better summoner than he thought. A cart carrying a large egg is pulled along. A voice notes that the monsters are quite helpful. Ian chuckles, wondering if the warrior thought he wouldn't be helpful because his level is too low. The warrior shouts for everyone to stop. The warrior announces that they will take a break for maintenance. After crossing the ridge, they will reach the desert of heaven. Monk mummies appear. Ian exclaims that it's a level 150 high monster. The warrior looks determined. A voice warns that it won't be an easy battle and to be prepared. A stronghold is seen in a snowy landscape. The warrior is asked how long they have left to protect the stronghold. Only a month remains. A large, determined guild could easily overwhelm them. A medium to small guild like theirs would have a hard time resisting such an attack. Before that happens, they need to raise the rank of their stronghold from a village to an estate, so they can properly defend it. Reaching the estate rank would allow them to acquire private soldier NPCs and install defense towers. She didn't know that. They just have to hang in there until the scramble calms down. He is seriously hoping Jin Sung will finish the quest quickly and come back to them. Until then, they have to prepare countermeasures to protect this stronghold. He shivers, wondering why he's getting the chills all of a sudden. He wonders if this is because he didn't get much sleep. He thinks to himself, why do I have to actually experience this even inside a game? Heaven. They say that the winds are at their strongest in this region. The wind. He cries out as the wind buffets him. A monstrous roar echoes through the plateau of heaven, a guttural cry that promises pain. The text warns that this plateau of heaven is extremely dangerous. Huko cautions that monsters at level 190 appear here, so they better be careful. A warning flashes, recounting a near-death experience after getting hit 2 or 3 times by a level 150 monk mummy, emphasizing the danger of a monster at level 190. Ian grits his teeth, resolving that he can't fail after coming this far. He screams, pushing himself forward despite the overwhelming odds. Armored soldiers respond in unison, their voices echoing with unwavering obedience. Yes, sir. Huko warns that these monsters move in groups. The sound of impact reverberates, signaling a clash between forces. Huko observes that there must be more than 4 to 5 monsters hiding nearby. Huko urges everyone to be alert of their surroundings. The dungeon boss and another monster unleash a deafening roar. The roar echoes through the cavern. A surge of purple energy erupts. Huko declares that he will lead the way, protecting the egg and Ian. Dust and debris fly as the ground trembles. Huko's expression is fierce, his teeth bared in a snarl. Monstrous roars echo through the cavern as the beasts charge forward. A blinding purple energy erupts, scattering the monsters. The purple blast intensifies, obliterating everything in its path. A guttural growl resonates, a sound of primal rage. Huko's eyes widen, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Huko and the others scramble back, realizing the monsters are retreating. Huko wonders what kind of monster it is. Even the chief knight seems worried. A monstrous figure crashes down upon the egg, its claws outstretched. A monstrous chest heaves. The monster's head comes into view. What? Dinosaurs? Or pterosaurs? It's even larger than Biggie. The dungeon boss screeches, attacking the knights. All knights, follow my lead. Hyuko shouts. We will draw their attention from the front. Hyuko's face is filled with determination. A voice calls out, Yes, Your Majesty. The egg sits in its nest. Ian yells, Charge. The dungeon boss grabs the egg. One of the knights exclaims, He's definitely amazing. He's strategic. Ian cries out, Kirkung, Ark, I'm a dead man if I even get touched by that tail. A voice thinks, I need to hurry while the knights hold them off. Synchronization lie. Increased agility. The dungeon boss stomps his foot. He declares that he has made it to his destination, a platform surrounded by a soft, purple-tinged sky. Ian pauses, noticing the wind isn't blowing in this location. In the distance, two tall pillars stand. Ian notes that this place is quite similar to when he found the origin of the lava, but the properties are a bit different. He realizes that if he has to hatch a flame property monster, he might have to go to the burning plateau. Ian decides he has to hatch the egg right now, as the more he delays, the more damage the knights will take, and the emperor will be furious. Ian holds the egg, ready to hatch it. The egg begins to hatch. The hatching process is working. Ian is pleased to see the hatching percentage has gone up. He pauses, sensing something approaching. A monstrous roar echoes through the chamber. Ian urges the process forward. Come on, before that monster gets here. Why isn't this percentage going up so slowly? Frustration etches itself onto his face. He blinks in confusion. Huh? What is it? It's not in my inventory. Ian examines the glowing orb in his hands, a question mark hanging over his head. He wonders, since when did I have this with me? Recognition dawns on him. Oh, this is the hot pack that those PK guys dropped during the priest quest. But why is it lighting up? He stares at the orb as it pulses with energy. The orb floats before him, now surrounded by smaller, glowing spheres. A system message appears, using the essence of the wind I am. Ian's eyes narrow with anticipation. The egg cracks, the sound echoing through the dungeon. A blinding blue light erupts from the fissure, bathing the chamber in an ethereal glow. Ian's eyes widen in surprise, shielding them from the sudden brilliance. The light intensifies, pulsating with raw energy. A final, explosive burst of light signals the culmination of the hatching process. A system message appears. Ian has hatched the divine beast griffin and a legendary ranked monster for the first time. Another system message indicates that his leadership stat increases by 100 and his affinity stat increases by 50. He exclaims, I did it. Ian leaps into the air, arms raised in triumph as two small griffins circle around the pedestal. Landing back on the ground, Ian's expression shifts to one of surprise. Wait, what? He wonders. A close-up reveals the two newly hatched griffins, their features still soft and innocent. An info window displays the griffin's stats, level 31, divine beast, legendary tier, with a tenacious personality. A speech bubble exclaims that even at level 1, the griffin's stats are higher than the Halicon's, especially its agility, which is almost 2 times higher, plus the roar of the emperor's skill is absurdly good. He considers the griffin's stats, noting the minimal difference between genders. The thought crosses his mind. He reflects that if there had been only one, he would have returned it to the emperor without regret. Lai chimes in, suggesting it might be a God-given opportunity. He confidently states that there's no way he's getting caught. Ian focuses his energy, a blue aura emanating from his hands. He declares that there's no turning back now. Lai wonders if anyone is around. The scene shifts to a large, open room with pillars. A voice cries out in alarm, stating that it's already here. Another voice pleads to save the tamer. The scene changes to an exterior shot of a large building at night. Ian wonders why the emperor isn't coming, suspecting he's already noticed something. He doubts it. Meanwhile, a man calls out to Ian as he enters a room. The man praises Ian, saying he's done a really great job. The subjugation leader, Hyuko, stands with Ian. He is glad he wasn't caught. Hyuko says that they will take good care of the griffin that Ian brought them. Hyuko expresses his gratitude, stating that they can proudly present the divine beast as the guardian of the Lustful Empire on the anniversary of their foundation. Hyuko assures Ian that the people will be delighted to know that a living legendary beast is protecting the royal family. Ian replies, No, Your Majesty. I owe a lot to your powerful knights. They've done. A system notification appears. Lustful Empire quest, Griffin Hatch, has been completed. Clear rank. S. Another notification appears. You have earned 19,912,000 EXP. You have leveled up. You are now level 103. A system notification appears. You have earned 100,000 fame. Ian thinks to himself that leveling up 3 times in just 2 days, plus another 100,000 fame, is why all the top rankers have over 1 million fame, monopolizing the first rewards and empire quests. Hyuko tells Ian that he will be on his way then, and to please feel free to call him if there is anything else he can do to help. Ian thinks to himself that he has to go raise his griffin now. Hyuko tells Ian to hold on, stating that he still has one more thing he needs from him. Ian thinks to himself, "You need from me? Don't tell me I got caught." Archer Ian holds up a small object, his expression unreadable. Hyuko interjects, "Hold on. I still have one more thing to get from you." Archer Ian's brow furrows, a hint of annoyance flickering across his face. "Good, get from me. Don't tell me I got." Hyuko raises a finger, a knowing smile playing on his lips. This is a gift as well. Archer Ian's expression softens, a flicker of gratitude in his eyes. A gift? It is my pleasure to accept anything you give me. He thinks to himself, what's up with this give and take thing? Of course, it would be nice if he gives me a legendary ranked item. A golden orb materializes in Archer Ian's hand, radiating a warm, ethereal glow. Hyuko explains, I am allowing this especially for you as you have elevated the stature of Lustful Empire's royal family. Archer Ian stares at the orb, a mixture of curiosity and anticipation on his face. What can it be? Archer Ian exclaims, eh? His eyes widen in surprise. A system message appears, stating that Ian can now have up to 20 NPC subordinates, but banishing one will decrease his fame by a minimum of 100,000. He must decide carefully. Another message states that he has become a noble of the Lustful Empire and cannot change his nationality unless he becomes a king or is deprived of his title. Another system message appears, informing him that he is now in a hostile relationship with the Kaimon Empire. A thought bubble appears, questioning what this peerage and title of Baron means. He exclaims, realizing he's now in a hostile relationship with the Kaimon Empire. He wonders aloud if this is supposed to be a good thing. Ian stands, the golden orb still glowing in his hand, lie at his side. Hyuko asks, chuckling, if Sir Ian is satisfied with his gift. Ian looks at Hyuko, a question forming on his lips. He wonders why his body is moving on its own. Ian kneels before Hyuko, thanking his majesty and vowing to be the man of loyalty. He internally questions if the gaming system is just automatically moving his body. Bukboki observes Ian, thinking that he likes him. Bukboki hopes that he doesn't take away the griffin. A system message appears, confirming that Lotus Guild's member user Ian's status has been raised to the title of Baron. A system notification appears, stating that the Lotus Guild's guild fame has increased by 150,000. Another notification states that the Lotus Guild's stronghold has met all conditions required to upgrade the stronghold rank from village to manor, but the upgrade is only possible when the user with the peerage becomes the lord of the manor. Bukboki looks at Hyuko and asks, Ian? Hyuko replies, as soon as we met all the other conditions for the upgrade, Ian gets the peerage just like that, and now we are eligible for the upgrade. He chuckles, adding, haha, what timing? Bukboki gives a thumbs up with a wide grin. Hyuko exclaims, wow, I'm telling you, this guy is just unpredictable. He continues, what kind of quest did he even finish to straight up receive the Baron peerage? Bukboki looks surprised. Bukboki asks, huh? What does that mean? Isn't Baron the first title that you can get? Hyuko explains, I know that when you complete an Empire request, you usually receive a baronetage or knighthood. Bukboki asks, huh? Are baronetage and baronage different? Hyuko confirms, the baronetage, right? Bukboki replies, yes, that's right. Hyuko exclaims, whoa, isn't that a good thing for us? Bukboki thinks, how can he be so lucky all the time? Hyuko says, we should immediately upgrade to manor rank as soon as Ian arrives. Bukboki states, that's a no. He's not a good fit for the spot because he's out hunting all the time. Hyuko thinks, oh, that's too much. Bukboki thinks, I firmly refuse. Phylan insists that she must continue to be the vice guild master. Phylan smiles, covering her mouth with her hand. A man wonders if Ian would even care about the situation, considering they've known him for several months. He tells the others to finish up what they've started. A set of armor sits on a table. Elsewhere, a snowy mountain range stretches into the distance. Ian stands with Finn and a large wolf in the snowy landscape. Ian looks surprised. Ian asks Finn if he's hungry. Finn looks at Ian with hearts in his eyes. Ian says he'll give Finn one as well. Ian thinks that once he gets back to the guild, he should start with the management of the manor first. He contemplates his next move, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the towering castle in the distance. Ian thinks to himself, if I train the NPC soldiers well and use them for hunting, hunting will get really efficient. He continues his internal monologue, deciding, anyway, I should focus on raising the monsters that I have since I don't have enough leadership points to recruit new monsters. Ian muses, I don't know when this dragon god's egg will hatch, but I guess I'll find a way to increase my leadership points by then. Lai asks, guys, are we done eating, huh? He looks at the pair of creatures. Bukboki thinks, then Bukbuk must like Finn a lot. Huh. The two creatures stand side by side. Ian declares, all right, let's start moving. It won't take long now. The group approaches a building with a water wheel. Several creatures stand outside a building, bathed in the soft glow of the setting sun. An elephant-like creature stands near a wooden structure, its massive form casting a long shadow. Hyuko smiles, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It was tough, but this feels satisfying. Who? Hyuko glances at a holographic display, his expression shifting to impatience. I have to get going soon. Why isn't he coming? Hyuko's brow furrows, his eyes narrowing in concern. Hyuko's fingers tap restlessly against his arm, a sign of his growing unease. Hyuko finds the task difficult, but satisfying. Hyuko states that he has to get going now, wondering why Jin Sung isn't coming yet. Hyuko is surprised. Hyuko is still waiting. Miss Heron says that she has brought what the professor asked for. A lunchbox is shown. Hyuko thanks Miss Heron for the food for the monsters. The food smells really good, and Hyuko might have eaten it if he was hungry. The food is shown. Miss Heron is happy. Hyuko says that it seems Jin Sung has returned to base a while ago. A chibi version of Heron smiles, while a chibi version of a man stands behind her. Haerin thinks to herself, surprised that Jin Sung hasn't contacted her properly this time, even though they agreed to talk casually. She believes he should have informed her first that he was back. But now, she supposes she can ask him to go sightseeing with her to the northern continent. She smiles, thinking of the northern continent. Haerin wonders what's happening, noticing that the building is changing. She wonders if this is related to his return. Haerin calls out to Jin Sung. A ring box is presented. Haerin wonders if that is a ring. She wonders what's going on. The group stands together, considering their next move. First, they should go over everything as thoroughly as possible before proceeding with the upgrade. If they just upgrade right away, they could make mistakes. After the upgrade, they can build a single infrastructure facility without any additional cost. He thinks that they should build a training facility. Wouldn't that be too dangerous? Wouldn't it be better to build a military facility to increase the defense of the manor? The protection period will end soon. Hundreds of low-level soldiers would get instantly obliterated by a single blow from a high-level magician with AoE skills. That is true. If they build class guilds, a high-level NPC will be in charge of the class. It becomes possible to train soldiers of certain classes, and at the same time, great talents appear occasionally. Ian says that they should build a training facility first to train the NPC that will become the drill instructor. That is true. Then quickly build the military facility afterwards. If they have a user who is over level 100, has more than 800,000 fame, and has a peerage higher than baronet, as a landlord, they can build that user's class guild in the stronghold. He declares that there's no need to wait any longer. The system announces the upgrade of the stronghold. All requirements have been met for the upgrade, and the Lotus Guild's stronghold upgrades from village rank to manor rank. The upgrade is proceeding. The stronghold is being upgraded. The Lotus Guild's stronghold successfully upgrades to manor rank. Everything has changed, and it is quite a sight. Ian and Lai observe the upgraded base. Lai remarks that he never realized base upgrades would be done so lively. The system informs that the guild's only baron-ranked user, Ian, will inherit the position of landlord. It asks if he wishes to proceed, noting that as the only user possessing a peerage, the guild upgrade will be cancelled if the request is declined. Ian confirms that he wants to proceed. Now that he has become the landlord, Ian thinks about managing internal affairs, starting with setting the tax rate to the Summoner Guild. Remembering that Haerin is here, Ian decides he should go talk to her and entrust her with the kitchen duties. Ian realizes he has a reward he got from accomplishing a quest. At the moment, the only person he could possibly give this to is Haerin. Haerin beams, her eyes wide with anticipation. Ian presents something with a flourish. Hyuko and Phylon watch from the background, surprised by the sudden gesture. Haerin is taken aback, her expression shifting to confusion. Ian seems flustered, trying to explain himself. The words, "This is yours," appear over a view of the town. Haerin blushes, stammering. So what I mean is, I got this item as a quest reward. Ian offers an item, saying, could you please use this item? Ian smiles warmly as he presents the item to Haerin. Haerin looks confused, wondering, what? What's going on? Haerin thinks to herself, is he just giving it to me because he obtained it coincidentally and didn't need it? Or am I just thinking too much on this? I mean, if you feel that it's too much, you don't have to. Ian looks slightly worried as Haerin stares at him. Haerin exclaims, no, it's not too much. Who says it is? Did I accept it with dash? The words, out too much hesitation, appear over a blueprint. A thought crosses someone's mind. Could this be a couple? Haerin asks if Ian's ring is his as well. Ian confirms that he has his ring. He holds up his hand to show it off. Haerin thinks to herself that she will wear it well. She is happy that she can finally take off the level 50 ring. Ian marvels at the increase in his stats, thinking it's sick. Ian feels like he has a girlfriend since he's wearing this couple ring with Haerin. Ian blushes, while a chibi version of Haerin smiles happily. Haerin thinks to herself that she was worried for nothing, and that she really thought Ian had no interest in her. Someone thinks they forgot about them, reminiscing about the good times. The man marvels at his improved abilities, finding them awesome. Wearing a couple ring with Haerin, Lai feels like he has a girlfriend. Lai wonders if he was nervous for no reason, thinking that Ian wasn't really interested in him. The two share a smile. The scene is harmful to loners. A town sits nestled beneath snow-capped mountains. Someone laments that they have been completely forgotten about, but another thinks it's a good time to be in. A grand building stands tall. Someone calls out to Lord Hearse. One of the men comments that the new building sure looks good. The other is overwhelmed and asks for help. The man offers to help out if he wants him to, but he heard Ian was here and wonders if he already left. It seems Archer Ian went with Phylon to the Florin Basin, likely hunting in the dungeon. They need to hire 3 people today, and there's an architect available. He asks if they're going to finish this quickly and follow Ian. Yesterday, Cloven and he cleared it together. He explains that he and Cloven are both warriors, so they are good at dealing damage, but he is a pure tank, so he doesn't deal much damage. He is told that he can't trust this little brother. Unless you die, it's a time attack dungeon anyway. Internal affairs and go. Someone wonders if Phylon and Archer Ian can clear it. Another responds that they don't know how summoners fight, so they can't guess. A grand staircase is shown. Someone says they don't know about that either, but it'll be fine if Archer Ian keeps Phylon safe with his summons. Anyway, let's hurry up and go. Be careful. A massive club descends, propelled by the dungeon boss's immense strength. Phylan's eyes widen in alarm. The dungeon boss unleashes a deafening roar. The tiger leaps into action, claws extended, striking the dungeon boss. Ian shouts, "Back off, Phylan." Phylan pleads, "Ian, in a minute, my skill cooldown will end. Please." Ian prepares to attack, a determined glint in his eyes. He says, "Yes." Ian's expression hardens with resolve. The dungeon boss roars again, its fury echoing through the cavern. Ian shouts, "Hallie." The tiger's eyes gleam with predatory focus. The tiger strikes again, its attack relentless. The dungeon boss unleashes a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the cavern. His teeth gritted, Ian steels himself for the onslaught. The dungeon boss intercepts an incoming strike, its stone-like hide deflecting the blow. The red eyes of the dungeon boss burn with malevolent intent. Another attack is parried, the impact sending tremors through the air. The dungeon boss sidesteps a blow, the attack falling short. A smirk plays on Ian's lips, a plan forming in his mind. "Is what you thought, right?" Ian shouts, "Hallie, attack," as he and Lai prepare to strike in unison. An attack is launched, blurring through the air towards its target. Lai assaults the dungeon boss, the text bubble reading, "Keep attacking it." Li's form is a blur of motion as he continues his assault. The dungeon boss is pummeled by a barrage of attacks, the text bubble reading, "As much as you can. Stun it." The dungeon boss unleashes a deafening roar. The monstrous tiger and the hulking figure behind it continue their assault, their combined presence a terrifying spectacle. Hugo shouts for Hallie to back off, believing their efforts have paid off. He declares that the dungeon boss has fainted. Hugo growls, stating that they can continue to attack. The dungeon boss roars once more, its red eyes burning with renewed intensity. Hugo is shocked. He realizes the dungeon boss has already regained consciousness, marveling at its strong immunity to status conditions. A voice declares that they have no choice but to keep attacking. The dungeon boss snarls, declaring that it's not over yet. Ian is called out, his expression hardening with determination. Magical energy crackles in the air. Phylan contemplates dealing a big single blow. Phylan declares that he'll buy her some time to cast. He focuses, a golden aura crackling around his outstretched hand, energy coalescing into a visible force. The dungeon boss stands firm, a monstrous figure radiating raw power. Hugo shouts, "Over here," his voice cutting through the tension. The golden energy fades, replaced by a vibrant blue as Phylan mutters, that is." The dungeon boss, wreathed in orange energy, prepares a devastating attack. Archer Ian shouts a warning, moving to intercept the dungeon boss. A surge of magical energy crackles in the air. The dungeon boss's attack intensifies. That's... The dungeon boss prepares a finisher move. It seems like it's about to use a finisher move. Ian realizes the danger. "I need to dodge quickly." "All right, Phylan." The dungeon boss unleashes a powerful blast of blue energy. Ian grits his teeth, knowing the consequences of his actions. If I dodge it, Phylan will get hit. Phylan is unable to move while casting. Of all things, to not be able to move while casting. Archer Ian moves with incredible speed, determined to intercept the attack. The dungeon boss's attack surges forward. A surge of blue magical energy erupts, swirling and coalescing in the air. Archer Ian urges, "Phylan, please don't stop casting. I'll block it." The blue magical energy intensifies, crackling with power. From the swirling energy, a monstrous form begins to take shape, its outline shimmering with blue light. Archer Ian grunts, bracing himself against the impending threat. His expression hardens with resolve, his eyes fixed on the emerging monster. A system message appears. The summon, Buck, innate ability, the ruler of water, was invoked. Another message follows. The summon, Buck, absorbed the water cannon of the Forlin giant and has recovered 3,749 horsepower. More system messages appear, indicating Buck has recovered HP. Archer Ian's lips quirk into a satisfied smirk. A voice booms. "I've never had a chance to use it before, but it works here." Phylan shouts, "Phylan, now." Buck unleashes a torrent of water, surging forward with immense force. The water crashes into the Forlin giant, a devastating blow that rocks the monstrous form. The text reads, "Thirst for blood." The text reads, "AR, and nice. We cleared it." The screen displays the results of clearing the grave of the hero Forlin dungeon. The time limit was 50 minutes, but the clear time was 31 minutes and 29 seconds, resulting in a clear rank of A. The obtained EXP was 13,252,000, and the obtained gold was 142,514. The obtained items were piece/shards of the Forlin hero's shoes, X8. The screen displays a message stating that the dungeon, the grave of the hero Forlin, has been cleared with the highest score and that the player has been recorded into the Hall of Fame for the dungeon. It also states that the player has taken first place and will earn 1,000 fame every day unless their ranking drops. A voice calls out, suggesting they eat chicken. One man explains that the reporters are summarizing the rules for war. The other man asks if that is true. The man from the news says hello and introduces himself as a YBTC reporter. The news segment is titled YBTC Kalen News Express. Lucia and Heinz introduce themselves, stating it is nice to meet everyone. Lucia announces that they are currently at the Valiant Battleground, where the guild wars are held. Lucia explains that today is the day the first territory war will finally be held, which is why they have returned after a long time. She adds that additional information for viewers is that the Valiant Battleground is located. Heinz is shown on screen. Heinz explains that when a guild war is invoked, all participants are warped to the Valiant Battleground. It's explained that guilds can enter the Valiant Battleground after paying a slight fee to watch the battle. The woman asks if they should go over the rules first. One of the men suggests that they should listen to this well. Jin Sung is asked if he is going to take any notes. The territory war regulations are displayed. To take the territory of an opponent guild, a territory war must be held. The screen details that territory wars will occur every 24 hours. Once all the games are over and the winner is decided, the related territory will enter base protection for a week. In territory wars, only 30 users may participate from each camp. Someone comments that this is a lot more complicated than the normal guild wars. It's guessed that it's because it's a territory war. The important thing is that a user can only participate twice in the same territory war. It is a rule that makes it impossible for a strong user to carry the battle alone. Someone suggests that they eat while watching. Now that he sees it, the abilities of the guild members are important, but in a territory war, the NPCs are important as well. Since he's a baron, he can register a total of 20 NPCs, and even if they die, they will be resurrected in a week. Now that he knows that, there is no reason for him to hesitate anymore. The scene shifts to a view of the ruined landscape. Phylan expresses her gratitude. She thanks Mr. Limlong for his hard work. Phylan continues, saying that they cleared it easily thanks to him. Mr. Limlong replies that it was his pleasure. The camera focuses on their feet as they stand among the ruins. Phylan wonders why Mr. Limlong won't join a guild, noting that he's good enough to join the top guilds. She asks if it's because he's rare in the new assassin class. Phylan smiles, awaiting his response. Mr. Limlong questions if the Kaiser Guild is one of the top 10 guilds. Phylan asks Mr. Limlong what he thinks and if he has any thoughts. Mr. Limlong states that he has no intention of joining a guild yet, explaining that he just really likes to play solo. Phylan listens intently to Mr. Limlong's explanation. Mr. Limlong adds that if he wants to join a guild, he'll contact Miss Celine first. The figure stands in a grand hall, seemingly contemplating something important. A woman with fiery red hair smiles, saying, "Really? Great. It's a promise. See you next time." He thinks to himself, "It's about time I joined a guild." But a hand manipulates a puppet below. The man considers, "It's obvious that I'll only be treated as a consumable if I join a big guild." He continues his internal monologue, "And if I don't like that, then I have to develop enough skills to gain influence in the guild." Mr. Limlong wonders, is this the Hall of Fame? He decides, let's see what the best dungeon clear record is. The screen displays dungeon rankings, showing the Dark Runa Guild in second place and the Titan Guild in third. Mr. Limlong is surprised. It was possible to clear the Forlin dungeon in just over 30 minutes. He asks himself, hell are these guys? The Lotus Guild? The difference between first and second place is more than 3 minutes. The screen displays more information. The Dark Runa Guild and the Titan Guild are the top guilds competing for first and second place on the server. Mr. Limlong concludes, but this is the first time I've heard of the Lotus Guild. He recalls a past encounter. Mr. Limlong thinks, that guy I met in the Rookie League finals. His eyes narrow as he remembers the match. He groans, thinking, even so, it hurts my pride to see that someone who lost to me is ranked higher than me. A determined glint flashes in his eyes. Mr. Limlong declares, I don't think I can stay still. He covers his mouth, a predatory glint in his eyes. A man looks on, seemingly unaware of Mr. Limlong's thoughts. Mr. Limlong stands before a towering structure, ready to act. He thinks, look forward to it. Hey Jin Sung, what brings you here today? The Lord has come here personally. What an honor. Professor, so? Has the breeding facility settled down yet? I thought we haven't had any user customers yet. Professor, did an NPC summoner come by here at all? So I have to register them as a subordinate NPC, but they informed me they might have come here from the summoning guild. If you're talking about that pretty girl, she should be over there. The blue wyvern she left with us is over there. A pretty girl? Thank you. The professor bids farewell to a dragon-like figure and a blonde woman, stating he will see them later. He wonders if the NPC lady might have some sort of quest. Phylan smiles warmly. The professor recalls that she came by the breeding facility often enough, but seemed like a pretty ordinary NPC to him. He recalls that Heron asked him to contact her as soon as Jin Sung came by. A notification pops up, stating that Jin Sung just came by the breeding facility. Heron thanks the professor. She then asks what Jin Sung is doing over there, noting that he's speaking with a pretty girl somewhere. The professor is surprised. He chuckles, thinking that things will work out somehow, adding that it's not his problem. A view of the town. He decides to first check out what kind of NPC she is. A description of inherent abilities details that she is a fairly talented apprentice summoner who possesses a bright and lively personality. She can use up to 20% of her maximum spirit mana to heal her summoned beast by 60%. She can increase the battle abilities of all allied beasts by 5% within a 20-meter radius. She can clone one of the allied summoning beasts to participate in battle. The cloned beast will have 50% of the battle abilities of the original and will be maintained for 30 minutes. He looks at a screen displaying the apprentice summoner's image. It seems great. He thinks he won't be able to find an NPC this good. Ian walks forward. He greets the apprentice summoner. Hello, Syria. We've met once before, right? Syria responds, My lord, I didn't realize you were here. Ian says, I actually came here to see you about something. Syria looks surprised. Pardon? Emmy? Ian smiles. Yes, just a moment. Ian thinks, I can register her as my subordinate NPC by providing her with the seal of my lordship. Ian holds out the seal. Would you take this? I hope you can help me out going forward. Syria looks happy. Why you want me to help you? A system message appears. You have proposed for the apprentice summoner, Syria, to become your subordinate. Her eyes widen, a flush rising on her cheeks as she considers the offer. Ian holds out his hand, the emblem on his pendant glinting in the light. Of course, that's why I'm proposing this to you. Syria's expression softens, a resolute light entering her eyes. I gladly accept. She looks up at Ian, her gaze filled with newfound determination. A surge of energy emanates from Syria as she accepts the position. A system message appears. You have accepted the apprentice summoner, Syria, as your subordinate. Current subordinates of user, Ian, 1/20th. Another system message follows. Subordinate Syria, S talent class is hero, and her skill class is rare. If you banish Syria, your subordinate, you will lose 17,000 fame. If your fame falls below 0, you will be considered to have an evil reputation. A voice exclaims, filled with awe, Syria's talent class is hero class. That's freaking amazing. Ian smiles, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Syria clasps her hands together, a bright smile on her face. Please take good care of me, Syria. Same to you, my lord. Ian prepares to leave. Then I'll be off. Please call me at any point. He waves goodbye, a faint creak echoing as he opens the door. She emanates a dark aura, her expression unreadable. Ian is taken aback, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A sudden chill runs down Jin Sung's spine. He wonders what could be causing it. Syria's eyes glow a menacing red as she asks, Jin Sung, who is that girl? Ian exclaims, what the hell, as Syria's anger intensifies, crackling with visible energy. She even accuses him of holding hands. Stammering, Ian explains, that is, she is an NPC. Someone I took on as a subordinate, a summoner NPC. We just shook hands. Syria seems surprised by the explanation. A subordinate, a sub-NPC. With a determined look, Syria declares, why yes. That's right. I'm registering subordinate NPCs right now. Syria questions, but why does your first subordinate NPC have to have such a young, pretty, and cute girl like that? Ian laughs nervously, admitting that he doesn't know. It took over 30 minutes to clear up this misunderstanding with her. A summoning circle glows with intense energy. Ian walks through a portal, relieved to have finally consoled her enough. The dimensional sorcerer, Griper, is likely at an extremely high rank, but since he's an NPC, Ian can't register him as a subordinate. Phylan wonders how he knows this. Phylan is sure it won't work, but she has nothing to lose. Phylan says that she has heard of Ian's news, though. Ian asks what news, and what else he has become. Phylan states that he has become a baron, of course, and Ian wonders how they know. Phylan says that she has some connections within the Lusipal Kingdom's royal palace. Ian wonders how Griper could have connections within the royal palace, and what it could be. Phylan says that she hasn't even served tea to her guest, and asks him to please be seated and wait. An information window appears. The NPC info window shows Griper, level unknown. He is a sorcerer, a dimensional sorcerer, with the status of count. His breed is human, his personality is curious, and his talent class is unknown. His inherent abilities are unknown. He is a dimensional sorcerer succeeding legends. Ian wonders if Griper's level shows up as a question mark. Ian wonders if Griper could be at the same level as Helime, that monster of a human. An unseen character fumes, unable to accept that a subordinate could possibly hold a higher rank. Griper smirks, revealing that he, too, was granted a title. A woman with auburn hair confirms that the previous emperor bestowed upon her the title of Count. The woman explains that she has been providing help to the royal palace sorcerers from time to time. The woman asks Griper if he just realized that she was also given a title. A chibi version of Griper sheds tears of frustration, vowing to obtain a higher title and try again later. As soon as the protection period ended, they requested the territory war. Well, it can't be helped. Considering the rank of our guild, the territory is higher class, so I'm sure many guilds want our estate. Our guild has gotten stronger, and since it's a defensive castle, we shouldn't worry too much. The opposing guild, the Polaris Guild, doesn't even differ from us in rank by much. Well, it's something we foresaw. Right. Since 70% of territory wars resulted in the guilds successfully defending their territories. Does. Me. Mine was part of the Polaris Guild at some point, and unlike us, they seem to have constant member changes. Aside from the guild master and the vice guild master, they even swap out the executives often. They have around 200 members in their guild, but only 10 of which are founding. Lai wonders how that helps them with defeating the enemy in battle. He admits that it's true, but still. The fact that they keep getting new members can only mean that they aren't experienced enough to battle with each other during party plays. Lai exclaims that's it. Apparently, they donate a lot of gold for people to join their guild. Ian believes this may be an easier win than they thought. It's stated that doesn't mean they're going to be easy to defeat. Since they're part of the Diamond class rank, it's believed their core members have outstanding battle abilities. Looking at the recent territory wars, the majority of the defending guilds gave up their battles in the battlefield of the brave and focused their energy on the battlefield of protection instead. It's asked if it wouldn't be more appropriate for them to use a similar strategy. The rule book states the attacking guild must win 3 victories on the battlefield of protection for the map to be changed to the battlefield of the brave, and if this 4th battle is won, you may take over their territory. The defending guild must be successful in gaining 3 victories in either the battlefield of protection or the battlefield of the brave to defend their territory. It's stated that it's the most classic strategy and has the least amount of risk involved, since they only have to get 3 victories. Ian states he has a good idea. He suggests they go against the classic strategy, his hand hovering over a holographic display. The meeting is in full swing, various members listening intently to the unfolding plan. A notification appears. Archer Ian is the sole participant in the first battle of the territory war. A woman questions if this is true, her companion wondering if battling alone in the first round isn't too much. A woman with gray hair states that all the NPCs will be battling with her, so it's fine. The Polaris Guild will assume they're going to give up on the battlefield of the brave, so they're going to use the smallest number of combatants. He states that's what they're going to use against them, a confident smirk playing on his lips. A voice assures them not to worry, promising to win 2 victories. It's been a while since they've been on the battlefield of the brave, a voice notes as a group of adventurers stand ready. Syria, level 110, is a summoner of hero class. Tempest, level 114, is a priest of average class. Lorton, level 110, and Malim, level 107, are warriors of rare class. The dust settles around a pair of armored boots. He thinks to himself that he'll have to control not only the summoned beasts, but also the sub-NPCs, so the level of control needed will be extremely high. A system message appears, announcing that the guild war will begin in 30 seconds. He wonders why those idiots came to battle without even hiding their levels. One of the players observes that he can't see anyone above level 100 out of all the levels he sees, and the max level is around 95. It is thought that there may be some stronger members amongst the members with hidden stats. He thinks that since he's the only user on this side, he's sure they're going to underestimate him. Milan states that he was right. Someone agrees, saying that it was obvious that the Lotus Guild would give up the battlefield of the brave. One of the women says she's itching to run over there already, and the other says the last hit is hers, and not to even think about stealing it. The Polaris Guild looks to be around level 90 on average. The 2 women look down at the battlefield. The voice analyzes the situation, noting that while the enemy's individual levels appear lower based on their visible equipment, their sheer numbers are far greater than anticipated. He wonders if Ian can handle them. A voice declares, "I believe in you, Jin Sung." A digital display shows the countdown. The battle will commence in 5 seconds. Ian and another adventurer stand ready, determination etched on their faces as they prepare for the impending battle. A group of armored figures stands behind them, ready to fight. Ian considers their strategy, thinking, let's just consider it a drive hunt. A system window appears, displaying window, start. Standing within a glowing blue summoning circle, he prepares to call forth his allies. Commands ring out, lie, rake. The summoning ritual reaches its peak, energy crackling around him as he shouts, Jagi. With a surge of power, Ian stands alongside his summoned creatures as he calls out, Harley. The creatures are summoned. The summoned beast unleashes a deafening roar, its power resonating through the battlefield. The monstrous bellow echoes, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. A soldier wonders aloud why Archer Ian isn't summoning Ducty. A sinister smile creeps across a shadowed face. An officer barks orders, demanding obedience from his troops. Ian, flanked by his summoned beasts, declares it's time to move. A man expresses his surprise, realizing that the guy was a summoner. A woman's eyes widen in shock at the revelation. The sinister smile widens, hinting at a hidden agenda. Chaos erupts as soldiers clash, their cries echoing across the battlefield. That summoner focuses his power, preparing for another summoning. He thinks now. The word summon blazes into existence, signaling the arrival of a new ally. A massive, armored figure appears, surrounded by a glowing blue circle. The creature is named Ducty. Ian extends his hand, blue energy crackling around him as he prepares to summon again. Golden light flares around Ian as the summoning intensifies. A blonde-haired woman exclaims, "What is that? What kind of summon monster is that?" Her red-haired companion looks on, equally surprised. "This is my first time." A voice cries out, seeing it too. Below, a red, dragon-like creature roars. Ian stands beside a massive, white wolf, energy swirling around them. The words, "The King," are emblazoned across the panel. A voice shouts, "Ducty." A grotesque, hulking monster emerges from a swirling vortex of purple energy. The words, "Abyss Hole," are displayed. A dark orb of power crackles with purple energy. A beam of purple energy shoots into the sky. The 2 men shout in unison, their faces contorted in shock. "What is this?" The blonde man's eyes widen in disbelief as the red-haired woman gasps. "Shit, what kind of..." The winged figure cries out, "Is this?" A red dragon-like creature stands alongside a hulking, armored figure and a tiger wreathed in blue flames. A massive, shadowy figure looms, its form indistinct but undeniably powerful. A white, wolf-like creature appears, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. A man grins, his expression sinister and predatory. A voice booms, commanding, "Everyone attack." A feathered avian beast clashes against a crimson dragon, their roars echoing through the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, a group of warriors stands ready, their expressions grim as they prepare for the onslaught. A spectral wolf howls, its form shimmering with ethereal energy. The command rings out, "Now?" The call to arms, "Everyone attack." Breath. The crimson dragon gathers energy, preparing to unleash a devastating attack. The dragon roars, its voice a thunderous wave of destruction. A cataclysmic explosion erupts, consuming everything in its path. The warrior cries out, his health plummeting from the force of the blast. "Shit, my health was halved in just one blow." A monstrous creature collapses, defeated. Ian summons a monster to aid in the battle. The summoned monster, Finn, activates its inherent ability, Pulverize. A warrior cries out, overwhelmed by the onslaught of monsters. "Save me. This is unbelievable. What are all these monsters?" A commander barks orders amidst the chaos. "Retreat. All long-distance dealers, attack the ice golem first. We need to stop that debuff." A soldier screams as a massive golem looms over them, ready to strike. The golem unleashes a devastating attack. Another soldier observes the battle, noting, "Shit. They say that an old eagle is better than a young crow. But Ducty's health is already down to half. However, his defense is amazing." A dark-haired man smirks, thinking to himself, "I knew this would happen though." A blonde woman looks up at him, exclaiming, "Yes, my lord, just like I told you before." Syria uses summoner healing to recover 60% of the summoned monster Ducty's health. Magical energy swirls around the battlefield. One of the figures exclaims that it's impossible to hack away at its health, and that they recovered all of it. Another figure, with long blonde hair tied back, wonders what is happening, realizing that they are going to lose. A figure with short black hair begins to cast a spell, summoning a magical orb. The figure continues casting, declaring it a welcoming gift. The magical orb fires a beam of energy. The beam of energy travels towards its target. The beam impacts the target. The impact creates a shockwave. The target is engulfed in the explosion, screaming in pain. System messages appear, indicating that the magic sphere got a direct hit and dealt 7,720 damage to Lucan. It also states that 5 spirit magic was recovered and that user, Lucan, was eliminated, gaining 3.7% battle contribution. Another figure wonders why this dummy keeps getting involved, stating that it's making them feel irritated. A figure with purple hair fires a pink beam of energy. He stares, a question etched on his face as he wonders what is happening. The hunter is enveloped by a surge of pink energy, his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. Elsewhere, a griffin-like creature soars through the air, its wings spread wide as it dives into the fray. The pink energy intensifies, crackling with raw power. A lone figure stands silhouetted against the radiant glow, observing the unfolding chaos. The hunter's eyes narrow, a flicker of calculation in their depths. "I suppose it doesn't affect the battle, so it doesn't matter, but..." He barks an order, his voice ringing out across the battlefield. Fan out from left to right. A hulking, armored warrior roars, commanding his troops to surround the enemy. The armored figure declares, "I commanded them to do this in advance." The hunter observes the unfolding battle, a grim satisfaction in his eyes. "This might end even faster than I thought." He gasps, his eyes widening in shock as he sees something unexpected. Finn. A red-haired warrior stands ready, her griffin companions soaring beside her as they prepare to strike. The summoner's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening her gaze. "There, you see that bastard?" she snarls. A spectral avian form coalesces, the creature's blue eyes glowing with potent energy. Finn, the guardian of the wind, has been summoned. The summoner gasps, her expression shifting to one of grim resolve. Her voice rings out, laced with a desperate urgency. "What now?" Channeling the storm, the summoner prepares her attack, wind swirling around her form. Finn unleashes a torrent of wind, the air crackling with energy. The wind intensifies, buffeting the battlefield as Finn continues his assault. A notification appears, summoning monster, Finn, has received wind property damage. Finn's inherent ability activates, a surge of power coursing through him. Guardian of the Wind is activated. Finn's attacks are 30% more effective for the next 3 minutes. The summoner presses forward, the wind magic intensifying around her. The summoner grits her teeth, frustration evident in her expression. Shit, she mutters. From the sidelines, a group of onlookers marvel at the display. "Who? The number 1 summoner sure is different," one exclaims. Another voice joins in, filled with awe. "He's really incredible. Isn't this completely OP for a summoner?" A grim notification flashes. All Polaris Guild members have died. A system message appears, congratulating the Lotus Guild for achieving 100% battle contribution and gaining 63,500 fame. The message also declares the Lotus Guild's victory against the Polaris Guild in the first battle on the battlefield of the Brave. A serene view of snow-capped mountains under a starlit sky fills the scene. The camera pans over a walled city, its buildings huddled together within the protective stone. The city sprawls under the night sky, dominated by a large, imposing structure in the distance. Inside a grand hall, members of the Lotus Guild gather around a table, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. Lai exclaims, "Kia, brother Ian, you're really incredible. You won all by yourself." Ian responds, "Wow, seriously, I didn't have my hopes up, but you basically just played around with them." Another member chimes in, "What did I say? I told you to trust me. I mean, we did have faith in you. But you know what?" Hugo asks, "What?" Another member adds, "We only lost 5 troops during the battle." Heron states, "Hugh, Ian carried us through the First Territory War. I feel much better knowing that we have a victory under our belt going forward." Another member agrees, "That's right. And as Ian said, don't you think we can hope to win the second battle as well?" A member concludes, "True. Since they need to deploy all personnel before the second battle, there's no way they can recoup their strength again so quickly." A confident voice declares that the second battle will be another easy victory. Another voice sharply disagrees, stating, "No, that's not true." A tense silence hangs over the assembled group. Someone reiterates that the second battle is coming. It's acknowledged that winning the second battle won't be as easy as the first. The scene shifts to a grand, ornate building, its architecture a testament to a bygone era. A voice cuts through the silence, laced with curiosity. "What do you mean?" A hand rests on a polished surface, fingers slightly curled, as if anticipating action. Jin Sung's voice echoes, confident and assured. "Easy to win as the first one." He recalls a past battle, a moment of solitary triumph. "That time, they saw that I participated in the battle alone." The memory unfolds. Jin Sung stands before a vast assembly, a lone figure against a backdrop of countless faces. A woman's voice, tinged with concern, breaks through his reverie. "Starting this round. Does that mean you could lose this round, Jin Sung?" His eyes narrow, a spark of defiance igniting within. "This time, I'm going to pummel them harder into the ground." Jin Sung acknowledges the challenge, a grim determination etched on his face. It's just not going to be an easy win. He strides forward, his gait purposeful, each step resonating with unwavering resolve. His voice rings out, a declaration of unyielding spirit. "But it doesn't mean that I can't win." The two figures descended the stairs, deep in discussion. One of them remarked that he was going to fall asleep during class. The other responded that he actually paid attention in class today for once. Surprisingly, he explained that Professor Jin Wook would put him back in all of the classes he was excused from if he kept sleeping during class. The other man realized that there was a valid reason for his attentiveness. "That's right, man. But Jin Sung, are you sure we can just give up the territory war after the third battle? Tomorrow? Just give it to them. It'll only benefit us in the end. If we have the opposing guild use up all of their manpower, they won't have anything left for the third battle, which will result in our victory." He considers the strategy. It certainly seems like a great one. He wishes he could participate more in the territory war, but they only allow 2 battles per user. He also never anticipated that the hatch rate for Carseus's egg would rise from winning the territory war. It must have been the energy that increased the hatch rate. Thanks to that, he only has 11% more to go. When this territory war is over, he should suggest they go hit up a few nearby shit rank bases. Yu Hyun calls out to Ian. Ian says he actually wanted to ask him something, declining the drink. Yu Hyun asks what it is, opening the bottle, noting he is thirsty. Ian asks if Yu Hyun didn't say he had some dating experience before. Yu Hyun, caught off guard, stammers, asking what about it. Ian reminds him that he said he wasn't always single since birth and that he had a girlfriend back in high school, wondering why he is so surprised. Ian presses, asking if at least he hasn't been single since birth. The conversation continues. He begins, wanting to ask something. Ian asks Yu Hyun if he thinks Heron is interested in him. Yu Hyun is reminded of Heron's actions. She gives him packed lunches and even spoons food into his mouth like risotto. Ian thinks to himself, surprised at how clueless Yu Hyun is, despite being single since birth. Ian thinks that you can tell right away by how close Heron wants to be to him. Yu Hyun thinks there is a possibility. Ian is surprised and thinks it's a ray of innocence. Someone thinks, "I'll have a spring day for once in my life," and wishes Heron good luck. A creature makes a pug sound. The creature makes a pug sound while eating. Milan, kneeling beside Buck Boki, asks, "Would you like it again?" But Pug Puji is already eating another meatball. Milan asks, "Are you able to finish all this before Ian gets here?" Pug Puji looks overwhelmed by the amount of food. Pug Puji nods, seemingly determined to eat all the meatballs. Milan thinks, "If Ian finds out I gave you this many meatballs, he'll be angry at me." Milan says, "So you have to eat them really fast." "Okay, Pug Puji." Milan thinks, "Then Pug Puji is good. Now then." Milan turns to Finn and asks, "Finn, what about you? Is it yummy?" She continues, "How is it? Would you like some more, Finn?" Finn coos in response. Milan exclaims, "Wow. Then Finn, try this one now. This one." She smiles, looking down at the bird. Milan thinks to herself that Finn is quite picky and hopes he'll enjoy this. A bird calls out from the distance. Buck Boki eats a meatball. Ian asks why there are so many meatballs, stating he'll reserve these and give them to him later. Bokboki looks at the meatballs. Ian asks, "Hey Jin-sung, you're here." Ian says he just looked over the internal systems and came over right away. Bokboki continues to eat. Ian asks what's up with him. Ian asks if he's not going to respond. Bokboki remains silent, his eyes glowing red. He asks, his eyes narrowed, if Bokboki enjoyed his delicious lunch. Bokboki retracts his head back into his shell, not retracting any further. Ian, his eyes glowing red, demands what Bokboki is doing, calling him a bastard. Heron looks on, concerned. Ian continues, asking what Bokboki shoved into his mouth, accusing him of eating every last bit and not leaving any for his wonderful owner. Heron calls out to Ian, asking what is it. Ian asks if she wants to go somewhere together. Heron looks surprised. Her eyes widened, a blush rising on her cheeks. Could this be a date? The intricate details of her attire came into focus, a blend of practicality and subtle elegance. The town nestled against the backdrop of towering, snow-capped mountains, the air crisp and clean. The cobblestone streets wound between timber-framed buildings, the silence broken only by the distant sounds of the town. A blinding flash of energy erupted, the air crackling with raw power. A monstrous figure materialized amidst the chaos, wreathed in arcs of golden lightning. The beast unleashed a deafening roar, the sound echoing through the mountains. His eyes narrowed, a steely determination hardening his gaze. He lunged forward, a blur of motion against the monstrous foe, energy crackling around him. The monster towered over him, a grotesque silhouette against the stormy sky. Her expression hardened, a flicker of resolve in her eyes. Syria suggests that for today's hunt, they should go to the Porlos Plateau instead of the Norman Mountains. She thought this would be a date. Ian assures her that even though the mob's levels are pretty high, there won't be any problems for him to protect her, giving a thumbs up. Syria thinks to herself that him going to protect her makes her a little bit thrilled inside. But Syria seems to have something else on her mind. Syria asks Jin-sung if it's really okay for Pugpuji to roam around alone like that, wondering if it isn't dangerous. Jin-sung assures her that it's not dangerous in the slightest. Even if he were to get beaten all day by those monsters, his health wouldn't even be halved. It's explained that Pugpuji's stats are completely geared toward defense. Ian states that it'll be hard to even deal 10 damage to him with any normal attack. Syria thinks that Pugpuji is incredible. Ian tells Pugpuji that if he discovers any monsters while he's out playing, he better hide like he normally does, okay? Syria says that she has something she wants to ask Jin-sung. Ian asks if there is a particular reason for giving Pugpuji enough meatballs. Syria and Ian are shown with Pugpuji. She starts, asking what is it, telling him to tell her quickly, or is it? Ian responds, oh, that MMM. Syria asks if he just likes bullying Pugpuji without a reason or something like that. Ian replies, of course not, saying she knows how much he loves Pugpuji, so why would he? Ian admits that truthfully, it's because he didn't get that many meatballs from her in the beginning, so he wanted to reserve them. Ian continues, saying that when he started giving Pugpuji more meatballs, Pugpuji started gaining weight. He struggles to carry the small turtle. Syria realizes that's why it got really hard for him to carry Pugpuji on his back. Syria says she sees, and if that's the reason, it can't be helped. Pugpuji cries, knowing he has to be strong. He just met a terrible owner who's addicted to hunting, and their poor Pugpuji can't even eat as many meatballs as he likes. Ian asks what it is, and Syria replies that she thinks it's Pugpuji. They came across some monsters or discovered something, so they should hurry over. Hurry. A griffin flies quickly. Ian rides the griffin. He turns to the large bird beside him. Ian notes that Heron has come as well. Syria wonders if they won't be too heavy. He says not to worry. Ian and Syria are together on Pugpuji. Pugpuji flies onward. The beast soars over the snowy mountains. The Lotus Guild is victorious in the Battle of the Territory War. One of the guild members exclaims that they have another week until their next territory war. The guild member explains that they will have the army at level 3 and the defense system will be completed by then, so they can protect themselves against even a stronger guild in a week. Another guild member agrees, saying that Ian pretty much made all the plans, and they went along with the strategy he laid. The guild member says that it worked out for them as well. Thanks to him, their guild rose by 2 ranks already, and Ian suggested moving forward and attacking other guilds to claim. The summoner guild member wonders if they even have the resources to do that. She continues, voicing her concern that if their core members are away during these attacks, another guild might attack them at that time. The summoner guild member admits it hasn't been fully decided yet, and it may be dangerous, but she's sure Ian has a plan. She suggests that they should hunt harder for now. The summoner guild member states that Ian is going to catch up to them soon. The summoner guild member thinks to herself that she is 1 level higher than him. She thinks. The summoner guild member wonders if Ian just games all night without sleeping. The summoner guild member stares intently. The summoner guild member's expression is unreadable. Meanwhile, Pugpuji exclaims that he found a strange cave. A system message announces that they are the first discoverer of the Bloody Way dungeon. A system message announces that all EXP gained and the probability of encountering items will be doubled for the next 5 days. What a score. Lucky gamers get dungeons even when their monsters are left roaming to graze in fields. Huh? Jin-sung smiles, looking at a holographic display. Heron asks what they should do and if they should start the dungeon right away. Heron confirms that if Jin Sung will protect her, then she is in. Jin Sung assures Heron that he will protect her. A small turtle-like creature makes a noise as Jin Sung and Heron approach the dungeon entrance. Jin Sung declares that they should head in. Heron looks concerned as Jin Sung looks forward with determination. A large, spectral paw slams into the ground. The group stares at the spectral wolf as it glares at them. The dungeon entrance shimmers with energy. The spectral wolf snarls, its eyes glowing red. The spectral wolf growls, its blue eyes burning with intensity. The spectral wolf is struck by an unseen force, the ground beneath it cracking from the impact. The force sends the spectral wolf reeling, a blur of white and red against the blue-tinged dungeon. It is sent hurtling through the air, a helpless projectile. The spectral wolf continues its violent trajectory, a streak of gray against the tunnel's icy backdrop. Spinning wildly, the spectral wolf is nothing more than a blur. Another unseen blow connects, the spectral wolf's form contorting in agony. A high-pitched shriek pierces the air as the spectral wolf is finally defeated. The tunnel seems pretty long. We've already come this far, but I still can't see the end. You're right. It's not like we can go to another floor. While we can get double the EXP, but it's too easy. Heron says, yeah, I kind of want a change of scenery. Ian wonders, I wonder if there's a brighter area? Ian continues, I just want more monsters to come out. Why are they stumbling out just a few at a time? Heron thinks, I can level up like crazy. Why can't I be happy? She then thinks, how can he say this hunt is easy? These monsters are well over level 120. The pair's boots crunch on the icy ground. Ian and Heron stand within a cavern of jagged ice formations. A distant howling echoes through the chamber. Ian furrows his brow, his expression a mix of confusion and concern. Howling? I've never heard this sound before. She peers into the distance, her eyes widening slightly. Wait, it's kind of familiar. A monstrous three-headed wolf emerges from the mist, its eyes glowing with an ominous red light. The creature's massive paws leave deep impressions in the ice. Massive, clawed feet step into view, the ground trembling with each heavy footfall. A pack of wolves materializes from the mist, their forms blurred and indistinct. The wolves emerge from the fog, revealing themselves as blood-mane wolves, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. Ian's eyes widen in alarm. He shouts a warning. A blood-mane wolf snarls, its fangs bared in a menacing display. Ian eyes the wolf warily, hoping they aren't related to Lai. Heron gasps, realizing that Lai's species can also be found on the field. Ian warns Heron to be careful and back away, noting that they're all around level 125 in rare ranks. Ian acknowledges the situation, aware that more could show up during the battle. Ian prepares himself, a blue aura emanating from his body as he announces their arrival. A surge of magical energy crackles around them, signaling the start of the battle. With a guttural kung, two blood-mane wolves lunge forward, their eyes glowing with predatory intent. The monstrous figure bellows, forward, as a surge of blue energy emanates from its form. The monster continues its advance, the blue energy intensifying around it, crackling with power. With a deafening roar, the monster unleashes its fury, its massive form radiating destructive energy. A blinding explosion of energy erupts, momentarily obscuring the battlefield. Cornered, the monster prepares its next move. The monster roars, Ducty. Now, Abyss Hole, as it begins to conjure a swirling vortex of dark purple energy. The Abyss Hole expands, a swirling vortex of dark energy crackling with destructive power. The Abyss Hole slams into the wolves, engulfing them in a violent explosion of purple energy. The explosion of the Abyss Hole continues to rage, consuming everything in its path. One of the wolves, caught in the blast, looks back with a bewildered kung. He prepares to strike, blue energy crackling around his form as Heron watches from behind. A massive, avian-like creature with plumage of deep blues and whites descends, its wings generating gusts of icy wind. A draconic beast, scales shimmering crimson, unleashes a torrent of searing flames. The flames erupt, consuming everything in their path with intense heat. The red dragon continues its fiery assault, bathing the battlefield in a hellish glow. Harley shouts, Harley, Lai, let's go, as he and the avian creature charge forward, surrounded by swirling blue energy. Harley uses the skill, Guardian of the Wind, increasing his agility to the amount of all other attack stats combined. Harley's face is contorted in a fierce battle cry, his eyes wide with determination. Harley leaps into action, a powerful kung, echoing as he strikes with the force of the wind. The wolves snarl, their fangs bared as they prepare to defend themselves. Don't lose, one of them barks. One of the wolves bites down with savage force, a pained yelp, escaping its jaws. Ian shouts, Harley, his expression a mix of concern and determination. Harley leaps through the air, wind swirling around him as he prepares to strike. He raises his hand, gathering a sphere of crackling energy. Lightning dances around him, illuminating the snowy battlefield. Amidst a flurry of snow and claw, he and Lai are beset on all sides by the ferocious wolves. The jaws of one of the wolves open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A wolf lunges, its fangs snapping shut. Lai cries out as the wolves press their attack. One of the wolves bites down hard on Lai. Another wolf leaps forward, claws extended. The wolves pant heavily, their breath misting in the frigid air. Ian's expression darkens. Shit, they're really high level, huh? But even that. One of the wolves attacks, but the assault has no effect against Ian's defenses. Lai, looking distressed, cries out, "H, help me. I have nothing to touch." A flurry of impacts echoes through the cavern as the last of the Bloodmane wolves fall. A system notification appears. Ian has eliminated the Bloodmane wolf and gained experience and gold. Ian smirks, pleased with the experience gained. He examines a holographic display showing a piece of a blood orb, wondering if it's a quest item. Ian asks Heron to heal his familiars. Ian smiles at Heron, who stands beside him. Ian thinks to himself that if he had Syria, it would have helped a great deal with recovering all of the familiars' health. Heron, in chibi form, guesses that her emergency healing just isn't effective enough. Ian asks what's the matter. Heron says it's nothing, but she thought she smelled another person in his train of thought. Heron and Ian are both surprised by this revelation. Heron denies it, saying there's no way she could have thought about another person. She smiles, placing her trust in Jin Sung. Okay, Jin Sung, I'll trust you. The pair continue forward, a sense of determination in their steps. The icy landscape stretches before them, a path winding through the frozen expanse. Heron's expression shifts to confusion. Huh? What is this? Ian observes the path ahead, noting, the path is blocked. The path is indeed blocked by a wall of ice. Heron asks, what should we do? Should we go back? Ian studies the obstruction. I don't think it's supposed to be blocked off. Heron's eyes widen in surprise. Huh? Ian turns his attention to their companion. Finn, try using your skill to pulverize that. Finn begins to channel energy, a soft coup dash, escaping as the skill activates. The skill intensifies, a surge of power building around Finn. With a final burst, the skill obliterates the icy blockage, clearing the path forward. A surge of energy erupts, bathing the area in a blinding light. The energy coalesces, forming a swirling vortex of power. A voice echoes from within the vortex. Think you're doing? It asks, followed by coughing. It was a mistake. Ian and Heron exchange surprised glances, unsure of what's happening. Heron wonders aloud, what is this? A wolf statue. Ian thinks to himself, what is that? Since we solved the mystery of that glass bead, I feel like we should open up the stone wall. A system message appears. The item, blood orb, can be used. Do you wish to proceed? Ian observes a blood orb forming, surmising, a blood orb? I guess those pieces from earlier piece themselves together to form this. Ian declares, let's use it. A system message confirms, you have used the item, blood orb. Another system message appears. The blood house has been 100% restored. The seal of the blood gate has been broken. The blood gate glows with renewed energy as a monstrous, wolf-like creature begins to emerge from the depths. The wolf-like creature snarls, its eyes burning with malevolent red light. The blood house has been fully restored, and the seal of the blood gate has been broken. A doorway glows with a red orb in front of it. A large, wolf-like creature stands menacingly, a skull floating before it. The wolf-like creature growls. Two figures stand atop the massive wolf-like creature. Heron looks on, a look of concern on her face. Heron shouts, get back. Theirs. The doorway glows intensely. Ian and Heron raise their hands, ready for a fight. Heron stares at the wolf-like creature, muttering, huh? That is it a werewolf? Ian wonders if they're facing a boss monster. The creature is identified as a bloody Fenrir, level 128, heroic rank. Is this for real? And why is it so huge? The bloody Fenrir snarls, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Here it comes. Ian commands Lai to move forward. The Fenrir's massive paw descends. The bloody Fenrir attacks Lai with incredible speed. The Fenrir roars, its fangs bared. Lai is struck by the Fenrir's attack. Ian looks on, a worried expression on his face. The Fenrir attacks Lai with Abyss Hole. He unleashes a surge of purple energy. The purple energy slams into the bloody Fenrir. The bloody Fenrir prepares to strike, a snarl twisting its features. Now, attack. Lai lands a critical hit on the beast. Ian observes, noting the bloody Fenrir's health decreasing by only 5,876. Even with Lee's critical attack, the damage was less than 6,000. He is shocked by the monster's resilience. It's not even a defensive monster, but its level is insane. The bloody Fenrir retaliates with a devastating blow. The Fenrir continues its relentless assault. The bloody Fenrir's claws drip with dark energy. The attack connects, and Lai cries out in pain. The system displays a message. Familiar, Lai, has been attacked by the blood Fenrir. Familiar, Lai, S health has decreased by 9,760. Familiar Lee's health has decreased by 8,598. It is said that Lai is nearly dead, and if it was a critical hit, he would be dead already. Ian, seeing Lee's condition, shouts, Lai, cancel summon. Ian, enraged, says, how dare you hurt my Lai? Rake, Finn. Rake and the bloody Fenrir clash, creating a shockwave. The bloody Fenrir attacks Rake with its claws. The attack causes a fiery explosion. Rake is sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. A system message appears, stating that his health has decreased a lot, but for a boss monster, His total health isn't that high. Rake's claws scrape against the ground as he slides back, thinking, huh? What is that? Ian looks on, concerned, thinking, that's dangerous. The bloody Finra attacks Rake again, drawing blood. A system message appears, stating that familiar Rake has suffered a critical hit from the bloody Finra, and his health decreases by 29,760. The bloody Finra absorbs Rake's health and recovers 44,640 health. With a surge of power, Archer Ian cancels the summon. Rake vanishes in a burst of red energy as the bloody Finra roars. Ian grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed with determination. If this is how it's going to play out, he cannot waste any more attacks. Archer Ian shouts, everyone retreat. It's revealed that Heron was buffing the party the whole time. From this angle, they're going to go with a speed tactic. They have to bring him down before he recovers his health again. Someone yells, Ducty, block him from the front. Heron, someone pleads, please keep healing him. Heron casts a health recovery spell, a surge of blue energy enveloping the injured. The bloody Finra unleashes a devastating attack, its claws glowing with pink energy. Harley casts Protection of the Wind. The bloody Finra continues its relentless assault. Familiar Harley activates his inherent ability, Swipe. The system indicates that the bloody Finra is staggered for 1 second. Ian exclaims that the stagger is up. The bloody Finra is struck by a wave of blue energy. The energy crackles around the Finra. The blue energy intensifies, engulfing the Finra. A blinding flash of yellow light erupts from the point of impact. The force of the attack creates a shockwave. Purple energy explodes outwards, further damaging the bloody Finra. Ian, eyes blazing with determination, declares that he knew it, preparing to unleash maximum power. Orange energy crackles around Ian as he launches his attack. The attack connects, bathing the bloody Finra in searing orange light. Ian shouts, commanding the Finra to take this as the orange energy intensifies. The bloody Finra unleashes a final, desperate roar as its form dissolves into particles of light. A system notification appears before Ian, informing him of their victory and the experience gained. He grins, realizing he's nearly reached 1,000,000 experience points. Heron, concern etched on her face, asks, Jin Sung, are you okay? Ian replies, a hint of exhaustion in his voice, we were nearly dead there for a minute. Another system notification appears, this time informing them of the gold they've acquired from defeating the bloody Finra. A shimmering pile of coins materializes. The system then announces the acquisition of a bloody Finra necklace, displaying the item's intricate design. Finally, the system reveals they've obtained the spirit orb of the Finra, showcasing its pulsating, crimson core. Ian gazes at the spirit orb, its energy radiating a palpable heat. The spirit orb throbs with power, a silent exclamation point hanging in the air. A final system message declares the release of the spirit orb of the Finra, the orb having been consumed with madness. Ian stares, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension on his face. The released spirit orb, now taking the form of a spectral wolf, asks, where am I? A crimson orb pulsates with contained energy. With a surge of power, the orb releases the spirit orb of the Finra, now consumed by madness. Before a man stands a towering, wolf-like creature, wreathed in purple energy. He wonders what this is. The creature rumbles, questioning where it is. The man exclaims in surprise. The wolf-like creature asks who the man is, finding the situation confusing. The wolf talks. Charloth, leader and guardian of the blood tribe, declares that he is not to be compared to simple wolves. The man, now standing with a woman, states that Charloth is a summoner. The man confirms that he is a summoner. Charloth looms. The wolf-like creature towers over the landscape, his gaze fixed on the man before him. Does he harbor a grudge, or something? Archer Ian's expression is grim. He states, I am the one who killed him. Charloth's face softens slightly. Well, I want to thank you first. Ian's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Charloth continues, I would like to give you my gratitude for releasing me from the chain of insanity. And although my powers were sealed, to think you defeated me. I respect your strength. Ian exhales softly. Oh yeah? Thanks, wolf. No, Charloth. Charloth's gaze drifts to a white, wolf-like creature. It's too bad, though, had you had one of my species amongst your familiars. Charloth turns back to Ian, offering, I could have given you great help. Charloth's form glows with power, depending on the nature of that beast. The red aura intensifies around Charloth. I possess an ability that could make my species stronger. Ian's eyes narrow, a question forming in his gaze. Lie. Charloth stands beside the white wolf-like creature, both radiating power. Charloth inquires if Lie is a blood-mane wolf, suggesting it's likely his species. The image shows a menacing wolf with a red mane and glowing red eyes. Charloth remarks that he doesn't see it amongst Ian's familiars. Ian states that summoning Lie is currently not possible. He can summon him again in about 20 minutes. The hunter realizes he can smell his own kind, despite not being able to see them. The wolf's expression is fierce, but it's too bad that. Charloth reveals that he can only maintain this physical form for 9 more minutes, after which he will leave to the spirit world. Ian is surprised by this information, Lie standing beside him. Frustrated, Ian curses the game's design. Charlotte explains that he was finally going to get information about how to evolve Lai. Charlotte states that his spirit was released, so he will give Ian something of equal worth. Ian obtains the item, Bloody Hole, recognizing it as a heroic class item. He wonders how he will evolve Lai now. A symbol of the Blood Tribe is displayed, with a request to handle it with care. Charlotte glares menacingly. The hero acknowledges the request, stating he will use it well. It's finished, Ian declares, ready to move forward. Charlotte asks if Ian is going through the tunnel to get to the other side, and if so, would he be able to grant him a favor? Ian seems to ponder the request. There is another being whose spirit has been bound. A quest window appears, detailing Charlotte's request to release his brother from his spirit binding. It's an S-rank quest, something Ian has never seen before. The quest condition is that the user must have released the spirit of Bloody Finra, Charlotte. There is no time limit, and the reward is unknown. If it's an S-rank quest, Ian recalls seeing that a level 130 ranker failed one in the community the other day. Well, since it doesn't even have a time limit, he thinks he might as well try it. Phew, Ian sighs, stating he'll help Charlotte. Charlotte thanks Ian very much, hoping that he can release his poor brother from his torment that has lasted for over 100 years. If you keep following this tunnel for about 10 minutes, you will be able to get out to the shores past the Porlos Cliff. If you walk northward along the shore, you will reach Oliver's town. Look for Ikeel in that town. He will know the whereabouts of Charlotte's brother. Ian looks forward, ready to embark on the quest. A man wonders if Ikeel is a human, considering he was bound for over 100 years. The beast folk is sure he's still alive, because he's the only friend of Orville and himself. The beast folk is someone who's overcome their fate. A portal shimmers with arcane energy. Two figures walk towards the portal, ready to explore what lies beyond. A village nestled amongst snow-capped mountains comes into view. One of the figures exclaims that there really is a village in this corner of the world. One of them wonders if it was a town that hadn't been discovered, and if they don't belong to any nation or guild. Information about the village of Olivers appears, a coastal town with no affiliation, a village with an area of 5,582 cubic meters and a population of 1,995. Their shipbuilding and fishing industries are advanced, with a property value of 2,758. The figure realizes that Olivers has no affiliation and decides to register it as their guild's new base. The figure exclaims that they will occupy the base. The coastal village of Olivers cannot be occupied, according to the system. The conditions to occupy it are listed. You must possess a higher ranked territory than a village, you must possess a military stronger than that of the selected village, and you must have a degree of friendship above 70% with the selected village. The first condition is met, but the other two are not. Archer Ian sighs, remarking that it can't be done and that it would have been too easy if it could. He thinks that he can meet the condition of military power whenever he wants within a few days. The system reiterates that the third condition is not met. You must have a degree of friendship above 70% with the selected village. But that friendship degree above 70% condition doesn't seem easy to accomplish. Heron calls out to Jin Sung, telling him to come on and head inside. She responds, saying that she's coming. The system suggests proceeding with the quest for now and trying to find the most effective method. Ian tells Heron that he's heading out first, and she tells him to see him later. He wonders if he should check out the items he obtained earlier. He is surprised by what he sees, thinking that he's never seen anything like this item before and wondering if it is really an item specialized for summoners. Ian summons Clay. The small beast folk, Lai, nuzzles against Clay, a soft rumble emanating from the creature's throat. Lai says, "Yes, I missed you too, Lai." Archer Ian watches as Lai stands beside Clay, a red orb floating between them. Clay wonders, is this how I'm supposed to do it? A surge of energy erupts around the beast folk. The energy intensifies, swirling around Clay as the transformation accelerates. The red orb pulses with power as Clay's form shifts and contorts. Clay's transformation continues, now surrounded by a blue, shimmering aura. Archer Ian, looking at a screen, exclaims, "Oh ho, so this is how you wear it. Hiya, Lai's stats are insane. This is really crazy." Meanwhile, a rhythmic knocking echoes against a wooden door. A voice calls out, "Anyone home?" A voice calls out, asking, "Hi, is Akali home?" Archer Ian, standing with another figure, reacts in surprise. "What?" A voice calls out, "Anyone home? Hi, is Akali home?" Akali responds, "Ahem, a guest must have come." The man behind Akali exclaims, "What? She looks exactly like Griper." The man asks if she is Griper's twin sister. Phylan confirms that is correct, asking what reason she would have to lie. Griper looks like she's at most in her 30s, though. And this grandmother is a senior. Are they really twins? The man notes that her teacup is empty. Phylan observes that he still seems to be in disbelief. The man takes a sip of his tea. She's a dimensional sorceress. She's able to bend time to her will, so time does not affect her as much. Phylan smiles knowingly. "Ah, time. It seems there is an explanation of some sort." Phylan takes a sip of her tea. "So, Charlotte was released, and he told you that I would know the whereabouts of Orville?" Phylan sits at the table with the man, listening intently. She smiles faintly. Phylan begins, "Well, first of all, I want to thank you." Phylan continues, "For releasing Charlotte." She explains, "He's a savior of this town, and a longtime friend of mine as well." A flashback shows Charlotte and Orville as heroes who saved the town from dark mages long ago. Truthfully, Charlotte and Orville are heroes who saved this town from dark mages a long time ago. The flashback continues, showing a monstrous figure, cursed to have their spirits bound. Phylan's expression turns somber. Unfortunately, she continues, but to release Orville. A man off-panel responds with a hesitant, Phylan's expression hardens. No, Orville is much stronger than Charlotte. She warns, even if you were able to defeat Charlotte, if you're not confident that you can defeat Orville, I cannot tell you where he is. The unseen man states, it isn't an easy quest since it's an S rank 1, I guess. The man asks, then how can I make you trust me? No, how can I defeat? She presses, desperate for information. Orville, please tell me. Come to. The scene shifts to a chibi representation of the pair. Phylan asks, think of it. You said you're a summoner, right? The view changes to a distant town at night. A voice exclaims, yes, that's right. Great. This is great. Ho ho ho. What's happening? A summoning circle flares with blue and yellow energy. A figure shouts, capture, as they unleash a burst of energy. A monstrous roar echoes as something is captured. Quack dash. The scene returns to Phylan and Ian. She explains, not long ago, an old man who's a great summoner just arrived on the eastern continent from across the sea. Phylan continues, if you can learn the mysterious ability they have, I will trust you and tell you where Orville is sealed. Ian thinks, I have a good feeling about this. A quest notification appears. Learn an ability from summoner Damcheon. Eastern continent possesses a special ability. However, in order for you to be acknowledged, you must capture 100 common rank monsters and bring them to him. Quest difficulty, unknown. Reward, learn special ability. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. Ian reacts with shock. What the hell? Oh, 100. A horde of monstrous figures looms, their red eyes glowing menacingly. Ian grits his teeth, thinking about the quest. He has to capture all these monsters and bring them to Damcheon. He acknowledges that thanks to the artifact he possesses, he has no restrictions on the number of captures. Without it, he couldn't even attempt this. Ian declares that he has already started doing this ridiculous labor and will see it through to the end. He vows to capture all 100 of them. The scene shifts to a distant view of a town nestled among mountains. Ian stands before a gate, wondering if this is the place. He walks through the town. The building's a mix of stone and timber. A knock echoes. Ian asks if Damcheon is here. From Ian's perspective, he sees an old man sitting in a rocking chair. He wonders if that is him. Ian asks if he is Damcheon. The old man confirms that he is Damcheon, asking who Ian is. The summoner introduces himself as Ian. Damcheon observes Ian, a slight smile gracing his lips. I see. The old man sits in a rocking chair, his gaze steady. You did well to come here. Damcheon rises to his feet, addressing Ian. Follow me. I'm sure you need a larger space for you to give me what you have. Ian, slightly flustered, responds, give? The 100 monsters I captured. See coming. The landscape stretches out before them, a vast expanse of sand and sky. Ian stands before a horde of summoned monsters, their forms hulking and menacing. System messages flash. You have summoned Ice Troll, and you have summoned Yeti. The system restricts him. You cannot summon any more familiars due to lack of leadership. Ian thinks, I can't summon more than 20 at a time. Damcheon watches the display, his expression thoughtful. Ian grins, confident in his accomplishment. I captured 100, of course. Damcheon exclaims, what? Usually, they capture about 6 at once and make multiple trips. Incredible. The summoned monsters stand ready, a testament to Ian's skill. Spirit Orb Creation. He begins to use the Spirit Bind skill, a surge of blue energy emanating from his hands. White spirit orbs materialize around him, glowing with ethereal light. Spirit Bind skill, and depending on the rank, the orb colors vary? And what is this diviner and the Spirit Enhancement skill? Now, since you know how to perform Spirit Bind, I will tell you about Spirit Enhancement. Yes, sir. He reaches out, his hand glowing as he touches the spirit orbs. A complex magical circle appears, pulsating with power. Damcheon watches the display, wondering what Ian is doing. Lee Ji-hyun manipulates the spirit orbs, his hands glowing with power as he focuses on the task at hand. The spirit orbs shimmer and pulse with energy, their blue light illuminating the room. The spirit enhancement process reaches its climax, the air crackling with magical energy as Lee Ji-hyun completes the ritual. Lee Ji-hyun beams with pride. It's a success. The essence of the spirit is revealed. The spirit is ready for enhancement. Ian watches intently, eager to see the results of the spirit enhancement. The blue orbs are of a higher rank than the white orbs. Lee Ji-hyun offers a spirit orb to Damcheon. Take this. Damcheon is surprised by the offer. Ah yes. Why is he giving me this? Lee Ji-hyun smiles knowingly, anticipating Damcheon's reaction. Ian is excited for Damcheon to try it. Now, it's your turn to try it. Me. He voices his concerns, admitting his terrible drawing skills and questioning what he should do. A stern voice commands, now do it. Damcheon, still unsure, repeats his question. What should I do? Elsewhere, Lee Jinwoo carefully holds a glowing blue orb in his hand. A disembodied hand reaches out, fingers twitching. Ian stares at his hand, a strange sensation washing over him. His body seems to be moving on its own. A swirling vortex of blue energy coalesces. He wonders if this is the enhanced orb. A blue orb rests in his palm, glowing with power. A gray-haired man named Haha congratulates Ian on mastering it so quickly, declaring that he is now a spirit medium. Ian smiles, thinking it's always nice to be the first of a kind. A large bird flies through the sky. Next up, Orville. Archer Ian sits atop Lai, pleased with his preparations. He needed to be fully prepared, so this is great. He decides to use the skill he just obtained. Settling down in the forest, Archer Ian gathers his energy, preparing to use the charm production skill. He decides to see the skill he just obtained, charm production. Every time he draws one, it requires 3 orbs. Ian thinks he can make about 30 charms. If he's going to draw anyway, he should try his best, right? He examines his work, thinking it's a masterpiece. A system message appears. Charm production has failed and will be discarded. You must draw with more sincerity. Archer Ian is confused. He tries again. Another system message appears. Number of orbs remaining, 1. Number of completed charms, 0. He finds this job quite hard. Good thing he's great at working hard. Ian clenches his fist, frustration mounting. He cries out in exasperation. A memory surfaces of a woman asking if he graduated from the Department of Design and offering help. He resolves to practice drawing the symbol Miss Michelle made for him 100 times. Ian continues his practice. Charm production. A system message appears. You have succeeded in charm production. Ian sits amidst the glowing charms. Lai holds a charm. The beast folk, Lai, simply replies, yes. Phylan states that because of Ian's good work, she will now tell him where Orville is. Phylan raises a finger, emphasizing that Ian must go during the daytime, no matter what. The reason, Phylan explains, is because Orville becomes stronger at night. Ian begins to summon. Ikeel instructed to place the orb she gave him on the altar. This altar. A portal opens, and someone falls through. He cancels his summon. The tiger warns the rest to watch out. Ian wonders if that is it. Dark energy swirls around Orville, the air crackling with power. A blinding red light erupts as Dark Finra Orville unleashes his inherent ability, darkness distribution. He groans with the effort. Lai is thrown back by the force of the ability, landing hard on the ground. Orville howls, the sound echoing through the darkening landscape. The world is cast in darkness, the air growing heavy and still. A voice echoes through the darkness, stating that there was no point in coming here during the day. Ian grits his teeth, his eyes narrowed in determination. He resolves to stay calm and take out his staff first. He tells Lai to stay away until he recovers. Orville's level is revealed to be 120, but Ian believes he can beat him. Orville stands tall, radiating dark energy. With a shout, Ian attacks Orville. The familiar, Finn, unleashes a blast of energy towards Orville. A system message appears, indicating that Finn has dealt a critical blow to Orville, decreasing his health by 13,250 points. Ian grips his staff, stealing his resolve. All right, we can do this. Orville, now in his monstrous wolf form, growls menacingly. The transformed Orville howls, a sound that echoes through the darkness. Another system message appears, stating that Dark Finra Orville has activated his inherent ability, darkness encroachment, and his movement speed has increased by 50%. More system messages appear, indicating that Orville is now immune to 70% of all damage received, and that darkness encroachment will be in effect for 3 minutes. Ian is confused. Ian grits his teeth, frustration etched on his face. What the fuck is with this insane buff? Meanwhile, the town lies under a blood-red sky, the encroaching darkness palpable. Griffer watches from a window, her expression troubled. That's probably darkness encroachment. A disembodied voice wonders, has Orville become whole again? Syria observes, her face grim. What a predicament. A voice echoes, acknowledging that he won't be able to defeat him with just his strength alone. Orville grunts, his expression strained. Barely managing to summon Rake and Ducty, he ended up canceling their summon as he falls. Ian wonders how he can defeat him. The dungeon boss roars. A hand clenches around a swirling red orb. Ian plummets downwards. Red energy crackles. The red orb pulses with power. Orville cries out. Ian strikes the dungeon boss. The dungeon boss retaliates, striking Ian. He struggles against unseen forces, his body contorted in pain. The dungeon boss, now fully summoned, radiates a menacing red aura. He grits his teeth, the thought echoing in his mind. He's going to die and face the 24-hour penalty. But he steels himself, resolving to evolve, no matter the cost. The dungeon boss roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the dungeon. A voice booms out, threatening, "You're going to die, Lai." Someone shouts, "Klage, cancel summon." A system message flashes. The summon for Lai cannot be cancelled. Ian's eyes widen in disbelief. The summon can't be cancelled? A voice exclaims in shock. This has never happened before. The dungeon boss lunges forward, claws extended, ready to strike. Ian curses, realizing the gravity of the situation. Shit, Lai. A frustrated voice echoes, questioning why the summon could not be cancelled. He grits his teeth, a grim expression settling on his face. The thought hangs heavy in the air. Does this mean Lai has died? A voice echoes, questioning how the summon could not be cancelled. Ian looks down, a sense of disbelief washing over him. This has never happened before. The wolves snarl, the words cannot be cancelled appearing above them. One of the wolves roars. Ian shouts Lai's name. A system window displays Lai's remaining health as 0. Ian is confused. A voice wonders why there isn't a window indicating that Lai has died. A voice realizes that it's an evolutionary motion. A voice says that if that's the case, there's still hope. Ian realizes that Orville isn't attacking while Lai is evolving. He focuses his energy, a sphere of pink light forming around him, crackling with arcane power. Charlotha's voice booms, echoing with surprise. It's speaking. Suspended within the sphere, Archer Ian channels more power into the spell. Charlotha's voice continues, now tinged with a dark resolve. I am not Charlotte, brother. A surge of crimson energy erupts as Lai transforms, the text declaring that the Bloodmane wolf has evolved into a bloody Fenrir. Archer Ian's eyes widen in shock. Lai is speaking too, and he's standing on his hind legs. Charlotha's voice rumbles, a hint of understanding in its tone. Is that so? Then, Charlotte roars with murderous intent. Die! The bloody Fenrir lunges forward, claws extended, a blur of red fury. The evolved summon attacks with savage intensity, a whirlwind of claws and teeth. Each strike is a brutal display of power, tearing through the air with deadly precision. The bloody Fenrir unleashes a relentless barrage of attacks, a crimson storm of destruction. The bloody Fenrir roars, its form a terrifying blend of beast and shadow. Archer Ian cries out. Lai is still being overpowered. Harley, Finn, help him. The bloody Fenrir dives, a blur of white fur and crimson energy, towards its unseen foe. Claws extended, Lai unleashes a furious assault. The bloody Fenrir snarls. Finn, pulverize. The monster's red eyes burn with savage intensity. Archer Ian grits his teeth, thinking, it's not enough. Are we not able to defeat him even with Lai having evolved? The bloody Fenrir vows. I will free your soul, brother. Archer Ian's eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, Lai. The bloody Fenrir strikes with blinding speed. The evolved summon crashes to the ground, defeated. The monstrous claws tear through the air, leaving streaks of crimson energy in their wake. The beast unleashes another flurry of slashes, each strike carrying the weight of a collapsing mountain. A deafening roar echoes through the cavern, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The monster spins, a whirlwind of fur and fury, its claws a blur of deadly motion. A final, devastating strike crashes down, the force of the impact threatening to shatter the earth itself. The beast collapses, its massive form crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. Defeated, the monster lies still, its crimson energy fading into the dust. Archer Ian's expression is one of shock and disbelief. The defeated monster expresses its gratitude. Thanks for releasing my spirit. Lai, leaning against Archer Ian, says, we nearly died. Lai observes that Lai has already evolved, wondering what the reward will be. The beast folk also mentions that Archer Ian received the Blood Tribe's item from Charlotte. The dungeon boss stands before Archer Ian and Lai, a glowing orb floating before him. He declares that he will give them another item of the Dark Tribe. Archer Ian wonders what the Dark Tribe is. The dungeon boss tells them to look over there. Archer Ian turns to look in the direction indicated. 3 swirling orbs of magical energy appear in the sky. The dungeon boss states that it has been 100 years since he's seen the lunatic hole. He adds that he was merely a halfling, but this bastard will be the real deal. Archer Ian wonders what the lunatic hole is. It's the power of the moonlight that was spread throughout the continent. The swirling orbs of magical energy intensify. A surge of power emanates from the orbs. The magical energy explodes in a blinding flash of light. The item Bloody Hole is being absorbed by familiar Lai and dissipating. The item Dark Hole is also being absorbed, followed by the item Lunatic Hole. The absorption process continues, a surge of energy emanating from the small beast folk. The light intensifies, and the familiar cries out. Ian watches with anticipation, his expression unreadable. Lai has evolved into Sovereign Fenrir, a majestic wolf wreathed in ethereal flames. A notification appears. You have obtained a familiar that is in its complete form for the first time. If it's the complete form, that means Lai has reached his final evolution. Taming info. Lai, level 120. His stats are displayed, including health, attack, agility, defense, and intelligence. His category is beast, rank is legendary, and personality is courageous. His inherent ability is bloodsucking. More information about Lai's abilities is displayed, including Wrath of Fenrir, Darkness Encroachment, and Successor of the Moon. Lai, it's incredible. I believe my role has been fulfilled. Quest clear rank. S. Bloody Fenrir Charlotha's request quest has been completed. You have gained 28,978,900 EXP. You have gained 279,000 gold. Woohoo! Ian celebrates the completion of the quest. Congratulations echo in the air. He asks, Lai, are you able to speak now? The familiar responds, that's right, master. Ian defeated Orville, and now Lai can speak. The familiar expresses his gratitude. Thanks, master. Ian suggests, should we go see Aikil now? A grand building stands in the distance. Phylan claps her hands together, congratulating Ian. To have the King of Fenrir's as your familiar. Congratulations, Ian. Applause fills the air. Phylan sits across from Ian at a table. But there is a favor I want to ask of you. A quest notification appears. Quest difficulty. Not applicable. Quest condition. A user that Aikil has acknowledged. Time limit. None. Reward. Unknown. Do you accept this quest? Ian thinks, okay. Ian smiles. He walks alongside Lai, discussing their next move. We could go to the royal palace right away, but it is a bit far. He tells Lai that he wants to hunt with him since he's evolved, suggesting they go to a dungeon. Lai agrees, calling Ian master. Suddenly, a notification appears on Ian's screen. A system message announces a new mass update event, urging players to check the link. Ian wonders about the new event. The notification details the latest model capsule, which increases synchronization rate by 2%. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. He thinks to himself that he needs to gather all the guild members immediately, though he notes there's still some time left. Ian declares that they have to practice. Ian urges Lai to come on, even if practicing all night wouldn't be enough. He states that they're going to get busy. A sign indicates that the professor is running late. Mina sits at her computer, the glow of the screen illuminating her face. The screen displays a web page titled The Porlon Dungeon was the easiest, subtitled Everything about the Porlon Dungeon from the first player who cleared it. A video clip, labeled -15-minute video clip attached, sits ready to play. Mina considers the video. Even though she's over level 100, she couldn't even get to phase 3 within the 50-minute time limit. Should she take a look? The screen now shows entering the Porlon Dungeon as Mina and others watch intently. Someone exclaims, "Hey, you play Kalen too, Mina?" "Me too." Mina responds with an embarrassed yeah. The group is shocked. What? Porlon Dungeon in 15 minutes? Is that even possible? Someone urges, hey, put it on. The group watches the screen intently. A voice whispers, "That's insane." Another voice asks, "Hey, doesn't that summoner look familiar?" Someone wonders aloud about the name of the person who always sleeps at the back of the class. Ian looks to the left, a thoughtful expression on his face. A computer screen displays a character in-game. The sign reads, Ubisoft Development Office. A woman asks, "Are you going over the videos?" A man replies, "Ah, yes." Another woman says, "Let's watch it together. This user is insane." The man asks, "Is it the #1 video?" The character on the screen shouts, "Finn, pulverize." A bluebird-like creature appears amidst magical effects. A group of skeletons is shown. The woman says, "With an AoE attack, he wiped out the entire mob in the first phase. He's pretty good." The text reads, "Lie." Archer Ian smirks. Energy crackles and surges, a raw display of power. The sovereign Fenrir emerges, its form radiating with intense light. Meanwhile, Griffer's eyes widen in disbelief. She gasps, "This user is a summoner. How awesome." Elsewhere, the sovereign Fenrir stands tall, a beacon of formidable strength. Its massive paw strikes the ground, each step resonating with power. Back in the office, Griffer exclaims, "Amazing. It wiped out nearly all of Phase 2 by itself. That's the sovereign Fenrir for you." Afterwards, Syria declares, "Got it." Meanwhile, the sovereign Fenrir looms, a silhouette of immense power. Its weapon crackles with dark energy, a harbinger of destruction. The sovereign Fenrir stands ready, a force of nature unleashed. Elsewhere, Syria shouts, "Glaciation." She declares that glaciation will be in effect for 2 seconds. The dungeon boss is encased in ice armor. Syria believes that should be more than enough time. Charlotte prepares to attack. The wolf-like creature attacks the figure encased in ice. Mina exclaims that it's insane. Ian slams his fists on his desk. "It didn't even take 15 minutes. That's insane." A voice declares a search for contact information, confident they will deliver the first prize. Ian sits at his computer, satisfied with his progress. He thinks that's good enough for the conquest. Ian glances at his computer screen, which displays video recommendations. He wonders if he should play some more. A quest request from Aikil appears, tasking him with delivering an important document to the Emperor of the Lusable Kingdom. Ian walks through town, contemplating his next move. He thinks he needs to get to the royal palace, but since he doesn't know what kind of linked quest there may be, he should probably take Syria with him. He reflects that if Syria had healed them last time, then Ducty wouldn't have died either. Syria asks if he would be able to go to the royal palace with her. He responds with a simple, "Yeah?" He wonders if Heron isn't around, right? The towering structure of the royal palace looms in the background. Syria states that he brought a letter from Aikil. A man with a long beard holds a scroll. He asks if they know a place called the Pascal Archipelago. The man holding the scroll admits he's not sure. The man with the scroll explains that even great adventurers wouldn't have been to their enemy kingdom. Ian and Syria listen intently. Ian asks if he means the Kaimon Empire. The man confirms that's correct, showing a diagram of the Pascal Archipelago, which comprises 18 small islands. He continues, explaining that one of these islands is the I Pascal prison, a prison of the Kaimon Empire, where their empire's prisoners of war are being held. He would like them to bring back these prisoners. The man emphasizes that they should make sure to bring back a swordsman named Caesar. The man adds that Caesar is one of the strongest swordsmen of the Lusable Kingdom. A text box appears, detailing the quest to rescue the prisoners of war. It mentions that Emperor Celsius of the Kingdom of Lusipol received an oracle and that a swordsman named Harsoni is vital to lead the battle to victory. Ian, surprised by the reward, agrees to the quest. The man warns that the I-Pascal prison is hard to find, and even if they manage to find it, the structure is quite complicated. Orville states that it will be extremely difficult. Ian acknowledges the difficulty, but notes that Orville is the only one he can ask. Ian smirks, adding that it goes hand in hand with fun. A view of ships sailing through the sky is shown, with a notification that in 10 days, the fog at Calabius Valley will dissipate. It is stated that the moment the fog dissipates, the war against the Kaimon Empire will resume. The speaker emphasizes that they must bring them back before that, implying a deadline of 10 days. A computer screen displays, "New update coming soon," prompting the thought that it's when the new update releases. Orville promises to equip them with 3 galleon ships and advanced night pollen. A disembodied voice asks that they please return safely. 3 galleon ships sail on the water. A character exclaims, "Oop." Ian expresses his frustration with the game's excessive detail, complaining about motion sickness. The small, green sea turtle looks up, its expression unreadable. "What? You think I'm pathetic?" it asks. Ian looks down at Lai, his expression serious. "You're only fine right now because I just summoned you. Let's see how you do later." Lee's expression shifts to one of annoyance. "What? A sea turtle like you wouldn't get motion sickness?" "Well." Ian glances out at the ocean. "Okay, we'll see about that." Lai makes a gagging sound, looking over the edge of the ship. Lai exclaims, "What?" Ian looks down, a determined expression on his face. "I have to go alone from here." A voice narrates, "Not alone, but the maximum capacity of the cargo boat for infiltration is 5 people." Ian stands with Syria and Pollen. Then Syria, Pollen, me and... A stern-looking man in a pirate captain's uniform appears, identified as Captain Roland, level 190. The captain. "I cannot go." Ian thinks to himself, "How straightforward. Then whoever is strongest here." The small boat cuts through the choppy waves, carrying the team toward their destination. The air smells of salt and the distant shore. A voice booms out, praising their arrival. Finn and Rake are commended for their work in locating the place. The speaker adds that they were able to locate it easily thanks to them. He observes that it was meant to be hidden in a place like that. Ian peers through the bars, his expression unreadable in the dim light. An imposing gate stands before them, guarded by a seemingly endless line of soldiers. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. Someone wonders if they should just make an obvious entrance. A voice notes that if things get chaotic, it'll be easier to escape. Another suggests leaving one guard alive to guide them. Syria exclaims, questioning why there are so many guards. She declares that she will leave it to him. A guard is thrown against the bars. The guards stand in formation, their armor gleaming in the dim light. The metallic scent of blood hangs in the air. A command rings out. "Everyone, prepare for combat." The guards raise their spears, ready to strike. The guards cry out as they are overwhelmed. More guards fall before an unseen force. Baron stands triumphantly over the fallen guards. "Finished, Baron." Ian, impressed, exclaims, "Wow, that was incredible." He then turns to Pollen, asking, "Pollen, would you like to become my subordinate?" A chibi Baron responds, "Haha, thank you." Baron stands with Ian, saying, "I told you to leave one alive, though." Baron continues, "Sorry, they were all too weak." Ian, accompanied by Lai, Syria, and Finn, replies, "Who cares, since you're so strong? That's okay, let's go." Ian's expression changes, and he thinks, "I guess that wasn't okay." The armored figure stands before Caesar, who is chained to the wall. The armored figure states that it has been over 10 years since Caesar has been locked up. The armored figure continues, saying that they are sure that everyone in Lusipol has forgotten about Caesar. The figure adds that there was an oracle not long ago, saying that the fog of Calabius Valley will dissipate. The armored figure stands tall in front of Caesar, who is chained and looks worn. The armored figure proposes that if they were to become a duo, they could even unite the continent of Colonor together. The armored figure looks down at Caesar. Caesar exhales softly. Caesar retorts that even if he is not in Lusipol, Helime and Griper are there, so the armored figure won't even come close. The armored figure stands silently. Caesar asks if the armored figure thinks they're still the strongest swordsmen of the Empire. Caesar glares. The armored figure declares that someone will rot here until they become rat food. The scene shifts to a large, empty room with barred gates and torches burning on the walls. A man asks his lord what they should do. Someone holds a turtle-like creature, who makes a pug sound. The turtle-like creature, Pugpugi, is with a group of people. One of them shouts to find someone. Pugpugi moves forward, making a chuck sound. Pugpugi is called a genius. Someone thinks that they may not be the prisoners they were looking for. A group of soldiers stands ready. The man from panel 3 is seen with an armored figure. Someone says to summon Clage and Crach. The soldiers lie defeated on the ground. Now there's a 3-way forked road. Pugpugi, please find the prisoners this time. Please. Pugpugi moves forward. Fallen guards lay scattered on the ground. And the deeper inside we get, the stronger the guards. Pugpugi makes noises. What is it? What's that? Why are there plants only around that area? Could it be? Pugpugi declares his intention to go up. Ian instructs Lai and Rake to hold on. A knight responds affirmatively. The knight stands ready. Ian and Lai are on the back of the large bird. The bird ascends rapidly. Someone thinks to themselves, just as I thought. Ian instructs Finn to use pulverize when he gets down. Ian prepares to attack from below. Ian smiles confidently. Lai asks how he will get down on his own, but Ian tells him not to worry. He casts a spell, a golden ring of energy forming beneath his feet. Guards shout, "An intruder!" Phylan rides a large tiger through the dungeon. A large ice golem stands guard. Ian casts a manosphere. A beam of light shoots forward. An explosion rocks the dungeon. The dungeon walls crumble. Ian stands ready, staff in hand. Phylan and her tiger mount behind him. A chained figure hangs in the dungeon. Ian thinks, that NPC. He hears a voice. You seem like a user from the Lissipal Kingdom, but to come all the way here. A user's voice? A hooded figure stands in the dungeon, asking if Ian has a quest or something. Ian replies that's right, and asks if the hooded figure is also on a quest. He thinks that they belong to the Kaimon Empire, and fighting them would be a headache. The hooded figure asks Ian what if they do not engage in battle, but complete their individual quests. Ian asks if he is. Ian thinks it won't be very productive for them to fight meaninglessly anyway. He agrees with the hooded figure. The hooded figure, Unknown, smirks. Unknown says that he wants to have some fun right now. Unknown attacks Ian with a sword. Ian blocks the attack with his sword. The impact of the attack creates sparks. A blinding flash of light erupts as an unseen figure unleashes a powerful attack. The figure thinks to himself that since things have turned out this way, he should defeat them quickly. A figure, identified as Harley, Guardian of the Wind, prepares to fight. He thinks to himself that he has to win with agility. Someone thinks that there's a summoner who can use Harlequins as familiars. A summoner and their tiger-like familiar charge forward, wreathed in red energy. The wall was slashed as if it were tofu. It'll be dangerous if I were to get hit even once. He needs to end this battle before Guardian of the Wind ends in the next 2 minutes. Harley's name is called out. Harley lands a powerful blow, sending dust and debris flying. A powerful slash tears through the environment. The familiar, Harley, lunges forward, claws extended towards Dark Fenrir Orville. A system message appears, indicating that Harley has landed a critical hit on Phantom Void, decreasing its health by 9,685. The unknown figure summoner's eyes widen in disbelief. That bastard, isn't that the main body? Dark Fenrir Orville, unfazed, acknowledges the attack. Your diversion tactic is pretty impressive. Multiple copies of Dark Fenrir Orville materialize, swords drawn. The unknown figure summoner declares, let me show you something, too. The copies of Dark Fenrir Orville unleash a Cladis killing array. Archer Ian, staff in hand, exclaims, I'll die if I get hit. Support Pugpuji appears, ready for action. Archer Ian mounts support Pugpuji, preparing for a swift counterattack. A massive explosion erupts, bathing the area in red light. Archer Ian reflects on the power of the attack. What crazy range. If it weren't for Finn, I would have been hit. But such a powerful skill. Harley strikes, his attack landing squarely on Dark Fenrir Orville. The blow has a pretty long cooldown. The force of the impact sends a shockwave through the air. Orville reels from the attack, the force of the blow staggering him. Now, Archer Ian focuses his energy, preparing a manosphere to unleash. The manosphere erupts with brilliant blue energy, ready to strike. A figure stands ready, a gleaming sword held firmly in their grasp. From a distance, a lone figure stands atop a rocky precipice, observing the battle. System messages appear, indicating that an unknown entity has taken a critical hit and suffered a significant health decrease. Syria watches the events unfold, whispering, amazing. Syria thinks to herself, to think a summoner could be this powerful. It's too bad, though. Syria states, since I've completed my quest, see you again. The unknown figure summoner wonders, why did they try to fight me in the first place then? Shit, I should do my quest too. He glances off to the side, his expression unreadable. A woman, bound by heavy shackles, asks, where's Caesar? Startled, Archer Ian thinks, shit, that startled me. Since when was he watching? The woman says, there's not much time left. A close-up reveals the heavy shackles binding her wrists. She demands, bring me the key for these shackles on the other side. The shackles lie broken on the ground. Archer Ian stands beside the woman, who is now free from her bonds. He says, I'll take care of things from now on. Please hand me a blade. A stylized visual effect fills the panel. Armored figures approach, one declaring, you can't go anywhere, Caesar. Archer Ian holds a broken shackle in his hand, his expression grim. Charlotte reaches for the door handle, ready to open the way. The beast folk states that if they head south, there will be a galleon ship that is anchored. One of the prisoners thanks them, adding that His Majesty hasn't forgotten about them yet. Ian is shown with a blue square in front of him. He looks up, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. The Kaimon Empire's reinforcement fleet? A screen displays an update event, the naval battle between Kaimon and Lissipal. Elsewhere, two figures engage in a fierce sword fight within a stone dungeon. The blades meet with a blinding flash of energy, the air crackling with power. The armored warrior lunges forward, his sword aimed at his opponent's heart. General, stand by. The armored soldiers await their orders. The silver-haired warrior declares, "I will win against you one-on-one today." With a fierce yell, the armored warrior prepares to strike. His sword descends with incredible force. The silver-haired warrior's expression is one of intense focus. The clash of their swords echoes through the dungeon. Standing tall, the silver-haired warrior holds his sword, victorious. Clad in full plate armor, the knight grips his sword, questioning its worth. Cracks spiderweb across the blade, glowing with an ominous blue energy. The sword pulses with power, the blue aura intensifying around the knight's gauntlet hands. He steels himself, believing the sword should be more than enough. The blue energy flares, engulfing the sword in a blinding light. With a deafening crack, the sword shatters, sending shards of blue energy scattering through the air. The force of the shattering blade sends his helmet flying, tumbling across the stone floor. He realizes, with dawning horror, that his armor has been slashed through by a broken sword. Staggering, he collapses to his knees, defeated. A woman's voice cuts through the silence. "You aren't so shabby yourself." The defeated knight lies prone, his broken sword beside him. Another man approaches the woman, exclaiming, "Sir Caesar, you finished." He requests a new sword. Ian exclaims that the sword was really great. He wonders if a summoner would carry that many swords. Ian states that he can't help him. He recalls a blade he received from Orville. Caesar states that he likes that one and wants it. Ian says he can give it to him even though it is a legendary rank since it's a warrior-exclusive weapon. Ian states that unless he becomes one of his subordinates, he doesn't think he'll be able to use it. Ian thinks it's not like Caesar would become a subordinate of his, so he'll let him find another sword. He finds a level 1 rusted iron sword. The undefeated swordsman Caesar would like to become his subordinate. Ian thinks it's just as he planned. Ian smiles, stating to hurry up. He thought they said they're running out of time. A system message confirms that Ian has accepted the undefeated swordsman Caesar as his subordinate. The system message details that Caesar's talent rank is mythical and his current stats are legendary. Ian now has 6 out of 20 subordinates. Ian stares at the screen in disbelief. He exclaims that Caesar's mythical rank is insane and complains that they are running out of time. Another voice chimes in, telling Ian that he might as well be a snail. An unknown figure wonders what kind of subordinate behaves that way. A group of soldiers is seen marching. A man with purple hair smirks, asking this. Meanwhile, someone asks if that is Caesar. Two figures are in a standoff. Caesar arrives, stating that he is extremely late. A line of armored figures stands ready, their faces obscured by their helmets. The armored figures stand their ground, their presence imposing. A woman with long, light blonde hair narrows her eyes, issuing a chilling threat. "You'll die if you cross this line, roster." She continues, her expression unwavering. "Don't be so arrogant after taking down one great swordsman." A figure with reddish-brown hair, clad in armor, scowls. "You think you can do this alone?" A vast army stands arrayed, their numbers seemingly endless. The army stretches into the distance, a formidable force ready for battle. The armored figure shouts, his voice filled with determination. "Make sure to." A hulking figure, wreathed in dark purple energy, prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Punish every last drag of Lucipol. Ducti, Cabus Holich. The dark energy coalesces, forming a vortex of destructive power. A lone figure stands bathed in radiant light, poised for action. Dark energy crackles, a prelude to the coming storm. Magical energy crackles and surges around him. A figure descends from above, wielding a blade wreathed in power. A piercing scream echoes through the air. Ian squints, recognizing the skill. It had come along with the sword. He had only received it a moment ago, but he has already completely familiarized himself with it. A notification appears. The quest to rescue the prisoners of war has been completed with a clear rank of A. He obtains 2,000 distinguished service points and gains 24,859,000 experience points. Ian levels up, now reaching level 124. He thinks to himself that it was finally worth it. The archer stretches, feeling the fatigue set in. He wonders if he should turn it off now. A new notification appears, presenting a linked quest. Rescue the prisoners of war, 2. The time limit is 1 day. Right away. A fleet of ships sails across the water. Magical energy crackles once more. A monstrous wolf-like creature roars, its red fur bristling. The creature's claws extend, ready for battle. The scene shifts to a live stream chat window, displaying the event Kaimon vs. Lucipol naval battle, with thousands of viewers. The chat buzzes with comments about the scale of the war and the high levels of the soldiers involved. The discussion turns to Ian's level and the possibility of his familiar, Lai, being an evolved bloodmane wolf. A man wonders how many hours have passed since the attacks began, lamenting that he can't take a break. He exclaims that he's exhausted. Suddenly, the man is alerted to reinforcements from the Lucipol Navy approaching. A fleet of ships sails on the horizon. The man observes that the Kaimon forces are retreating. A system message appears, indicating the successful completion of the quest to rescue prisoners of war and all linked quests, with a clear rank of S. Another system message displays the rewards, 5,000 distinguished service points and 42,349,000 experience points. A system notification appears, indicating that 25,000 fame has been gained. Another notification confirms the successful completion of a linked empire quest for the first time, increasing the Lusable Kingdom's royal family contribution rate by 1,000. A system-wide alert announces that there will be a brief maintenance period shortly. The town square is quiet. A notification urges users to log out as soon as possible for the update. In a room, two figures are in discussion. A figure sits. He yawns, thinking it's great that his quest is complete, so he should turn this off and sleep. He thinks he should get to his bed, but he doesn't even have the energy. For that, he lies down in a bed-like device. Meanwhile, a doorbell rings, interrupting the silence. Someone stands at the door, thinking he's not home and that he said he would be home today. A finger presses the apartment number on the intercom panel. A voice from the other side of the door announces, "I'm coming in. Okay, Jin-sung?" A figure peers into the room. The visitor asks, "Jin-sung, are you sleeping?" "Not long ago." "Wow, that's so cool. Are you that happy?" "Of course, thanks for helping me set it up." "Bastard, how lucky. I don't even have an older model of the capsule." "Huh, Heron, you still don't have a capsule?" "Nope." "You want my old one?" "1,000,001. This fucker sure isn't a Heron." "Huh? That's okay. I have no money, but my father just didn't want me to have one." "Oh yeah? Then I guess I should sell it?" "Yeah, if anything. You can keep your old capsule so I could come over and play." "Huh, that's fine by me. Then I'll give you the PIN number for the house." The two continue their conversation. A voice declares to Heron that they will inform her father of her actions. The same voice continues, stating they will contact her beforehand. Another voice responds, simply saying, "All right." Currently, Heron stands with a concerned expression. Heron calls out, asking, "Jin-sung, are you sleeping?" She wonders where he could be, calling out, "Jin-sung, where are you?" Heron calls out again, "Jin-sung." She wonders if he could be inside the capsule. The capsule opens, revealing Jin-sung inside. Heron exclaims, surprised, "He really was in here." She then asks, "Jin-sung, why are you sleeping here?" Heron leans over the capsule, asking Jin-sung, "Isn't it uncomfortable?" Heron reaches out and grabs Jin-sung's hand. The girl wonders what to do. She asks if he is really asleep. She continues to embrace him. She asks if he thinks she's a stuffed animal. She thinks it's not like she can wake him up since he's in such a deep sleep, and guesses it can't be helped. She'll just stay there for a bit. Jin-sung is holding a rabbit doll. He wonders why the rabbit is here. Jin-sung looks at something on a table. The note reads that Jin-sung should come to school sometimes, signed by Heron. There is also a lunchbox. He guesses Heron must have stopped by. Jin-sung wonders if he should go to school today. He walks through the hallway, not seeing Heron. Jin-sung wonders if he should call her. Another student calls out, relieved to see Jin-sung. The student grabs Jin-sung's arm, telling him to go. The student explains that Jin-sung is participating in the campus esports competition. The student says he did that for Jin-sung, but forgot to tell him. The two walk towards the stage. The Korea University's esports competition is about to begin. Yuhyun is mentioned. The virtual reality department is facing off against the creative writing department. A group of adventurers stands ready, swords drawn and cloaks billowing in the wind. A lone figure in dark clothing sprints across a barren landscape. A figure in brown leaps towards a cloaked figure, weapon raised high. A warrior swings their sword, the blade whistling through the air. The figure in brown strikes, the blow landing with a resounding crack. Meanwhile, a group of onlookers watches intently. "Wow, he's good," one of them comments. Someone asks, "Hey, isn't that the guy from the event video? Quadra kill." A fan exclaims, "For real? I'm a huge fan." Someone mentions, "Ah, that kid who won first place in the new mass update event." A man stares intently at a screen, a look of surprise on his face. Virtual reality department wins. The announcement rings out. The MVP is Mr. Park Jin-sung. Park Jin-sung watches the screen, a thoughtful expression on his face. He wonders, "HM." A fan pleads with Jin-sung to accept their friend request on Kalen and asks for a selfie. A crowd of fans surrounds Jin-sung, eager to exchange numbers. Another fan asks for an autograph, declaring themselves a fan. The crowd is becoming overwhelming. Jin-sung wonders what's with the sudden attention as he is swarmed by autograph seekers. Jin-sung reaches for his phone. Jin-sung answers the call. The caller introduces herself as Sajin, a Ucast uploader, and asks if she's speaking to Park Jin-sung. Jin-sung responds with a curt, "And?" Sajin explains that someone uploaded a clip of Jin-sung during the Guild War when he faced 30 opponents. The Ucast page is shown, displaying 3.3 million subscribers. Sajin says she re-uploaded the clip after editing it, and it earned quite a bit of money. She called to share the profits. Jin-sung asks how much profit he gets. Sajin replies that 3 million Korean wons is about 10%. He seems pleased with the response, remarking that it's not bad at all while on the phone. A voice on the other end offers to edit and upload clips of his gameplay if he sends them over. The man on the phone wonders aloud if he can make money just by playing the game. He receives a message thanking him for the offer and promising to try and make a decision soon, followed by an enthusiastic score. Someone calls out, "Park Jin-sung." A frustrated thought bubble reveals that he closed something too hard. A crowd of chibi figures chases after Jin-sung, who shouts for them to stop following him. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked figures brandishing curved blades prepares to attack. Guild Rank 1, Dark Runa, stands ready, declaring that this is too easy as they prepare to traverse the wasteland to reach the central continent. Rank 2, Titan, is shown in the desert, reminding everyone to stay hydrated. Rank 3, Splendor, is also making their way through the desert, noting that they could get the dehydration debuff. The journey to the central continent proves more challenging than initially anticipated. The masked figure sits at a desk, posturing that once the other guilds have paved the way, all they need to do is follow from behind. And so, the Lotus Guild soars through the skies. She asks if this is the right way. Ian confirms that it is, since Caesar knows the way. He muses that he has to find it before the Kaimon Empire. The Lotus Guild enters a large archway. Ian exclaims yes. Ian smiles, saying they're off to a great start. A voice echoes in the distance, filled with confusion. A figure with fiery red hair, topped with a wide-brimmed black hat, demands to know who dared to come before them. The shadowed visage of another figure, teeth bared in a menacing snarl, vows to kill them all. Archer Ian feels a sudden chill run down his spine. A vast desert stretches under a bright, cloud-dappled sky. The air shimmers with heat, and the silence is broken only by the whisper of the wind. Two figures trudge through the seemingly endless dunes, their shadows stretching long behind them. The smaller one speaks, questioning their direction. The figure in the wizard hat, unknown, declares that he is trusting himself to follow the footsteps of darkness. A swirling vortex of purple energy pulses with an unseen power, its tendrils reaching out like grasping claws. A voice echoes, marveling at the darkness. A disembodied voice urges, "Let me sense the darkness." The purple energy intensifies, its chaotic patterns swirling faster and faster, drawing in motes of light and shadow alike. The figure in the wizard hat, unknown, speaks again, his voice laced with a strange invitation. "Do you desire me?" Ian stares at his hand, a look of utter confusion etched on his face. Resting in the palm of his hand is a small, perfectly round orb of swirling purple energy, etched with a golden, mask-like symbol. A system notification appears, detailing a hidden quest: defeat Holdream and obtain Holdream's crown. It asks if he accepts the quest. The ancient tomb stands bathed in the golden light, its entrance promising both secrets and danger. He and his companion approach the tomb, ready to face whatever lies within. The mid-level boss should be here soon. The entrance to the tomb looms before them, silent and imposing. But someone is already at the tomb. His eyes widen as the realization hits him. They were the first ones to enter the historic site, but someone's in the tomb. A sense of unease settles over him. He and his companion stand before the tomb's entrance, the question hanging in the air: how could that be? He stares intently at the entrance. From within the tomb, a voice booms out. "You are. Ah, you bastard." Ian's eyes widen in surprise. "Gan Jihun." A figure inside the tomb smirks. The figure with the hat laughs maniacally. The man with the silver hair looks at Gan Jihun. Is he a lunatic? A figure vows to finally repay someone for a past humiliation. A character with reddish-brown hair grins menacingly, thinking, "Dear Ian." Gan Jihun stands with his arms raised. Another figure stands behind him. Ganji Huni thinks, shit, don't kill me." Ian says, "Then go over there and kneel with your arms raised." He thinks, why is that bastard so strong? Ian thinks, and he seems to know this dungeon pretty well. Ian says, "Hey, Gan Jihun." Ganji Huni replies, "Yes, sir." Ian says, "I think you're pretty incredible." Ganji Huni is surprised, thinking, "What are you saying all of a sudden?" Ganji Huni blushes. Ian thinks, "I think I would be glad to have you as a comrade. Isn't there something you want?" Ganji Huni thinks, "Holdream's crown. I won't lose that to you." He chuckles, thinking to himself that the crown is the most priceless artifact of them all, though he doesn't know what it is. Ganji Huni asks if he should take the rest of the junk. Ian replies that as long as he has the crown, he doesn't need anything else. Balam asks why. Ian says okay, and suggests they head over to the dungeon boss. Then, the group approaches a large gate. They arrive at the gate. Ganji Huni asks if this is the gate. Ganji Huni says he can sense the darkness in here. A faint sound echoes. The sound intensifies. The gate begins to open. Ian exclaims that it's open. A voice cackles, stating that the power of darkness has resonated. The group continues down the dark corridor, the air thick with an unseen dread. A skeleton clad in armor sits upon a throne, a jeweled crown resting upon its skull, and a golden grail held in its bony fingers. A voice booms out, declaring, "The grail." Another voice echoes, exclaiming, "The crown." Ian questions, "Wait, but his level is 270. A childish voice responds, "Kekekek, don't worry, Ian." Ganji Huni smirks, his finger raised in a knowing gesture. The text reads, "Holdream was a great king who led the continent through a reign of peace." The text continues, "But he became a puppet of an immortal and gestated the seed of darkness." The text explains, on the central continent near the end of his reign, the immortal needed to recover the crown in order to regain his powers. The text declares, because Holdream's crown. The text reveals, possesses all the power of darkness he has accumulated over the years. Ganji Huni exclaims, "Holdream." He declares himself Gan Jihun, descendant of the immortal of darkness, come to uphold the covenant from 1,000 years past. A sphere of swirling purple energy crackles in his hand. Holdream unleashes a guttural scream as red energy flares around him. The covenant of the Lord of Darkness, immortal, is enforced. A system message appears, indicating Holdream's stats decrease by 40% for the next 10 minutes. Another system message appears, stating Holdream becomes blind temporarily. A voice praises Ganjihun, stating that this is merely the basics for a descendant of darkness. Another voice declares the need to defeat the boss as soon as possible to claim their trophies, stating that's exactly what they want. A towering figure stands alongside a wolf-like creature with crimson fur, while spectral skeletons rise behind them, bathed in a purple glow. The towering figure clenches its fist, its expression unreadable. The wolf-like creature snarls, its fangs bared. Holdream stands amidst a web of crackling white energy, his skeletal form radiating power. Holdream's scream echoes, a sound of pain and fury. Holdream's scream intensifies, the white energy around him flaring brighter. A dark energy pulses, the air thick with unseen power. System messages flash, indicating significant health decreases for Dukdi, Lai, and Finn. He realizes that the situation would have been much worse if it weren't for Ganjihun. A voice declares that they are no match for the enemy, even with Caesar's help. Ian pauses, a sudden thought striking him. The question hangs in the air, where's Caesar? Ian stands over Caesar, who is lying prone. Caesar dismisses the others, telling them not to bother him with such a weak bastard. Someone pleads for Caesar to help them fight, acknowledging that the enemy is too strong. Caesar refuses, stating that unless he can get legendary armor, he won't help, as he is tired of his current clothes. Ian holds up a holographic image, exclaiming that it is the legendary armor. Caesar smirks, a glint of interest in his eyes. A figure in full plate armor declares, "I'll be right back." Ian exclaims, "Score." A system message appears, "You have completed the quest, find the Holdream Grail from the Sicker Historic Site, LVSS." Ian shouts, "I did it." A character wearing a large hat holds up a crown, smiling. The character wonders, "I did, huh?" Holdream's crown is selecting the strongest person in the room as its new master. Celias, Caesar, and Ganjihun look on, wondering what could be the reason for the crown selection. The crown settles atop Emperor Celias' head. Ganjihun's eyes widen in disbelief. Fuck. A group stands in a courtyard, bathed in the warm light of the sun. A crown man smirks, a glint in his eye. The man in the large hat looks distraught. He thinks, "Did you see? This is how great I am. I am screwed. If I don't have Holdream's crown, I can't complete the quest." The man in the large hat exclaims, Hey, this isn't what we agreed on." The crown man looks down at the man in the large hat. A man thinks, "I didn't expect things to turn out like this either." The man in the large hat looks distressed. A voice says, "There is another way we can complete the task." Another voice asks, what is it?" A voice explains, "The crown was merely a medium for the immortal to gain control over Holdream." A figure in armor stands silently. A voice says, "So if you stay beside the master of the crown for the next 100 days, you should be able to absorb the aura of darkness that's seeping out with the wooden token." The young man in the wide-brimmed hat beams. He's relieved by something. His fists clench, knuckles white with tension. Emperor Celias tells someone not to even think about coming near him. The other man looks shocked. Celias' expression hardens. Ian's eyes widen in anger, his mouth agape. The young man, looking impudent, stands before Emperor Celias, who towers over him. He is told that he is unlikable for saying that to the future Lord of Darkness who will inherit the immortal's powers. The sword at Celias' side gleams. Sir Caesar is asked why they don't help him out just once. Someone asks why they would do that, stating that he's a very unfortunate child. The man's eyes narrow. The man admits that is true. He then calls someone a little brat. Emperor Celias says he will consider it if someone accepts his proposal. He looks up, questioning the terms. Proposal? What is it? The emperor crosses his arms, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "You must become my subordinate." Celias continues, elaborating on the terms of the agreement. "However, if you become stronger than me, I will grant you freedom. If you're the descendant of the immortal, you should have this much nerve, right?" Ian clenches his teeth, his eyes burning with determination. "A subordinate? How humiliating. But in order to gain power, I have no other choice. I will gain power and beat that white-haired man to a pulp." Archer Ian steels himself, accepting the terms. "Fine, I accept." The Emperor, Ian, and another figure walk away, the deal now struck. Meanwhile, Pug Pugy says, "Pug Pug." Pug Pugy exclaims, "Pug." Pug Pugy crawls forward. The small creature continues to crawl through a doorway. Pug Pugy continues its journey through the doorway. A voice declares, with certainty, that it was the Dark Runa Guild. Someone peers through binoculars, scanning the horizon. Two figures stand together, their expressions suggesting a shared concern. A disembodied voice wonders if it is a dungeon. A woman's eyes widen in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and realization. A towering structure pierces the sky, its ancient architecture hinting at a forgotten age. The words "the Tower of War" echo with ominous weight. A fortified base stands against the desolate landscape, identified as the Central Continental Guild Dark Runa, S base. A figure asks if any clues about the Grail were discovered. A voice responds, confirming the discovery to their master. Solene, a member of the Dark Runa Guild, is revealed. A close-up reveals a determined gaze. She stands in a grand hall, its architecture hinting at ancient secrets. It's speculated that the Grail is located inside the central area within Holdream's tomb. The masked figure instructs, "All right, then take 30 people with you and get a head start. I will follow suit." The figure pauses, a problem weighing on their mind. The masked figure asks, "What's the problem?" The figure explains, "That is, there's a user who has entered the historic site before us." The masked figure wonders, "Oh ho, they had someone in the kingdom of Lusipal who could enter the central area so quickly." The figure inquires, "What should we do, master?" The masked figure responds, "The faster we move, the faster we can claim the Grail, right?" Solene says, "There's no need to rush, Solene. We can take our time." Footsteps echo through the ancient halls. Solene and the masked figure advance deeper into the tomb. The masked figure declares, "We just have to make sure not to lose track of them." She breathes a sigh of relief. At least she was able to complete the quest. A system message appears, indicating that she has fulfilled the quest clear conditions for the Sikar historic site exploration, achieving a clear rank of S. She has also obtained 25 million EXP for clearing the quest successfully. Another system message appears, stating that a new linked quest has been generated. The system message details the new quest, occupying a base using Holdream's Grail. The holy water inside Holdream's Grail helps accelerate the base's growth rate on the central continent, as well as shortening the time span it takes to occupy a base. The quest difficulty is none, the quest condition is unknown, and the time limit is 7 days. If she loses or has the Grail stolen, the quest will be considered an automatic failure. If she manages to reclaim the Grail, she may restart the quest. The message asks if she accepts the quest. Solene is surprised by the new quest conditions. She wonders what they mean. A close-up of the system message highlights the time limit of 7 days and the conditions. If you lose or have the Grail stolen, the quest will be considered an automatic failure. If you manage to reclaim the Grail, you may restart the quest. She realizes that there are other forces that could steal the Grail. Judging from their current situation, she considers their next move. Ian looks at a screen and thinks that since Caesar won't listen, he needs to grow first, even if he loses this quest. A voice shouts to get going. Someone asks where he went. Ian attempts to cancel PUBG's summon. A system message indicates that PUBG refuses to cancel his summon, leaving Ian confused. Another system message states that PUBG's summon cannot be cancelled. PUBG is seen walking away, with someone calling out his name. PUBG declares that he's out for a walk right now. The turtle-like creature says he keeps smelling something delicious. PUBG realizes it's too high. He declares that he must climb up there. PUBG encourages himself, believing he can do it. He continues his ascent, panting with effort. PUBG finds what he was looking for. "I found it," he exclaims. The fragrant aroma of the plant is too much for him to resist. He approaches the plant, eager to taste it. PUBG declares he's going to eat more of the plant. A notification appears, stating that Ian's attempt to cancel the summon is ineffective thanks to the power of the 1,000-year rainbow plant. PUBG rolls over, clearly enjoying the effects of the plant. He expresses his dismay at what a horrible situation this is. A hulking, shadowy figure with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth holds PUBG, referring to him as Master. PUBG, having eaten the herb, realizes that Ian tried to cancel his summon. He asks the figure who he is. He gazes at the turtle-like creature beside him, who wonders aloud, "Pug? Who is that?" A voice nearby exclaims, "I have never seen such a handsome-looking turtle in my life." PUBG's eyes widen in shock. Pew pug, how can this be?" PUBG is asked if he knows something. Ian recalls hearing about a turtle named Pagpagi on the northern continent, who is supposedly the most handsome turtle in the world. Ian admits that he couldn't stand hearing those words. Ian declares that there's no other turtle as handsome and amazing as his PUBG. Ian wonders if PUBG has gained weight from eating too many meatballs, and if that's why he's not the most handsome turtle in the world. Ian says he can't feed PUBG too many meatballs. Ian tells PUBG to just hang in there, and that he's going to make him the most handsome turtle in the universe. He thinks to himself that he is a con man. PUBG is upset. PUBG thinks he didn't think he would ever come across him in a place like this. PUBG is sad. PUBG cries out the name of Pagpagi. PUBG's name echoes through the cavern. Ian continues to track the scent. The turtle's eyes widen in surprise. Ian asks who this turtle is. PUBG exclaims his own name. Then Ian wonders if the story was made up. The turtle's expression shifts to sadness. PUBG states that Ian found his lost identity and is touched. Ian guesses that PUBG is giving it to him. PUBG cries out in disgust. The turtle spits out a glowing token. A voice echoes, identifying the item as the turtle spirit. A notification appears, confirming that Ian has obtained the item, Turtle Spirit. He looks at the item in his hand with a slight grimace. Ian wonders if it's a turtle dragon, and what would happen if PUBG evolves. A close-up of a turtle shell reveals its intricate patterns. PUBG, with wide, surprised eyes, looks up at a massive turtle-like creature. A burst of text exclaims, "He can become a dragon." A voice states that it was asleep for a very long time, so it doesn't remember much. The turtle spirit looks up at Ian and asks him to help recover its memories. Ian looks down at the glowing turtle spirit. The voice explains that it needed to obtain information to evolve Pugpuji. He seems surprised, thinking that he's even being given a quest. Lying on the tiled floor, the long-haired man appears utterly bored. He thinks to himself that everyone is left to go find that ugly turtle. He's bored. The man decides he should go out for some fresh air. The scene shifts to a view of a red flag waving in the wind. Rising to his feet, the man stretches languidly. His eyes narrow as he prepares a knife. The sound of impact echoes. The hooded figure moves in for another strike. The victim reels from the blow. He grunts, questioning the attacker's motives. Another strike lands with brutal force. The hooded figure continues the relentless assault. The sound of impact reverberates. The hooded figure lunges forward, a knife glinting in their hand. The victim manages to block the blade. Despite the block, the force of the attack sends him reeling back, blood welling from the wound. The sound of tearing flesh echoes. A scream of agony rips through the air. A surge of power emanates from the ground. They crouch low, muscles coiled and ready to strike. Rising to their full height, the figure prepares for battle. The air crackles with unseen energy. 3 crescent blades float in the air, glinting in the light. With a swift motion, they grip the handle of one of the crescent blades. Their gaze is fixed, determination etched on their face. Standing before a ruined archway, they brandish the crescent blade. The air shimmers as they prepare to unleash their power. A voice rings out, "Hey, who are you guys?" Standing atop a massive wall, they survey the scene below, crescent blade held aloft. Their long hair sways in the wind as they stand ready for whatever comes next. They stand silently, their face obscured by a dark hood and mask. A voice echoes in their mind. "I knew they were strong enough to clear the dungeon." The voice continues, "But to think they would be this strong." A figure demands, "I asked you, who are you?" Surrounded by cloaked figures, the unknown figure demands, "Hand over the grail." The air crackles with anticipation. The character with the sword challenges, "Try and get it, then." The unknown figure prepares for battle, their eyes narrowed behind the mask. A tense silence hangs in the air. Dust motes dance in the fading light. The character with the sword takes a fighting stance, ready to strike. The unknown figure's gaze intensifies, a silent promise of conflict. They began to gather a potent blue energy, the air crackling with unseen power. The energy expanded rapidly, filling the space with an ominous glow. The gathered power detonated in a violent explosion, the force of it shaking the very ground. The explosion engulfed the unknown figure, the shockwave rippling outwards. The destructive energy continued to surge, a maelstrom of blue and white consuming everything in its path. A strangled scream tore from the figure's throat as the blast intensified. The scream escalated into a desperate shriek, a raw expression of pain and terror. The force of the explosion slammed into them, the impact blurring their vision. The ground cracked and splintered beneath the onslaught of energy, the air thick with the smell of ozone. The figure gasped, their eyes wide with shock as the energy continued to pummel them. The explosion raged on, a testament to the immense power unleashed. Finally, the energy dissipated, leaving behind a scene of devastation and an uncertain fate. Figures clad in dark attire stand poised, ready for the impending clash. A figure with long, flowing hair turns, preparing to engage in the battle. A voice booms out, commanding, "Kill that bastard." A gleaming sword is raised, ready to strike. The long-haired figure, chest bare, prepares for the fight. A piercing scream echoes through the battlefield. The battle intensifies as multiple figures clash in a flurry of motion. Another scream pierces the air, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. The narrator declares that the guild members were instantly obliterated. A sound effect punctuates the scene, emphasizing the intensity of the moment. A hand grips a sword tightly, ready for the next strike. A figure yells, "Die." Another figure says, "While the master is on her way." A figure says, "I have to hold him off." A figure yells, "With everything I've got." A figure with long blonde hair stands defiantly on the rocky slope, facing 2 cloaked adversaries. The wind whips around them, carrying the scent of dust and anticipation. A voice, raw with fury, explodes from one of the cloaked figures. "Die." The cloaked figure lunges forward, their movements blurred with speed as they draw their weapon. The figure with long hair prepares to meet the attack, their expression hardening with resolve. Another cloaked figure remains back, thinking, while the master is on her way. The attacking cloaked figure grits their teeth, thinking, "I have to hold him off." Red energy crackles around them. Channeling their power, the cloaked figure prepares to strike with everything they have. "With everything I've got." A sinister smile spreads across the face of the figure with long hair, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. The cloaked figure's sword descends, a blur of motion and lethal intent. The blade continues its downward arc, aimed at the heart of their opponent. Steel meets steel as the figure with long hair intercepts the blow, a shower of sparks erupting from the clash. He lies on the ground, defeated. Scratches mar his skin, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. A cloaked figure stands over Whole Dream, their presence looming over the fallen warrior. The cloaked figure asks, Ah, did I tell you? Whole Dream retorts, I don't have the grail with me. Another cloaked figure falls to the ground, defeated. The cloaked figure exclaims, what fucking luck. A voice apologizes, sorry master. Whole Dream holds up a broken weapon, frustration etched on his face. My weapon broke again. He wonders aloud, isn't there a good weapon somewhere? Whole Dream sighs, I guess I'll head over to the Bastard Lord or something. Later, a weapon lies abandoned in the desolate landscape. This incident became something referred to as the nightmare of the Central Continent amongst the members of the Dark Runa Guild. A woman in armor states that it's a good thing they had that quest. The woman recalls hearing about the Tower of War from Lacromu during the last quest. A voice says that someone looks like shit. A figure lies defeated on the ground. A woman introduces herself as Lacromu. The defeated figure apologizes, stating that because he was defeated, he cannot complete their objective. The figure remains prone on the ground. However, he offers information about the Tower of War instead. The text explains that you can hunt for monsters or purchase rare artifacts or items. However, you need to have 5,000 distinguished service points or higher in order to enter. She considers the item she needs to acquire. The banner of the pharaoh is presented. The banner depicts the face of a pharaoh against a backdrop of fiery embers. She realizes that the artifact doubles her soldiers' training EXP at her base. As long as she obtains this artifact, the war will be won by the Kaimon Empire. She pauses, considering the implications. The item in question is the skill book. The skill book is titled, The Will of the Desert Warrior. The book rests on a soft cushion, glowing with a faint light. She thinks about what a legendary option it is. If she can obtain this skill book, she can build up her stats like crazy. If that's the case, she won't be able to purchase the banner of the pharaoh. She wonders if it is alright for her to use all of her distinguished service points when a huge war is about to start. The opportunity to acquire the skill book may not present itself again. She stands in the shop, surrounded by various items on display. A system message appears. Lacromu has purchased the skill book, Will of the Desert Warrior. Her distinguished service points have decreased by 12,000. The skill book glows, its cover emblazoned with a question mark. The voice echoes with determination. When I become stronger, the guild will become stronger. Lacromu holds the newly acquired skill book. A voice filled with rage declares, I will defeat that brat this time, for sure. Two figures walk towards a towering structure in the distance. The tower pierces the sky. Two figures stand together, one in armor. Inside the shop, various items are displayed in glass cases. A close-up reveals a small, ornate item resting on a cushion inside a display case. A radiant artifact rests on a plush cushion, encased in a shimmering glass display. The text proclaims the item's status, legendary rank. A serene landscape unfolds, with rocky cliffs meeting a clear blue sky. A knight in shining armor stands guard over two children, a small, turquoise turtle resting at their feet. A hand reaches out towards the light, as if beckoning something closer. A man in armor, accompanied by a woman, waves and asks, did you wait long? A man with dark hair and a confident smirk leans against the stone wall. The man with the golden hair asks, yes, so is there any progress? A voice booms, of course. I even obtained the grail. A close-up reveals the man's confident expression. The text bubble reads, but there's something I'm curious about. The group discusses their next objective, finding the magic pearl of that turtle named Pugpuchi. A voice explains that hidden NPCs exist that are relevant to the job, and that they were heard about a long time ago. A woman raises her finger as if making a point. A man in a brown cloak states that it makes sense that hidden NPCs are given names depending on the situation. Another character calls out to someone. A character with glowing red eyes declares that his darkness is stirring. A voice declares that they want to face their opponents as soon as possible. A character with messy brown hair says that since they are all here, would they? A character asks if someone is a brat, and the character responds that they are not a brat. Someone calls Caesar a subordinate, and Caesar responds that he is not a subordinate. Caesar thinks to himself. Caesar declares that he is going to become the Lord of Darkness. A character states that they are sure he can find his way, right? An impact occurs. Archer Ian shouts, preparing to unleash his power. A dragon-like monster, wreathed in golden energy, prepares a devastating attack. The monster unleashes a torrent of fire, scorching the earth. The dragon's maw opens wide, spewing forth a wave of pure destruction. The ground cracks and shatters under the force of the dragon's fiery breath. Monsters caught in the blast are incinerated, their forms dissolving into ash. The world is consumed by fire, a raging inferno that promises only death. Determined, Archer Ian steels himself, preparing to strike back against the overwhelming power. His weapon glows with an ethereal light, channeling his inner strength. With a cry, he unleashes his counterattack, a blinding flash of energy aimed at the heart of the inferno. The dragon-like monster roars in pain and surprise as the attack lands. A figure focuses, gathering magical energy at the tip of their staff. Purple sparks dance around their hands as they prepare to unleash a spell. With a surge of power, the magician unleashes their blessing. Magician's blessing echoes through the battlefield as the spell takes form. The blessing manifests as a wave of shimmering energy, washing over the ground and imbuing it with arcane power. Runes glow with an ethereal light. A digital notification flashes into existence. Hearst's attack power has increased by 30%. The buff takes hold. A piercing scream rips through the air, a desperate cry of pain and fear. Kaya Ao. A figure is struck by a devastating blow, sent flying through the air amidst a cloud of dust and debris. The impact reverberates through the battlefield. A voice booms across the battlefield, filled with dark intent. Knights of Death. Give our opponents agony using the despair of darkness. A figure clad in ornate armor stands ready, wreathed in swirling purple energy. Their eyes glow with an unholy light as they prepare to unleash their power. Ian shouts, his voice filled with determination as he prepares to counter the onslaught. Lie. The battle intensifies, with figures clashing amidst a storm of dust and debris. The air crackles with magical energy as the combatants exchange blows. Another figure is struck, the force of the blow sending them staggering backward. The impact echoes through the ruined landscape. The battle rages on, a chaotic dance of steel and magic. Figures blur as they move with incredible speed, their attacks leaving trails of destruction in their wake. The system message indicates that Archer Ian has defeated a monster scorpion. He believes they are done with most of the hunt, and asks PUBG for confirmation. PUBG stands near Ian's feet. PUBG shouts that something is approaching. Elsewhere, Caesar stands with a concerned expression. Caesar faces an armored figure. Lacromu screams as Whole Dream approaches. A massive, clawed hand bursts forth from the earth, tearing through the ground like paper. Dust and debris explode into the air. The earth cracks further as the monstrous form continues its ascent. Glowing red eyes pierce through the dust cloud, promising destruction. A figure screams in terror as the sand break. A level 200 hidden boss fully emerges. The notification declares that it is wearing the magic pearl. Ian shouts for PUBG to dodge. A massive paw slams down, kicking up dust and debris. Ian feels the wind pressure and knows he needs to react quickly. Yu Hyun is ordered to start tanking. The monster's massive head emerges from the ground. The team prepares to face the emerging threat. Caesar thinks they'll have to do something about that Godzilla. Ian wonders what he should do, realizing its level is too high for him to attempt defeating it without Caesar. The monster crawls out of its hole. The full scale of the monster is revealed. PUBG watches the monster emerge. The monster prepares to unleash a devastating attack. Archer Ian's eyes widen in disbelief. Is that breath? If he gets hit by that, it'll be instant death. He shouts a warning, his voice laced with urgency. Everyone run away. Yu Hyun and PUBG watch in horror, their faces etched with fear. The sand drake begins to charge its breath attack, a ball of fire forming in its maw. The sand drake's eyes glow with intense heat as it prepares to unleash its devastating breath. A torrent of fire erupts from the sand drake's mouth, engulfing everything in its path. The flames burn with an unholy intensity. The fire spreads rapidly, consuming the environment. The sand drake continues to unleash its fiery breath, the heat distorting the air around it. He curses, realizing the situation is dire. The end? The effect of the turtle spirit, worn by the familiar PUBG, has been activated. PUBG stands ready. PUBG looks determined. A surge of energy emanates outwards. Did PUBG activate the turtle spirit he received from PUBG? He realizes the sand drake's breath has been completely blocked. The sand drake cries out. The water vapor created by the sand drake's breath is causing it to rain. PUBG is so cool. He's the best. Archer Ian wonders where he found those sunglasses. PUBG's work draws a compliment. Ian thinks to himself that the turtle spirit is pretty good. The sandbrake refers to the turtle spirit as a big-headed turtle. The rain continues to fall. Lacromu explains that she put the magic pearl in her inventory so the sand wouldn't get inside. Ian notes that he wasn't aware it would be raining. The sandbrake asks why they arrived so late, stating he was warming up. The sandbrake is shown from a low angle as the rain falls. The sandbrake tells them to do something about that Godzilla. Lacromu corrects him, stating that it's a sand drake that has absorbed the powers of the magic pearl, though it has only partially done so. The sandbrake refuses, stating that he already warmed up and it's bothersome since it's raining. He thinks it would be a different story if there was a reward, though. A montage shows Ian's face as he thinks that the sandbrake is completely hooked on taking shit from him. Ian states that they'll deal with it on their own. A search is complete. A figure lies prone on the ground, defeated. Ian stands with his companions, ready for what comes next. A turtle-like creature wearing sunglasses declares, a way to defeat him. A voice booms, summon Feeny and Ducty. A summoning circle glows with intense power. Someone shouts, Crake, cancel summon. A creature begins to materialize. A figure holds a staff, ready to intervene. A character yells, Ducty, Abyss Hole. A large monster roars, its form crackling with energy. A purple orb of power forms. A swirling vortex of energy consumes the scene. Debris is pulled inward, spiraling towards an unseen center. Yu Hyun observes the phenomenon. The debris is being sucked inside. The unknown figure orders Yu Hyun to continue tanking with Ducty. A colossal monster roars, its voice shaking the very ground. Gon Jahun instructs someone to get its attention with Balam and skeleton soldiers. A figure responds, stating that they don't normally take orders from anyone weaker, but since he needs their power of darkness, they will assist with lie. Another figure commands their servants to attack. Skeleton soldiers surge forward, their purple eyes glowing with eerie light. A sweeping blade cuts through the air, aimed at the skeleton soldiers. Gon Jahun asks Fialan to provide him with a buff when he flies off with Finn. Fialan agrees to provide the buff. A figure soars into the sky, carried by a large bird. The Sandrake is struck by an unseen force. The Sandrake continues to take damage. Even if it's a level 200 Sandrake with a magic pearl. The Sandrake is struck again. The system displays that the Sandrake's health has decreased by 8,832. It will definitely take damage. The Sandrake's health has decreased by 12,842. Ian's attack has increased by 30%. Good, the buff is back. The Sandrake is struck again, taking heavy damage. The Sandrake continues to be bombarded by attacks. Jagi. Electrical manipulation of a mana sphere. He focuses his energy, gathering a sphere of crackling mana in his hands. And the rain continues to fall. The mana sphere surges with power as it hurtles toward the Sandrake. Electrical manipulation, mana sphere. The rain that has absorbed the electric current, along with the mana sphere that's charged. The electrical energy crackles intensely. Will penetrate into all of its open wounds. The Sandrake's health has decreased by 131,211. Due to electrical manipulation, the Sandrake has been afflicted with paralysis effect. The Sandrake's health has decreased by 33,739. The Sandrake roars in agony. The electrical attack continues to ravage the Sandrake's body. The Sandrake writhes in pain. The Sandrake lies defeated, its massive form still smoking from the electrical assault. A golden orb falls from the defeated beast, bouncing softly on the ground. A system message appears. You have successfully defeated the hidden boss monster, Sandrake. The system rewards continue to pour in. You have gained 5,587,798 experience points. You are the first to defeat the Sandrake. Your fame increases by 30,000. You have gained the title Drake Slayer. The system interrupts the Sandrake's evolution, and the magic pearl of the golden turtle dragon recovers its powers. The Sandrake's foot is shown as a voice says, "This is the item that Pugpuji asked for." Ian and Yu Hyun stare at the golden orb, which rests on the ground between them. A close-up of the orb reveals a system message. You have obtained the magic pearl. It is the item that is able to change an individual's evolution potential. Pugpuji, wearing sunglasses, thinks, "Now that I've obtained it." Pugpuji exclaims, "I want to evolve Pugpuji." The magic pearl rests in the depths of the cave. Archer Ian holds the glowing pearl, lost in thought. He muses, he'll keep thinking about it after careful examination. There's a reason he worked like a dog to get it. Archer Ian wonders how he should take care of this ridiculous item. Come to think of it, his mealtime passed a long time ago. He tells someone that he's going to go eat, so they should wrap things up on their own. A small figure in a witch's hat seems at a loss for words. The figure seems surprised. Archer Ian yawns, declaring that he's hungry. He wonders what he should order today. Archer Ian seems surprised. He is suddenly embraced by Heron, who shouts with glee. The scene shifts, and a speech bubble exclaims, "Heron." Heron's expression is one of playful determination. Heron asks if he remembers saying she could come over whenever she wanted. He replies in the affirmative, but seems hesitant. Heron touches Ian's arm, trying to steer the conversation. Heron asks if he is there to have lunch with her, adding that it's also for another reason. Heron looks expectantly at Ian. Heron's eyes sparkle as she points towards Ian, a soft hee-hee escaping her lips. A speech bubble declares that someone will be taken out of the world of Kalen no matter what. In a chibi style, Heron tells Ian to get dressed. Ian, smiling, suggests that they go on a date. A speech bubble expresses surprise at the mention of a date. His eyes widen, a flush rising on his cheeks. Meanwhile, they stroll through the amusement park, the towering Ferris wheel looming in the background. Ian asks, "You wanted to go to the amusement park?" Heron exclaims, "Yeah, I love going on rides." Their hands brush, a spark igniting between them. Heron points excitedly. "Let's go on that." He smiles softly, a genuine warmth in his eyes. Okay, they enjoy some snacks together. The cinnamon treat is delicious, and soon they are strapped into a thrilling ride. Screaming with delight, Heron throws her hands up in the air, while Ian looks slightly apprehensive. He looks up, a question mark floating above his head as he contemplates what to say. Fireworks explode in the night sky, illuminating the amusement park. Ian and Heron stand hand in hand, watching the colorful display. Archer Ian looks at Heron, a serious expression on his face. He says, "I actually have something to tell you." Heron smiles, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. She wonders to herself, is he finally going to confess his feelings? The fireworks continue to light up the sky. Heron blushes slightly, a hint of nervousness in her voice. "You really need, what would you do?" "This isn't a confession," she says, trying to downplay her expectations. Looking up at the fireworks, Heron murmurs, "No matter." Ian thinks to himself, how much you need it, it should be returned to the owner, since it belongs to them, right? A close-up reveals a gentle smile gracing Ian's lips. Ian smiles at Heron, a newfound resolve in his eyes. "You're right, of course," he says. Heron watches the fireworks, a soft smile on her face. The city lights blurred behind Heron as she walked. Heron turned to Ian, expressing her gratitude. No way, I had so much fun today thanks to you. She tilted her head, asking, You're gonna play Kalen all day tomorrow, right? Ian confirmed, Yeah, because I still have unfinished business. He started to say, Heron, I really enjoyed spending the day with you, but then corrected himself. Huh? I told you, I really enjoyed myself. No, you dummy. Not that. Heron smiled, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. How was I today? Ian's face flushed as he thought to himself. You were pretty. Heron giggled, responding, Hee, thanks. The two stood together outside, the city lights twinkling around them. Ian stood silently, the night air cool on his skin. He walks along the paved path. Ian continues his stroll. His footsteps echo on the stone. A faint smile graces his lips. A modern house stands bathed in sunlight. A Kalen pod sits inside the house. Meanwhile, Pud Pugy exclaims with surprise. Ian, you have returned safely. Pud Pugy wonders what happened to the magic pearl. Pud Pugy looks on with anticipation. Ian says, Here, I brought it back for you. Pud Pugy says, Thank you, Ian. You really are. The small creature looks up, awaiting Ian's next words. Pud Pugy's expression shifts to one of surprise, his eyes widening. Are you joking with me right now? I'll be honest with you. Ian looks down at him, a conflicted expression on his face. I really want to use this on Pud Pugy, even as we speak. The hunter continues, his tone shifting. However, I'm going to return it to you, since it's yours anyway, right? Ian holds out a glowing orb, its light illuminating his face. Pud Pugy's face falls, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. A voice booms out, declaring, Really are a great person. Pud Pugy beams, his face radiating happiness. Ian looks on, a confused expression on his face. Huh? The hunter hands something over. A thought bubble appears. Here you go. I thought he'd be furious, but he isn't. Pud Pugy expresses his gratitude. Thank you for telling me honestly, Ian. I almost lost my temper and could have harmed you just now. A voice praises. It's easy to exercise self-control in your head, but not in your heart. You've cast away the temptation and greed marvelously. He begins to glow with an intense golden light, the air crackling with energy. Though he may have faltered, he appreciates Ian's honesty. The golden aura intensifies, swirling around him. Now, he will be able to reclaim the glory of his past. The air vibrates with the sound of raw power surging. The golden light continues to emanate from him, bathing the cave in its radiant glow. The energy surges, coalescing into a blinding beam of pure light. The transformation reaches its peak, the light threatening to consume everything. Ian squints, shielding his eyes from the overwhelming brilliance. Did it stop? His eyes widen in disbelief, a gasp escaping his lips. Before him stands a colossal three-headed dragon, its scales shimmering with golden light. This is insane. The sheer size of the beast dwarfs everything around it. Its three heads turn, each pair of golden eyes radiating ancient power. The dragon's massive form looms, its presence shaking the very foundations of the cave. This is the real Pud Pugy? The quest completion notification appears, but something seems off. Archer Ian wonders why he didn't receive the golden turtle dragon's egg as a reward. Ian is approached. A voice speaks. Ian, I have a proposal. A voice booms. I am greatly moved by your kind nature. The golden turtle dragon's eyes narrow as he speaks. The dragon declares that Holdream's soul is no longer present, so there is no need for him to protect this place anymore. The golden turtle dragon sits imposingly. The dragon asks if Ian would mind if he were to join him. The golden turtle dragon looks down at Ian, awaiting his response. The dragon's feet rest on the cavern floor. A system notification appears, stating that the golden turtle dragon, Pud Pugy, would like to become Ian's familiar. It warns that if he accepts, he will not be able to obtain the golden turtle dragon egg. Ian, looking at the notification, thinks that Pud Pugy is not going to be an ordinary familiar. Ian accepts. He knew there was a reason he worked so hard to deliver that magic pearl. This new continent is a desolate desert. It is extremely difficult to develop territories where there are hardly any resources or food available. Since these guilds are spending their money from their respective headquarters, the Kaimon Empire, who had the first and second ranking guilds, were overwhelmingly strong. Masked figures stand beneath a guild emblem, gold coins falling around them. A man with long white hair and piercing red eyes smirks. A group of adventurers stand near a massive, multi-headed creature. The man with wavy brown hair says, This is a huge problem. The other guilds have already set up their bases, but we have only just formed an alliance on our end. The figure in the red and white outfit thinks, It can't be helped even if we're in a rush, since the monsters. A man with greenish-brown hair stands in the desert, stating, Are around level 130 on the central continent. The man with wavy brown hair asks, You got any places in mind? Ian stands with the multi-headed creature, who says, Pagbaji, do you know of any bases? Ian responds, I've never heard of such a name. He wondered if the term was unfamiliar because it was only used amongst users. Then, a voice asked if he knew where there was a village with lots of people. The three-headed beast seemed to know that. Since it had been a long time, it wasn't sure if it still existed. A distant structure stood silhouetted against the horizon. He realized there was no base there. What they've discovered is, a notification appeared. You have discovered a war trading post. Another notification followed. Your distinguished service points increased by 3,000. The notification continued. With the distinguished service points you have obtained, you may trade for items inside the trading post. The hunter looked up, his expression thoughtful. Long, silver hair cascaded down someone's back. He thought that as unfortunate as the situation was, this was actually a total gain, since he found out the purpose of the distinguished service points he'd been collecting. Pugpuji, this brat, sure is useful. He's familiar with the central continent. Haha, it really was here before. And although he may act like Pugpuji at times, his stats are unbelievable, and his rank is legendary. Golden Turtle Dragon, level 150. Category, familiar. Rank, legendary. Personality, cautious. Not evolvable. For 10 seconds, you will be invincible. While you are invincible, you will be immune to all damage, and have complete immunity against all status effects. However, during its effect, you will not be able to make any moves. Protection of the Turtle Dragon. Absorb a target's damage for 2 minutes. I was expecting an ancient item or artifact, but all that's available for trade is food or resources that's only useful if. He thinks, we have a base. Are you talking about the Tower of Wary? Tower of Wary? What's that? How do you know so much about the central continent, my dear subordinate? He hopes we have no secrets between us. That's because I was active on the central continent before I was captured by the Kaimon Empire. What? He exclaims in disbelief, questioning why he's only hearing this information now. The response comes, he never asked, and it was forgotten. A muscular man raises a large sword above his head. The chibi version of Ian states that they should head there right now. Lacramu states that it's not possible. The Tower of War is located in the western region, which means it has been dominated by the Kaimon Empire. A tower pierces the bright blue sky. The tower stands tall against the skyline. A woman sits with her arms crossed. The woman's long hair cascades down her back. The woman smiles, her hands clasped in front of her. The woman asks what Li Rahan means, inquiring if there is a problem. The masked figure listens intently. Li Rahan admits that he never even dreamt that he would be monopolizing the Tower of War like this. Li Rahan asks if that is what she means, a sinister smile playing on his lips. He finds the idea of a fight between two empires laughable. Li Rahan continues, stating that they are just warding them off so they won't be able to catch up to them. The masked figure states that they won't have any problems with him if he were to use the Tower of War right now, right? The masked figure awaits a response. Li Rahan responds with a nervous laugh, telling the masked figure to go ahead. Li Rahan thinks to himself that their losses will be far greater if he were to reject this fucker and have Darkruna turn their backs on them. Li Rahan continues his internal monologue, noting that he needs to mind the Lucipal Kingdom as well, and that there's so much to think about. The masked figure clenches their fist, thinking that they have to hold it in. Shakran thanks Li Rahan, thinking that if it weren't for Soline's mistake, they would have taken it by force, which is too bad. Anyway, fucking pest. Shit, this is a huge problem. Although we haven't been able to look around the Tower of War much. If they take a legendary artifact or item we missed. Thanks for letting me use the Tower of War, Shakran. It seems we were too late, though. There wasn't anything useful to trade. Then, I'll see you at our next meeting. Phew. Thank goodness they weren't able to score anything. Yes, see you at our next meeting. An unseen figure scoffs at Shakran's blunder, lamenting the loss of an unbelievable item. Li Rahan holds a glowing token, its power radiating in his grasp. The token pulses with light, revealing intricate details etched into its surface. A system notification announces that Li Rahan has acquired the token of Magellan. The current situation is displayed on a strategic map, showing the distribution of territories. One of the figures states that it is not yet time to occupy a base. Another figure argues that the longer they wait, the bigger the gap will be between them and the Kaimon Empire. The figure points out that the rear territories have already been claimed, suggesting they should wait and claim a base once it's being built. A hand holds a small, stylized figure, representing a unit or character on the map. A close-up of the map shows a territory that will be taken over in the front lines. The hand places the small figure on the map, indicating a strategic move. The figures react with surprise and disbelief, exclaiming, "What? No way." Phylan expresses her concern, knowing how dangerous it is. She believes if they get caught up in a fight, they're as good as dead. The man explains that it is a big risk, but the competition is low. He adds that they don't have to waste an enormous amount of effort to occupy a base there. Since the Lucipal Kingdom is on their side, they don't have to worry about them, which means they only need to block off the Kaimon Empire. The figure sits with their hands clasped. Yu Hyun exclaims that they are out of resources and food. The man thinks to himself that the always level-headed Phylan would be shocked like this. LOL. He states that he has a. Archer Ian grins, asking, Syria, have you got some spare leadership? He continues, yes, I do. Why do you ask? I acquired a new familiar, but I'm lacking some leadership. Ian asks Syria, would you be able to take Ducty for a while? Thanks to the Idragon Tamer's Plumii, he doesn't actually require more leadership. Ian thinks to himself that he doesn't have enough leadership to be able to summon everyone. He continues, thinking that since Pugpuji is a hard tanker, Ducty won't have much to do even if he were to summon him. Ian realizes he can use Ducty as a sub-tanker every time he's with Syria. Syria stands by, listening to Ian. Ducty is summoned. Ian says to Ducty, Ducty, I'm sorry, but would you be able to stay with Syria for a while? Ducty roars. Ducty says he'll become stronger and come back for him. Ian smiles. He listens as Ducty is told to take good care of Phylon and to not be a troublemaker, but to listen to her. The camera pans over to a base. The sky is blue with clouds. A city sits in the desert. Two figures walk away. Solene asks who those idiots are that are building their base on the front lines. The masked figure replies that they are the Lotus Guild from the kingdom of Lusipol, ranking at 107. A hooded figure says that Lusipol was bored, so they are the perfect prey for them. The masked figure apologizes for interrupting, but says that if they strike their base right now, there's a concern that the guilds from Lusipol will come to reinforce them from the rear. A speech bubble asks why they don't we. The masked figure asks if it is a tower of war. The hooded figure says that they see, since they were defeated by some strange guy. One of the masked figures states that the current guild members are low level. The other figure responds that if it weren't for that, they could strike them right away. The figure holding a token says that they should try out the token of Magellan to test out the strength of these desert warriors. The token is described as an item one may only acquire when they have been acknowledged by the desert warriors on the central continent. The text states that those who have acquired this token are protected by the desert warriors. The text states that all NPCs on the central continent will become allies to those who hold the token as well as the nation they belong to. The masked figure orders to wipe them out. The bandaged figure is questioned by the masked figure. The bandaged figure holds a sword. The masked figure wonders when he got there, referring to the bandaged man. His eyes glow with an ominous red light, a testament to the power he wields. The bandaged figure is strong. The resounding clang of a bell echoes through the air, a signal of impending conflict. A call to arms rings out. The desert warriors prepare for battle, their resolve unwavering. Dust billows as the desert warriors mobilize, their numbers vast and their purpose clear. The bandaged figure's gaze intensifies, the red glow in his eyes burning brighter than before. From atop the fortress walls, a group watches the desert warriors assemble, their expressions a mix of anticipation and concern. Caesar questions the neutrality of the desert warriors. The token of Magellan is revealed to be an item that grants the right to command the desert warriors. Caesar believes the token of Magellan has fallen into the hands of Kaimon. One of the group members exclaims that it's a total cheat to command level 120 NPCs. She asks Caesar if he will help them. The fact that the golden turtle dragon, who once guarded the treasures of Whole Dream, is now roaming the world carries a heavy implication. Are they the ones who defeated the vengeful spirit of Whole Dream? The figure wrapped in bandages responds, Yes, sir. He smirks, a dangerous glint in his eyes. There was a combo he wanted to test out. Should he try it? Caesar orders, Lie, forward. A monstrous creature charges forward, kicking up dust and sand. The bandaged figure prepares for the coming battle, their red eye gleaming. A surge of energy crackles in the air. The energy coalesces into a tangible force. Pugpage's skill, Protection of the Turtle Dragon, is in effect, bathing the area in golden light. A sword materializes, glowing with power. The bandaged figure cries out, My sword. Pugpage absorbs 1274 damage instead of Lie, taking the brunt of the attack. Lie rides forward on horseback, preparing to unleash a powerful skill. Lie shouts, Guardian of the Wind, as he unleashes the skill. Lie uses Wrath of the Fenrir, channeling immense power. The sound of something exploding echoes. Sandbreak roars in pain, blood dripping from his bandaged face. Li Rahan recognizes the familiar. That's a familiar? Sandbreak questions how a mere familiar can be so powerful. The familiar's paw lands heavily, cracking the ground beneath it. The ground explodes in a burst of energy. The familiar unleashes a barrage of attacks, energy beams cutting through the air. One of the desert warriors is struck, blood splattering as they fall. Li Rahan speaks with urgency. No, if we cannot take down the familiar, we must kill the summoner. Sandbreak, mounted on a dark steed, glares with red eyes. The desert warriors prepare for their next move. Another warrior screams as they are engulfed in energy. The armored figure is struck by a powerful blow. The figure coughs up blood. Blood splatters on the ground. The armored figure stands tall, holding a staff. He says, As you said, they headed straight for you, my lord. Ian says, Well, it was a given. A figure rides atop a large tiger. The tiger leaps through the air. The tiger lands on the ground. The text reads, To be defeated by a guild that's ranked 107th. One figure says, Was Kathazin. The text reads, Too weak. A figure's eyes widen in shock. The individual's voice carried a note of uncertainty, questioning, Master? The sky hangs heavy as a voice declares that being defeated by a guild ranked 107th is unacceptable. The masked figure cradles another, wrapped in bandages, as she wonders if Kathazin was too weak. A pair of eyes narrow, the expression unreadable. A red haze fills the air. The masked figure's gaze burns with intensity. Turning away, the masked figure is seen from the back. The voice declares that first it was Solene's defeat, and now the desert warriors. The continued streak of defeat hangs heavy in the air. The masked figure's red eyes burn with rage, declaring this a disgrace to Dark Runa's honor. The masked figure commands Solene to send word to Titan, adding that when it's time, they are going to actively commence. The masked figure's face is filled with rage. The hunt for Lysipal is on. Floating orbs of light dance in the sky. Ian exclaims that Carseus is going to hatch soon. A voice calls out, suggesting everyone go inside. The battlefield lay still, the dust settling after the fierce conflict. He thought to himself, it's a good thing I was here at this moment. Phylon, clad in her armor, stood beside a dark horse, her expression thoughtful. But it would have been difficult to defend the base without me, she mused. Ian's gaze was intense, his brow furrowed in thought. A voice boomed. We need to come up with a plan. Back in town, Phylon, Ian, and others gathered. A voice said, thanks, we didn't even need to step in. Phylon added, yes, I had my hopes. Ian chuckled, haha, isn't it a good thing that nothing happened? Ian's expression turned serious, his eyes narrowed. He admitted, I'll be honest. Ian stood with Phylon and her horse. He stated, the desert warriors we just fought were much stronger than I thought. A voice declared, if it weren't for Pugpuji and Pollen who just joined us, I would have been the one defeated. Ian turned to Yu Hyun. So, there's something I must do. Yu Hyun, could you take care of the base for a while? Yu Hyun replied, of course. He turned back, the bustling city of Muron stretching behind him. The Lysipal Kingdom's capital city, Muron, stood as a beacon of hope and opportunity. A booming voice echoed, directing adventurers towards the Central Continent quests. He muttered under his breath, observing the throng of adventurers. Shit, all these people want to go to the Central Continent. The call for adventurers heading to the Central Continent quests continued to ring out. He thought to himself, frustration evident in his tone. Well, the line is way too long. Just how long am I going to have to wait? Ian crossed his arms, a contemplative frown etched on his face as he considered the long wait. A knight approached, his voice laced with recognition. Are you Baron Ian, by any chance? The knight's expression was one of pleasant surprise. The knight continued, I'm not sure if you recall, but I was with you when you participated in the Griffin quest and the Prisoners of War quest. The knight inquired, curiosity piquing his tone. What brings you here, Baron? The knight smiles broadly, his armor gleaming in the sunlight. A long line of people waits patiently. One of them expresses his desire to join the front lines on the Central Continent. Captain Helim declares that he will guide the man to Captain Helim right away. The man expresses his gratitude. Two figures stand close, observing the scene. One of the figures wonders who the man is, noting that the Imperial soldier recognized him and gave him special treatment. The other figure seems surprised. The figure points a finger, asking if it is that guy. The other figure responds, saying that he means that summoner, and that his nickname was Ian or something. So that guy is the #1 summoner? Ian smiles. He doesn't believe that is the case. Yu Hyun is sure that Ian is above level 130 by now. A figure questions who Yu Hyun is and how he knows that information. Loren declares that she is the official first-ranking summoner. The idol summoner, Loren, is revealed. It is said that summoners can be evaluated by the familiars they summon. But unofficially, Ian is the most powerful summoner there is. A grand door stands slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of the room beyond. A painting hangs on the wall, its subject obscured by shadow. Ian sits at a large desk, his foot tapping impatiently against the floor. Ian looks up, a wide smile spreading across his face. Oh Ian, what brings you here? Yu Hyun stands beside another man in armor, who nervously adjusts his helmet. Please, you should really knock before you enter. Ian leans forward, his expression serious. Sir Helim, I want to battle in the front lines on the Central Continent. Yu Hyun looks at the armored man, concern etched on his face. What are you thinking about, Hearse? The two men are drawn in a chibi style, their expressions thoughtful. No matter how hard I think about it, I just don't understand Jin Sung. A close-up of a smiling face fills the frame. Don't worry. A crystal structure stands tall amidst a cityscape, bathed in a soft, ethereal light. Everything will be okay. It's Ian, after all. And so, time passed, and the battle between the Lysipal Kingdom and the Kaimon Empire continued endlessly. A chaotic battle scene unfolds, filled with soldiers clashing amidst explosions and magical effects. Ah! A soldier's scream pierces the air amidst the chaos of battle. The Kaimon Empire's victory continues to reign, while the Lysipal Kingdom faces defeat. With a determined gaze, Ian resolves to return and guard the base once more, his mind set on the objectives he hopes to accomplish. The objectives were achieved. Using the distinguished service points he had accumulated, Ian managed to complete the construction of a fortress with 3 barricades and a war trading post. The use of service points continues. Ian stands with another figure, overlooking the completed base. Thanks to you, the construction of the base is complete. But just how did you do it, Jin Sung? Even if you have a lot of distinguished service points, there's no way you had enough money or labor to build a fortress of this scale. Kikek, if there's a will, there's a way. He begins to explain the most important part, money. The accumulation of wealth is the most difficult part of being located in the middle of a desolate desert. Therefore, all the other guilds have been using the funds from their headquarters to expand their bases. The difference is the landmark. A while ago, I set up a monster breeding facility with Professor Lee Jinwook on our side. He thinks to himself that there's more money going back and forth in this game than his monthly salary. One of the men exclaims, wondering how many summoners are even out there with just that. The other man tells him to listen first. He posted all the strategies about becoming a summoner on the bulletin board. The secrets of monster evolution, which is essential to every summoner with familiars, can be found at the monster breeding facility. He seriously didn't even get 3 hours of sleep that night. As a result, the increasing number of summoners settling in our land caused an explosion of wealth. A bustling town square is filled with people. A worker hammers nails into a roof. A voice mentions opening a second monster breeding facility in a town. A man with orange hair asks, "What about the labor then?" A woman with pink hair responds, "That." The woman exclaims, "I can explain that." The man and woman stand together. The woman winks. The man wonders what about the labor. That. The woman insists she can explain that. The man looks down at the woman's legs, a question mark hanging in the air. Lorton winks. The man exclaims, "The idle summoner, Lorton." The man wonders what a precious person is doing in such a shabby place, and what the place he built with his blood, sweat, and tears is a shabby place. Lorton says, "Ho ho, well, to tell you the conclusion, the labor was supplied by our golden summoners." Two men stand side by side. The man asks, "The golden summoners?" A group of approximately 20 summoners are silhouetted. Lovelian reclines, her expression a mix of allure and calculation. Her hands are adorned with glowing symbols. A serpent's head fills the frame, its eyes intelligent and observant. The text describes summoners who are extremely talented and highly ranked. But the reality is, Lovelian holds a photo, a sinister smile playing on her lips. A secret group of followers of the unofficial ranker, Ian. The name, Lovelian, is displayed prominently above a group of figures. The text explains that Lovelian has started helping actively since Sir Ian's public settings have all been hidden, and that she shared a post on the bulletin board. Lovelian appears shocked, her mouth agape. That's the touching story about how we helped. Nobody said anything about fanatics. Her eyes are weird. I was pretty shocked in the beginning, too. But is it okay for you to help him out for free? Oh my, what do you mean for free? Of course, we received the appropriate reward in exchange. Phew, I'm wasting a day of hunting. Phew, I gave. The charms are said to feature Pugpuji. Charms featuring Ian's familiar mascot, Pugpuji, are being advertised. Lorton points out that he fulfilled the labor and manpower requirements after meeting Loren and Muron. Ian pushes Heron away, clearly annoyed by her affections. A lunchbox sits on a table, accompanied by a note asking Ian to take good care of the sender. Ian seems to be thinking something over. Heron walks away from Ian. Heron's hair is shown in close-up as she walks away. Heron asks Jin Sung what he is doing. Ian yells Heron's name in shock. Ian insists that it's not what she thinks. A hand opens a door. Lorton looks away, saying that they should have a good time. Ian wonders why Heron is over there right now. He didn't think she was at the level to be able to come here yet. Caesar says that she was bored at the North Estate and wanted to come over here. A figure with glowing red eyes says that he forgot to mention that. The figure clenches his fist, surrounded by flames. The panel shows dark ruined space. A figure says that it seems it might snow on the central continent tomorrow. Another figure says that they thought you weren't interested. The panel shows a figure in the Luciple. He broods, a flicker of unease in his crimson eyes. He can't ever tell them about the losing streak they have. The man anticipates the moment they find out. They're going to try and outrank them to steal first place. She agrees, stating that striking them from the front together, they won't need any strategy. She proposes to proceed like this. The man declares that their guild will push forward from the front. Li Rahan points to a map, detailing the territories at stake. He orders Titan to take a detour and take care of Oaklani and Esplendory. Li Rahan asks if there is a particular reason for this plan. Lorton expresses concern, stating that there will be quite a significant loss if Dark Renai proceeds from the front without them. Li Rahan asks if she is perhaps scared of Oaklani or Esplendory. Caesar denies it, stating that it's merely a one-sided massacre and they will proceed with the strategy. Tomorrow, a floating or broadcasts, greeting the viewers. Heinz, a reporter for Kalen, introduces himself alongside Lucia. Heinz explains that there has been friction between the Kaimon and Lucipal empires over the central continent. Heinz reports that this is the first time the Kaimon Empire's guilds are involved. Reporters have been contacted to provide information. An invasion notice is declared. It's confirmed that the Kaimon Empire has been pushing forward with absolutely high spirits. The reporter notes that they can currently see the size of the troops from the Kaimon Empire, identifying the guild ranked in first place, Dark Renai, and the Desert Warriors. The Kaimon Empire's troops are shown. A closer look at the Kaimon Empire's forces. The reporter comments on the incredible sight, noting that the Desert Warriors would join in on the fight with Dark Renai, and the rumors of the token of Magellan being in Li Rahan's possession were true. On the other hand, the reporter questions the Lucipal Kingdom's troops and which guild is occupying that base. Two armored figures stand guard, their expressions unreadable behind their helmets. They stand silently, waiting for orders. The elf states that they only placed within the top 100 ranks recently. A man with long blonde hair wonders if the 3rd and 4th ranking guilds, Oakland and Splendor, will support them at all. The elf from before appears on a screen, listening intently. Li Rahan scoffs, dismissing the idea of support. He mutters, "Support them, my ass." Li Rahan questions what will change even if they send reinforcements, asking Martin for his opinion. A screen displays the information for Oakland Guildmaster Samuel. Martin agrees with Lee Rahan's sentiment. Lee Rahan states that nothing will change for a guild ranked at 95th place, even if they were to receive reinforcements. Two figures stand in the guild hall, listening to the conversation. A close-up shows a character's intense blue eye. Lee Rahan remains silent, his expression thoughtful. The man in the suit is identified as Roy Chun, Guild Master of Valiant. Elsewhere, a group observes the city from a high vantage point. Lee Rahan asks if they can really block them. He wonders if any of the other guilds will send reinforcements. He states that there won't be any reinforcements from the other guilds. Lee Rahan's expression hardens. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a desert landscape under a bright sky. A figure on horseback hands something to Solene, saying, "Solene, take this." Solene examines the blade, wondering what it is. It's a blade that's been enchanted with summoning. The figure instructs Solene to attack the rear gate with it. Solene acknowledges the order, saying, "Yes, understood." The masked figure declares that all troops should prepare. The figure prepares for battle. The figure prepares for battle. It's starting. The man in the red cloak states that they are going to lose, and that the opponent is Dark Runa, so it's going to be a tough battle. A gloved hand clenches. The man smirks, saying to enjoy it, because it's a game, after all. Close up of the fur collar of the cloak. Close up of a smirk. The man says all right. The man smirks. A hand rises, palm open, as if giving a signal. He commands, "All troops, get ready for." The man orders, and activate the tower. The tower begins to glow. Light intensifies around the tower's base. A concentrated beam of energy emanates from within. Dust motes dance in the radiant light as the tower powers up. The tower hums with newfound power. A figure stands silently, observing the scene. A mounted warrior surveys the battlefield, their expression hidden behind a mask. Two soldiers watch with growing alarm. Someone cries out in shock as the ground trembles. A massive cannon, wreathed in arcane energy, prepares to unleash its payload. The air crackles with anticipation. The cannon roars, spitting fire and death. A whistling sound pierces the air as the projectile hurtles towards its target. The ground rushes up to meet the incoming devastation. The world explodes in a deafening roar. A cataclysmic blast rips through the ranks, scattering bodies and debris in its wake. The soldiers scream in terror as the attack commences. A figure in a dark cloak watches the unfolding chaos. One of the soldiers expresses confusion as the attack intensifies. A devastating blast rips through the battlefield, sending soldiers flying. The screams of the wounded echo across the ravaged landscape. More soldiers are thrown back by the sheer force of the attack. The masked figure observes, noting that the defensive tower is far from ordinary. The figure realizes that the tower has been strengthened to its maximum level, spelling doom for the attacking forces. At this rate, we're going to lose half our forces before we even get through their gates. A beam of pure blue energy streaks across the sky. The energy slams into the ground, obliterating everything in its path. A hand strengthens the magical barrier, reinforcing the tower's defenses. The strengthened tower unleashes another devastating blast. A surge of power emanates outward. The energy coalesces into a destructive force. The summoner pauses, gathering their power. They focus the energy into their hand, a purple aura flaring around them. The technique is unleashed, a beam of pure energy tearing through the sky. The city below is engulfed in explosions, buildings crumbling under the force of the attack. The energy rips through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The summoner continues to channel the technique, their eyes glowing with power as the destruction unfolds. The city is further devastated, the once proud structures reduced to rubble. Explosions continue to rock the city, sending debris flying in all directions. The summoner focuses intently, muttering the incantation for the sorcerer's technique. The technique continues its relentless assault, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. A surge of energy erupts. Dust and debris fill the air. The announcement rings out. Lee Rahan has destroyed the Fiora base's defensive tower belonging to Lotus. He observes that this should create a path for their forces to enter. The exclamation hangs in the air. The city looms in the distance. A lone figure stands amidst the destruction. He mutters about these insane bastards. He wonders how much they spent on strengthening their base, and where all of that money came from. A statue stands tall. He notes that the type of defensive towers they have towards the center aren't like anything he's ever seen before. He contemplates that the more he thinks about this, the more it'll cause a chain effect, and that the important thing is here. A figure with masked features and piercing eyes stares intently. The unseen force declares its intent, to obliterate all. A voice acknowledges the power, stating it's as expected of the first-ranking guild master, followed by a cool exclamation. The rider on the griffin notes the effort put into something. The griffin stands ready, its gaze fixed on an unseen target. The rider states that they can't keep letting her break down the walls. A figure asks if they should get going now. A weapon is drawn, ready for battle. The griffin soars through the sky, a symbol of impending action. The rider and griffin advance, prepared for the challenges ahead. Another structure crumbles, the destruction continuing. A bird soars through the sky, flying over the city below. The city stands tall, its gates ajar as the battle rages on. A voice echoes, remarking that it has been quite some time since the start of the battle. Another voice responds, acknowledging that both sides have suffered significant losses. A hand lies on the sandy battlefield, a silent testament to the ongoing conflict. A foot steps onto the battlefield, the ground stained with the marks of war. The battlefield stretches out, littered with fallen soldiers and broken weapons. A figure stands amidst the chaos, their expression grim as they survey the scene. A soldier lies wounded on the ground, their eyes closed in exhaustion or defeat. A massive hand reaches out, dwarfing the soldiers around it. A giant towers over the battlefield, its presence a symbol of overwhelming power. The Lotus Base rear gates stand as a final line of defense, a barrier against the encroaching enemy. A lone rider approaches the walled city, a question hanging in the air. He passes a silent gathering of hooded figures, their faces obscured by shadow. The rider considers the mission. She was supposed to send a signal once she was inside, but why haven't they heard anything yet? And besides, that man is the same monstrous bastard I faced last time. Inside the city walls, armored figures stand ready. If that monster is part of the Lotus Guild. The captain grips her sword, her expression grim, and defending the rear gates. The rider urges his horse forward, approaching the city gates at speed. No, there's still a small chance of winning. Since I have the sword that the master gave me. The sound of the gates echoes. The gates open, revealing the sky beyond. The sound of the gates continues to reverberate. The aftermath of battle litters the ground. The masked figure announces, the gates have opened. The figure orders, all troops, charge forward. The sound of the charge begins. The troops surge forward, a wave of soldiers rushing into the open gate. The sound of the troops' advance intensifies. The masked figure watches the troops advance. A close-up shows the masked figure's arm, wrapped in bandages. The masked figure sighs few. The man with orange hair states that he's leaving everything in someone else's hands. A masked figure is shown in close-up. The name Park Jinsung is displayed prominently. A chaotic battlefield is depicted, with debris flying through the air. A lone figure stands atop a cliff overlooking the battlefield. A woman with dark hair and red eyes asks what's going on, noting that there are still many defensive towers to break through. The woman's expression is one of concern. A pink-haired girl looks up at a flying creature, calling it a bastard. Ian, a core member of Lotus, is shown holding a staff. A character with purple eyes looks on with concern as a masked figure stands beside a door. The gates are closed. A voice wonders if they have to keep going inside, noting there's another wall inside the wall. A murmur rises from the crowd. They question the purpose of these walls. A figure shouts in disbelief, questioning if they were supposed to fight. A hand grips a staff, a voice declaring it's too late for that. The staff glows with intense light. Two figures stand silhouetted, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. The figures' glowing eyes intensify. Energy crackles in the air. The castle is bathed in an ethereal glow, lightning dancing around its walls. System messages appear, detailing the damage inflicted upon various entities, Desert Warrior, Pedro, and Hesto. The damage reports persist, showing continued damage to Desert Warrior, Pedro, and Hesto. Raw power crackles in the air, blue lightning arcing from an unseen source. Colossal statues stand guard, their silent vigil overlooking the battlefield. A hand materializes, fingers wreathed in crackling blue energy, manipulating the raw force. The city's architecture looms, a silent witness to the unfolding conflict. Figures clash amidst the chaos, lightning illuminating their desperate struggle. Golden hair flares with contained energy, a prelude to unleashed power. Bandages conceal a face twisted in fury, red eyes burning with supernatural intensity as lightning dances around him. A hand, covered in dust and grime, reaches out. The camera pans up to reveal the towering structures of the city. Figures clash in the streets below, their movements blurred by speed and dust. Golden hair catches the light, the source of the glow unseen. Bandages obscure most of his face, but the burning intensity in his eyes is unmistakable. A figure sits in a chair surrounded by crackling blue electricity, a skull-shaped mask covering their face. The man's eyes widen in surprise. He's got quite the battle sense. Two figures stand in a dimly lit room, engaged in a hushed conversation. A figure kneels on the ground, head bowed. But to fight him, the guild members are incapable of battling right now. In that case, Pollen, pull you up. A figure is attacked from above. A figure stands triumphantly over fallen opponents. A red laser sight focuses on a figure's head. Pollen descends with a powerful sword strike. The sword cleaves through the air with immense force. Cook, a figure kneels, injured. Pollen continues the assault with another devastating blow. The figure, face wrapped in bandages, coughs, his expression strained. He asks if his opponent has come to be defeated again. He adds that his opponent's mouth seems quite animated for someone who looks like they're going to die from one strike. The warrior, surrounded by a red aura, declares that he won't be defeated like last time. The warrior descends, blades drawn, ready to strike. A soldier exclaims that it is too late. The warrior's blade drips with fresh blood. An archer prepares to fire at the rear gates of the Lotus Guild base. A cloaked figure cries out in pain. The cloaked figure narrows his eyes, muttering that he is certain of what he sees. A voice booms out, commanding all troops to prepare to charge. A signal flares across the battlefield, originating from their master. Mounted soldiers, cloaked and masked, surge forward, their swords raised. A voice echoes, declaring that the sword was given to him by the master and contains a familiar. The mounted soldiers charge across the desert landscape, their cloaks billowing behind them. One of the figures states that even the enemy won't be able to withstand it. Another figure urges him to do something, while the first retorts that he is doing something. A powerful summon is initiated, energy crackling in the air. Raw magical power coalesces around a gauntlet hand, ready to unleash its might. A colossal figure begins to materialize, its stone face and glowing red eyes promising destruction. The summoning completes, revealing the full form of the massive entity. The bronze giant has been summoned. The bronze giant looms, its red eyes glowing menacingly. A voice booms, commanding attention. From a distance, the bronze giant towers over the landscape, its massive form casting a long shadow. A declaration echoes, "This is the power of Dark Runa." The power of Dark Runa manifests, a swirling vortex of dark energy. A wizard, clad in a dark robe and pointed hat, channels arcane energy through their staff, a sphere of purple light coalescing at its tip. A hooded figure watches intently, their face partially obscured by shadows. A sudden realization dawns, marked by a sharp intake of breath. A surge of power emanates, the air shimmering with heat. A woman stands defiant, surrounded by swirling red energy, her eyes burning with determination. A close-up reveals a grim expression, while below, the hooded figure's gaze intensifies. The bronze giant stumbles, its massive form faltering under the effects of the pit of darkness. The armored figure stands tall, their feet planted firmly on the ground. The sword, still gleaming with power, is held at the ready. The masked figure stares in disbelief. "That's fucking insane." A voice echoes, filled with disbelief. How was he able to slice through the bronze giant that's above level 200 so easily? The bronze giant crashes to the ground, defeated. Another voice questions the victor's strength. Just how high is his level in that case? The armored figure remains stoic, their swords still held high. A system message appears, detailing the casualties of the battle. Solene, Mindal, and Xion Chuang have all received damage from the debris and died. The armored figure stands beside a smaller, red-haired companion, who seems overwhelmed. The red-haired companion is in disbelief. "I was insane. Even if I received the power of the immortal, there's no way I could even attempt to defeat that bastard." The screen displays the level of the one who defeated the bronze giant, level 301. Caesar smirks, his eyes gleaming with power. "A monster. Yes, my opponent should be at least that strong." The intricate details of the armor gleam, reflecting the ambient light. Caesar raises his sword, preparing to unleash a powerful skill. He pauses, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "Huh." With a surge of energy, Caesar executes the skill, his movements a blur of motion. The energy gathers, coalescing into a tangible force. His hand glows with an ethereal blue light as he channels the skill's power. Golden light erupts, illuminating the area as the skill takes form. Caesar stands amidst the radiant energy, the power of the skill coursing through him. Cathazan's skill, the will of the desert warrior, reduces the amount of damage received. Frustration etched on his face, Caesar mutters, "Shit, it's too shallow. I was even staking out for this." The skill manifests as a concentrated beam of light, piercing through the air. The beam strikes the ground, unleashing a powerful shockwave. A blinding surge of energy erupts. Streaks of light converge with lethal precision. A figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light as they plummet from the sky. The armored warrior plummets towards the earth. A system message appears. Cathazan receives 65,212 damage and dies. The armored figure stands tall, a grim satisfaction etched on their face. A close-up reveals the warrior's determined gaze. Standing atop a rocky precipice, the figure surveys the battlefield. An enraged voice echoes, "Goddamn fuckers." Fury contorts the speaker's face. A voice declares, "Sorcerer's technique." Someone questions, "Huh? Mystical phantom technique." Cathazan cries out as he is struck by an unseen force, the impact echoing through the air. A system message flashes. Finn receives 31,989 critical damage and dies instantly. A voice exclaims in disbelief that Finn was defeated with a single hit. Someone plummets from above, the wind whipping around them as they fall towards the ruined city below. A booming voice announces a summon. Another announcement echoes, Pagbaji is being summoned. A hand glows with power, energy crackling around it as the summoning ritual intensifies. A massive, dragon-like creature materializes, its scales gleaming in the dim light. The sound of another summon reverberates through the area. The word summon is announced again. Clay is shown, seemingly responsible for the summons. A group of summoned creatures stands ready, their forms varied and menacing. A close-up reveals a figure with piercing red eyes, their expression unreadable. She looks up at the sky, a declaration of futility escaping her lips. It's useless. Dust and debris swirl around the battlefield. Lai considers their options, a frown deepening on their face. What should they do? The situation isn't looking good. Lai realizes the extent of the enemy's power. She has enough firepower to kill Finn in one shot. Lai reconsiders their strategy. They should forget about fighting with mana spheres and arrows in midair. Arcs of lightning crackle through the air. Although Lai has Rake, his defense is weaker than Finn's, so the same thing will happen. Skills activate, a blessing of the wind and a barbarian's blessing. A system notification appears. Lai's attack increases by 30. The protection of the turtle dragon and the wrath of Finrir are invoked. Due to the effect of the skill, protection of the turtle dragon, any damage taken by Lai will be received by Pagpaji for the next 2 minutes. Lai thinks, if Lai is in his fully doped up stage, it's definitely worth a try. A determined gaze pierces the darkness. Lai receives the blessing of the sorcerer. Purple energy crackles around a gauntlet. The purple energy coalesces around a blade. Lai is surrounded by a swirling vortex of purple energy. The energy intensifies, focused in the palm of his hand. A notification appears. All stats for Li Rahan increase by 80% for the next 3 minutes, and skill damage increases by 100%. 2 figures react with shock. Someone exclaims, "Huh? Seriously?" A character looks up with a sinister grin. A blessing of the sorcerer is bestowed. A surge of purple energy emanates. The ground cracks under the weight of the power. The figure channels the potent energy. The purple energy intensifies. Li Rahan is shocked. The 2 figures look on with concern. Mr. Hines observes that player Li Rahan's appearance has changed into a frightful one. Someone notes that this is the first time Lucia is seeing this transformation. It's explained that there are viewers who do not know, so they will explain it. Player Li Rahan's job is a hidden hybrid job called the Sorcerer, enables her to use magic and swordsmanship. It has not been revealed whether the Sorcerer falls into the swordsman or mage category yet, but if the root is exposed, they claim that the number 1 ranking swordsman, Ishikrani, and the number 1 ranking mage, Iremari, may have their ranks lowered. The reason her appearance changes is due to the fact that the sorcerers use dark magic, which may be why she's transformed. Lucia asks if it's right since it's dark magic. That overpowering strength. A surge of magical energy courses through the area, signified by the words, magic boost. Archer Ian sits, recovering. A figure cries out, seemingly in distress. A system message appears, declaring that the blessing of the sorcerer effect has been disengaged as the time limit has been reached. The figure from before is shocked. He thinks, an even more powerful defense when my buff has been disengaged. Were they waiting for my buff's duration to run out? Archer Ian looks up, asking, what should we do? 2 figures stand together, one with orange hair and the other with gray hair. A voice declares, since we assumed things would turn out like this, we prepared a high-level supporter, too. The orange-haired figure says, I think we. Archer Ian remains seated. A figure stands with a sword. The woman declares that she now has the upper hand. Archer Ian stands ready, a shield of energy surrounding him. 2 figures stand in the background, watching the events unfold. A voice shouts to be quiet. The red-eyed figure prepares for battle. Someone shouts to disengage the shield. Archer Ian looks on, a determined expression on his face. A turtle-like creature asks, Pug? The red-eyed figure lunges forward. The turtle-like creature is targeted. The turtle-like creature is startled. The turtle-like creature cowers. 2 figures stand side by side, channeling energy into a complex magical circle that glows with an inner light. From the heart of the circle, a spear materializes, its tip gleaming with potent energy. The air crackles as the summoning reaches its peak. A voice booms, declaring, Summon Jageech. A figure stands ready, gripping the summoned spear. Electrical energy dances around him, illuminating his determined expression. The spear hums with power, ready to be unleashed. Arcs of electricity surge around the spear, a testament to its raw energy. The electrical energy coalesces, taking the form of a majestic bird of lightning. The words, electrical manipulation, appear, underscoring the nature of the summoned power as the bird takes flight. The energy explodes outward in a blinding flash, a display of pure, untamed power. The raw electrical force crackles and writhes, a chaotic display of energy. The summoning elicits a reaction from a nearby figure, their eyes wide with shock and awe. The air vibrates with the aftershocks of the summoning. Li Rahan coughs, reeling from the blow. The system displays that Li Rahan has received a critical hit from Ian, taking 66,126 damage. The system indicates that Li Rahan is paralyzed due to the effect of electrical manipulation. The system displays that Li Rahan's movements will be slowed down by 30%. A woman exclaims that player Li Rahan has been hit. A voice wonders if player Ian could succeed in turning the tables. The battlefield stretches out, showing the scale of the conflict. Li Rahan, gripping his weapon, declares that Ian only managed to land 1 hit. He asks if Ian thinks he could dare to defeat him. Ian looks on, his expression unreadable. Ian takes a step forward. One of the observers remarks that it is enough to distinguish a victory from a loss. A figure stands triumphantly over another, who lies defeated on the cracked earth. The camera focuses on the intricate details of a warrior's shoulder armor. A disembodied voice echoes, filled with confusion. What is this? A heavily armored warrior stands tall, their expression unreadable. The air crackles with unseen energy. The masked figure observes the battlefield, a calculating glint in their eyes. Man, Solene was talking about? Since he's approaching from the rear, I guess Solene was defeated. A warrior prepares to unleash a powerful attack, their hand glowing with emerald energy. The sound of impact echoes through the air. Two figures stand ready for battle, their expressions grim. A surge of blue energy washes over the battlefield. Hearse and Advanced Night Pollen have been healed. A figure kneels, contemplating the situation, and the tanker and dealer who took down Kathazin. Another figure kneels, their thoughts troubled. It'll be too much to face them all at the same time when I have a paralysis debuff. Pollen's expression is one of confusion. She wonders aloud if she has lost something. The summoner laughs maniacally, a chilling sound that echoes through the air. A figure stands with a bow, admitting defeat for now, but something seems off about her. The figure vows to repay the humiliation she has suffered. A close-up reveals the figure's intense gaze, filled with determination. The summoner activates a scroll, the word return emblazoned upon it. Elsewhere, a group of figures stands ready, awaiting someone's arrival. The destination is revealed to be Dark Runa. The summoner begins to materialize in Dark Runa, surrounded by a blue glow. The blue glow intensifies as the summoner's form becomes clearer. A sudden whoosh fills the air, signaling the completion of the teleportation. The summoner has fully arrived in Dark Runa, feathers falling around her. The total guild letter of return. Jin Sung thinks to himself. To think she would rip apart that piece of paper that costs 600,000 Korean wons. Anyway, it's over. A voice echoes, trailing off with a sense of wonder. Two figures observe the scene, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. The declaration rings out. Incredible, Lotus. A group of adventurers stands together, their reactions ranging from shock to relief. A close-up reveals two figures amidst the aftermath. One of the figures exclaims that they have successfully defended themselves against the #1 guild, Dark Runa. Another voice declares it's an absolute miracle, overflowing with passion. The chibi versions of the characters express their disbelief, stating that this case should not be considered a mere miracle. One of the figures announces that everything was accomplished. A message of thanks is given to the #1 summoner, belonging to the Lotus Guild. The message continues, extending thanks to the Lotus Guild, player Ian, and his unusual strategy. Ian wonders if the recent victory was due to him. He reflects that even though he barely survived, a victory is a victory. Ian denies something to himself. He realizes he shouldn't let his guard down. The reason Dark Renai was able to remain as the #1 guild was because of Lee Rahan's insane obsession with winning. Pug exclaims. Ian wonders what's wrong. He asks Pug if he was really scared earlier. Ian thanks Pug, acknowledging that he survived thanks to him. Spatial exchange. Pug is shocked. Pug is ready to attack. There are two methods for their ancient species to become stronger. The first method is to utilize the magic pearl, like the one Pug has retrieved for him, Master. But if you manage to evolve using the magic pearl, you may not ascend. You could even have side effects. He wonders what's so great about ascension. A turtle dragon that manages to ascend becomes the god of the turtle dragons and an actual godly existence, so it is extremely important. Since Pug is an abyssal species, he will be able to use the power of water freely. The turtle spirit could be made by Pug. The turtle spirit that resided in his body. You need to collect 3 turtle spirits and bring them to the altar of water. Or given to you by any of our species. Or given to you by any of our species. Ian thinks it's a bit complicated for Pug to get stronger. But Pug isn't the only one that needs to get stronger. He sensed it again through the numerous battles he had. The two figures stood in the dimly lit area, the air thick with anticipation. The summoner class was too weak for Carseus to hatch. He accessed his inventory, a holographic screen illuminating his face. A notification appeared. Carseus's egg hatch rate was at 93.7%. Although, things could be different if. This time, he didn't kill anything with his hands, and Lee Rahan went back, so there's no accomplishment. Well, anyway. He stood before the ancient structure, bathed in the warm sunlight. Cook, that goddamn summoner. Well, anyway, you came back after nearly losing everything, down to your soul. Lee Rahan looked surprised. He leans against the wall, arms crossed, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The unseen figure barks, telling him to hit Luciple from the rear. Lee Rahan's smirk widens. It's not like they have anything left, he thinks. The figure continues, stating that they lost Holdream's crown, and as soon as the desert warriors died and got penalized, they resurrected them only to have them obliterated. The masked figure glares, their eyes narrowed. The figure states that the infamous Lee Rahan is now a punching bag. The masked figure's expression hardens. They tell him to shut up and state his objective. Lee Rahan remains composed, his arms still crossed. He smirks, stating that even if they were to become the first-ranking guild now, it wouldn't matter. The figure responds that rumors could spread, and the Luciple bastards could unite to claim the title among the chaos. They can't defend against them while they're battling him. The masked figure shifts their weight, their boots making a soft thud. They say he was pretty flustered since the Lotusi base was like a fortress, right? The figure asks if he isn't curious as to how they fortified their base when they're not even elite rankers. A figure with white hair stands silently. The masked figure says they have monopolized the war trading post. He offers to lend Li Rahan his strength in order to strike. Li Rahan says that they need to hand that over to them. A figure with lavender hair looks on, a question mark floating above them. The masked figure and Li Rahan are shown together. A disembodied hand holds a weapon. A voice thinks that Shakran was sly from the start, and that she knows so much in detail, which means the text reads that there is a traitor in Lusipal. The figure with white hair is shown again. A voice exclaims that they really defended themselves against Dark Renai, and wonders if they are finally going to have spring in Lusipal. A man believes it is still too early to tell, and suggests they start reinforcing. Li Rahan wonders about the Lotus Guild. He thinks it's too late for that. He believes this is the worst. The unknown figure summoner asks what he means. Li Rahan states that they are quite high in rank, enough to claim the 3rd and 4th ranks out of all the guilds. Li Rahan explains that since such guilds were idly standing by while a guild ranking in the 90s was struggling in the front lines, the communities are probably busy talking about them. He adds that what's even more scary is their growth. Li Rahan continues, saying they rose to the 90s from the 100s within a week, and who knows about now, since they managed to defend themselves against Dark Renai. A voice declares that they will soon. The voice warns to be swallowed by them. An exclamation of surprise. The unknown figure summoner asks what they are supposed to do. A voice replies that it's easy. An obscured figure holds a glowing green object, its light illuminating the gloved hand. A voice declares that they need to strike before their enemies do. Someone exclaims that it's finally finished, noting it took an entire week to repair the base. They were at least able to get some distinguished service points and fame after blocking Dark Renai. A grand castle stands tall, its stone walls weathered by time. A desolate landscape stretches out, bare trees reaching towards the sky. Ian remarks that the amount was monstrous, suggesting they could probably aim for the top-tier ranks, asking Pug if he wants to eat something. Ian stands with Pug, holding something in his hand. Pug repeats his name, as Ian states that all that's left to do now is level up. A voice declares that in that case, Pug should go and find a hidden dungeon. Ian commands Pug to find a hidden dungeon. Pug looks around, seemingly confused. A multi-headed creature laughs, stating that Pug doesn't have such abilities. He chuckles, finding the previous events unreasonable. Caesar asks if Archer Ian is looking for a place to level up. Ian confirms. Ian asks Caesar if he knows a place. Caesar recalls something as he regains some of his memories. He admits he doesn't know the science behind it, but he's getting his memories back little by little. Pug wonders why Caesar looks like such a bum. Caesar is asked where that place is. The altar of Salamis is mentioned. Caesar stands in front of the altar of Salamis. Pug is surprised, asking if they mean Salamis. Someone confirms that they are thinking exactly what Pug is thinking, referring to it as the Golden Turtle. The tribe that exclusively consists of summoners from ancient times is mentioned. A figure rides atop a creature. The text speaks of the altar of Salamis, which exclusively consists of summoners from ancient times. A muscular man with long blonde hair stands in what appears to be a temple. A multi-headed creature exclaims, "Be by Salamis, you mean?" A woman with blonde hair states, "Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking, Golden Turtle." A man with spiky brown hair is shown. A group of figures stands together, one wearing a hood and another with a mask. The text reads, "The Salamis tribe's altar." The man from panel 6 is shown again, looking shocked. The text reads, "Insane. If it's an altar where ancient summoners used to be." Close up on a character's eyes, with the text, "Wouldn't it have a lot of legendary artifacts or legendary rank monsters?" The woman from panel 5 asks, "Then, has the destination been decided?" Caesar stands with his arms crossed, a determined look on his face. Footsteps echo as the group moves forward. Caesar says they should go to Salamis's altar. Pug comments that Caesar looks dirty. Caesar looks confused at the comment. A close-up shows Caesar's torso, highlighting the dirt and grime. Caesar looks down at himself, noticing the dirt. Another close-up emphasizes the dirt on Caesar's torso. The sun shines brightly on a stone building. A hand rests on a stone wall. Balaam is found sleeping, and someone wonders why he is napping in such a place. The armored figure prepares, a silent promise to hold on tightly, echoing in the air. The figure acknowledges something with a quiet, "Oh, okay." Balaam, reclining casually, greets someone with a sly smile. "Oh, it's you. What's up?" A voice, laced with surprise and irritation, calls out, "Brat." A fist clenches, the knuckles white with suppressed anger. "I've been following this bastard around day." The armored figure continues to absorb the power of the immortal into the wooden token, but for the next quest. The figure grits his teeth, desperation etched on his face. "I just need to free myself of him." The voice, now enraged, shouts, "Caesar, fight me." The figure's hands clench into fists, trembling with barely contained fury. The figure in the witch hat stands over Balaam, who is lying down. Balaam asks, a hint of amusement in his tone, "Oh ho, are you attempting to free yourself from slavery?" Balaam replies, "Well, all right." Caesar, sitting on a stone structure, tells someone to do their best. The scene fades to white. A speech bubble asks if someone ended up losing, since they look like that. Ian asks Caesar if he is stupid and why he would lose. Pug is also present. Ian questions why Caesar looks like that. Caesar is speechless. The scene fades to black. A lone figure stands in a desert landscape. Sound effects are displayed. More sound effects are displayed. A figure performs a darkness slash. Sound effects are displayed. Caesar stands his ground, having blocked an attack. His opponent remarks on his decent skill. The red-haired mage stands nearby, watching the fight. He clicks his tongue in annoyance. A voice wonders how Balaam's killer move was blocked with a beginner's dagger. Another voice asks if it is their turn yet. Caesar stabs forward with his dagger, imbued with the blue energy. He thinks to himself that he is stabbing without any delay. The blue energy blade pierces through the air. The red-haired mage shouts, casting a peak pit of darkness. A character reacts in surprise. A foot steps down heavily. Caesar attacks with a blue energy blade. A close-up shows the details of armor. Caesar is confused. He thinks to himself that since the ground collapsed from below, he accidentally dealt a crushing blow instead of a jab. The red-haired mage and the armored figure react with surprise. A powerful explosion rips through the air. The landscape is scarred by the force of the blast. Caesar's eyes flutter open, his face smudged with dirt. He is finally up. Caesar sits up, noticing Pollen beside him. Thanks to you, I'm covered in dirt, he says. Caesar opens his inventory. He examines the contents of his inventory. Pollen asks, what are you doing? Caesar turns and walks away. Pollen remains bound. Caesar glances back at Pollen. Pollen shouts after him, hey, I don't know where you're going, but come back within a week. A red-haired man wearing a witch hat glares upwards, his expression a mix of anger and determination. He thinks to himself, betrayed by someone he thought he knew. He believed that because of their history, he would be shown mercy, but instead, he was dealt a crushing blow. The man clenches his fist, remembering the words of the bastard lord. He warns that the Kaimon bastards could invade, so they shouldn't go too far. He vows that once he gets the power of the immortal, he will get his revenge, no matter what. A woman with long blonde hair stands silently. A close-up of the woman's face reveals a subtle expression of concern. The woman's eyes narrow slightly, as if contemplating something. A man with brown hair and a green creature on his shoulders stands next to the blonde woman. He explains, that's what happened. The man with brown hair thinks to himself that it's not like they're in elementary school. The blonde woman states, oh, we're here. The man with brown hair looks surprised and asks, what? The man and woman stand in the desert landscape, looking around. The group surveys the empty landscape. There's nothing here, he thinks in disbelief. Caesar exclaims in disbelief, oh my god, seriously? It's just the desert. Pug tilts his head, questioning, ah. The ground gives way beneath Ian's feet, and he screams as he plummets into the darkness. The hunter continues to fall, the depth of the hidden pit becoming apparent. Caesar follows, tumbling into the abyss. Pollen's foot disappears as she too is dragged into the unseen depths. The sound of their long, echoing descent fills the air. The group plummets downward, a chaotic tangle of limbs and desperation. The rushing wind screams past them as they fall. A deafening crash echoes as they hit the bottom. Ian coughs, choking on the dust and debris kicked up by the impact. Ian has fallen from high ground and receives 10,525 damage. Pug-Pugy has fallen from high ground and receives 1 damage. He lands hard on the ground. A voice declares, we're finally here. Ian and Pug-Pugy are sprawled on the ground as Caesar stands over them. The camera focuses on the altar. Caesar states that it is the altar of Salamis. Ian exclaims in awe at the size of the place, feeling his heart swell. He looks up at Caesar's outstretched hand, a puzzled expression on his face. Pug-Pugy, with a sweet expression, tells him to apologize. Caesar reminds him that he told him to apologize since he was suspicious of him before they came here. Caesar offers his hand, stating that if he doesn't want to apologize, then he should hand over an item. His heart, which had swelled up, is deflating again. Pollen apologizes, then suggests they take a look around the altar first. Pollen looks at Ian, awaiting his response. The door is adorned with intricate carvings. Ian and Pollen stand before the massive door. Pollen wonders what they should do, as it doesn't look like the gates will open automatically. She adds that there's nothing she can't do with her strength. Pollen places her hands on the door. Pollen tells Ian that she's going to open it, asking if that's okay. Pollen affirms her intent. The door begins to glow with a green light as Pollen exerts her strength. Pollen focuses intently, her expression determined. The green glow intensifies. Sheathing his eyes with a hand, Ian cries out. The light subsides. Caesar exhales in relief. He remarks that this is the place. The ceiling is covered in glowing runes. A book rests on a pedestal, its pages glowing with arcane symbols. The text declares this to be the altar of Salamis. The book sits on a table. Ian and Caesar stand in the altar of Salamis. Ian expresses his confusion. Caesar looks on. Someone wonders who the scary-looking grandpa is over there. The altar of Salamis. A golden altar gleams in the light. Ian and Caesar approach the altar. You are the first to discover the altar of Salamis, which is full of ancient summoners' history. Your fame increases by 100,000. Ian looks around, a confused expression on his face. Pug chirps softly. An old man with a white beard stares intently. Who is that scary-looking grandpa over there? Caesar faces Ian, his expression serious. Long time no see. I barely recognized you because you look so old. Their feet are planted on the golden floor. The old man crosses his arms. Oomph. You look the same as before. Ian turns to Caesar, concern etched on his face. Caesar, do you know that man? He is the only person who has fought against Caesar and survived. Caesar wonders who the kid is and if he is taking in a summoner as his disciple. The text box identifies the old man as the guardian of the Salamis tribe, Eclipse. Eclipse laughs, confirming that he did. Ian realizes that if he fought Caesar and survived, he must be incredibly strong. Caesar is asked who the kid is and if he is taking in a summoner as his disciple. Caesar states that Eclipse is the bastard lord he is serving. Eclipse is asked what kind of offer he received to become a subordinate. Eclipse wonders if that is even possible. Caesar says that he just gave him a legendary item. Eclipse asks if that's it. He questions if that is right. Caesar listens intently. Caesar states that he will take his word for it. Ian wonders if this is a psychological battle. Caesar asks why he came to such a place. Caesar exclaims that he understands. Ian recalls hearing that the Salamis tribe were a tribe of summoners. Eclipse appears as an ancient warrior. Eclipse questions if he is a summoner. The atmosphere grows tense. Ian calls out to Pug. Eclipse confirms that he is a summoner and a brave warrior of the Salamis tribe. The group reacts with surprise. Eclipse considers the situation. He thinks that Ian looks qualified enough to complete the trials. Ian expresses his dismay at the mention of trials. He admits he has never heard of them, but hopes there is a reward. Eclipse is asked what it means to do a trial. Ian is told that he will be put to the test. Eclipse asks if Ian thinks he can withstand the trials of the Salamis tribe. Caesar looks on intently. Ian confidently replies that he can. Pug expresses his excitement. A box glows with an intense light, promising a valuable reward. The light intensifies, signaling the item's arrival. Ian stares in awe at the Spirit King's Great Sword of Judgment. A system message appears. From the third chest, you have obtained the Spirit King's Great Sword of Judgment quest. Ian wonders if this is the Spirit King's Great Sword of Judgment. Just at a glance, he can already tell it's really powerful. A notification appears, stating that all effects of the Spirit King's Great Sword of Judgment are sealed. Ian thinks it's pretty garbage. He thinks that at least he can still use the 1,500 attack. Ian is surprised by the 1,500 attack. He wonders if it shouldn't be higher than legendary rank. Caesar thinks that he's able to swing the sword with that scrawny body. Ian says to try his best. He realizes he's a summoner and has never used a greatsword before. The sound of impact echoes. His eyes widen in shock. The man laughs, declaring that the bastard is. He breathes a sigh of relief, thinking he's lucky that worked. A large sword is blocked. A grin spreads across his face. He thinks that this was a strategy he could use thanks to his agility stats and the high attack his weapon possesses, if that bastard had been. He looks up, confused. Two figures stand in the distance as a cloaked figure approaches. One of the figures remarks on how grand the scene is. A large, imposing figure with glowing red eyes stands before a golden light. A voice booms, commanding the summoner to pick another one. A pair of ornate gauntlets gleam with power. 3 spears stand ready, each radiating a different energy. Ian stands with an older man, who is smiling. Ian considers his options: a dagger, knuckle braces, a spear, a staff, and a bow and arrow. He thinks about the wide variety. He thinks it would be convenient to use the bow and arrow. Ian thinks he can take on a priest class with knuckle braces. If he won't be able to use it against the vizier or pharaoh class, that could be dangerous. Ian wonders if the weapon disappears when he advances to the next stage, and if he will have to select a new weapon from this category. That's entirely up to him. Is that Grandpa senile? That means, according to that old man, even if he wins with a different weapon, he'll never know which weapon he'll get next? Then the answer has been decided. Fine, then I choose this. He'll choose the weapon that he's most confident with. Cool. He wishes they would give this to him as a quest reward. The Salamis warrior reels from a direct hit, the blue energy searing against her skin. The Salamis warrior stands her ground, her grip tightening on her feathered weapon. Blood trickles down the Salamis warrior's face from a fresh wound. The Salamis warrior glares, her expression a mask of pain and determination. The Salamis warrior's class is revealed, a priest. Ian grits his teeth. I guess that strategy doesn't work from this stage onwards, huh? The Salamis warrior's wound bleeds freely. A blast of blue energy streaks toward the Salamis warrior. A red energy blast hurtles toward Ian. The Salamis warrior prepares to strike with her feathered weapon. Ian is struck by the red energy blast. Ian steels himself, his expression determined. A voice echoes from the past, confessing, I actually don't recall much from the past. The speaker's face is partially visible, a hint of a smile playing on their lips. The voice continues, recounting, and I was captured by the Kaimon Empire, lost everything, and spent a long time being tortured as a prisoner. That's when that lord came to rescue me. Archer Ian stands in a dimly lit area, listening intently to the story. The voice from the past reveals, at first glance, I sensed something about that lord, a sensation that would be related to my past somehow. The speaker declares, but it's set to return to me, so unless you become one of my subordinates, I don't think you'll be able to use it. Ian listens as the voice explains. There came an opportunity for me to get to know that bastard lord. The Salamis warrior urges, hurry up, I thought you said we're running out of time. The voice concludes, and I became a subordinate to find out what that sensation was. Caesar laughs heartily, exclaiming, "Kya, how fitting of you, Caesar." Caesar's expression shifts to concern. Caesar questions, "Wait, I thought you said you lost your memories, so how did you find this place?" A man with bandages covering parts of his face looks off in the distance. A voice booms, declaring itself to be the final stage of the Salamis trials and the Pharaoh-class warrior, Eclipse. A disembodied voice commands the summoner to prove their strength. The battle with the Pharaoh-class Salamis warrior, Eclipse, is about to begin. The man's face contorts in pain as he feels an immense pressure. Caesar questions how he could have fought against Caesar and lived to tell the tale. The Salamis warrior, Eclipse, his red eyes burning with intensity, declares, "You don't have to defeat me, as long as you can prove your strength." An explosion erupts as Eclipse shouts, "To me." Gripping a massive blade, Eclipse prepares to strike. Archer Ian, wings spread, faces Eclipse, his own sword at the ready. The blade glows with a crimson light as Ian prepares his counterattack. He leaps forward, closing the distance between them. Eclipse is sent hurtling backward. Eclipse, recovering, remarks, "You're certainly swift on your feet." Ian shouts, demanding, "Weapon." Caesar, remembering, asks, "Aren't you going to give me a new weapon?" "Oh right, the weapon." A wide, sinister grin spreads across Caesar's face. Caesar says, "All right, it's a freebie. I'll let you." Caesar, with a wide grin, declares that all weapons are available with full options. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. A system message appears, explaining that he is able to use all of the Spirit King's weapons of judgment. If he would like to switch his weapon, he should shout the phrase, "Switch," and the name of the weapon. All options are available for the Spirit King's weapons of judgment, but with such a handicap. The system identifies the weapon as a greatsword. Ian declares that it's doable. Ian is surrounded by a burst of energy. Ian asks if the opponent is now ready to fight. Ian tells the old man to prepare himself. Ian and Eclipse clash, the impact sending dust and debris flying. Ian's expression is intense. Ian strikes Eclipse with the greatsword, sparks flying from the impact. He blocks the incoming attack with the greatsword, its broad surface area providing a crucial defense. A voice echoes, declaring the intent to attack with the spear, emphasizing its long range. Eclipse unleashes the Spirit King's Spear of Judgment, a blue energy crackling around the weapon as he thrusts it forward. The spear continues its relentless advance, a streak of blue energy cutting through the air. The attack leaves a crimson slash in its wake. The force of the blow sends a shockwave rippling outwards, the air shimmering with red energy. Eclipse presses the attack, his red eyes burning with intensity as he wields the spear. Ian's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he realizes the magnitude of the incoming attack. There's a big attack coming. The spear connects, the impact throwing up dust and debris as the force of the blow reverberates through the battlefield. The air crackles with energy as the sand and stone are pulverized by the force of the impact. Surrounded by swirling winds, he shouts to switch weapons. The Spirit King's Staff of Judgment glows with power. Eclipse is surprised that Ian dodged the attack. He remarks that Ian is not just swift on his feet. Eclipse is taken aback. The shadow of the Spirit King activates, a circle of purple energy forming around the staff. Ian kneels, holding the Spirit King's Staff of Judgment, ready to unleash its power. Eclipse thinks to himself that he will restrain him. Eclipse switches weapons. Ian switches to the bow and arrow. The bow and arrow glow with a chilling light in his hands. Ian declares that he will attack from a distance using the bow and arrow. Ian switches weapons again. He grits his teeth, his fist clenched tight, ready to strike. The blow lands, a surge of blue energy erupting from Ian's fist as it connects with the Salamis warrior. The Salamis warrior is sent reeling from the force of the impact. The blue energy crackles around her, a visible sign of the damage inflicted. Ian's fist glows with an intense light, channeling more power into his attack. The Salamis warrior coughs, the force of the blow clearly taking its toll. Switching tactics, Ian calls forth his daggers. Now wielding daggers wreathed in crimson energy, he unleashes a flurry of attacks. The Salamis warrior cries out in pain as the daggers find their mark. The red energy intensifies, burning into her flesh. A confident smile spreads across Ian's face, sensing victory within reach. His fist clenches once more, ready to deliver the final blow. In the distance, Archer Ian faces the Salamis warrior. Ian looks surprised. He wonders if all the stats are combined to boost another stat. The Salamis warrior thinks about how he was able to be so incredibly fast. The Salamis warrior's fist is shown. Ian thinks that Eclipse is definitely faster than him right now. Caesar says that the attack was pretty quick and effective. Someone says to keep up with your speed. The Salamis warrior is told that he doesn't have much time left. Archer Ian and the Salamis warrior are shown. She plummets through the cracked floor, the impact sending dust and debris flying. Archer Ian and another figure stand above, observing the scene below. An older man with glowing red eyes stares intently, his expression unreadable. Ian's eyes widen in shock, a visible tremor running through him. Switch. He focuses on his staff, the magical energy swirling around it. I have no time to think. Archer Ian grips the staff tightly, preparing to unleash its power. Staff. A foot steps forward, the ground trembling slightly beneath its weight. A voice echoes. I need to restrain him again to increase the distance between us. The older man's eyes burn with an intense red glow, his expression hardening. Archer Ian stands ready, the staff crackling with energy. A surge of magical energy erupts from the staff, illuminating the surroundings. He holds the staff aloft, the power coursing through him. The older man prepares to strike, his eyes blazing with fury. The Oakland Guild stands tall on the central continent. The door to a private chamber is locked. A woman with long, lavender hair asks, "What's the matter?" A man calls out, "Samuel?" The door is locked from the inside. The lock clicks into place. Rimlong states, "I have a request I would like to ask of you as your employer." The woman's expression is questioning. She asks, "What kind of request?" The request is explained. To put it briefly, it's something that happened during the meeting between the Lucipal guilds. A top-down view shows figures gathered around a table. Samuel slams his fist on the table, exclaiming, "I won't keep listening to this." Rimlong questions why Samuel would strike their allies. She asks why he would do that when they are on the same side. Samuel admits that they have been selling information about Lucipal to the Titan Guild. Samuel sits in his chair, arms crossed, a slight smile on his face. Rimlong is surprised by this revelation. Samuel explains that when they came across the information that the Lotus Guild has exclusive access to the war trading post, they sold it. Samuel continues, stating that they sold that information to Titan at quite the high price. Samuel reveals that they just proposed a very big trade, the reward being 50 million Korean wons cash. Rimlong is shocked and wonders what kind of trade it is. Samuel states that they sold it. Samuel explains that the item up for trade is the internal blueprint of the Lotus base. Samuel continues, saying that they want every single detail down to the number of turrets and everything that's on the inside, but their guild only consists of magicians. Samuel concludes that it's too difficult for them to obtain this information by themselves. Samuel listens as Rimlong says that since he is a mercenary, he should consider this as just another job. He exhales. Rimlong explains that she came here as a mercenary since it was hard to continue the solo play in the central continent. She continues, saying that it seems like she's got a ticking time bomb and needs to get out of here after this job. Shadows stir. The shadows move. Shadow movement. The shadows continue to move. Rimlong asks if they said this is the Lotus Guild, commenting on what a huge base it is. She adds that they have access to the award trading post, where they can easily replenish their resources. Rimlong states that it makes sense that the renowned Dark Renai wasn't able to get through. The shadows linger. A shadowy figure rises from beneath the ground, a swirling purple aura emanating from its form. The figure continues to ascend, the purple energy intensifying around it. An unseen force strikes with brutal impact. The force continues to batter its target. Her green eye wide with shock, the Salamis warrior feels the blow. The attack slams into her, a wave of red energy washing over her form. The Salamis warrior is sent flying backward. A pained grunt escapes her lips. She struggles to comprehend the assault. What kind of? Her face contorted in pain, the Salamis warrior grits her teeth. Despite the pain, she raises her weapon, a surge of energy crackling around it. The weapon glows with power, ready to strike back. "Oh, I am a bit of a lunatic," a voice admits. She growls, her tiger stripes rippling with suppressed fury. Her tail twitches, a sign of her agitation. A voice calls out, "But what kind of bastard are you?" A masked figure with white hair peers from the shadows, questioning, "What kind of lunatic?" The air crackles with a sharp, slicing sound. A figure raises a shield, a silent question hanging in the air. A glint of steel flashes as a blade is drawn. A figure, bound and suspended, admits with a wry tone, "I am a bit of a lunatic." A tiger-like creature snarls, its guttural growl echoing through the chamber. The striped tail of the beast twitches, a sign of barely contained aggression. A voice, laced with anger, demands, "But what kind of bastard are you?" A sinister smile spreads across a face, hinting at cruel intentions. The fabric of a tunic shifts, revealing intricate details of its design. A notification blares that he has failed to restrain his opponent using the shadow of the Spirit King. He realizes the gravity of the situation. At this rate, the gray-haired opponent advances, eyes glowing red with menacing intent. He thinks, "I'm going to die." The opponent's attack lands with devastating force. He is sent reeling from the blow. He cries out in pain, "Ow!" He groans, defeated. "Ugh." And so the trial ends, my summoner friend. Meanwhile, a man with a gray beard gives a thumbs up, saying, "Good work." A light brown-haired man looks at a screen, confused. "Huh." A notification appears, "Congratulations. You have successfully completed the trial and obtained the Pharaoh class." He mutters, "Huh? What's happening?" The gray-bearded man congratulates him. "Congratulations. You've passed the trials with flying colors." "Kah." Ian looks up at Caesar, confusion etched on his face. "Huh? But didn't I lose?" Caesar responds, his expression firm. "Didn't I tell you? You just have to prove your strength to me." Caesar's eyes narrow, a glint of something unreadable in their depths. He continues, his voice low, "You don't have to defeat me, as long as you can prove your strength." Caesar gestures with his hand, looking down at Ian. "It wasn't a battle you could win in the first place." Caesar throws his head back and laughs, a booming sound that echoes through the chamber. It was actually quite dangerous for me, because you fought so well. Kahaha. Ian looks away, a mixture of annoyance and understanding on his face. He thinks to himself, I think he's right, but for some reason, it's making me feel annoyed. Caesar's hand gestures, a sign of approval. Since you obtained the Pharaoh class, I should reward you as such, right? Caesar raises his hand, a golden light emanating from his palm. Here, this is a gift for the warrior who has withstood the trials. A golden chest with a question mark and a book with a symbol on it appear, radiating power. Ian's eyes widen in surprise. Whoa. Ian holds the chest and the book, a notification appearing before him. You have obtained the Spirit King's Weapons of Judgment, chest, and the Will of the Salamis Warrior skill book. Ian stares at the items, a puzzled expression on his face. Huh? Isn't that the ridiculous skill from earlier? The item info screen displays the details for the Will of the Salamis Warrior skill. It's a legendary active skill with a level 38 plus usage restriction and a 30-minute cooldown. The skill enhances all battle stats by 40% for 20 minutes, combines non-battle stats to boost desired battle stats, and increases weapon handling abilities by 15 levels. No other skills may be used while this skill is in effect. He examines the skill's details, noting the significant risk factors. It seems such a powerful skill wouldn't be without its drawbacks. And the greatly anticipated. A pair of hands pulls open a glowing box. Ian grins, clearly pleased with the new acquisition. Energy crackles around him. He seems surprised by what he sees. A spear materializes, crackling with energy. Ian gazes at the newly formed spear. He holds the spear, its power evident in the electrical energy coursing through it. Item info is displayed. The item info screen details the Spirit King's Spear of Judgment. It's a long spear with a legendary rank, restricted to S-rank Salamis warriors. It grants plus 200 leadership, plus 150 affinity, increases summoned familiars' health by 15% and attack power by 35%, and provides an option for plus 150 to all battle stats. Its inherent ability, Divine Response, gives a 20% chance to deal additional damage on a critical attack. Lightning of Judgment has a 10% chance of summoning the Lightning of Judgment during an attack. The Lightning of Judgment may be stronger in accordance with your Spirit Mana stat, and any opponent that is standing within a 5m radius of where the lightning has been summoned will be inflicted with 50% additional damage. This item solely belongs to the user, Ian. It is a weapon that used to belong to someone that was selected by the Spirit King, who guarded the ancient Salamis tribe. Out of all the weapons of the Spirit King, it is the most rare and powerful. The Salamis warrior's eyes widen in surprise. The Salamis warrior exclaims, Salamis warrior. Ian asks, what's so funny? Ian asks, hey Eclipse, you alright? Eclipse responds, of course I'm alright. Eclipse asks, why? What is it? The Salamis warrior laughs. Kaha, how fascinating, summoner. No my. The Salamis warrior explains, that weapon is the Spirit King's Judgment. The Spirit King's Spear of Judgment crackles with energy. Ian wonders, huh? I thought Eclipse was a swordsman. Eclipse laughs, haha, I'm embarrassed. The Salamis warrior says, if Eclipse had wielded a spear, you would have died within 5 seconds, Lord. Eclipse looks away, a slight blush on his face. Ian thinks, so that's why he fought with his bare hands at the end, because he wasn't used to wielding a sword. He adds, 5 seconds, huh? The Salamis warrior expresses her gratitude. Eclipse responds that it is too early to thank him. Eclipse explains that there is a condition that must be met in order to wield the weapon properly. Ian wonders what the condition is. The Spirit King's Judgment is an evolving weapon. Ian holds the Spirit King's Judgment, realizing it is a weapon that evolves. Ian guesses it's a system of evolution by clearing a quest, but if it's a level 200 restriction with SSS difficulty, he should do it later. Eclipse states that the will of the Salamis warrior will live on. The Salamis warrior asks about Eclipse's body. Eclipse responds not to worry about him, as he is merely returning to where his family is waiting for him. A close-up of Eclipse's face. Ian states it's almost time. Caesar states to take good care of the last remaining Salamis warrior. A voice bids Ian farewell. The bearded man smiles. A voice speaks of their last remaining will. The Salamis warrior stands with Ian. Caesar notes that he's gone, and Rimlong wonders if they should return as well. The Salamis warrior says all right. A voice calls out to the Lord. Caesar threatens that if he does not receive an answer right away, they will receive a death sentence. A figure holds a document. Caesar apologizes to Eclipse, stating that this guy is a lunatic. He also says if you're going to use it like that, give it back. A sinister chuckle echoes. A voice says return to Oakland. Ian points forward, issuing a command. Go, Yong-Yong. Attack the tail. Yong-Yong advances, a massive, scaled beast of red and brown. The beast lunges, jaws snapping at the tail. The tail, thick and armored, is the target of the assault. Yong-Yong roars, a sound that shakes the very air. The beast continues its relentless assault, flames flickering around its jaws. The armored tail is struck again and again. Cracks begin to appear in the tail's thick armor. Yong-Yong unleashes another furious attack. Ian shouts, Yong-Yong. A small figure watches the battle, muttering, WH, what should I do? An observer peers from behind cover, commenting, wow, he has zero control. I guess Ian is really good. He observes the figure, noting that they appear to be around level 100. Ian wonders what they are doing on the central continent, where monsters start at level 120. The figure senses something strange coming from the belt. The figure wonders what to do, recognizing the item as the Covenant of the Lord of Darkness. Hoon asks what's the matter. That's the item you need in order to obtain the power of the immortal, the Covenant of the Lord of Darkness. Hoon declares that he is going to save that guy and see how he came to possess it. The armored figure states that he will join. Yong is told to run away. Yong growls. Darkness slash. The green energy of Yong's attack swirls. The attack continues to take form. The green energy continues to swirl. The attack continues to take form. The green energy continues to swirl. The attack continues to take form. The green energy continues to swirl. The attack continues to take form. Ganji Huni stands ready to intervene. Ganji Huni looks surprised. The taming master thinks to himself, well, I guess I won't have to step in. Rimlong cries, wah, thank you for helping me. A voice booms, declaring that in the face of its darkness, scorpions are mere bugs. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat stands silhouetted against a dark, swirling background. The figure, revealed to have auburn hair, asks who the other person is and why they are hunting in this place, calling them a noob. A blonde-haired man with a bright smile introduces himself as Kanol, a summoner. Kanol presents his familiar, a red dragon named Yong. The auburn-haired man introduces himself as Gon Jahun, soon to be the Lord of Darkness, and presents Balam, the Tin of Darkness. Balam, a towering figure in white armor, declares that he is the Death Knight Balam. Ganji Huni asks Kanol where he got his belt. Kanol explains that he got the belt when he defeated a skeleton soldier. The text bubble states that the belt was found in a Slayer dungeon somewhere on the central continent. Balam offers to purchase the same belt for Kanol in an auction, startling him. Ganji Huni thinks to himself that the Slayer of Darkness dungeon was easy, but the belt was dropped by some random monster. He then says that it's an attributed item, so Kanol won't be able to find it in auctions. The man's eyes widen, a manic grin spreading across his face. He exclaims, practically vibrating with excitement, that he's ready to tackle any dungeon if someone would just name it. A figure, obscured by shadow, offers to give someone a ride on their bus, addressing them as Mina. A figure sprints across a paved area, shouting for someone to wait. A blonde-haired girl is asked if something is urgent. Mina, Professor Lee Jinwook's assistant, announces that the lecture is cancelled due to an urgent matter. A chibi-style character reacts with shock to the news of the cancellation, questioning if it's for real and asking why. A woman with long, dark hair asks the blonde girl if she seriously doesn't know what day it is. A voice confirms that it is indeed that day. Mina's expression is one of slight embarrassment. A large, ornate door stands closed, light glinting off its surface. A domed building, constructed of light-colored stone, rises against a clear sky. A man with neatly combed dark brown hair states, everyone's prepared so much. A sign declares Kalen as the #1 ranking guild, followed by Dark Runa. A group of masked figures on horseback ride beneath a bright sky. A flag proclaims Titan as the #2 ranking guild. More armored figures ride on horseback, their expressions unreadable. A bandaged figure snarls, you goddamn squint eyes. I'll get my revenge. The bandaged figure declares, and the desert warriors. Bandaged hands grip the hilts of curved blades. The man with neatly combed dark brown hair says, compared to them, we. Subordinate Caesar looks off to the side, a stern expression on his face. A figure walks through a doorway, the light from the other side illuminating their silhouette. A group of people stand together, confetti scattered around their feet. One of them exclaims, ah, you're here. Roy Chun, the guild master of the Valiant Guild, stands tall, his expression unreadable. Although they may not be the 3rd or 4th ranking guilds, Splendor, and Oakland, Ganji Huni stands before the banners of his guild, a determined look on his face. He thinks to himself that they are the only guild that is helping them. Ganji Huni expresses his gratitude, saying, thank you for helping us, even by breaking your alliance. The other man replies, not at all, I'm sorry we're backing you up so late. Please ask me for anything you need. Ganji Huni smiles, responding, very well, then let's. Ganji Huni declares, start the war. A figure walks through a doorway, the light from the other side illuminating their silhouette. A commander barks orders, his face contorted in a shout. Block them. Soaring through the sky, a figure rides a majestic griffin, closing in on the castle walls. The griffin descends, its shadow falling upon the besieged fortress. Deep in the castle, a sorcerer prepares a powerful technique, arcane energy crackling around his hands. A mystical phantom technique is unleashed, the purple energy swirling ominously. The technique slams into the ground, the force of the impact shaking the very foundations. Those watching from above are shocked by the display of power. A guardian shield activates, a glowing barrier against the onslaught. A wave of energy pulses outward. Balam continues to channel the mystical energy, the air crackling with power. Balam is taken aback by something. Two figures react with fear. Balam looks up, his expression shifting to one of concern. He is shocked by what he sees. A swordsman grips his blade, a red aura emanating from the weapon. The swordsman unleashes a flurry of red energy slashes. The massive serpent continues to tighten its coils, the pressure intensifying with each passing moment. The snake's grip becomes unbearable, its scales digging into flesh as it continues to constrict. The serpent's massive body coils around its prey, a symbol of inescapable doom. The Salamis warrior prepares to unleash the art of Lucipal spear toss, energy crackling around the spear. Ian struggles against the serpent's hold, desperately pleading, "I let go of me." Lightning crackles around the Salamis warrior, a sign of the power she is about to unleash. The air vibrates with the intensity of the lightning, a prelude to the impending attack. The word, pearl, glows with an ethereal light, hinting at the spear's true nature. The Salamis warrior prepares to strike, her eyes focused and determined. Lightning intensifies, illuminating the Salamis warrior's resolve. Meanwhile, two figures stand on a desert landscape, their intentions unknown. One of the women asks what the meaning of this is, referring to Lotus. Another wonders if Heinz is all right. The man exclaims that something is definitely wrong. It is stated that Lotus shouldn't be opening their gates and letting their troops out right now. It is declared that Lotus needs to take a defensive stance. A close-up reveals a pair of menacing eyes. The menacing eyes stare intently. One of the figures asks if that NPC just pulled a troll move. The other doubts that. Mina says that she has seen them before. The scene shifts to a classroom setting. Mina is snoring, apparently asleep. She sits at her desk, a question mark hanging in the air as she stares at the document before her. Heron slumbers at his desk, muttering in his sleep. Heron, not there, Mina turns, a look of confusion washing over her face. A drawing depicts a subordinate bastard carrying a machine. The drawing continues, showing more of the subordinate bastard and the machine. Yunji shouts, "Yunji, you know nothing." One of the chibi characters exclaims, "Huh? What? Just calm down first." Mina's expression hardens, her eyes narrowing. Text appears, stating, "Part of Jinsung's strategy." A figure on horseback charges forward, a determined look on their face. A large group of people stands ready, silhouetted against the horizon. The army stands poised for battle, their weapons glinting in the light. A man with wavy blonde hair grins, a sinister glint in his eyes as purple energy crackles around him. A warrior on horseback, bathed in golden light, charges into the fray, her sword raised high. A voice booms, filled with rage. "Die, you Kaimon bastards." The sound of an explosion echoes. A massive explosion rips through the ranks of soldiers. The ground trembles as another explosion erupts. A sea of masked figures surges forward, weapons drawn. The warrior on horseback continues her assault, a beacon of defiance amidst the chaos. A soldier's face contorts in a scream of terror. Fear widens a woman's eyes as the battle rages around her. A mouth opens in a silent scream. From above, the battlefield is a scene of desperate chaos as soldiers flee, crying for help. A massive, avian creature tears through the sky, leaving a wake of pulverized earth in its path. The creature descends upon the battlefield, scattering soldiers with a deafening roar. Bottom text present. Lucia exclaims, demanding to know who the incredible NPC is. If the information she's gathered is correct, it's the undefeated sword master, Caesar, who was nowhere to be found for the last few hundred years. Even a legendary rank NPC is a subordinate of Lotus? It wasn't a coincidence that it slayed the bronze giant with last time. Bottom text present. Lotus might actually win the siege warfare. Heinz exclaims, urging someone to look at this. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. A knight on horseback charges through the battlefield, the avian creatures soaring above. They've already cleared them out? A woman with long blonde hair looks on with a worried expression, unsure of what is happening. Another woman notes that while the spotlight might have been focused on Caesar, the users and NPCs near the gate were no ordinary beings. The overall number 1 ranking summoner, Loren, stands proudly with her summoned creature. Helim, a direct unit, Pollen of Thunder and Lightning, stands ready for battle. The overall number 83 ranking frost mage, Fialan, stands with her staff. The beginner priest, Heron, giggles, ready to assist. The assisting summoner, Syria, is surrounded by her summons. As you can see from the replay, when Fialan uses her crowd control magic to freeze the opponents, Fialan raises her staff, unleashing a wave of frost. Several figures are caught in the ice. Pollen of Thunder and Lightning and Lauren's familiars use their powerful attacks to finish them off. A tanker familiar unleashes a surge of blue energy, activating its shielding ability. The tanker familiar's power intensifies, radiating orange energy. And the trusty tanker familiars shield them. The tanker familiars stand guard, their shields unwavering. Another tanker familiar activates its shielding ability, emitting a vibrant green glow. But at the core of it all are the various buffs that were distributed via the dishes of the beginner chef, Heron. The dishes prepared by Heron swirl with magical energy, their effects rippling outwards. Buffs, each of them, were extraordinarily effective in their positions. The buffs enhanced the team's capabilities, turning the tide of battle. Helim's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple as she realizes the situation's gravity. She realizes that the kid named Jinsung is the key to their strategy. The blonde-haired captain recalls that Jinsung sent out Caesar to eliminate all of the troops and return to recover him. Heron, standing beside Helim, explains that their strategy is to use HP and mana as a hit-and-run tactic. She adds that she guesses Jin-sung had faith since they were all masters. Helim is confused by the explanation. Elsewhere, a voice declares that Jin-sung is there. Jin-sung prepares to strike with his glowing blue weapon, red energy swirling around him. Salamis Warrior is struck by the attack, red energy exploding on impact. The hunter continues his assault, the red energy intensifying. Jin-sung dodges an incoming attack, a smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, Jin-sung is caught off guard by something. Salamis Warrior strikes Jin-sung, dealing a critical hit and inflicting 74,275 damage from the illusion of the void. He is surprised, realizing that he didn't dodge the attack. The hunter mutters about the skill, the illusion of the void. Salamis Warrior stands ready, her sword gleaming. The Salamis Warrior stands firm, her stance unwavering. Jin-sung realizes that he heard two different sounds from the spear and sword clashing, and he thinks he understands the theory behind it. The hunter stands ready, his weapon held firmly. Salamis Warrior smirks, a hint of amusement in her eyes. Salamis Warrior says, "Strange about you the last time we met." Salamis Warrior continues, "But you were a hidden class." Salamis Warrior stands confidently, her weapon at the ready. The Salamis Warrior smirks, her eyes glinting with anticipation. She thinks, "That's right, my job is the Illusion Warrior." Salamis Warrior declares, "I can create a clone of myself that can attack." Suddenly, two Salamis Warriors stand side by side, both wielding their swords. An attack without delay, using two swords. And on top of that, a continuous attack using a clone. It reminds me of that anime. That's quite unexpected. That was bad at battling one-on-one. I would die after just defending myself. It's time to fight back. Harley Pugpuji, the tiger growls. But I'm no ordinary summoner. Now let's finish that duel from before. A sinister smile spreads across the face of the Salamis Warrior. Here I come, Summoner Ian. A figure clashes with a large, red-striped tiger, their swords meeting with a resounding clang. A warrior unleashes a powerful sword slash, the blade leaving a trail of red energy in its wake. A figure wielding a spear charges forward, ready to strike. Sliding across the ground, a figure braces for impact. The figure curses under their breath. He thought, "I'm barely blocking the attacks, but there's no room for me to counter. I'll use my specialty." He continued his train of thought, "And get rid of her clone using my speed." Harley shouts, invoking his power, "Harley, guardian of the wind." A monstrous roar echoes through the air. He is enveloped in a blue aura as his ally's agility increases by 30%. The sky looms above. Wings of pure energy burst forth from Harley's back. The two men watch, one exclaiming, "He's quick." A burst of speed. A look of shock crosses his face. A sudden impact. The Salamis Warrior slashes at Harley with a blade crackling with blue energy. A sinister smile spreads across the Salamis Warrior's face. She realizes, but his back is exposed. The Salamis Warrior brings her blade down on Harley's exposed back. The Salamis Warrior declares one down. Balam retorts, "For now." A powerful impact shakes the area. The Salamis Warrior exclaims in surprise. She questions the amount of damage she's taken. The Salamis Warrior clashes with Harley. Harley realizes there's another enemy approaching. Multiple Salamis Warriors appear. The Salamis Warrior remarks that they both had some tricks up their sleeves. A close-up reveals Harley's intense gaze. Someone thinks this is a total cheat. A large tiger appears. The Salamis Warriors surround Harley, their blades glinting in the dim light. A massive tiger tail whips through the air, a sign of the beast's immense power. One of the Salamis Warriors stands ready, her expression cold and calculating. Harley grits his teeth, realizing the gravity of the situation. One was already hard to handle, but now there's four. The Salamis Warriors advance, their movements coordinated and deadly. A wave of dread washes over someone. I'm seriously fucked. A sword is drawn, its blade gleaming with a crimson light. The air crackles with energy as a continuous illusion strike is unleashed. A figure stands amidst a swirling vortex of red energy, their sword poised to strike. The battlefield is littered with fallen bodies, the aftermath of a fierce and brutal conflict. Raw energy crackles and surges through the air, a chaotic display of power. Archer Ian stands amidst the chaos, a spectral figure looming behind him, its form radiating an ethereal glow. The energy slams into the ground, the force of the impact shattering the earth. The destructive force continues, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. A close-up reveals the sheer intensity of the energy, the ground around it fractured and broken. A figure watches with wide eyes, the shock evident on their face. Archer Ian stands firm, the aftermath of the attack surrounding him. The voice muses that someone mistook the energy to hatch Carseus's egg as an attack, adding that the strategy is going as planned. A knowing smile spreads across a face, the speaker thinking that Finn and Pagbaji must be doing well. A griffin-like creature plummets from the sky, its sharp talons extended. Ian smiles, calling out, "Nice timing, Finn." The griffin dives toward the ground, targeting a group of figures below. A figure is riding the griffin, spear in hand. The griffin attacks a group of figures, including a tiger-like creature. The tiger-like creature roars in defiance. A system message appears. The illusion of the void receives 372,883 damage from Harley and has been annihilated. Harley grins, saying, "Good job, Harley." The griffin continues its descent. Ian prepares to strike with his spear. The griffin's claws close in on their target. The unknown figure exclaims, "Shit." The griffin soars through the sky, its powerful wings carrying its rider towards the battlefield. A text bubble reads, "I can't believe the tables were turned by just one jab from a spear." He grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he looks up. That weapon. What the hell is it, he wonders. Ian smirks, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let's get one more bastard," he declares. The griffin screeches, its piercing cry echoing across the battlefield. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts, illuminating the area with an ethereal glow. Ian's brow furrows in concentration. Sword aura, he wonders. A text bubble reads, and it's not just regular sword aura. The griffin and its rider are engulfed in a chaotic swirl of red energy. A text bubble reads, "Chaotic sword dance of the heavens." The unknown figure is surrounded by a swirling vortex of red energy. A text bubble reads, "It's a sword aura that's spreading everywhere." The unknown figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light. In order to turn the tables, I must use that skill, he thinks. Ian shouts, "Harley." Harley receives a massive blow from Shakran, taking 812,877 damage. The summon is immediately cancelled. Harley was defeated in an instant. The Salamis warrior prepares to unleash the will of the desert. A surge of red energy erupts. Harley was defeated in an instant. And that skill is Desert Warrior. The same skill that Bandaged Bastard used. Did this asshole go through some sort of trial? And she got rid of all her clones to avoid splash damage. She's got great battle sense. Why don't we finish this? An unknown figure descends from above, plummeting towards the ranks of soldiers below. Finn raises his arm, preparing to strike. "Finn, pulverize," he shouts. A swirling vortex of blue energy erupts around Shakran. The blue energy slams into Shakran. Shakran reels from the impact, receiving 73,121 damage from Finn's attack. The attack continues to batter Shakran, dealing another 71,311 damage. Since Shakran has been attacked suddenly, the will of the Desert Warrior is activated, and a curtain of swords is formed. Due to the effects of the curtain of swords, Shakran's attack increases by 15%. Shakran grits his teeth, preparing to retaliate. The swords forming the curtain gleam menacingly. The Desert Warrior skill is fully activated, its power radiating outwards. Shakran prepares to unleash a devastating word dance. A surge of energy crackles through the air. A massive, avian construct of shimmering blue energy screeches, its form radiating immense power. The system message declares that Finn has received 861,478 damage from Shakran and has been unsummoned. A desperate cry echoes, "Finn." The summon plummets from the sky, defeated. Shakran, eyes burning with crimson intensity, declares, "This is the end." The words "continuous illusion strike" appear, signaling another devastating attack. Blades of crimson energy streak across the battlefield, a whirlwind of destruction. The air vibrates with raw power. Ian's eyes widen in disbelief, a silent scream trapped in his throat. The ground trembles. A cloud of dust and debris explodes outwards, obscuring the battlefield. Falling towards a city of white stone and blue domes, Shakran prepares for the next strike. The figure is knocked to the ground, a cloud of dust rising around them. The Salamis warrior, standing tall, declares, "It's over." The other figure is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The Salamis warrior exclaims, "Oop," as the figure crashes. The words, "Will of the Salamis warrior," appear, glowing with power. The Salamis warrior advances, her footsteps echoing with determination. The figure prepares to attack, energy crackling around them. Multiple swords blur as the figure unleashes a furious assault. The swords continue their relentless barrage, each strike carrying immense force. The figure manages to block one of the attacks, sparks flying from the impact. The Salamis warrior, unfazed, declares, "It doesn't matter. No matter how much you attack." The Salamis warrior's fist clenches, preparing to deliver another blow. He thinks to himself that he can just counter with a stronger attack. Ian moves to strike. Shakran's eyes widen in surprise. "What?" The Salamis warrior is struck, but she is unfazed. She thinks to herself that he only received 10 critical damage. The battle between Ian and Shakran intensifies. A sword flashes, ready to strike. A notification appears. Ian receives 7 critical damage from Shakran. The sword continues its assault. The curtain of swords is cracking. Shakran realizes the danger. Any more, and this could get dangerous. The fight between Ian and Shakran continues, with the tide potentially turning. She activates the skill, Continuous Illusion. Her leg moves with blinding speed. A blade flashes, a silver streak against the crimson sky. The strike lands with brutal force. Shakran's expression is one of grim determination. The attack connects, a deafening impact echoing through the battlefield. The blades find their mark. Ian is caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. The force of the blow cracks the very ground beneath them. Shakran declares, "It's done." She stands poised, a figure of deadly grace against the ravaged landscape. Archer Ian reaches up towards the sky. He looks up, a determined expression on his face. Debris falls from above. More debris falls. A camera films the scene. It's already been 2 hours since the invasion of Dark Runa and Titan started. The news anchors watch what they see on the screen. Right now, a battle rages on. The first broken wall of the Lotus Guild and the defensive towers have fallen. A man looks on in shock. Shakran is heading inside after managing to shake off Summoner Ian. Shakran runs forward, her sword at the ready. The sound of destruction echoes. A hand reaches out from beneath the rubble. The hand reaches up towards the sky. She bursts from the debris, gasping for air. Lorton coughs, dust filling her lungs. She kneels, one hand on the ground for support. Lorton clicks her tongue. Tisk, we lost her. She recalls that they barely survived by allocating all excess stats to defense thanks to the will of the Salamis warrior. Another voice thinks to themselves that Shakran was funny when she was flustered from the lack of damage, and that they should have taken a screenshot of it. A figure stands in the shadows. Lorton says that even though the first wall is broken, they assumed as much. A hand places a staff into the ground. The staff is firmly planted into the ground. A voice echoes, declaring, "All right, let's go." The auburn-haired figure strides forward, a determined look on his face. The figure thinks to himself, just what the hell is the identity of that bastard? He reflects on the recent battle. He was unusually tough for a summoner who's supposed to have less defense. The auburn-haired figure continues his internal monologue. Anyway, the biggest obstacle is out of the way. Now, the only thing left to do is head inside. Meanwhile, a cavernous opening looms ahead, shrouded in shadow. A figure sits before a glowing screen, asking, "But is it really all right for you to stay?" The screen displays monstrous figures. A voice echoes, "I thought you had someone you needed to defeat over there." The monstrous figure is named Hoon. He stands, a book in hand, as purple energy emanates from his palm. Behind Ganji Hooni looms a massive, shadowy figure, its form indistinct but undeniably menacing. A surge of healing energy washes over the area. Phylan announces that she is all done, addressing Ian by his given name, Jinsam. Ian thanks Heron. Ian suggests that they go help Lai, asking if Heron is okay with that. Heron replies that she is, of course. Ian summons Craich. Ian tells Heron to hold on tight. Craich confirms that he is ready. Craich soars through the sky. Below, a figure lies fallen, their sword cast aside. A foot steps forward, approaching the fallen figure. Ian and Heron look down in shock at the scene below. They approach the castle, a large dragon statue looming over the path. A figure lies prone, unmoving. A masked figure watches from nearby. The fallen figure weakly utters, "What?" Blood stains the ground around the prone figure. A voice cries out, "What the hell happened?" The group surveys the scene of devastation. A shout rings out, "Lai." The masked figure watches silently. Meanwhile, the narrative travels back in time to Lai and Li Rahan's battle. A figure is thrown through the air. The masked figure exclaims. He swings his blade with deadly precision. The sound of steel echoes through the air. Lai's sword gleams as he prepares another strike. Another clang of metal rings out. The crowd watches from below, their faces a mixture of awe and fear. A blinding flash of light erupts as the battle intensifies. The blade finds its mark. A figure is sent flying, crashing to the ground. The sound of the strike echoes ominously. Lai grips his sword tightly, his gaze unwavering. He lunges forward, attacking a monstrous beast. The final blow lands with a resounding crash. He sneers, taunting, "You dumb wolf, you must really want to die." Lai continues, "I guess you didn't get beaten up enough last time, huh?" The wolf's eyes narrow, a growl rumbling in its chest. "Of course not." The wolf continues, "Huh? This wolf even knows how to talk." Lai retorts, "Then you must know, right?" He presses on, "That your beloved summoner." Lai finishes, "And your precious priest are not here to protect you." The wolf snarls, its teeth bared. "That's right, since nobody else is here." The wolf's eyes glow with power. "I can show you my true powers." The massive wolf, wreathed in ethereal energy, stands poised. The wolf is surrounded by shadowy figures, their forms indistinct in the purple gloom. The wolf recalls his former glory, the sovereign Fenrir, king of all wolves. He remembers when he evolved from a bloody Fenrir to a sovereign Fenrir. But even as a sovereign Fenrir, he was not able to wield his true powers. Because the wolf's face is contorted in rage, his eyes glowing red. He witnessed Charloth and Orville, who were possessed by lunacy, with his own eyes, bound by chains. Because Lai knew that lunacy could be targeted toward Ian and his comrades. He restricted his own powers, a griffin-like creature and a tiger standing beside him. Glowing eyes pierce through the darkness. The powers he could only wield in complete isolation emanate from a central figure. A surge of energy pulses through the air. Lai has unleashed the powers of the sovereign Fenrir, transforming into a monstrous wolf-like creature. The sovereign Fenrir's power manifests in a close-up of its ferocious face. The full form of the sovereign Fenrir is revealed, radiating with raw power. A woman with braided hair mutters, "Small tricks." A masked figure watches intently. The Sovereign Finrar's eyes glow with intense energy. He unleashes a devastating attack. A figure screams in agony as the attack lands. Screaming, Lai swings his blade in a wide arc. His eyes burn with a crimson intensity. The sword clashes against an unseen force, shattering the air around it. Debris rains down from the impact. The battlefield is engulfed in dust and fragments. The Sovereign Finrar lunges forward, a blur of white fur and claws. Lai's dark hair whips around him as he prepares for the next attack. Lai's voice echoes, "The battle is just beginning." Another strike cuts through the air. The blade finds its mark. Lai clashes with the Sovereign Finrar, their weapons meeting in a shower of sparks. The fight continues, neither giving ground. The Sovereign Finrar lunges forward, claws extended, unleashing a torrent of purple energy. The attack connects, a blinding flash of light, and a deafening roar echoing through the desolate landscape. Debris and dust explode outwards, obscuring the battlefield in a swirling cloud. The Sovereign Finrar recoils, a pained grimace contorting its features as it coughs up blood. The force of the impact sends the Sovereign Finrar hurtling backwards through the air. The Sovereign Finrar is struck, another explosion erupting around it. The Sovereign Finrar plummets from the sky, a broken figure against the darkening horizon. The Sovereign Finrar struggles to regain its footing, its breath ragged and shallow. Meanwhile, Lai begins to weave a counterspell, arcane symbols glowing with ominous purple light. The air crackles with energy as Lai focuses his power, the magic circle beneath his feet intensifying. The runes on Lai's gauntlets flare, channeling the raw magical force into a focused beam. The summoning is complete, a complex array of glyphs and sigils swirling around Lai, ready to unleash a devastating attack. He begins to channel a surge of magical energy, forming a complex pattern. The magical energy coalesces into sharp, blade-like constructs, crackling with power. The energy blades multiply and intensify, glowing with an ominous purple light. A surge of magical power is unleashed, distorting the air around it. The Sovereign Finrar cries out as the attack strikes, the force of the blow evident in his grimace. A burst of energy erupts from the point of impact, sending debris flying. The Sovereign Finrar is visibly injured and recoiling from the attack, his fur singed and smoking. A magical barrier or shield shatters, the fragments of energy dissipating into the air. Lai declares his resolve. Lai says, "Make sure you protect Jinsung for our sake." The Sovereign Finrar stumbles, struggling to maintain his footing. The Sovereign Finrar roars in pain and fury, the magical assault taking its toll. The ground splinters and cracks under immense pressure. Hers and Roy Chun each receive 2,670,166 damage from Li Rahan. Lai uses darkness encroachment. He descends from the sky, a glowing symbol marking his descent. Lai lands, kicking up a cloud of dust. All of Lai's attacks are now considered critical hits. His movement speed is increased by 50%, and his dodge rate greatly increases. Lai stands, now wearing a cursed mask. The wolf's crimson eye glows menacingly. The beast howls, a sound that promises violence. The wolf's howl echoes through the battlefield. The ground trembles. Purple energy surges around Lai. A burst of purple energy erupts, filling the air with an ominous presence. The wolf's crimson aura intensifies, its power surging. The wolf's eye glows with fierce determination, burning with crimson light. Another wave of purple energy explodes outward, crackling with dark power. The purple energy continues to surge, a torrent of destructive force. Lai takes a step forward, his intent clear. Lai stands ready, his sword gleaming with a malevolent purple aura as the wolf stands beside him. The wolf unleashes another blast of crimson energy, its power resonating through the battlefield. A system message appears. Li Rahan's cursed mask effects are disabled. Lai's expression is hidden behind his mask, but his eyes betray a hint of determination. A voice declares, "But your master and Lotus will lose." The wolf's face is etched with sorrow as it whispers, "I'm sorry." A voice echoes, calling out to a master. A figure lies prone, their white hair spread around them. A system notification appears. Lai has died due to critical damage from Li Rahan. A system message declares that Lai has died due to critical damage from Li Rahan. The battlefield stretches out below, a scene of devastation and loss. A body lies broken amidst the debris, a testament to the ferocity of the battle. A monstrous figure looms, wreathed in an eerie blue glow. Another body lies still, the light fading from their eyes. Ian and Heron stand together, the weight of recent events etched on their faces. Lai and Yuhyun. A system message appears. Since the skill activator, Lai, has died, darkness encroachment has been deactivated. The darkness dissipates from the sky, revealing a glimmer of hope. Ian and Heron cough, the air thick with dust and the stench of death. Ian cries out, "Heron, heal." A figure stands silhouetted against a green glow, their expression grim. Green energy swirls around a figure's legs. A man asks, "Roy-chan, are you all right?" Roy-chan responds, "Yes, I'm all right." A voice says, "But Ian, you shouldn't stay here right now." Roy-chan looks concerned. A system message appears. "Brother, it's an emergency. You should come here right away." The message continues. "Why? Did something happen?" The second defensive wall's gates just opened. I don't know how they figured out that the mechanism was in the basement. The system message continues. What? Try install them with Caesar. That NPC is acting up right now, too. He isn't moving, as if there's a bug. Huh, there's a fight. I gotta go. Someone exclaims, shit. Roy-chan looks startled. The second defensive wall's gates have opened. One of the men admits he has no idea what's going on. Someone declares that those guys have finally done it, referring to Splendor. A man asks, pardon? It's revealed that Splendor and Oakland have joined forces with Titan. The figure looks down, contemplating the news. The narration mentions the assassin who returned to Oakland last time. A cloaked figure wonders if someone gave them a way to open the gates. A character laments that the situation couldn't get worse. The man states that the only familiars he has right now are Rake, Pagpuji, and Pugpuji. Someone wonders what the hell Caesar is doing right now. Jinsung is asked what that thing over there is. The two react with confusion. He looks up, a mixture of surprise and concern etched on his face. His eyes widen, pupils dilating with a sudden shock. A monstrous creature, its scales shimmering like polished brass, looms amidst the dust and debris. A chaotic battle unfolds, figures clashing amidst a storm of dust and debris. A pregnant pause hangs in the air, heavy with unspoken tension. A figure with long blonde hair and a blindfold stands resolute, a sword strapped to their back. A scream pierces the air as a figure is impaled, blood spraying from the wound. A figure's legs stride forward, determination etched in their posture. A girl sits beside a massive dragon, its scales marked with strange symbols. Blood pools on the ground, a stark testament to the violence that has transpired. A girl cries out in anguish, tears streaming down her face. A cloaked figure stands, their face obscured by shadow. A disembodied voice echoes, I cannot move. A man cries out, impaled by a shard of purple energy. A magical circle glows with arcane energy. Shakran prepares to cast a spell, a magical circle forming in her hand. A young woman weeps, her face stained with tears. A man lies prone, a single tear escaping his eye. A warrior stands victorious over a fallen foe. Shakran's brow furrows in concern. What the hell is this anxiety? A monstrous beast lurks in the shadows. A crowd of people gathers, their faces obscured. Shakran gazes upwards, her expression unreadable. A stylized symbol hangs suspended in the air. Dust and debris scatter. A stylized symbol glows with red energy. The symbol pulses with power. Red energy crackles around the symbol. The unknown figure summoner prepares to strike with a sword, red energy swirling around the blade. The sword slams into the ground, sending a shockwave through the earth. Below, monstrous figures roar. The unknown figure summoner grins menacingly. Ian stands amidst a field of ice crystals, staff in hand. The ground is covered in jagged ice formations. A stylized symbol glows with blue energy. Ian looks up, his expression one of shock and fear. He felt it again, that familiar, unsettling sensation creeping back into his awareness, a cold dread washing over him. The same feeling that he had experienced before resurfaced, a haunting echo of a past encounter. He stared at the chained figure, a grim reminder of a previous meeting, the memory sharp and unwelcome, when he met the Lord. Footsteps echoed in the distance, each footfall a heavy thud against the stone floor. He walked towards the light, a beacon in the encroaching darkness, drawn by an unknown force. He called out, his voice echoing through the halls, a desperate attempt to break the silence. Hey! A wave of confusion washed over him, the question hanging heavy in the air, unanswered and unsettling. He gripped the hilt of his sword, the cold steel of familiar comfort as he moved forward, ready for whatever lay ahead. He continued his march, his footsteps measured and deliberate, each step carrying him further into the unknown. His boots echoed against the stone, the sound a constant reminder of his solitude in this desolate place. The floor stretched out before him, an endless expanse of cold, unforgiving stone. He plummeted downwards, the world spinning around him as he fell into the abyss. One of the figures states that they opened the gates as promised. A figure stands ready, a massive sword held at their side. The figure confirms that they cleaned up all the monsters, adding that the only thing left is that monster. A knight, clad in shining armor, rides a majestic steed. A voice notes that he hasn't been moving, as if he's petrified or there's a bug. A close-up reveals the texture of hair. Another figure suggests that they should just behead him. The knight and steed continue their advance, the castle looming in the background. A figure looks down at the castle. The words "Phantom Technique" appear in a speech bubble. Eyes glowing with purple energy, the figure prepares the Phantom Technique. The figure, eyes glowing with crimson intensity, declares, "Continuous illusion strike." The illusion begins to take form, a monstrous visage of black and white energy. The illusion solidifies, its power growing with each passing moment. The tower is struck by the illusion, a surge of purple energy erupting from the point of impact. The illusion's power continues to batter the tower, the structure groaning under the assault. Meanwhile, inside the tower, a group of figures reacts with alarm to the sudden impact. One of the figures, masked and armored, wonders aloud, "What is that thing?" Elsewhere, In a room on the top floor of the dimensional magic tower, a sense of anticipation hangs in the air. A figure sits at a desk, their presence radiating a quiet intensity. A hand carefully writes on a piece of parchment, the quill scratching against the surface. A woman with long, orange hair states with a hint of relief, he's finally awake. The dimensional magic tower owner, Griper, stands ready. The scene opens upon the northern continent, its entrance framed by snow-laden arches. A lone figure stands amidst the swirling snow, their back turned to the viewer. A title appears, Dragon Tamer, Oakley. Oakley stands tall, a staff topped with a glowing orb held firmly in their grasp. A voice echoes, speaking of a longtime friend. Oakley's gaze is steady, a hint of anticipation in their eyes. The voice continues, mentioning one of the 5 divine dragons. The name Carseus appears, accompanied by a glimpse of a majestic dragon. Carseus is revealed in full, a being of immense power and crystalline beauty. The dragon's head is a fortress of scales and horns, a testament to its ancient lineage. Its tail, a whip of sapphire and ice, promises swift and decisive strikes. Carseus's eyes burn with ancient wisdom and untamed power, a gaze that could freeze the very soul. The war dragon, Carseus, is revealed in a close-up of his armored chest. He unleashes a deafening roar, energy crackling around his massive jaws. Light flares from the center of his chest, a display of immense power. The sudden display of power elicits a collective gasp of shock. The battlefield is littered with fallen figures, their bodies sprawled across the dusty ground. Blood stains the earth, a grim testament to the ferocity of the recent conflict. Archer Ian glances to his side, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as Heron looks on with concern. He voices his confusion, a small, green creature perched on his shoulder. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning within him. A large, purple hand hovers over a desolate landscape, crackling with energy. Ian stands amidst swirling energies, his expression a mixture of awe and anticipation. He wonders if it is Carseus's energy, the same energy that came from the Kaimon bastards lie defeated earlier. A system message appears, the energy needed to hatch Carseus has been fulfilled. A massive egg pulsates with a brilliant, blue light. The egg glows intensely, a sign of imminent hatching. One of the 5 legendary dragons is hatching. Due to a lack of leadership, all other familiar summons are cancelled. A small, blue creature emits a soft, glowing light. A red dragon roars, its eyes glowing with power. A surge of blue light fills the area. 2 figures stand ready, one in a dress and the other cloaked, as the energy intensifies. A piercing shriek echoes through the air. A man's eyes widen in realization. The dragon spreads its massive wings, ready to take flight. 2 figures gaze up at the newly hatched dragon, its form silhouetted against the sky. The text proclaims, War Dragon, Carseus. A close-up reveals the dragon Carseus's menacing red eyes. The legendary dragon's chest is covered in dark blue scales. The newly hatched dragon's red eyes narrow. He asks, Are you the one who awakened me? Carseus's gaze is intense. Looking up at the massive dragon, Ian confirms, that's right. Carseus towers over the pair. I can sense a soul over there that's like mine. Ian's eyes widen. A soul like Carseus's? Heron's expression is determined. I'll head over there first. Carseus commands, follow along. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar. Carseus's massive form looms. The dragon's scales shimmer with an inner light. The 2 figures react with shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. One of them curses under their breath, questioning what they are seeing. The other figure realizes that it is not a drake, but a real dragon. A close-up reveals the dragon's armored head. One of the figures asks if the situation is funny to the other. The other figure responds that it looks the part. It is revealed that the dragon is only at level 1. A close-up reveals the dragon's chest. One of the figures states that they don't know how the summoner managed to tame a dragon, but they still have a sporting chance. A symbol appears. Carseus unleashes a deafening roar. The dragon descends. Ian urges Heron to follow Carseus. The sky above is clear. Carseus's massive form looms over the landscape. The dragon towers over the assembled group. The dragon's claws are massive and sharp. The woman with long hair questions the situation, finding it nonsensical. Another figure suggests gathering an aerial team to raid Carseus together. The masked man looks on, his expression unreadable. Carseus's red eyes glow ominously. The woman with long hair continues to observe. A close-up of the woman's hair. Carseus asks if he may borrow someone's strength. The dragon's massive form looms, its core glowing with intense energy. Runes etched along his tail pulse with light. A knight sits astride a horse, clad in full armor, facing away. A voice echoes, I see, so this sensation was because of you. Carseus states, all right, I'll lend it to you. The dragon's face fills the frame, a simple thanks escaping his lips. Another voice whispers, other me. A smile plays across the character's face. A hand is raised, glowing with power. Energy crackles around the outstretched hand. Carseus's arm glows as the power is transferred. The character stands bathed in light. A towering structure of purple crystal pulsates with energy, its level surging to 302. The sudden surge in power doesn't go unnoticed. Its level went up to 302. Shakran's eyes widen in disbelief, sweat beading on her brow as she tries to comprehend the dragon's sudden evolution. The question hangs in the air, so the dragon didn't attack him, but rather it absorbed him? Ian, his face partially obscured by a mask, steels himself. Prepare for battle. The air crackles with unseen energy. Carseus unleashes a torrent of purple energy from his maw. Shakran shouts a warning. It's a breath. Everyone dodge. The dragon's allies scatter, desperately trying to evade the blast. A group of figures huddle around a swirling orb of purple energy, preparing a countermeasure. The pit of darkness and death. The dragon's breath transforms the landscape into a viscous, purple swamp. What's with this swamp? Shakran and an unknown figure stand over their fallen enemies. Shakran curses. A foot stomps on the ground, kicking up dust. A figure falls. Shakran falls. The words, phantom technique, appear. A foot stands on a magic circle. The unknown figure looks down. Another figure falls. Two unknown figures exclaim that they are escaping. One of the unknown figures is shown with the text, the grave of the dead. A skeletal arm rises. Skeletal arms descend from above, their bony fingers reaching for Shakran. A net of purple energy materializes around her, trapping her within its glowing confines. The net tightens, its intricate weave shimmering with arcane power. Shakran glances upward, her eyes widening in alarm as she realizes the extent of the trap. A sudden impact throws her off balance. Kugh. Carseus, the ancient dragon, descends, unleashing a torrent of purple energy. Her eyes reflect a mix of fear and determination. Her face contorts in pain. A figure watches intently. Blasts of purple energy tear through the air, scattering debris in all directions. The onslaught continues, the force of the attack shaking the very foundations of the area. The barrage intensifies, the air thick with dust and the scent of ozone. The relentless assault shows no sign of stopping, the sky ablaze with violet light. The ground trembles under the dragon's fury, the landscape scarred by the devastating energy. The ancient city crumbles under the weight of the assault, its once proud structures reduced to rubble. Carseus's maw opens, a deafening roar echoing across the battlefield. The dragon's eyes burn with ancient power, his gaze fixed on his prey. His scales shimmer with an otherworldly light, the source of the destructive energy. The unknown figure's eyes widen in disbelief. Shit. Is this? He mutters. Heron's face is a mask of terror, her breath catching in her throat. The onslaught continues unabated, the dragon's power seemingly limitless. The world erupts in a blinding explosion of raw energy. Debris rains down as the shockwave expands, leaving nothing untouched in its wake. The summoner and Heron stand among the wreckage, their expressions unreadable. A voice echoes from the destruction, filled with disbelief. For real? Ian's eyes widened, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Shit. Is this? The sky crackled with residual energy, lightning dancing across the clouds. Before them lay a scene of utter devastation, the air thick with the smell of ozone and ash. A system message appeared, the Titan and Dark Runa guilds have been completely annihilated. The force of the destruction echoed outwards, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. Heron stared at Ian, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Let's go, Ian responded, his voice low. Huh? Already? Crimson eyes narrowed, a voice echoed with certainty. He was sure they would meet again soon. Lying prone amidst the shattered earth, the summoner gasped, struggling to rise. A wave of relief washed over him. That was close. A system notification appeared. The Lotus base has been dissipated from an ally. Pushing himself up, the summoner declared it a successful defense. His powers were back. Anyway, looking up, the summoner saw a figure in the distance. He mused that someone had gotten pretty strong. Meanwhile, Ian, looking surprised, asked what was successful. A massive black dragon loomed. Ian stated that they were able to fend off the top two ranking guilds from Kalen. Heron cautioned him not to get mad. Ian declared that now they won't be able to challenge them anymore. Since they've reaped a fair bit of trophies from the Kaimon bastards, they have to repair the base. And level up in the meantime. Ian exclaims, oh right, but Caesar. A woman with long blonde hair asks, what's your relationship with that dragon? In the beginning of Kytilin, there existed 17 gods with different powers. Stop the demonic realm from intruding. And out of those gods, 5 of them descended to the human realm in order to. However, these gods were not able to directly involve themselves in human affairs. So, the god of war, Kairos, distributed his powers. A hand distributes powers. To the divine war dragon, Carseus. The dragon-like figure looms, its form radiating an ancient power. And the human hero of Lusipol, the undefeated swordsman, Caesar, stands ready for battle. The dragon roars, a sound that echoes through the ages. And so, Carseus ended up battling the demon dragon Khalifa. With Dragon Master Oakley in the northern continent, the stage was set. The war god, Kairos, feared that Caesar would also be in danger and sealed away his memories. Which is how Caesar ended up roaming the human world. Undone, the dragon egg pulsed with latent power. Caesar's expression is one of confusion. And Caesar's memories returned when Carseus hatched, due to their connection through the great branch of the god of war, Kyrus. Kyrus stands tall, a figure of immense power and authority. Caesar's gaze is intense, his eyes filled with determination. The setting is the question on Ian's mind as he considers the current situation. Carseus thinks to himself that this story is irrelevant to him. The dragon thinks that the problem is that he needs to make Caesar as strong as he used to be. Carseus thinks that he needs to let Caesar achieve his hidden potential at level 100. Carseus leaves the construction materials there. Ian notes that the lizard is pretty handy, and thanks him for being convenient to work with. Carseus thinks that since he borrowed Caesar's powers and leveled up on his own, Carseus thinks that he's become something lacking around 2%, but it doesn't make a huge difference. Carseus wonders why it's not supposed to be here. Carseus thinks about what would happen if he summoned this brat. Ian sighs, thinking that he can't even summon the other familiars because he lacks the leadership, so he has to get help. Ian shouts. Ian tells Carseus that's enough. Carseus wonders. A man wearing a yellow hard hat smiles confidently. The text indicates Titan base. A cloaked figure with a white mask is shown, an exclamation mark hovering above. The cloaked figure screams, HHH. The cloaked figure jumps down. A close-up of a man's face with a mask is shown, his red eyes narrowed. The speech bubble reads, well, fuck. Lee Rahan is shown, with a speech bubble above her head that reads, her own guild member. Lee Rahan stands in a room with another figure. The speech bubble reads, what will you do now? We failed to ambush them, and we're pretty much the entire kingdom of Kaimon. Do you have any other ideas? A close-up of the masked man's face is shown, his expression intense. The speech bubble reads, hey, are you so weak-minded that you've given up already? A close-up of armor is shown. The speech bubble reads, we will come up with another strategy and attack them, so get inside for the meeting. Shakran stands before a figure with long brown hair, their back turned. A voice declares that they are all right. The figure with long brown hair glances over their shoulder, a stern expression on their face. Seelan tells someone that they can step in for him, asking for the briefing later. The other figure agrees. A figure with short red hair walks away. A masked figure stares intently. A man lies in a futuristic-looking pod. A man holding a drink thinks that Carseus was able to reach level 100 with Caesar's help. Someone thinks that the central continent is the best for leveling up. A character wonders, HM. Ian answers his phone, a casual greeting on his lips. On the other end of the line, Sajin, the Ucaster uploader, speaks into her phone. Sajin explains that she contacted him regarding the profits from the second Siege Warfare Defense video. Ian confirms that the video will be live either tonight or tomorrow. He then asks how much the profits will be. Sajin details that the full-time video will generate around 8 million won, and the hot clip will bring in around 12 million won in profits. Sajin clarifies that these are just Jinsung's profits alone. Sajin exclaims in surprise at the amount. Sajin smiles as she continues the phone call. Sajin thanks Jinsung, explaining that she was able to hire an editing team using all the profits. Ian smiles, listening to Sajin. He wonders where he's going to use all of this money. He wonders if he should put the money in his parents' bank accounts. He reconsiders. No, never mind. Ian thinks they're going to suspect him of stealing. It's been a while since he's checked out the community. He should log in since he won the Siege Warfare. Ian logs into the game. Community forum. Who are Ian's familiars? Ian's subordinates are insane. Lol Lotus is the light of Lysipal. Does Kaimon consist of fucking losers? Community forum. The Lotus Guild? Lee Rahan and Shakran are just faux rankers. No, you're going to die from just hitting Lee Rahan's hair. No lol, you're going to die from the Vice Guild Masters. Nope, the Desert Warriors will kill you. First lol, you freaking noobs. Lol, hey. Where do you live? Ian thinks to himself that he was pretty great. He wonders, HM. Community forum. Community forum. The greatest rankers of Lysipal are in hiding. Lol, they're disgusting. Just delete your characters and quit. Community forum. Why don't you try and become a little bit like Valiant? There's a rumor saying that they did some dirty business with Titan. Lol, what a betrayal. Community forum. That the 41st ranking guild, Lotus, defended themselves against Kaimon, while the highest ranking guilds of Lysipal, Splendor, and Oakland would hide with their tails between their legs. A voice declares that they were put in danger by allying with Titan, and that Splendor and Oakland have decided to join Titan as well. A stern-faced man glares down, his expression unreadable. The sound of something heavy impacting the ground echoes. A voice reflects that if they didn't have Carseus, they would have lost. A close-up of Carseus's face reveals glowing eyes. A voice declares that something is infuriating. A voice asks how someone dares to try to screw them over, declaring an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. A man with glowing red eyes smiles menacingly, his expression promising retribution. Lying on the floor, a figure contemplates his next move. He sits up, lost in thought. Lee Rahan wonders how he should take revenge on Oklani and Splendor. Lee Rahan thinks that aside from what Roychin said, he doesn't have any proof. It would be nice if he could find something, he muses, clicking the mouse. He wonders if there isn't something good. Lee Rahan is surprised. A sinister smile spreads across his face. Lee Rahan's eyes gleam with newfound purpose. He thinks he found something good. A tall, leaning structure dominates the skyline, a silent witness to the events unfolding within the Kalen community. Inside, Archer Ian sits at a table, reviewing documents with a furrowed brow. Another figure sits across from him, also engrossed in the papers. The legs of the seated figures are visible beneath the table, hinting at the tense atmosphere of the meeting. Right now, within the Kalan community, things. Ian reads a document stating that the Kaimon Empire, Oklani, and Splendori are making a deal. The masked figure across from him reacts with surprise. What? The masked figure questions what they are uttering with such mouths. Ian retorts that it was a deal with Iti Tani, not the Kaimon Empire. A hand grips the hilt of a sword, the tension palpable. Ian draws his sword, his expression hardening with resolve. Another figure sits in a chair, their back to the viewer, seemingly observing the unfolding events. Ian's face is contorted with anger and betrayal. A voice shouts, "You agreed to it too." The masked figure gazes intently, a slight furrow in their brow. A chibi version of Ian sits at a desk, thinking it's annoying but deciding not to cause a scene, fearing he could die. The masked figure asks what about the deal with Titani. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the masked figure's armor. Ian agrees with a slight smile. The strategy is to use this to their advantage. Ian mentions that in the community, there is a post about Lotus, bending over backwards trying to find the spy from Oakland. Hands in black gloves rest on a document, suggesting careful planning. Using this to their advantage, when Lotus engages in war with Oakland and Splendor. A map displays the faces of the key players in the conflict. The plan is to ambush them and take down all three guilds. It certainly is a decent strategy. The masked figure states that if they're lucky, they can defeat them all without lifting a finger. However, we need a significant build-up in order to carry out this plan. What kind of build-up? We need to encourage Lotus to engage in battle with Oakland and Splendor as much as possible, since they could just watch each other and finish at that. And we can take over all the bases in the surrounding area except for Lotus. Then, Lotus will be singled out during the war. Kikek. What a fascinating idea. I like it. All right, let's go with that plan. A few days later, inside the Lotus base, the plan is set in motion. He sits at the table, listening intently. According to a community post, Oklani and his Splendory might attack. Another man agrees, stating, "That's right." The man at the table clenches his fist, his expression hardening. These bastards, it's as if it wasn't enough that they backstabbed us. Meanwhile, Shakran stands alongside another figure, both observing the unfolding events. Ian pauses, lost in thought. I think it's both. A smile plays on his lips as he considers the possibilities. Elsewhere, Oklani and his Splendory have been pushed to the edge of a cliff. A line of soldiers stands guard at the cliff's edge, their faces grim. A figure wonders what they'll do since they have nothing else to lose. Soldiers stand in formation, weapons at the ready. The man at the table continues, and like Fialan said, this is the opportunity of a lifetime for Kaimon. The symbol behind him seems to glow with anticipation. He studies the map, the points marked in red and blue indicating the status of the bases. A voice declares that all surrounding bases, save for their own, have been seized, a grim testament to their predicament. They're using this situation to their advantage. Panic rising, another voice cries out, demanding to know what they should do. Ian reassures them, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He reveals that he has already devised an incredible strategy. He places his hand upon a glowing symbol, the energy radiating beneath his touch. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure holds a similar glowing symbol, a question mark floating above their head. A close-up reveals a character's wide eyes, a gasp escaping their lips as they realize something profound. The character's face is bathed in a pink glow, their expression a mixture of shock and awe. Far away, a towering structure rises from the desert landscape, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. In the shadows, two figures lurk, their faces obscured, their intentions unknown. Footsteps echo through the corridor as someone approaches. A pair of eyes glare with intense focus. The figure continues their advance. The footsteps grow louder as the figure gets closer. Ian looks on with concern as two other figures stand nearby. Meanwhile, two masked figures stand in the shadows. They continue to walk forward. Elsewhere, a figure stands with a sword strapped to their back. Someone is being choked. The figure being choked demands, "What the fuck happened, you bastard? It's been days since the post was uploaded, and the Lotus fuckers haven't made a single move." The figure struggles to breathe. A woman looks on with a stern expression. A voice notes that they are strategizing about the situation. A woman with long, light blonde hair states that Lotus will not have the central continent. A commanding voice orders someone to shut their mouth, stating that the master never permitted them to speak. A figure gasps, seemingly shocked by the harsh reprimand. A woman with red hair asks if someone wants to go at it. The scene focuses on a character's chest, adorned with a large, ornate brooch. A woman with long, red hair claims to be all right and asks everyone to calm down. The perspective shifts to a wider view of the room, showing several figures in the background. Two figures stand before a map, one pointing and explaining a strategic plan involving multiple attack vectors. A voice states that this is one of the situations they predicted, adding that if their enemies do not make any movements, they can just invade them. The scene shows a grand structure, with a voice stating that all they have to do is strengthen far more bases. A voice concludes that they must strengthen their forces and strike when the time is right. Ian smiles, confident. Time is on their side. He looks down, a hint of concern flickering across his face. The unknown figure states that they better take responsibility for those words. The figure's gaze intensifies, a silent promise of retribution hanging in the air. Shakran stands ready, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. A heavy thud echoes through the chamber. The massive doors loom, a barrier between them and what lies beyond. Ian remarks, seriously, what a temper. Shakran sticks her tongue out at Ian. Anyway, what the hell are those fuckers doing, not making any moves? The figure summons Carseus. He raises his hand, summoning Carseus with a surge of magical energy. The war dragon appears, his form radiating immense power. An information window materializes before Ian. Ian smirks, realizing the extent of Carseus's abilities. Who knew Carseus would have such a skill? Ian exclaims, Carseus, polymorph. A leg begins to morph, glowing with a vibrant pink energy that crackles around it. The transformation completes, revealing a hulking figure with dark hair and a menacing aura. The transformed legs stand firm, clad in dark material and sturdy footwear. Ian stares in disbelief, his expression a mixture of shock and confusion. The transformed figure's face is grim, his red eyes gleaming with an unknown intensity as he mutters, he's just. The figure's neck is thick and corded, a hint of the power now coursing through him as he thinks, haven't taken on this form in a while. A voice booms, declaring, a neighborhood Ajusi. Kikek, who knew Carseus would have such a skill? Ian's inherent abilities are revealed. Carseus, polymorph. Ian raises his hand, preparing to unleash the spell. A monstrous visage of dark energy begins to coalesce. The energy surges outward, a wave of crimson power. The air crackles with the sound of transformation. The transformation takes hold, flesh and bone reshaping. The process continues, the body twisting and contorting. Carseus stands in his new, polymorphed form. The transformation is complete. Ian stares, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Carseus, now sporting a dark beard and glowing red eyes, admits that he's just. A sudden burst of energy emanates from Carseus, accompanied by the words, a neighborhood Ajusi. Carseus remarks that it's been a long time since he's polymorphed into this form. The camera focuses on Carseus's feet, clad in black socks and sandals. Ian asks if this is Carseus's default appearance when he uses polymorph, also noting that his manner of speaking seems to have changed slightly as well. Carseus replies that it's not his default. He continues, stating that he feels most comfortable in this form, and wonders why Ian is disappointed since he didn't turn into a woman. The camera focuses again on Carseus's feet and legs as he stands on the stone pavement. A hand holds up a document with images of people, prompting the question, can he also change into these people? Carseus holds the document, a thoughtful expression on his face. A sinister presence agrees, stating, sure, no problem. A close-up reveals a face with glowing red eyes and a wide, menacing grin. The sinister figure responds, oh yeah. 1 week later, the scene shifts to a bright, sunny day. A building with intricate designs stands tall against the clear sky. A man with white hair stands inside, looking contemplative. He curses, realizing the gravity of the situation. Shit, we're fucked. The man regrets his decision, exclaiming, I shouldn't have listened to goddamn Martin. His hands clench into fists, a sign of his frustration. He stands in the room, lost in thought. The man walks away, the implication hanging heavy in the air, and whether we made a deal with Titani, behind their back. 2 figures stand side by side, one with long white hair partially obscured by a mask, and the other with short, spiky gray hair. The man with the gray hair looks down, a troubled expression on his face. A speech bubble reads, and we fell behind, valiant, in our guild ranking as well. A close-up of an eye reveals a look of suspicion. A speech bubble simply reads, A man with white hair and glasses, holding a staff, is surrounded by others. One of them asks, Martin. A speech bubble reads, what the hell is he doing here? The man with the gray hair looks shocked. The man with the white hair is surrounded by others, one of whom says, even if you are Martin, we need to verify your identity. The group of people stand together, their expressions unreadable. A close-up of a hand. A hand is raised, as if to stop something. A man with black hair looks surprised. The man screams, H. Arcane energy crackles in the air as the hooded figure prepares their next attack. The figure unleashes a torrent of power. Manosphere, they shout. The air shimmers with heat as the manosphere hurtles forward. Martin cries out as the spell strikes him. Caesar yells, run away, as the explosion rocks the area. The hooded figure raises their staff, intoning, blizzard storm. Ice shards rain down, the air growing frigid. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring everything in a haze of white. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring everything in a haze of white. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring everything in a haze of white. The blizzard intensifies, obscuring everything in a haze of white. Lee Rahan stares in disbelief, exclaiming, what the hell? He runs, his cloak billowing behind him. What is the meaning? His feet pound against the stone, the sound echoing through the empty streets. The city stretches before him, a maze of buildings and shadows. He continues his desperate sprint. The ground blurs beneath his feet as he pushes himself harder. Wait. Lee Rahan pauses, his expression unreadable behind his glasses. He gasps for breath, sweat beading on his forehead. He exhales, trying to regain his composure. His eyes narrow, a flicker of determination in their depths. All members of Oklani, arm yourselves and head over to Splendori. Lee Rahan's expression hardens, his resolve renewed. A dark and ominous presence looms, casting a shadow over what's to come. A flag bearing a strange symbol flies atop the castle walls, unaware of the danger approaching. The gates stand open, inviting trouble to enter. A mage with white hair holds a glowing orb, while his companion looks on with concern. The white-haired mage cries out in alarm. The realization hits hard. It's an ambush. Panic sets in as the man with the large hat realizes the danger they're in. The sky above offers no solace, only a vast expanse of blue. A group of soldiers stand ready, spears pointed, prepared for a fight. A voice commands, everyone head in. A man with a bow and arrow stands ready to defend against the unseen threat. Two figures prepare a net, ready to ensnare their enemies. The sharp edges of a trap are visible. The trap is set in a stone wall. A voice shouts for them to hurry up and climb. Another voice responds, yes, sir. A boot steps forward. Lee Rahan stands with a group of people. Lee Rahan realizes it's a trap. The group is surrounded by a trap. A complex magical barrier shimmers with golden light, its intricate patterns a testament to its power. Heavy chains, glowing with the same golden energy, bind the group, trapping them in place. Panic rises as one of the men realizes the chains are not merely restraints, but a paralysis. His body refuses to respond. A single word echoes in the silence, a desperate question hanging in the air. Why? Accusations fly as one man blames another. He asks, doing this to us, Samuel? Another man, his face contorted with rage, recalls a past betrayal. You beat up my guild members first and ran off, you asshole. The man with white hair retorts, confused by the accusation. What are you talking about? A voice questions the timing of such actions, lamenting the lack of time for self-reflection. The man with the book states that the attack was by arrows on the scorpion hunting grounds. The grim reality of the situation is revealed. Bodies lie lifeless, riddled with arrows. The man with glasses declares that the attack was the doing of Oakland, calling them cowardly sons of bitches. He shouts, demanding to know what kind of nonsense is being spouted. A flashback shows an archer standing on the wall. Lee Rahan questions why archers would attack them. The flashback continues, showing the archers attacking with arrows. Chains fall from the sky. Lee Rahan believes there are forces that want to separate them. Samuel asks if he is sure, noting that his body is finally moving. Lee Rahan replies that it's just a suspicion. Samuel yells that Lee Rahan is not as smart as he thought, but then quickly denies it. The two stand together, discussing the situation. A close-up reveals that they found out earlier than he thought. He was going to head to Samuel's base and cause a scene there next, but that's too bad. Anyway, they still seem to be suspicious of each other. Archer Ian muses that they should have earned enough time. The man named Ian and his lord look at a quest window. The lord tells him to look at this. The lord states that it seems the kid managed to trigger this quest, which is why the quest window was shared with him, since that kid is his subordinate. The lord wonders if even the quests that his subordinates' underlings go through are shared with him. Archer Ian, looking at the quest window, wonders what the hell that bastard is doing, and if he gets a legendary class summoner's equipment chest. Ian thinks to himself. A quest window is displayed. Someone thinks they can't just ignore this. It seems the kid managed to trigger this quest, which is why the quest window was shared with me. Since that kid is my subordinate. Hoon. If it's SSS difficulty, that's the same difficulty level as the trials of the Salamis tribe. What the hell is that bastard doing? And you get a legendary class summoner's equipment chest. I don't think I can just ignore this. Message window. Ian stands with his back turned, a question mark floating above his head. A system message appears. He received a really great quest. Ganji Huni licks his lips. A system message appears. Ganji Huni says, don't play dumb. You know Caesar is my subordinate, right? Ganji Huni asks, so what do you want? Can you let me join your quest? Ian looks at a screen. Ian says, I doubt it'll benefit you since it's just a dark mage quest. Ganji Huni replies, no, don't worry. We'll talk when we're on our way. Ian clenches his fist. Ian sighs. Ganji Huni says, since you're Caesar's subordinate, your quest was shared with me, too. Ian says, all right, fine. Ganji Huni, looking back at Ian's summon, asks what happened. Ian waves his hand dismissively, stating that it's nothing. He adds that he thinks some others will be joining their quest. Ian thinks to himself that he wants to be rid of that bastard as soon as he's done with this quest. Someone overhears Ian's internal monologue, wondering if he's referring to that bastard. Ganji Huni, with stars in his eyes, asks if they are referring to the same person. The person listening in thinks that they will come together. Ganji Huni exclaims that he's excited to finally see him, lamenting that they were too far away last time. The eavesdropper repeats the question, wondering if they are referring to that bastard. Ian stares intently ahead. Ganji Huni, with a wide smile, says of course. Someone declares that he's the strongest summoner. The eavesdropper thinks that when he sees him, He's going to ask about raising Yong-Yong. Ian and Ganji Huni continue walking together. What was written in that book he showed us last time? If you're referring to that. It was about our plans. Lotusi's future. Yes, Lotusi's going to give up on the central continent. Then what about everything we've built so far? The man states that over 85% of the central continent belongs to Kaimon. Someone is writing at a desk, noting that they cannot do much with the turrets and their power alone. A map shows the current territories. It is stated that when Kaimon is ready to strike their current base again, they will retreat to their base on the northern continent. The Lusipal Kingdom's territory is being taken over in the surrounding areas. Shakran states that they cannot do much with the turrets and their power alone. Ian mentions the lonely guild that was able to fight off the Kaimon Empire. The man is writing at a desk. It is said that they will use all of the fame they have gathered. It is said that Ian will become the Grand Duke, establishing the Principality of Lotus. Shakran thinks that this is a lot to process all at once. Armored figures stand in formation, their helmets obscuring their faces. The air hangs heavy with anticipation. The man in the red cloak gestures emphatically, his expression serious. But you still need to listen. She listens intently, her brow furrowed in thought. The only principality established by a guild in Kalen. A figure stands amidst swirling flames, a fiery aura surrounding them. I am ready for it. Papers are scattered across a desk, hinting at the complex planning underway. Lightning crackles around a group of armored figures, their spears raised in unison. A display of raw power. A voice booms out, questioning the current situation. Do you know what our current ranking is right now, Fialan? A close-up reveals hands adorned with intricate rings, hinting at wealth and status. The woman's eyes widen in surprise, her expression a mixture of shock and concern. Neither high nor low. She stares wide-eyed, a gasp escaping her lips. Why you don't mean? Phylan sits at a table, a document spread before him. Our guild ranking was precisely controlled. Phylan continues, his expression serious. Even when we become stronger, we must continue to hide our power. To strike down Kaimon when we are ready. Meanwhile, Ian stands with another figure in a desolate landscape. What an ominous atmosphere. Even the sand is gray. Ian continues, observing the surroundings. It cannot be helped, since this is the land of Immortal. Ian turns to the figure beside him. Caesar, is there anything you know about Immortal? He responds to the question, admitting, well, a little. Caesar pauses, lost in thought. The text explains, to put it simply, Immortal is an ally for now. A figure in dark robes stands with a skull-topped staff, their eyes glowing with purple energy. The panel depicts a Dark Lord commanding an army of undead. The text narrates, but 1,000 years ago, mankind and the undead joined forces to fight against the devils. A fierce battle rages between warriors and demonic creatures. A close-up reveals a skeletal figure with glowing red eyes. The robed figure from panel 4 stands amidst a swirling purple aura. Energy crackles in the air. Ian, standing beside Shakran, asks, devils? The undead's home is the underground, and mankind also had to protect their territory, so their objectives aligned. The demon's objective is to take over this dimension. In the process of cooperating with the undead, the Dark Mage class was created. A figure cloaked in dark robes stands tall, a skull emblem adorning their belt. The cloaked figure holds a smaller figure, their features obscured by shadow. And the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord stands with a skull-adorned cloak, his red hair visible beneath the hood. Ganji Huni waves, greeting the Dark Lord. Hey Hoon, long time no see. Li Rahan observes, your mood seems a bit different, and you've grown taller too. A close-up reveals the Dark Lord's face, framed by his hooded cloak. Ganji Huni thinks to himself, he's become quite cynical. A close-up shows the Dark Lord's cloak billowing in the wind. His crimson eyes narrowed, a vein throbbing in his forehead as he declared, we are going underground. The stark message echoed, to kill Immortal. A massive scorpion-like creature stands amidst fallen soldiers. The courtyard is littered with bodies, the aftermath of a brutal battle. More soldiers lie defeated, scattered across the stone floor. A voice booms out, declaring, lie, attack. Lie, a massive wolf-like creature with glowing yellow eyes, prepares to strike. His massive claws tear through the stone, leaving deep gouges in the ground. Lie lunges forward, a blur of white fur and crimson energy. The air crackles with power as Lie's attack intensifies, red streaks painting the scene. A close-up reveals the terrifying sharpness of Lie's claws, each one a deadly weapon. Lie stands poised, a predator ready to unleash further devastation. Heron watches with wide eyes, realizing the extent of Ian's plan. The summoner's form is indeed insane, a spectacle of power unleashed on the battlefield. Ian smirks, confident in his strategy. It has been a while since Lie has been this active, especially after his summon was cancelled. Heron steals her resolve, declaring that she won't fall behind. The sound of rushing footsteps echoes through the chamber. Lie commands Yong-Yong to attack. Lie prepares for the attack. Yong-Yong's claws tear through the air. The summoned beast unleashes a devastating blow. Yong-Yong roars, a sound that shakes the very foundations of the dungeon. The monstrous summon's face contorts in a savage snarl. Lie shouts the summon's name. Yong-Yong. Ian observes the unfolding events, noting, he doesn't seem too skilled. The hulking beast unleashes a ghost slash. The spectral energy cleaves through the air. Yongyong's attack continues to devastate the surroundings. Elsewhere, Lai begins to cast a curse. The curse takes hold. Revenge of the dead. Lai's power surges as he completes the incantation. A system message appears. Immortal's mummy falls into a groggy state. Another system message. Immortal skeleton falls into a groggy state. Immortal scorpion falls into a groggy state. The undead creatures stand motionless, weakened by the curse. A loud crash echoes. Flames erupt from the ground. Hearst reclines in bed, lost in thought. He muses, the kid. I noticed it before, but he's become quite skilled. A booming sound effect punctuates the air as a voice declares, I guess he really is the dark mage who's been acknowledged by Immortal. The unknown figure summoner holds a glowing orb, its light illuminating his face. Ganji Huni grins, exclaiming, Hiya, Hoon, you've gotten really good. A close-up reveals the details of Ganji Huni's outfit. Shakran sprints forward, a thought bubble above her head. Come to think of it, you're the one who stalled Li Rahan and Shakran last time, right? Shakran continues her headlong rush. A chibi Ganji Huni says, should have said hi before leaving. Another chibi figure responds, thanks for that. That's enough. I just didn't want that bastard to die by someone else's hands. A close-up of the unknown figure summoner's face reveals a determined expression. Hearst rests his head on his hand, a thoughtful look on his face. The corners of Ganji Huni's mouth tilt upward, a hint of amusement in his eyes. He muses that Hoon has become more sentimental compared to before. Ian stands tall, his grip firm on the shaft of his spear. The weapon gleams with a faint, ethereal light. Thanks to that, he's leveled up significantly, and his leadership stats have increased, too. Ian stands between Carseus, the ancient dragon, and Lai, the unknown figure summoner. Both tower over him, their presence radiating power. Ian realizes he can even summon Lai and Carseus at once. A voice declares that they should finish this quickly and go hunt some more. A close-up reveals a sinister smile playing on Ganji Huni's lips. The group stands in the Immortals' underground dungeon, on the 100th floor. Before them looms a massive, ornate door, guarded by skeletal figures. The team gathers, ready to face whatever lies beyond. The word shabby hangs in the air as Ian and another figure stand before the imposing door. Ian notes that since it's SSS rank difficulty, it's pretty tough. A figure stands, their attire suggesting readiness for a challenging encounter. A monstrous figure with white fur and piercing yellow eyes looms, a smaller, red-skinned demon at its side. The monstrous figure looms closer, its teeth bared, and our strengths are almost depleted. A voice echoes the concern. Are we going to be able to beat Immortal in this state? Ian stands before a massive, ornate doorway, his staff glowing with ethereal energy. Skeletons flank the entrance, their presence a silent warning. A voice questions the alliance. Oh right, Caesar, you said Immortal was an ally, so why do we have to kill him? Another voice clarifies the situation. Like I said before, he's an ally for now. A muscular figure with long, silver hair leans against the doorway, his expression thoughtful. Scars mark his torso, hinting at past battles. A sinister face with glowing green eyes grins wickedly. Since the war with the demons has ended, Immortal can turn into an enemy at any given time. The sky is filled with undead monsters, and the number of undead monsters increased at some point, right? Skeletal figures stand in formation, their weapons glinting in the pale light. They await their master's command. The sinister figure, shrouded in a dark hood, plots in the shadows. I think Immortal may be plotting something. From above, a figure states that Lucipal and Kaimon surely do not want the undead to roam about freely. Ian states that they are ultimately snipping it in the bud before something bad happens. Ian says he will open the gates, then. Another figure agrees, saying, all right, let's see. A figure in a hooded cloak holds a glowing orb, a skull hanging from their shoulder. The Lord of Darkness, Immortal, is shown holding a purple orb. A voice booms that Immortal's successor, after completing all preparations, has come to his shrine of darkness. A view from above shows a group of figures standing in a courtyard. A hooded figure asks if you have. The Lord of Darkness, Immortal, asks if they have ever witnessed the true realm of death. A close-up shows a character looking shocked. A voice warns that darkness is falling upon them, and to watch out. A figure stands before large gates. The group descends further into the darkness, the air growing heavy with an unnatural chill. Symbols glow faintly on the walls. The figure in the cloak clutches a staff, its head carved into a skull that seems to pulse with dark energy. Ian curses under his breath, the oppressive atmosphere weighing on him. A voice echoes from the depths, laced with malice. I can't see anything. If you sought me out. The voice continues, a promise of dark revelations. I'm sure it means you must really want to see that realm. The cloaked figure stands before a massive doorway, a spectral guardian looming behind him. Ian and Heron follow cautiously, the stone floor cold beneath their feet. The skull on the staff seems to grin, its empty sockets glowing with an unholy light. Heron's expression hardens, a sense of foreboding washing over her. A monstrous form begins to materialize, wreathed in flames and ancient rage. The cloaked figure raises his hands, channeling arcane energies into a swirling vortex of power. With a final surge, a demonic entity bursts forth, its form a grotesque mockery of life. A monstrous entity with glowing purple eyes and sharp teeth stands in the darkness. Archer Ian stands ready, gripping his staff, a determined expression on his face. Below him, a massive wolf-like creature with glowing yellow eyes snarls. The wolf-like creature snarls, its fangs bared. A figure with long black hair and a sinister smile declares, "I will personally." The figure's eyes glow with an eerie green light, their smile widening. The figure's neck is visible, the shadows deepening around them. The figure promises to guide you into the realm of death. The figure in the shadows vows to personally. His eyes glow with an eerie green light. He promises to guide someone into the realm of death. Ian exclaims that he is jumping into battle right away. A summoning begins. Carseus is called forth. The divine war dragon, Carseus, begins to materialize. A surge of power emanates from the summoning. The power intensifies. Carseus stands tall, his red eyes glowing menacingly. The figure seems surprised. The figure questions if it is truly the divine war dragon, Carseus. Ian wonders if someone is a descendant of the dragon master from the north. A figure wielding a sword is shown. A voice notes that something is weird. The cloaked figure states they don't sense the hero at all, wondering what that means. Ian asks if he is being compared to a hero like Caesar. Rather, a man with long hair declares he can sense the hero from Ian. The man asks to wait outside. A character asks me, thinking there's a lot they want to say, but they don't think they can participate in this battle. A summoning circle appears. Multiple figures are shown. A character with a sword is shown. A system message indicates that Caesar was kicked out by the dungeon boss, Immortal. A character states they will utilize the corpses of their comrades well. He stands in the darkness, a sinister smile playing on his lips. A summoning circle glows with an eerie blue light. The unknown figure summoner expresses a soft ah. The figure's back is shown, revealing markings on his skin. He thinks to himself, not that I had any intention of fighting. He wonders, should I just go home since I was kicked out? The figure stands alone in the desolate landscape. The summoner is surrounded by a dragon and other figures. Meanwhile, Ian exclaims, no, my cheat key. He looks down, a sense of confusion washing over him. I don't know. Ian looks on with a surprised expression as the unknown figure summoner stands in the background, seemingly unfazed. The summoner speaks, a sinister plan forming in his mind. He intends to create an incredible bone dragon. The summoner continues, addressing someone as a little brat. The summoner muses that his descendant should get more used to darkness. The summoner wonders how someone came to possess the divine. The summoner declares that there has been too much talking, and orders an attack, calling out, "Lie, Perseus." A heavy thud echoes through the chamber, signaling the arrival of something immense. A massive claw, wreathed in crimson energy, materializes from the shadows. The summoner thinks to himself that he won't be needing that wolf. The colossal claw continues its descent, the air crackling with power. The summoner's expression is one of anticipation, his eyes gleaming with dark intent. With a final surge of energy, Carseus is fully summoned, his immense form dominating the chamber. He is immediately assaulted by a surge of unseen energy, the air itself distorting around him as a circular wave slams into his form. The force of the blow sends Carseus reeling, a guttural kook, escaping his lips as pain lances through him. Blood erupts from Carseus's mouth, a crimson spray against the dark backdrop, signaling internal damage. The ground cracks as a monstrous, clawed hand bursts forth, the earth splintering around its emergence. Red beams of energy slam into Carseus, each impact a searing brand against his flesh. The onslaught continues, the air shimmering with each successive strike. A close-up reveals the agony etched on Carseus's face as the energy sears his skin. The relentless barrage of energy continues to pummel him, each hit threatening to tear him apart. Ian watches in horror, his expression a mask of shock and disbelief at the brutal assault. The ground continues to be ravaged by the unseen force, the energy tearing through the earth with unrestrained power. A blade of pure energy pierces through Carseus, impaling him with a final, devastating blow. The sword plunges deeper, the full force of the attack leaving Carseus completely impaled and vulnerable. He is pierced by a long, thin object that descends from above, tearing through the forest canopy. The object continues its descent, impaling its target with brutal force. A blinding beam of light erupts as the attack connects. The force of the blow sends the figure crashing to the ground. The cloaked figure's hands twitch, fingers spasming against the dark fabric of their robes. The figure's feet drag against the stone floor, unable to find purchase. A system message appears. Immortal has received 9,315,167 damage from Carseus, LAI, and Ian. One of the figures gasps, eyes wide with disbelief. WHWO. He completely annihilated him. The sound of something breaking echoes through the air. Hearse falls, their body limp and unresponsive. The Immortal clutches at their staff, struggling to maintain their grip. A surge of power courses through Hearse, their eyes glowing with an eerie purple light. Rise up, my dead. The Immortal's hand glows with a malevolent purple energy, ready to absorb the souls of the dead. Hearse stands amidst the purple haze, flanked by two newly summoned skeletons. The skeletons, animated by dark magic, begin to stir. A skeleton's bony fingers twitch, ready to obey its master's command. Hearse, a sinister smile playing on his lips, activates his skill. Soul absorption. A spectral skull, crackling with purple energy, floats ominously. The skeleton is engulfed in a surge of purple energy, its essence being drained. Hearse stands tall, his staff topped with a skull, as he commands the dark energies. A voice echoes, a philosophy of impatience. To attack in the middle of a conversation, you must lack patience. Ganji Huni, eyes wide, explains the skill. It's a skill that absorbs the dead to recover. Ganji Huni urgently shouts, you need to eliminate the skeletons first. Li Rahan points forward, his expression intense. Carcius Lai, get rid of them. Hearse grins, his purple eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Do you think I will let you? He asks, a sinister edge to his voice. A subtle ripple of energy emanates from Hearse, unseen but palpable, as the curse begins to spread. A blue-skinned, horned creature recoils in horror, its red eyes wide with disbelief and dawning comprehension. A white, wolf-like beast snarls, its fangs bared in a silent scream as the curse takes hold, sweat beading on its brow. A skeletal warrior, animated by necromantic energy, is consumed by the purple curse, its bones glowing with an unholy light. Hearse raises a hand, the purple energy swirling around him, a conductor of the spreading affliction. The curse manifests as tendrils of dark energy, snaking through the air and latching onto its victims. A figure clutches at their chest, their face etched with exhaustion and decrepitude as the curse drains their vitality. Huh, they groan. The wolf-like beast writhes in agony, its fur matted with sweat as the curse twists its form. A young man cries out, clutching his eyes as his vision fades. My eyes, he gasps, the curse stealing his sight. A system message appears. Carcius is exempt from the curse due to his dragon skin. Two more system messages appear. Gon Jahun is exempt from the curse due to his tolerance to darkness. Balam is exempt from the curse due to his tolerance to darkness. A disembodied voice declares that some pests are immune to the curse. Hearse stands tall, cloaked in darkness. The Dark Lord dismisses the immunity, stating that it doesn't matter. A voice promises death by the hands of the dead in agony. Hearse is surrounded by a legion of undead. Ganji Huni wonders what he should do, as it's disadvantageous to keep waging a war of attrition with a debuff. The curse causes loss of sight, making it difficult to focus on the fight. Carcius, Hoon, and Balam are the only ones available to fight. Ganji Huni urgently asks what the weakness of a dark mage is. A figure is seen from a low angle, mouth open in what appears to be a shout. A voice emphasizes the need for one really strong strike. A cloaked figure prepares a magical orb. A voice explains that the target needs to be killed in one shot, so he cannot absorb the souls. A figure in a dark hood states that Carcius's breath will do the job. A wide shot reveals the group standing in a vast, cavernous dungeon filled with skeletons and ominous purple energy. Another figure warns that if he were to use it in the underground dungeon, it's going to collapse, and they'll suffer the whiplash. Ganji Huni wonders just how they can deal a strong blow. A figure declares that they have a plan. Another figure begins to speak, saying, but we. Ganji Huni exclaims that they will need to risk their lives. A speech bubble asks, our lives? Archer Ian looks up, concern etched on his face. Just how are they supposed to deal with such a strong blow? A figure shrouded in darkness declares, I have a plan. The hooded figure stands amidst a gathering of skeletons, their glowing eyes piercing the gloom. The figure in the cloak continues, acknowledging the grave risk, they will need to risk their lives. Ian's eyes widen, sweat beading on his brow as the weight of the situation crashes down on him. A voice cries out, WH what? The question hangs in the air, our lives? Ian kneels, the weight of the impending battle pressing down on him. The cloaked figure gestures, declaring, the dead. The figure continues, mentioning a skill, as a swirling vortex of energy surrounds them. Ian asks if they are referring to the reflective skill used in the Colosseum. The cloaked figure confirms, but states that in order to use that skill on the immortal, two conditions must be met. A hand flashes a peace sign. A voice declares that the immortal has to deal a direct blow first. Another voice adds that they must endure the attack. Balam states that he would like to do it, but between two dark mages, the passive darkness tolerance will kick in, and they won't be able to deal significant damage to one another. Two figures stand in a dark space, one kneeling before the other. A voice explains that the other won't be able to endure the attack because he's received the cursed decrepitude and is low level. Brother. The other apologizes for being so useless. A voice warns that since they dealt the biggest blow to the immortal, if they approach him, he will attack them with something huge. A man holds a glowing orb, sweat beading on his brow. A figure demands to know where the other is looking. A voice questions if the other is sure he can do it, since he can't even see. The back of a figure is shown. Ian states that he has to try, and just time it properly, please. Having picked up something on his way, the item is presented to his master. The dragon, Carcius, presents the item. Ian expresses his gratitude. Ian holds the item. The item is a staff. Even though he may have said that with confidence, Ian thinks to himself that it is a pretty dangerous plan. He must approach an enemy mid-air while he's blinded. Meanwhile, a figure stands in the distance. Have complete faith in Hoon to strike at the perfect time. An unknown figure holds a glowing orb, and he doesn't even know if he'll be able to endure the attack in his current state. There's only one opportunity. He stands firm, his grip tightening on the staff as the ground trembles beneath him. Carseus roars, "Fly towards Immortal." His voice echoes with urgency. From the sound of it, Carseus will reach Immortal in about 3 seconds. The ancient dragon's form shimmers with power, his eyes burning with determination. The unknown figure scoffs, "How impudent. No matter how many times you attempt to attack, it will not affect me." The figure remains still, their long black hair cascading down their back as they watch the events unfold. Ian grits his teeth, preparing for the final push. Right now, he shouts. Carseus's form glows brighter, energy crackling around him as he prepares to break through. The unknown figure watches Carseus, a question mark appearing in their thoughts as they observe the dragon's power. With a burst of speed, Ian strikes, his staff crackling with energy as he aims for the breakthrough. The unknown figure's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across their face. The unknown figure summoner begins to channel dark energy, preparing a devastating attack. He unleashes the spell, screaming, "Death Snake." Reacting instantly, Ian begins his own incantation, muttering, "Electrical manipulation?" The unknown figure summoner counters with another spell, shouting, "Revenge of the Dead." Electrical energy crackles around Ian as he continues to focus on his spell. The Death Snake lunges forward with blinding speed. The monstrous snake, formed of pure crimson energy, closes in. Before he can complete his incantation, Ian is struck by the Revenge of the Dead, purple lightning coursing through his body. The Death Snake wraps around him, its grip tightening. The crimson coils constrict, crushing him. He screams in agony as the magical snake tightens its hold. A system message appears. Ian has received 912,885 damage from Immortal. The dark energy of the Death Snake spell begins to dissipate, its tendrils fading into nothingness. The dark magic continues to fade, leaving only faint traces in the air. The last vestiges of the spell crumble away, like ash in the wind. The dark energy is completely gone, leaving only dust and debris in its wake. The monsters watch with a mixture of anticipation and dread, unsure of what the outcome will be. The old man looks on in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lying prone on the ground, Ian is barely clinging to life. He wonders how things turned out this way. Gathering the last of his strength, he activates Will of the Salamis Warrior. The system announces that Ian has used Will of the Salamis Warrior. A system message appears, stating that Ian's resistance to magic has increased greatly, but there is only 2% health remaining. The unknown figure summoner is shocked. What the hell? That didn't do anything. A surge of power emanates from the summoner, a dark aura crackling around him as he prepares to unleash his skill. His eyes glow with an eerie light as he activates the skill, a chilling declaration echoing in the air, "B. Revenge of the Dead." He muses, the skill activated at the perfect moment, a calculated move in this deadly game. A voice cries out in disbelief and fury, denouncing someone as "that little bratty dark mage." A figure plummets towards the ground, the skill's effects beginning to manifest. The air crackles with anticipation, the moment of impact drawing near. A skeletal hand pierces through the falling figure, a gruesome display of the skill's power. The summoner stands amidst a rising tide of undead, their skeletal forms emerging from the shadows. The ground trembles as more undead claw their way out, a legion of the fallen answering the call. The horde advances, a relentless wave of bone and decay surging forward. The summoner acknowledges a loss, a somber acceptance amidst the chaos. He stands resolute, the master of the undead horde, even in the face of sacrifice. The undead continue to swarm, their shadowy forms obscuring the battlefield. The system displays the damage inflicted upon the Immortal by the Revenge of the Dead skill, 1,186,750. The skeletal horde presses its attack, their bony hands reaching for the fallen Immortal. The Immortal lies prone, blood staining the cracked earth beneath him. Ganji Huni points a finger, his expression grim. "Hoon, that bastard is trying to use soul absorption again." A figure watches from the shadows, muttering, "No, brother, that's..." The Immortal's face contorts in pain, sweat beading on his brow as the undead close in. The narration box reads, "The death of the Dark Mage." Hearst grits his teeth, shouting, "Do not come closer, you bastards." He clenches his fists, declaring, "I am your master." The Immortal strains, his hands glowing with a malevolent purple energy. A scream tears from his throat as the purple energy surges, blood splattering around him. The system announces, "Immortal has died. All curses have been lifted." A figure in a dark hood, clutching a skull, asks in disbelief, "Did we do it?" Ganji Huni, wiping sweat from his brow, exclaims, "For emergency aid, I would have died." A system message appears. Ian's health is slowly recovering. The hooded figure observes, "I think our plan succeeded somehow." A figure lies prone amidst shattered stone. Another voice confirms, "Yes, it seems that way." A voice remarks, Your timing was great. Ganji Huni smiles, saying, good job. A burst of energy erupts. A disembodied voice booms. Did you think you would be able to kill me? A figure is engulfed in swirling purple energy. Ganji Huni shouts in alarm, shit. He turned himself into an undead. A voice snarls, die. The immortal's skull-like face is framed by dark foliage, his empty eye sockets burning with an eerie green light. A hooded figure stands amidst crumbling stone structures, shrouded in mist. The force of the blow sends Ganji Huni reeling. The impact resonates through his shoulder. His eyes widen in shock as the attack lands. Struggling to comprehend the assault, he manages to choke out a single word. You. Purple energy crackles around Hearse, the air thick with the scent of ozone. The undead immortal stands tall, a silent promise of destruction in his posture. Ganji Huni's name echoes in the air. A hooded figure stands silhouetted against a brick wall. A man with green hair is suddenly seized by the hooded figure. Fear contorts the man's face as he is grabbed. He manages to choke out a single word. The hooded figure tightens its grip, purple energy crackling around them. The hooded figure's feet are planted firmly on the ground. Ganji Huni's name is shouted. Ganji Huni grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. He looks up, confusion clouding his features. His eyes widen in shock. The back of Ganji Huni's head is shown. Green light flares from the eyes of Hearse. The green energy intensifies around him. Heron watches, her expression a mask of shock. Hearse prepares to unleash his power. A blinding light erupts. Hearse recoils, his eyes wide. Why you are, he gasps. His eyes now glow with an orange light. A wound appears on his chest. Caesar raises a fist in triumph. Nice timing, Caesar. Hearse falls to the ground. How did you? He is struck with a final blow. A system message appears. You have defeated Rich Immortal. A system message appears, announcing the successful clearing of Immortal's underground dungeon. Someone calls out to Caesar. A figure stands over a defeated foe. A woman with long white hair remarks to Caesar. I thought you went home, but you came back. A hand reaches out. A figure in dark robes holds a skull-topped staff. The figure's legs are clad in dark leggings and pointed shoes. A system message appears, announcing the clearing of the Dark Lord Immortal hidden, continuous quest. A system message displays a rank of SSS. System messages appear, indicating the acquisition of 300,000 fame and 8,250,000 experience. A system message appears, indicating the acquisition of the item Immortal's Authority. A young man with spiky red hair looks surprised. A figure shrouded in darkness holds a glowing orb, the source of immense power. From the orb, a monstrous skull emerges, its eyes burning with an eerie pink light. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw, untamed force. The power surges outward, a wave of violet energy washing over the surroundings. The violet energy continues to expand, consuming everything in its path. Standing amidst the chaos, the figure is bathed in the violet glow, seemingly in control of the immense power. The violet energy pulsates, a beacon of destructive potential. The figure watches intently, their red eyes gleaming with anticipation as the power reaches its peak. A man with wavy brown hair looks on in surprise. So that's Hoon's new class. Another man, his expression unreadable, asks, why did you save me? The man with brown hair looks back, a hint of confusion in his eyes. A voice asks, why did you save me? A figure stands with others behind them. A man asks, what are you talking about? Another figure shouts, don't deny it. A voice says, you struck me as if you wanted to kill me last time. The man crosses his arms, thinking. A woman wonders, is he referring to that time? A hand hovers over a screen. The screen reads, your master-servant relationship with Caesar has been voided. A hand remains over the screen. A character makes a strained noise. The figure shouts, deserve a proper fight anymore. Hearse insists that it's all a misunderstanding. The unknown figure summoner explains that he only meant to scare him at the time, but his foot slipped because of Hearse's skill, and he attacked for real. Hearse scratches his cheek, looking slightly embarrassed. Hearse smiles, a smaller version of himself cheering him on. The unknown figure summoner states that he just wanted to make fun of him a little and release him from the contract, but he didn't appear, so he couldn't even do that. Hearse says, well, either way. Hearse scratches his cheek again. The unknown figure summoner apologizes. A close-up shows the details of the unknown figure summoner's outfit. A close-up shows the unknown figure summoner's hand. Hearse and the unknown figure summoner stand facing each other. The unknown figure summoner says he'll let him off just this once. He clasps Hearse's hand, sealing their agreement. The unknown figure summoner and Hearse exchange knowing glances. A system notification appears. Ganji Huni has achieved the second legend of the Central Continent. Ganji Huni exclaims with excitement, Heron standing beside him. The unknown figure summoner remarks, since you've made up and all, I'd better check on my rewards. The unknown figure summoner examines his rewards screen. He exclaims, oh ho, not bad. The unknown figure summoner is now wearing the shadow of the undead cape. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the shadow of the undead cape. The unknown figure summoner states, since you're also a summoner, you should have received a legendary rank. Hearst asks, equipment chest, right? Ganji Huni proudly declares that he received the earrings of leadership. Examining the rings, Ganji Huni wonders if raising his leadership stats by 15,000 is actually good. He mutters that he needs that the most. The unknown figure summoner asks what the others got for quests, prompting someone to tell him to stop bragging. Heron excitedly offers to share it with him. The unknown figure summoner declines, saying she really doesn't have to. A screen displays the details of a shared quest, Dragon Tamer Oakley's Wish. The screen elaborates on the quest's lore. 1,000 years ago, in the Purliani Valley on the continent of Mulraka, there was a nest of dragon tamers. But after a bloody battle with the demon dragon Khalifa, they were completely annihilated, and now there isn't a single dragon tamer left in the world. The quest is to find the spirit of Oakley and pass his trial, with a difficulty of SSS and a condition of being acknowledged by the soul of a mortal. Ganji Huni exclaims, realizing it's his grandfather's quest. A system message appears. You have failed to share the quest. Ganji Huni expresses his frustration, wondering what's wrong with the thing. The unknown figure summoner reiterates that she doesn't have to share the quest with him. Ganji Huni reflects on his grandfather, recalling that he thought he disappeared after doing something about his legacy, or whatever. The skull-topped staff floats in the air, its purple eye glowing. It asks, its voice echoing slightly, if the person knows Grandfather Oakley. Ian stands with his companions, listening intently to the staff's words. The staff pauses, awaiting a response. The staff denies any personal involvement. It insists that it was the staff's doing. The staff laughs, a chilling sound that reverberates through the air. It asks if they thought it would die that easily. Ian's expression hardens as he listens to the staff's words. A hand reaches out, offering reassurance. Ian states that he doesn't sense any malicious intent or battle abilities. A voice thinks it will be alright to keep listening. The staff reveals that before its physical body dissipated, it transferred its soul into the staff. The staff, now revealed to be Oakley, summoner, asks if the person knows Oakley. A voice responds that they've crossed paths before. He smiles, thinking he can't tell him he received the exact same quest before, since there's a chance his hidden job could be revealed. The staff says he can sense Iriel from him as well. The staff wonders if by Iriel, he is referring to that person from the Forest of Love. Ian looks surprised as the staff looks down at him. The staff tells him he must grant him a favor, summoner. Ian looks at a quest window. The staff asks if that means they killed the bastard who was preparing for a war with the demons. Ian looks down, saying that makes him feel bad. The staff says, and his descendant. Ian says, yes? The staff is shown. A dark, hooded figure stands shrouded in shadow. A monstrous face looms, its eyes glowing with an eerie green light. The red-haired man's eyes widen in disbelief. He disappeared. A figure garbed in black robes, adorned with skull motifs, stands silently. The red-haired man's face contorts in shock, his mouth agape. A sharp, echoing sound reverberates through the air. A muscular man, his body marked with scars, stands with a grim expression. His eyes narrow, a storm of anger brewing within them. His face is a mask of disbelief, etched with lines of worry. A voice cuts through the tension. Did you say demons? Ian sat before his computer, a look of deep concentration etched on his face. The screen flickered with activity, displaying a video paused at the 1-second mark. The words, Kalen, Dimension War, appeared, hinting at a looming conflict. Across every continent of Kalen, a new era was about to begin. A swirling vortex of energy tore open the sky, a gateway to the unknown. Dimensional portals would start to appear, one by one, across the land. Through these gates, other dimensional species would engage in battle, bringing chaos and destruction. A looming fear stood ready, a harbinger of the coming war. A figure wearing a wide-brimmed hat and dark robes stands with a staff, ready for what's to come. The first dimensional gate opens in the other world, swirling with ominous energy. The words appear, the demon realm. And the owners of that realm, a demonic silhouette, stands tall against the crimson sky. The word flashes, demons. A close-up reveals the terrifying visage of a demon, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. The adventurers were no match for the otherworld species. The new power that was gained by desperately wishing for strength. A close-up of a man's face shows him undergoing a transformation, a blue energy coursing through him. A blinding light erupts, signifying the birth of something new. The dual class is a fusion class that was created to defeat the otherworld species. A monstrous three-headed dog, a guardian of the demon realm, bears its fangs. A mage that shoots red lightning and a swordsman that fights with his sword in midair are shown. By creating a unique dual class by combining a class that is different from your own class, prepare for the battle against the otherworld species. Is what the update is about, right? A man sits at a computer. A mage that shoots red lightning. A swordsman that fights with his sword in midair. But what the hell is up with the summoner? A woman runs with two dogs. Ian's eye is shown in close-up. Wait a minute. Upon closer inspection, they're demons, not monsters. A demon's mouth is shown. Ian sits in a chair. Tack. He startled me by jumping to conclusions. Kikek. Elsewhere, a muscular man stands, his expression intense. His eyes narrow, a storm brewing within. His voice barely a whisper, he asks, did you say demons? Meanwhile, Ian's face is filled with shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. Why are you so serious? The muscular man speaks, his words carrying the weight of untold battles. There are those who have achieved great accomplishments during the battle with the otherworld species. Elsewhere, armored figures stand silhouetted against a fiery sky, their forms battle-worn and resolute. The warriors stand ready, their armor gleaming in the hellish light. One of the armored figures declares, people called them heroes. Another figure adds, since they were in the middle of the battle. A warrior concludes, they knew a great deal more about the other worlds. The Spirit King's ring gleams, catching the light as Ian examines it. He reflects, finally having obtained an item that raises his leadership stats. The text bubble reads, thanks to that, I can now summon Carseus, Lai, Finn, and Harley simultaneously. The text bubble reads, if I had Canul's earrings of leadership, I would have been able to summon Pugpuji and Pagpuji at the same time. That's too bad. Ian acknowledges that this is a significant improvement. He decides he should get going to the Forest of Love. Ian smiles, wearing a white blindfold. The central continent, Lotus, base comes into view. The architecture of the Lotus base is bathed in sunlight. He muses that the Forest of Love is located in another dimension. Therefore, he has to go all the way up the magic tower and ask Riper to send them there again. The two stand in what appears to be a stone hallway. Ian's eyes narrow slightly. A disembodied voice requests that someone accept something. An elf woman holds a glowing orb, wondering what it is. A voice explains that with this crystal ball, one can exchange messages at any time. The voice then asks why they are giving this to them. A hand holds a blue screen. A chibi version of Ian holds a blue screen. A hand holds a crystal ball, stating they had this thing. Ian tells his subordinate to please hold this. The subordinate, holding the crystal ball, asks, Iriel, can you hear me? Iriel stands in a room with ornate decorations. Ian gestures with his gloved hand as he speaks to a subordinate. The castle looms in the background. The scene shifts to a close-up of boots walking on grass. The Forest of Love shimmers with ethereal light. Sunlight filters through the canopy, illuminating the magical forest. Iriel's voice rings out. Ah, you are here. A close-up shows the intricate details of Iriel's shoulder adornments. She continues, welcome back to the Forest of Love. Iriel smiles, looking directly at Ian. Sir Ian. A woman with reddish-brown hair welcomes someone back to the Forest of Love. The woman calls out to Archer Ian. The woman smiles softly. One of the men suggests they head over to his house to continue their conversation. Two unicorns drink peacefully from a pond. Two people sit together in a forest. One of the men wonders what about Caesar. The man with long blonde hair seems uncomfortable. The man's shirt says he was single for 1,000 years. One of the people asks if the atmosphere is always like this. The man with long blonde hair declares he must slay them all. From above, a voice calls Phylan a freaking lunatic. A question hangs in the air. Two unicorns huddle together, trembling. At a table, a man and a woman sit with Phylan. A bowl of soup sits steaming. The woman asks Phylan if she wants to obtain information about the demons through a mortal. A voice agrees, stating that's right, then couldn't. Phylan looks on. The woman states she's not the type of person to remember sordid details like that. The man smiles. A voice laughs, saying this friend is a bit unusual, and that you're. Phylan agrees. The atmosphere is thick with awkwardness as Phylan, Ian, and another person sit at the table. Phylan speaks. Anyway, you're granting a mortal a favor so quickly, but when will you grant me my wish? Phylan smiles, awaiting an answer. Hidden demon dragon Khalifa's shadow. The governor of the Forest of Love and master summoner elf Iriel has had a big predicament for a long time. A system message appears. When your skills have advanced, you will be able to listen to her request. Quest difficulty. Quest conditions. Summoning master who possesses the dragon god's soul summoning master level 3-time limit. None. Asterisk if you don't accept the crystal ball from Iriel, the quest is automatically declined. If you reject this quest, your affinity with Iriel will decrease and your magic abilities will decrease by 20. Do you accept this quest? Yes, no. Ian thinks to himself. I leveled up as quickly as I could. I'm sorry for being weak. Phylan giggles. Hoo-hoo, I'm joking. Please wait, I have some things to give you. Phylan rests her hands on the table. Ian looks surprised. Huh? Things. A flashback shows a smelly gourd bottle. Ian looks at Phylan, confused. This is the parchment and gourd bottle that was used during the. Phylan explains that the parchment contains information from a war 1,000 years ago. She adds that the information about the demons is highly confidential, showing a sealed lock on her wrist. The parchment is currently sealed, and the gourd bottle is an artifact that was created. Using ancient magic, if demonic monsters are hunted with that bottle, their souls can be captured inside. The bottle will be able to capture their souls inside. Ian wonders if she is referring to monsters that live in the demonic realm by demonic monsters. He asks which demonic monster souls he must acquire. A screen displays text. Phylan explains that if he hunts a low-level demonic monster called the Rockhelm and brings her back 200 of their souls in the gourd bottle, she can undo the seal on the parchment. Ian asks if that means they can go to. He asks if they're going to the demonic realm right now. A cup spills over, the liquid spreading across the table. Phylan explains that the demon realm is another world like this place, and she can open a gate for him. to arrive on the outskirts of the demon realm, but the rest of her sentence is cut off. Ian wonders if half a day is enough time, thinking it's way too short. Phylon wishes she could keep it open for longer, but since she's not a demon, it requires a great amount of power to open the dimensional gate. Phylon sits at the table. Ian clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. He states that he'll be leaving immediately. Elsewhere, a modern building stands tall against the sky. And with that, an auditorium is filled with attendees. The woman at the front announces that the third update for Kalen is complete, expressing her gratitude. The speaker strides confidently. The LB Soft logo is displayed. The attendees listen intently. Director Kim considers the announcement. The woman thanks Director Kim for the report. The nameplate identifies him as Go Wunshin, president of LB Soft. Go Wunshin asks what Director Kim thinks is the biggest difference since the last update. Go Wunshin awaits Director Kim's response. The meeting continues. Director Kim responds that the content will change based on the user's decisions, unlike before. The original content had a lot of freedom. Upon closer inspection, the content could only move within permissible areas. No matter how they played, it was only a difference of time and outcome, with the same directional movement across all plays. With the current update, depending on the user's decision and capability, they could branch off into a completely different platform. For instance, in the first released piece of content involving the demonic realm, you get to choose the battleground based on the preliminary quests that are scattered across the continent. It is unknown whether the war will occur in the human realm where the users are playing the game. A monstrous figure looms, its maw agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A group of figures stand in the shadows, their faces obscured. A legion of soldiers stands before a massive, glowing portal, their spears raised in anticipation. A grotesque creature with glowing red eyes lurks in the darkness. There's no way to tell, even for the development team. A woman smiles confidently, her expression suggesting a hidden agenda. The first war will proceed with a demon realm invasion. If they don't, the human realm will be invaded, right? Director Kim stands with her arms crossed, a stern expression on her face. Director Kim explains that depending on the battleground, the properties of the content will change. Go Wunshin remarks that it is quite original. The quests have already been scattered across the continent. Director Kim stands with a slight smile on her face. A text bubble announces that the demon realm is still in development, and users will only enter it within another 2 to 3 weeks, declaring it an emergency. Go Wunshin falls to the ground. Director Kim asks what the matter is, Manager Yu, stating that she informed him not to intrude during the meeting. Director Kim stops Go Wunshin from getting up. Go Wunshin apologizes, stating that it's a huge emergency, the demon realm. A close-up of Go Wunshin's face shows his panicked expression. The map to the demon realm, which is still in development, has been accessed. He looks on with wide eyes, sweat beading on his brow. Go Wunshin's eyes widen in disbelief. The man's suit is shown in a close-up. A voice booms, demanding, "What did you say?" A man and woman stand before a horde of rat-like creatures with glowing red eyes. The landscape stretches out, a desolate expanse of red rock and swirling dust. Archer Ian and Phylon stand amidst the alien terrain, the air thick with an acrid scent. A pack of rockhound descends, their eyes glowing with predatory hunger. Ian wonders if these are the rockhound that Iriel spoke of. The rockhound snarl, their razor-sharp teeth bared in anticipation of the hunt. Ian steels himself, ready to face the oncoming horde. Now let's get on with this. A determined smile spreads across Ian's face as he prepares for battle. The rockhounds surge forward, their claws crackling with electric energy. Ian leaps into action, a torrent of green energy erupting from his hands as he confronts the rockhound. Phylon wondered if these were truly the demonic monsters, as the demons and demonic monsters she knew were not this weak. Ian confirmed that they were indeed demonic monsters. The reason they felt so weak was probably. Ian asked if it was because of that. Footsteps echo through the cavernous space. Ian and Phylon step through a shimmering portal. There isn't much to it, he thinks. The summoner pauses, noticing a holographic display flicker to life. He wonders, magic resistance? What's that? The display clarifies that they will receive reduced damage from all opponents within the demon realm. Phylon wonders if the demon realm map is still being developed. Ian examines his status window. The magic resistance was provided to all subordinates and familiars. The summoner studies the status window, trying to decipher its meaning. A slow grin spreads across his face. He's the king of the demon realm. The woman wonders if it's safe to assume that they lowered the difficulty exponentially to gather data for the quality analysis. Phylon chuckles, realizing that the ever-perfect Kalen has such a loophole. Ian shouts, his voice echoing through the demon realm. So, due to his strong magic resistance, 9,405 damage is absorbed. The demonic beast reaches down, its claws extended towards Ian. The air crackles with energy. The beast's red eyes gleam menacingly. His health decreases by 95, but Ian remains confident. Even though I'm low-leveled, I can defeat you bastards with ease. Ian strikes the beast, which lets out a pained squeak. Energy explodes outwards. Ian thinks to himself, phew, if it weren't for the magic resistance, I would have had to fight tooth and nail to defeat this bastard, huh? Ian stands victorious over the defeated beast. Phylon speaks, her expression thoughtful. So what you're saying is, because of the magic resistance, we're stronger? The armor gleams. Why is that? The warrior stands in a desolate landscape, his hand raised to his ear. Even if he were to explain it, he doubts the other would understand. The man's eyes narrow, a fierce determination hardening his gaze. Right now, he thinks, they just have to wipe these bastards out. A close-up reveals the man's grim expression, his jaw set with resolve. Meanwhile, the Elbsoft building stands tall against the setting sun, a hive of activity within its walls. Inside, rows of employees monitor banks of computer screens, their faces illuminated by the cold light. A voice echoes through the room, expressing disbelief. He can't believe there's a lunatic that managed to sneak into the demon realm at this time. Director Kim stands with her arms crossed, listening intently. A subordinate asks what they should do. Manager Yu sighs, her expression weary. If that were even possible, she wonders, would they still be here at this time? The text explains that Kalen is a full dive capsule-type VR game, so if they were to forcefully shut down the server, it could physically affect the player. Director Kim looks down, her expression thoughtful. Manager Yu looks up, his face etched with concern. If that were to happen, he says, the entire team would have to pack up and leave. Director Kim stands in the office, lost in thought. And to think this incident. It happened to be witnessed by the president. LBsoft President Go Wunshin had been the best planner in the industry for dozens of years, which is why he chose to participate in every step of Kalen's new update. And it led to the great success of Kalen. I honestly can't forget that expression. Director Kim, I will provide you with a chance to fix your mistake. Take care of it using whatever means necessary. Right? I need to fix it using whatever means necessary. Bottom text present. Huh. Bottom text present. Director Kim, sitting at her desk, mutters about a bastard. Elsewhere, Ian is mining all the demonic crystals. The archer exclaims that he got another one. Ian expresses his disappointment at not gaining any EXP. He wonders how much he'll get for selling the items, thinking that if there are items like this, that's a completely different story. Ian decides to fortify his equipment. The Spirit King's judgment is being fortified. The fortification process is blinding. Ian exclaims that it's so blinding. The Spirit King's judgment glows brightly. The system message indicates that the Spirit King's judgment has been successfully fortified from +2 to +3, with increased stats. He celebrates the successful fortification, a small dance of joy accompanying his shout. The scene reflects in the window behind him, showing the dungeon's fiery depths. A voice booms, warning against escalating the situation any further. Meanwhile, Director Kim recoils in shock at her computer screen, a woman behind her equally surprised. Ian notes that each fortification boosts the equipment by 10%. He realizes that if he can fortify it to +10 grade, its stats will have doubled. One of his summons states that he believes he has killed over 200 monsters, questioning how much longer he has to continue. The dragon-like summon notes that the monsters don't even increase their EXP. The dragon-like summon questions why they are being told to dodge the attacks when they barely tickle. Ian sighs, listening to the complaints of his summons. One of the summons explains that they currently have incredibly high magic resistance, so the damage doesn't affect them. However, next time they come here, they'll have to fight without it. Ian stands before the dragon-like summon, considering their words. The dragon-like creature retorts, questioning if memorizing attack patterns would benefit them in the future, and calling someone a dummy. A voice suggests that they continue hunting until the portal closes. Ian stands in a dungeon, a spear in hand, next to a massive, armored figure. The hunter's expression is unreadable. A figure with a top knot declares they are just going to stay here. Director Kim stares at her computer screen, her eyes wide with shock. Huh? No way, she mutters. The man's expression is open and friendly. A figure shrouded in darkness declares they are just going to stay here. The two men stare at the screen in shock, their mouths agape. Manager Yu looks up, wondering how long that user is planning on staying in there. Fingers tap away at a keyboard. Director Kim sighs, stating that they are not going home tonight. Director Kim's expression is stern. A voice orders someone to set up a meeting to kick player Ian out of the demonic realm. A Rackham lunges forward, its claws extended, and its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. The fiery glow of the cavern reflects in the eyes of Ian, who stands with his back to the viewer. Ian states that the Rackham are nothing now. He notes that their weak points are their left eyes. Ian cries out, startled by the sudden attack. He realizes that their defenses are lower there compared to the rest of their bodies. Ian declares that he has already figured out their attack patterns. The hunter narrows his eyes, his expression hardening with determination. Ian stands ready, his weapon held firmly in his grasp, the fiery landscape stretching behind him. A Rackham squeaks, its red eyes gleaming in the dim light. The Rackham is startled, recoiling slightly. A group of Rackham stand menacingly, their red eyes piercing the darkness. The screen displays information about Rackham teeth, noting they are a unique ingredient that can be combined to create a new item and fetch a high selling price at the shop. The black dragon grumbles, "This is boring." The white wolf retorts, "Don't complain, Junior." The white wolf continues, "This isn't even all that bad. And I like this place. We're going to keep hunting until I want to." Ian thinks to himself, "Sleep." The black dragon asks, "Should we start heading deeper?" The group stands in a fiery landscape. A monstrous entity looms, its form jagged and imposing, as a desperate plea echoes. Karsusi, Claij, cancel summon. A hand reaches out towards a majestic, lion-like creature in a knight clad in shining armor, as if initiating a new summoning. The command rings out, a forceful declaration, summon Kfini. A colossal, avian-like being materializes, its form crackling with arcane energy. He raises his hand, channeling a surge of power as the summoning ritual reaches its apex. The summoner kneels, bracing himself against the immense energy being unleashed. The summoned avian creature descends, its gaze piercing and intense. A figure soars towards a hellish landscape bathed in crimson light, declaring, "Let's go explore the demonic realm." The air crackles with raw, untamed power. The demonic realm stretches before them, a vista of jagged cliffs and fiery skies. The group stands together, the summoned avian creature towering over them as they prepare to venture into the unknown. Determination hardens their features as they steel themselves for the trials ahead. A massive, winged beast soars through the crimson sky, its silhouette stark against the fiery landscape below. The air crackles with an unseen energy, a palpable sense of ancient power. The dragon's scaled head, marked with a strange, cross-shaped symbol, dominates the frame. The texture of its hide is rough and ancient, hinting at untold ages. A colossal dragon statue looms over the landscape, a silent sentinel guarding the entrance to the demonic realm, Zone 120. The air hangs heavy with the scent of sulfur and decay. Ian stands with Phylan and another figure, their faces grim as they survey the desolate scene before them. The wind whispers through the ruins, carrying with it the echoes of forgotten battles. He observes, this place seems like it's in complete ruin. Ian pauses, a flicker of unease crossing his face. He wonders, HM. A voice calls out, Harley, stop for a minute. A complex magic circle glows with an eerie light, pulsating with raw power. The ground beneath their feet trembles with an unseen force. The gray-haired woman walks through a dark, jagged gateway, her expression unreadable. The air around her shimmers with an otherworldly energy. A voice declares, that's not a gate, but a. The woman states, magic summoning seal. A voice confirms, that's right. I can sense incredible power from the seal. A colossal, dragon-like creature with crimson eyes and jagged teeth materializes, its immense form dwarfing the surrounding landscape. The air crackles with an ominous energy. Ian stares, his eyes wide with disbelief. Shit, such a huge thing is a magic seal. He mutters, the gravity of the situation sinking in. A voice echoes from the background, laced with confusion. Huh? Another voice, filled with alarm, cuts through the air. There's something coming out of the magic seal. The magic seal pulsates with raw, untamed energy, crimson lightning arcing across its surface. Emerging further, the creature's massive form begins to take shape, its silhouette a terrifying promise of power. The creature's face comes into view, its eyes burning with malevolent intent, a predator unleashed. The seal continues to disgorge the monstrous entity, its scale defying comprehension. The magic seal intensifies, the energy reaching a fever pitch as the creature fully manifests. A guttural voice booms, laced with fury. How dare you step into the demonic realm without any fear, otherworldly creatures? The creature towers over Ian, its shadow engulfing him as it fully emerges from the seal. Ian recoils, a strangled gasp escaping his lips. Hike. Hashtag. The tiger-like creature growls, its eyes fixed on Ian. He recoils in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. What the hell? Ian raises an arm defensively, his expression hardening. Why, you're the one who should be afraid. A deep voice booms out. Who are you? I am one of the duodenum that defend the entrance of the demonic realm. The monstrous figure looms, its masked face and glowing red eyes radiating menace. The mask is inscribed with the name, Yankun. Yankun stands tall, his weapon at the ready. The duodenum are what's in your tummy. The air crackles with tension. Yankun's voice drips with scorn. You sure talk the talk, brat. He continues, his red eyes burning with challenge. But I hope you can walk the walk. Of course. Ian glares back, his fists clenched. Come at me, you bastard monkey. Yankun grins, a sinister glint in his eyes. A close-up reveals the intricate details of Yankun's armor. Yankun sneers. Is what I said. A woman, level 322, grits her teeth, thinking, but that bastard. A figure with red hair is engulfed in a pink aura, their level displayed as 350. A group of figures stands together, ready for battle. A surge of energy explodes outward. A fist clenches, ready to strike. Red energy crackles intensely. Purple energy surges forward. A monstrous figure looms, its presence imposing. A fist strikes with immense power. He stands ready, his tiger companion at his side, assessing the battlefield with a focused gaze. What could the reason be for this fight? Yankun, his face contorted in a menacing grimace, prepares to unleash another attack. He wonders, The system announces, the Shogun of the demonic realm, Yankun, has used his inherent ability, Exploding Earth. The system displays, you have taken critical damage from the Shogun of the demonic realm, Yankun. Due to the powerful magic resistance, you absorb 288,605 damage. Archer Ian grits his teeth, feeling the impact of the attack. Shit, even with the magic resistance buff, I took that much damage. His hand tightens around the shaft of his spear, preparing for a counterattack. If it weren't for the buff, he would have died in one shot. But a monstrous figure looms in the background, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. The battlefield is chaotic, with Archer Ian and others caught in the crossfire of the ongoing battle. Yankun's red hair sways as he prepares for another attack, his expression unreadable. A voice echoes, expressing relief. If we didn't have the magic resistance. Archer Ian's eyes narrow with determination, his resolve hardening in the face of the overwhelming odds. A commanding voice orders, obliterate him. He is struck by an unseen force, the impact jarring his massive frame. The sound of the blow echoes through the ruined landscape. A fist slams into Yankun's face, the force of the blow visible in the distortion of his features. Another resounding crack fills the air. Yankun coughs, blood splattering from his mask-like face. Ian slashes with his sword, the blade leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The sound of the sword tearing through flesh echoes. Yankun is struck again, the impact sending sparks flying. His foot slams into the ground, the force of the impact creating a small crater. Another deafening crash reverberates. Ian continues his assault, slashing with his sword once more. The sound of the blade impacting flesh rings out again. The LB Soft office on the 6th floor of the Development Planning Department is quiet. A door creaks open. Director Kim peeks into the room. She asks, how's the situation? Empty office chairs sit in the dim light. A man asks, Chief Kim, is the meeting over? A narration box states that player Ian is currently fighting against Yankun, the gatekeeper of the demonic realm Zone 120. Another narration box describes Yankun as a high-level monster that ranks within the top 100 in the demonic realm. Director Kim stands with her arms crossed. A narration box states that if it's Yankun, he may be able to hold back player Ian. The man from before wonders, but why? Someone observes that it seems like they're watching a group bullying the boss monster. Yankun cries out, ouch, that hurts. Director Kim types on a keyboard. The monster's eyes widen in disbelief. What's going on? The monster's expression shifts to shock. How is a human so powerful? The monster is struck by a wave of energy. The monster is on the ground, defeated. The monster coughs, acknowledging the human strength. Kook, you are strong, human. The monster, lying on the ground, grumbles in frustration. But if I hadn't let my guard down, I would have beaten you bastards easily. A sinister smile plays across his lips. A voice cries out, desperate to halt the unfolding events. Hey guys, stop. A towering dragon-like creature looms over the scene, its presence imposing. A woman with long, light purple hair stands nearby. The dragon's scales are rough and jagged, like ancient stone. A masked figure demands, what are you doing, human? A young man declares, his voice firm, I want to have a duel with you when you haven't let your guard down. Confusion hangs in the air, thick with unspoken questions. A desperate plea echoes, emergency aid. A surge of green energy pulses outwards. A small, furry creature cries out, Kung, as the dragon is asked, what are you doing, master? A woman with long purple hair asks, her voice laced with disbelief, you've finally gone insane, Lord? A suit of armor stands ready. He assures someone that everything is all right. He has a plan. The system announces that the health of the gatekeeper of the demonic realm, Yankun, has been restored. A lone figure stands in the distance. A voice declares that they have never seen such an arrogant human, and that their sense of victory and vigor will lead them to their death. He confidently proclaims himself to be the best warrior of Salamis. He states that he will face his opponent by himself without his familiars this time. An explosion of energy erupts. A figure lies defeated on the ground. Yankun exclaims in disbelief. A chibi version of Ian floats above Yankun, taunting him. He asks why Yankun doesn't face him alone this time. Yankun is surprised by something. Yankun, towering over the scene, finds the situation impossible. Yankun is on his knees, exclaiming that it's happening again. Ian calls out for Harley. A close-up shows the details of Yankun's attire. Yankun's hand is shown in detail. A tiger appears, seemingly reviving Yankun. Yankun lies defeated on the ground. Another view of Yankun's defeated form. The Elbsoft building stands tall. A disembodied voice questions why player Ian keeps reviving Yankun instead of killing him. Director Kim stands with her arms crossed, observing Go Wunshin. A speech bubble wonders if he no longer wants to explore the demonic realm. Another suggests he's figuring out the attack patterns. Go Wunshin states that they probably think they won't be able to obtain any EXP or fame and will have the items confiscated. Go Wunshin believes Ian is fighting to figure out the attack pattern. Director Kim says, in that case. Director Kim wonders when he expects them to get off work. Meanwhile, a surge of power crackles. Ian stands in a beam of light. Ian declares that this is his 63rd victory. He asks if they want to go again. A question mark hangs in the air. A voice declares its desire to serve someone as their lord. The red-haired figure kneels, a sword held before them. Ian looks up, questioning what he just heard. The voice continues, expressing how touched they are by the other's strength and reiterating their desire to serve. The red-haired figure stands in a ruined landscape, still masked. Ian smiles, a hint of amusement in his expression. The smile widens, revealing a hint of something darker beneath the surface. The camera pans across a modern office space, the logo of LB Soft prominently displayed. A man in a suit sits in a car, looking concerned. He asks if they are proceeding in the direction discussed during the meeting. A woman in the driver's seat glances back, her expression unreadable. A stern voice declares that they can only continue to observe for now. A meeting is underway, the participants seated around a large table. The topic of discussion is revealed to be the focus of their meeting. The objective is to log out player Ian from the incomplete map of the demonic realm. Although they have prevented his EXP and fame from increasing, item drops and content within the demon realm are still proceeding. The reinforcement system continues to operate. One of the men suggests telling Ian to log out after resetting all of his items and reinforcements, now that they've blocked off the EXP and fame. That's not possible, as player Ian has run a normal play. Director Kim states that it's purely their fault that they overlooked this situation. A hand gestures as someone suggests offering him a deal. The meeting continues, the team seated around the table. Director Kim wonders aloud what kind of deal they should offer. She proposes that in exchange for Archer Ian's non-disclosure about the demonic realm, they let him keep the reinforcements and items. Director Kim pauses, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. The director states that it's a great idea, since they're in a rush to get everything ready in time for the demonic realm update. Director Kim places her hands on the table, a slight tremor in her fingers. Then, Director Kim announces that she will pass over all authority to Manager Yu. She asks Manager Yu to please have player Ian log out. Director Kim states that the meeting is adjourned. Manager Yu is thanked for his hard work. Manager Yu is surprised by the sudden responsibility. Manager Yu thinks to himself that they just want him to do everything. A deep voice rumbles from the stone face, its carved features unmoving. It asks if Ian would be willing to grant it a favor. Ian looks up, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. He agrees, asking what the favor is. The camera focuses on Ian's legs as he stands before the stone face, awaiting the details of the request. The quest details appear, revealing it's a favor for Yan-kun, the gatekeeper of the demonic realm. The quest involves dealing with corrupted monsters and promises a reward of demonic crystals and the pure blood of the demon. Rejecting the quest will decrease closeness with Yan-kun. Ian's expression hardens as he considers the quest. He wonders what the pure blood of the demon, Yan-kun, is. A monstrous face looms, its voice echoing the nature of the reward. It's literally the pure blood of a demon, and if you happen to drink it. The text ominously declares that you will become a half-demon. Ian's eyes widen slightly, a hint of concern now etched on his face. Ian looks up, a spark of interest in his eyes. A quest? A dark, ominous energy swirls as the question hangs in the air. But what is the pure blood of the demon, Yan-kun? Yan-kun's masked visage looms, the voice echoing with ancient power. It's literally the pure blood of a demon, if you happen to drink it. The words materialize in stark, foreboding text. You will become a half-demon. Ian's expression hardens, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he considers the implications. The words hang heavy in the air, a half-demon. A monstrous form lurks in the shadows, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Ian's eyes widen, a flicker of recognition crossing his face, like the one from the Otherworld trailer. A close-up reveals a sinister gaze, one eye burning crimson with demonic power. The figure adjusts his blindfold, a wry smile playing on his lips. Enough to warrant a career change? But the pure blood of the demon is as incredible as Imuran's crystal. Yan-kun stands silhouetted against a stormy sky, his masked face a symbol of impending doom. The hulking demon stands beside Ian. A system message appears. Your closeness with the demonic realm's gatekeeper, Yan-kun, has reached its maximum level. Yan-kun says, "Thank you so much." Yan-kun gestures, telling Ian, "You should take these items." A pair of hands holds up a red orb marked with a black symbol. A voice wonders, "HM? What are these?" A system message appears. You have obtained the item, Seal of the High-Class Demon, from the demonic realm's gatekeeper, Yan-kun. Another system message appears. You have obtained the item, Map of the Demonic Realm, from the demonic realm's gatekeeper, Yan-kun. Yan-kun continues, if you possess the seal of the high-class demon, the low and middle-class demons will not be able to touch you. Ian replies, oh really? Thanks. Yan-kun explains, although corrupted monsters exist in all zones of the demonic realm, the majority of them will appear in Zone 115 and 107. Yan-kun finishes, as a map is displayed. Ian thinks, though my eyelids feel pretty heavy right now. He resolves, I need to last until the end of this quest somehow. Yan-kun falls backward, defeated. He says his goodbyes. It's a good thing they got another quest, Caesar says. Ian stands with Caesar in the demonic realm. Caesar looks at Ian. The wind blows. Time has stopped. A system message appears, GM Chiolwo. Mr. Ian, would it be possible to speak with you for a moment? A system operator? Ian looks at the screen. He thinks they would speak with him at some point, but they are doing it already? In that case. Yes, of course we can. A small figure appears on the digital interface in front of Ian. Ian stands in his office, looking at the digital interface. Hi, Mr. Ian. Nice to meet you. The digital interface displays a grid pattern. A speech bubble appears on the interface. I'm one of the system operators of Kalen, GM Chiolwa. GM Chiolwa smiles. Ah, yes, hello. I am able to speak with you. Ian looks down, a puzzled expression on his face. But I won't be able to have a long conversation since I'm busy. What's going on? Ian thinks to himself. I need to stand my ground. Anyway, GM Chiolwa is still on the interface. He says, haha, I'm busy too. Thanks to someone. The system operator, GM Chiolwa, smiles, his level displayed prominently above him. The crisp lines of his suit come into focus. GM Chiolwa stands next to a small, distressed figure. The system operator thinks that he might die if the other person just flicks him. GM Chiolwa apologizes, saying he won't take up too much of Ian's time. GM Chiolwa gestures with his hand, saying that it's all right. A speech bubble appears, stating that LB Soft would like to apologize to Mr. Ian. The message continues, apologizing for the mismanagement of content that led to an abnormal play within the game. Ian looks up, his expression unreadable. The hunter thinks that if GM Chiolwa is being so polite, it'll be hard for him to feign ignorance. But Ian is not. He asks if he's just going to get an apology. The man thinks that he needs to forsake his conscience in order to reap the benefits. GM Chiolwa smiles. GM Chiolwa says of course not. LB Soft acknowledges their errors, but rather than rewarding Ian for the damages, a hand reaches out. They wanted to offer Ian a trade. GM Chiolwa continues to hold Ian. A visual effect appears. GM Chiolwa asks why they don't benefit from each other, noting the power. As Ian already knows, the mass update will occur in a few days. GM Chiolwa says that their developers have some final touches to make before releasing the new content. He is told that they are unable to continue because he is inside. Ian considers the offer, his brow furrowed in thought. GM Chiolwa clarifies that the condition is that Ian has to log out of the game. Ian asks what he gets in return. GM Chiolwa offers to leave 5% resistance for his character. Ian exclaims in surprise, questioning if they're really going to let him keep 5% resistance. He thinks to himself that it's a much sweeter deal than he thought. GM Chiolwa explains that the thing about resistance is that it's a stat that increases naturally as you fight against demons. Ian wonders if 5% resistance holds that much value. GM Chiolwa states that of course, he can increase his resistance through. The thought of doing quests or continuing to fight the demons clearly annoys Ian. He finds the game master's manner of speaking irritating. Ian points out that it's hard to increase resistance by even 1%. GM Chiolwa stands before Ian, his expression unreadable. He states that 5% isn't a small number at all, wondering why Ian is saying that when he already knows better. He then asks if there is a maximum level of resistance, like with the other stats, and asks to be allowed to have it. A card is shown. The card reads, yes, the maximum level of resistance. A chibi version of GM Chiolwa states that the maximum level is 30%. GM Chiolwa asks to have an additional 5% on top of the existing 30%. Ian states that he will log out without a second thought. Ian considers that if he allows the additional 5%, his maximum resistance stat will be 35%. GM Chiolwa is shown with the card. GM Chiolwa thinks that it's pretty much impossible to max out this stat, so he wonders if he should just allow it. He agrees, stating that they can do that. GM Chiolwa stands tall, his expression unreadable. Ian wonders why he accepted it so willingly. GM Chiolwa wonders if he should have asked for more. Ian asks about the items and loot he obtained in the demonic realm. It is explained that as soon as he logs out, the items and loot he obtained will disappear. Since this is the demonic realm's quest zone, the item codes will be systematically wiped out. Ian asks about the items he reinforced using the demonic crystals. GM Chiolwa says that he will let him keep the reinforcements, and the quests he was proceeding with will be left alone as well. GM Chiolwa thinks that of course, he should let him keep them, since he spent hours reinforcing those items. GM Chiolwa smiles. Ian thanks Mr. Chiolwa. Manager Yu apologizes for interrupting their play. Manager Yu asks when they can expect them to log out. GM Chiolwa tells Ian that he can leave first. He replies that he'll finish up and log out as soon as possible. The game interface is visible. Manager Yu agrees. GM Chiolwa asks them to try to log out within 10 minutes. Ian agrees. GM Chiolwa asks them to finish up within 5 minutes. Manager Yu's hand is visible. Manager Yu waves goodbye. The game interface says goodbye. A piercing scream echoes. The man cries out in pain. A close-up reveals the man's attire. He continues to scream. A question hangs in the air. The man sits on the ground, his armor discarded nearby. A woman looks on with a questioning expression. The woman stands beside the seated man. He begins to remove his pants. The woman exclaims, what are you doing, you stupid lord? The lord, holding a purple crystal, thinks, if they're going to be taken away, I might as well use them all. He continues to undress, causing a nearby figure to scream in terror. The Lord of Darkness prepares to reinforce something. Hearst focuses his gaze, his eyes glowing with power. A groan escapes someone's lips. Ian stretches, his muscles protesting the sudden movement. He mutters, realizing how late it has become. He thinks to himself that it's no wonder he felt like he was going to pass out. Ian walks forward, thinking he definitely got a great trade. He reflects on never knowing that you could add such an option to the fully reinforced transcendent item. Reinforce. A surge of verdant energy erupts, signaling a successful reinforcement. A system message appears. Ian has succeeded in reinforcing the item by +5 and obtained a transcendent rank item. Another system message confirms the successful reinforcement. Ian beams, finally done with the reinforcement process. He wonders if the fully reinforced item casts a white glow. A faint glow emanates from his reinforced gear. The glow proves too eye-catching for his liking. Ian decides he doesn't want to draw any attention to himself. He breathes a sigh of relief, remembering he already set his settings to hide all of his information. And with a few adjustments, the effect is disabled. The item info for Spirit King's Judgment appears. The item description details a chance to wound an opponent and recover health when dodging an attack. He grins, holding his weapon aloft. Ian has acquired additional dealer and recovery options. The text bubble explains that though it's a conditional option, it's highly compatible with his play style, which uses agility as its main stat. He lies in bed, thinking about how incredible something is. Ian continues to rest. The scene shifts to a different location. Yankun sits at a table with another person. The text bubble says that they've managed to withstand the Kaimon Empire. Yankun leans on his hand, thinking about a time when they were in danger. The text bubble explains that since the rankers of the Kaimon Empire left the battlefield to complete the otherworld quests, it's thanks to their stupidity. He sits at the table, engrossed in the book he's reading. Ian asks if they have to stay here the whole time, with only 5 days left until the mass update. Yankun stares at the book, muttering that it can't be helped. Since Lysipal will fall quickly without them, it can't be helped. Ian wonders if the Kaimon Empire will monopolize the next update at this rate. Yankun assures him that it's only temporary, as the amount of goods they've acquired from the central continent is no joke. Yankun continues to stare at the book. Ian continues, stating that in the case of the new content, Yankun explains that they will obviously obtain higher-tier rewards than what they would normally get. Ian asks if he wasn't right the first time. Ian wonders what they should do, suggesting they can form an IWAR team to prevent the war. A group of people stand in a dimly lit area, illuminated by a lantern. A winged monster with glowing red eyes looms, a speech bubble indicating it is discussing pushing forward with otherworld content. A group of figures are seen from a distance, standing in what appears to be a cavernous space. A man suggests rotating teams every week to prevent war and continue with otherworld content, believing it's a great idea. A close-up reveals a man's face, his expression serious. A close-up shows a person's arm and clothing, the details suggesting a formal or ceremonial attire. A speech bubble declares, "I'll put my faith in you one last time." A bird chirps, perched on a ledge. Sunlight streams through the window of a brick building, framed by lush green trees. A man asks, "Shall we start another day?" A person sits, their posture suggesting weariness or contemplation. A blue background is filled with floating squares, creating a digital or futuristic atmosphere. A digital cascade of blue and black descends, the world taking on the appearance of a corrupted system. The digital world gives way to a vibrant forest bathed in pink light, the trees shimmering with an otherworldly glow. Ian stands amidst the foliage, gazing around at the unfamiliar landscape. The hunter finds the abundance of pink overwhelming, a stark contrast to the darkness of the demonic realm. Ian checks on his gourd bottle and parchment, ensuring they are safe. He confirms that his items are indeed safe. A smile plays on Ian's lips as he looks ahead. All that's left to do is see Iriel. Sunlight streams through the trees, illuminating a grand doorway. Ian stands before the ornate doorway, ready to proceed. A hand reaches out to open the door. A woman with pointed ears and light brown hair peeks through the opening. She expresses her concern, saying she was worried since he didn't return until the gate closed. Iriel stands near a doorway, looking relieved. Ian explains that things got a bit complicated in the demonic realm. Ian stands in a garden, looking up. Iriel says she's just glad he's safe, since that wasn't an easy mission. Iriel asks why he doesn't come inside. A slice of strawberry cake sits on a plate. A table is set with cake, tea, and flowers. A close-up of the cake and tea on the table. Iriel takes a sip of tea. Iriel sits at the table, looking relaxed. Ian says, "Yes, here they are." Since his clear rank was lower than B, Iriel's likability towards him decreased by 3. Ian balked, only a C rank? He wondered if it was because he completed the quest too late. That's fine, since he gained much more than he lost. It's not like losing 3 likability will change much. Iriel exclaimed, "That's incredible, Ian. You've collected exactly 200. Then let her start the recovery process for the..." Runes glowed on her arm. A surge of crimson energy crackles through the air, the arcane symbols glowing with ominous intensity. The magical energy intensifies, the air shimmering with raw power. Ian's eyes widen in surprise as the surge of energy washes over him. Iriel stands serenely, a large, ornate book held reverently in her hands. A disembodied voice echoes, questioning the nature of the event. A hand reaches out, gently opening the ancient tome. A system notification appears, confirming the acquisition of the ancient demonic monster guide. She offers, her voice gentle and inviting, to explain the demonic realm using the guide. The crimson energy swirls again, now forming the menacing visage of a demonic entity. Ian's surprise deepens as he witnesses the manifestation of the demonic monster. The pages of the book reveal grotesque illustrations of various demonic creatures. The reflection in Ian's eye shows the silhouette of a monstrous figure, hinting at the knowledge he is about to gain. The culprit, the book declares. So, to summarize what LVL said, demons and demonic monsters are separate entities. And there is no rank for strength between them. And these categories are not set from birth. Demons can be categorized into royalty and nobility, whereas the demonic monsters can be categorized into high class, middle class, and low class. But through official duels, there are ranks amongst demonic monsters, and they use a ranking. The ranking system is similar to the monsters of the human realm. Those ranked above legendary are incredibly intelligent and are even able to converse with humans. Any species can become a half-demon if they utilize the pure blood of the demon. The ancient demonic monster guide continues its explanation. They will be able to handle a new form of energy called demonic energy and will be able to connect with demonic monsters below heroic rank. A symbol is displayed. Lastly, you could even participate in the official battle to decide the hierarchy of demons. What bothered Ian the most was the author of this guide to demonic monsters. The elf summoner became a half-demon using the pure blood of the demon. The half-demon elf. Ian stands at a table, a holographic display shimmering before him. He has obtained a new quest from LVL. The quest details flash through his mind, triggered by receiving the ancient demonic monster guide. He wonders what kind of quest would involve a half-demon nobility. From what he overheard, it seems a human hero has become a half-demon. A figure with glowing blue eyes stares intently. Ian sighs, realizing there's nothing he can do until the demonic realm update. LVL wonders why it isn't working. The summoner, Ian, states that as expected, it's not working. Ian announces his return to the central continent to relay the information to Yu-hyun. Ian asks if they shall get going. Ian thinks Yu-hyun and Fialan were quite shocked. The two characters wonder what the hell they just heard. One of them mentions that Ian bragged a little as well. Ian stands before the two characters. The guild settled on their objective through this meeting. Currently in 10th place, they possess the strength matching that of the top 5 guilds. They will increase their forces to the extent that not even the top guilds will be able to attempt it. With Luckpool as their footing, they will establish a new independent nation. Their goal is to become the #1 ranking guild. That is their ultimate objective. And with Luckpool as there. One day before the demonic realm update, inside the cafe, 2 figures are visible through the window. Someone sips a beverage. A glass of iced coffee sits on the table. The woman at the table exclaims that she can't believe they shut down the servers for the update, but she is stoked for Kalen's newest update. The man sitting across from her agrees, saying he's super excited as well. Heron smiles, expressing her gratitude that they get to enjoy their date thanks to the update. Heron's eyes widen, a question forming on her lips. The man enthusiastically agrees with an of course. I love it. The man, whose name is not yet known, asks Heron if she wants to come to his place and play Kalen together. She responds with a yeah. The man says okay. Just a second. Someone rummages through a backpack. A voice explains that they organized some information about the quest to enter the demonic realm and the ingredients they might need for cooking. The man holds a book. Heron says she doesn't think she'll be able to accompany. Ian leans forward, a slight smile playing on his lips. He tells someone to give him a call once they're done with everything. A hand extends, offering a notebook and pen. A voice declares that they'll be collecting information about the demonic realm. Heron smiles, thanking Jin-sung. Ian and Heron stand by a window, sunlight streaming in as they continue their conversation. The next day, a voice calls out, urging Heron to hurry up. Heron and Ian sit in separate pods. A voice notes that there's less than a minute left until the server is up again. Heron wonders if he loves Kalen that much. Ian exclaims that the server is live. A pod opens with a click. A woman wearing a visor smiles as she prepares to log in. Ian also prepares to log in, his eyes glowing red behind his visor. Blue squares float in the digital space. A woman with elf-like ears knocks on a door. Her hands are clasped in front of her. The woman smiles knowingly. She calls out, Sir Ian. Ian looks on. A notification appears. User, Ian, has successfully entered the demonic realm for the first time. The notification is displayed in a snowy environment. A woman with pink hair exclaims, I knew it. 2 people stand in a desert environment. A group of people stand together, their expressions unreadable. The lower half of a figure in armor is visible, standing on a sandy surface. A stern-looking man in dark armor gazes forward. 2 men are shown in separate frames, their expressions conveying concern. A woman's face fills the frame as she declares, she's going to freak the fuck out. A close-up shows a woman's chest and neck, adorned with a white collar and red gem. A disembodied fist clenches, accompanied by the thought, that girl with anger management issues. A stylized graphic explodes with energy. A figure in dark clothing stands amidst swirling energy. A figure with glowing red eyes grits their teeth, thinking, that son of a bitch. A figure in dark clothing stands as a system message appears. You have successfully entered the demonic realm, for the first time amongst all users. System messages appear. You have obtained 300,000 fame. You have obtained the title Prophet of the Demonic Realm. The EXP and drop rates will be doubled for a week. All drop rates will increase by 50% for items above the heroic rank. The system informs Ian that he has permanently obtained 2% resistance and 1,500 demonic energy. Due to the concentration of demonic energy, all stats have decreased by 30%. He has also obtained a 5% probability of activating demonic energy. The decreased stats will slowly recover over 24 hours, but his movement speed is decreased by 20%. A discovery of a new dimension is on a whole other level from a new dungeon or field discovery. More system messages appear. Since he no longer has 99% resistance, Ian thinks to himself that he's going to have to fight tooth and nail just to capture one rockhelm, right? He shouts, "Summon." Carseus is summoned. Lai is summoned. The wolf-like Lai appears. Pakbaji. Carseus appears. A voice declares, "Let's start the hunt." The air crackles as a massive, dark-furred beast lunges forward, its red eyes burning with predatory hunger. Its jaws open wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as it aims for archery in. The beast plummets downward, its momentum carrying it towards the ground. A trail of dust and debris follows its descent, a testament to its immense size and weight. The creature continues its rapid descent, the ground rushing up to meet it. The air screams around it, a symphony of impending impact. The beast slams into the earth with earth-shattering force, a cloud of dust erupting around it. The ground trembles from the impact, a testament to the raw power unleashed. A dark dragon and Carseus face each other, their expressions weary. A white, wolf-like creature stands nearby, holding a spear. The landscape is littered with glowing blue creatures. The dark dragon says, "It's finally over." Carseus replies, "It was really tough. I think the master is going to keep." Carseus continues, hunting again. "I felt it too." The dark dragon asks, "What should we do?" Carseus replies, "I don't think we'll be able to rest for another week." Carseus sighs, looking at a turtle-like creature surrounded by hearts. Carseus says, "Huh? I'm jealous of Pugpuchi. I want to rest too. Didn't you get enough rest? I've been summoned like crazy." The dark dragon, Carseus, and the wolf-like creature stand together, looking weary. Carseus says, "It's worse when you've rested, since you don't want to work at all. It's similar to Monday." He wonders aloud about Monday blues. One of the dragons explains that it's something the master's girlfriend told him. The panel shows a group of people slumped over, labeled depressed. The narration explains that on Mondays, after they've rested, they want to work even less, which is why it's called Monday blues. The black dragon states that it's logical. The narration describes the sky in the demonic realm as the most sorrowful shade of scarlet. The black dragon asks if they aren't just inside. The yellow dragon comments that Ian and Caesar are putting on a real show. Ian exclaims, asking how they dare call hunting work, adding that they are too lazy. Ian's companion, Caesar, licks his lips. Ian says, "Haha, that's my lie." He then states that he wants to go hunt. The black dragon questions if Pakbaji is lie ill, wondering how he can want to go hunting and calling him insane. The yellow dragon responds, stating that's what it's called. A voice muses that someone is a workaholic. Another voice responds, suggesting they taste like blood. A large, wolf-like creature drools, its tongue lolling out. For hours later, the group stands in a cavernous area bathed in red light. The armored figures stand ready. A character waves, greeting the others with enthusiasm. A figure declares that they will give out tasks right away. Syria is instructed to set aside the heroic rank items out of all dropped items. Syria confirms the order. Another armored figure acknowledges receiving their orders. They are told that Caesar can tag along with them and hunt. A close-up reveals the face of an armored figure. The eyes of a determined figure narrow. One of the figures expresses their reluctance. He shouts in frustration, wondering why things aren't going his way. Heron comments that the common demonic rank monsters are boring. Heron adds that if they hunt rare rank monsters, she will come with him. Ian expresses his frustration, comparing his current level to the amount of time he spent hunting. The group expresses their annoyance. A ranking window appears before Ian. His current level is 179, while the official first place ranking is 181. He reflects on how he thought he would have caught up by now, but he still has a long way to go. Ian is surprised that Ramir isn't in first place. A figure is shown in the background, seemingly Ramir. Ian notes that originally, Ramir, the famous magician, was in first place, but he's missing all the information. He wonders if she quit or concealed her information. He wondered if Ramir had quit the game. Ian conjured a small ball of light in his hand. He was sure she would be at least 1 or 2 levels higher than the current first rank. Ian resolved to try harder. The door creaked open. Meanwhile, a swirling vortex of crimson energy pulsed. The energy intensified. A boot stepped onto the ground. A voice wondered if this was the demonic realm. The voice noted that it felt better than expected. A woman in red armor smiled. Ramir, the mistress of Red Flames, had arrived. She was previously a member of Splendor and held the official rank I. And she was the previous magician of the Red Flames. When she was on the Central Continent, she completed the quest of the Red Dragon and created the first legend. She inherited the will of the Red Dragon, the Sun Dragon Ranahel. Ramir wonders where Ian, the first person to have entered this place, is. But Ramir isn't going to fall behind. Elsewhere, Ian is engaged in a fierce battle. The serpentine monster lunges, its fangs bared in a deadly strike. Its claws follow, slashing through the air with savage intent. A piercing screech tears through the air, a sound of pure aggression. The monster's face contorts in a grotesque snarl, its red eyes burning with malice. The monster unleashes a deafening scream. Again, the claws descend, seeking to tear flesh and bone. The monster's claws continue their relentless assault. Finally, Ian's blade finds its mark, slicing through the monster's hide. He prepares to strike again, his eyes narrowed with determination. The monster's scream echoes, filled with pain and fury. The sword glows with an ethereal light, ready to deliver the final blow. The monster's red eye glares, a final spark of defiance before the end. A surge of power crackles in the air. He strikes, the blade a blur against the serpentine monster. The monster's scaled hide ripples with the force of the blow. Another surge of power intensifies the attack. Ian continues his assault, each strike carrying the weight of his resolve. His face is grim, focused on the task at hand. The blade gleams, ready to deliver the final blow. The serpentine monster lies defeated, as three figures look on. A figure with green hair sighs, "Phew, it's already been a week since we came to the demonic realm." He wonders, shall we proceed with the quest now? The current demonic realm quests are the one Iriel gave me and the one Yankun gave me. Ian can only proceed with the quest from Iriel once he finishes the one from Yankun. He decides to start with Yankun's quest first, but if he's to complete the quest, he has to pass through the area Yankun was blocking. Ian hopes the closeness wasn't affected by the update. It was much easier last time thanks to the resistance, Ian thinks. Ian realizes he cannot guarantee his victory right now. Someone says, "Ugh, who cares?" Since the quest remained, someone is sure the closeness also remained. The demonic realm, Zone 120. A ruined cityscape stretches into the distance. The landscape is barren and broken. Debris litters the ground, illuminated by an eerie glow. Someone wonders what the hell. Yankun isn't here, and that giant summoning seal isn't here either. The party moves forward. One of the members states that they can just take care of it. He thinks to himself that it is his first time entering this zone, and that he should stay on guard. The ground begins to crack. The ground explodes. A white slash cuts through the air. Ian is struck by something. A massive, scaled form begins to emerge from the depths. The party is shocked by the appearance of the monster. The monster's clawed feet dig into the earth. The monster opens its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The monster roars. The ground begins to crack, the earth groaning under immense pressure. The fissures widen, a burst of energy erupting from the depths. A blinding white light floods the area, the air crackling with raw power. Ian cries out, the force of the blast sending a shockwave through his body. His arm bears the brunt of the impact, the skin scorched and torn. The city lies in ruins, a testament to the devastation wrought by the cataclysm. Monstrous figures emerge from the shadows, drawn to the chaos and destruction. A gaping maw opens, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth ready to tear flesh. A strange symbol pulses with an ominous energy, its meaning unknown. Ian clutches his chest, reeling from the unexpected assault. Shit, what kind of damage was that? A comforting hand reaches out, a voice offering reassurance. It's all right. He declares that he will try and deal with this on his own. A close-up reveals a hand, ready for action. Ian realizes it's his first time seeing those monsters. The monsters are named Trachis. The level of the monsters is 263. The Trachis monsters growl menacingly. A voice echoes, stating that if resistance was even 1% lower, death would be instant. A summon is initiated, the air crackling with energy. The summon takes form, a surge of power emanating outwards. Golden light erupts as the summon materializes. The summon is revealed, a fusion of different elemental energies. The completed summon stands ready, a powerful ally against the Trachis. A powerful shockwave erupts, the force of the unseen attack rippling through the air. It's an all-out attack as another shockwave follows, intensifying the chaotic energy. The man named Lai smiles confidently, seemingly unfazed by the onslaught. Lai commands, Pagpaji, use protection of the turtle dragon for Lai and activate Absolute. A monstrous creature roars, preparing a defense against the incoming attacks. Defense. Another creature screeches, Fin, use, pulverize, and obstruct the enemy's vision. Carseus bellows, Carseus, cover them. A deep voice responds, understood. Ian declares, Lai, you're going into close combat with me. A surge of power emanates, accompanied by the declaration, Will of the Salamis warrior. An unseen character prepares to unleash their power. The unseen character shouts, convert all stats to speed. His summons unleash a barrage of attacks, energy beams tearing through the air towards the dragon. The force of the dragon's counterattack sends Ian tumbling backward. Carseus, the ancient dragon, looms large, a terrifying silhouette against the blood-red sky. Another of Ian's summons dives in, claws extended, screeching a battle cry. Carseus roars, a sound that shakes the very ground beneath their feet, his red eyes burning with ancient fury. Ian's eyes widen in shock as he witnesses the dragon's raw power. The dragon takes a step forward, the ground cracking beneath its immense weight. Despite the overwhelming odds, Ian steels his resolve, determination etched on his face. Carseus unleashes another devastating attack, energy surging from his maw. The dragon's assault intensifies, the air shimmering with raw magical power. A close-up reveals the dragon's eye, burning with malevolent intent. Carseus prepares to strike again, the air crackling with anticipation. The dragon's bladed tail descends with lethal speed. The massive tail continues its arc, closing in on Ian. The bladed appendage whips through the air, a deadly scythe aimed at the summoner. The tail slams into the ground, the force of the impact shaking the very earth beneath Ian's feet. Carseus roars, the sound a deafening wave of pure rage. The dragon's eyes burn with crimson intensity, promising only destruction. Ian steels himself, his expression hardening with resolve. A surge of power emanates from Ian, the air crackling with energy. Carseus unleashes another strike, the bladed tail arcing towards Ian once more. Ian's eyes narrow, his determination unwavering in the face of the dragon's onslaught. He grips his weapon, preparing to meet the next attack head-on. Spirit King's Judgment's transcendent option is activated. Carseus glows with an eerie green light, the energy radiating from his very core. The green light intensifies, bathing his face in an unnatural glow. He is now completely enveloped in a swirling vortex of verdant energy. Suddenly, an unseen force slams into Carseus, the impact sending tremors through the air. The blow connects, the force of it visible in the distortion of his form. The impact ripples across his scales, the green energy beginning to dissipate. He plummets downwards, a trail of red energy marking his descent. Another strike lands, driving him further into the earth. He is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending tremors through the desolate landscape. A pained shriek tears from Carseus as the attack slams into him. The unseen assault continues, battering the ancient dragon with relentless force. The attacker's energy intensifies, a malevolent purple glow illuminating the battlefield. The purple energy lashes out, striking Carseus with brutal precision. Claws of pure energy rip into Carseus, tearing at his ancient scales. Another cry of agony escapes the dragon's throat as the unseen enemy continues its assault. The relentless barrage of purple energy continues to pummel Carseus. The force of the blows sends Carseus staggering backward, his massive form struggling to maintain its footing. A guttural growl rumbles from Carseus, a testament to the immense pain he is enduring. His face contorted in agony, the ancient dragon grits his teeth against the onslaught. Due to the effects of the turtle dragon's protection, Pagpaji suffers 412,129 damage instead. The system announces that Pagpaji is in his invincible state due to the effects of absolute defense. The dragon's armored hands glow with power as he remains unharmed. The system reiterates that he suffers no damage. A monstrous hand reaches out in desperation. The monster roars in agony. Impact lines streak across the monster's body as it takes a heavy blow. The creature begins to fall. The monster collapses to the ground with a thud. The system announces that the Trachis has been defeated. The system reiterates the defeat of the Trachis. Ian wonders aloud, surprised at how easy that was. A smile spreads across his face. Having converted all other stats to speed, his attacks are now significantly weaker. Thanks to the Transcendent option, he is able to heal and deal damage at the same time by simply dodging attacks. Ian reflects that from this battle, he was able to determine their party's weaknesses. The tanker line consists of Pagpaji and Dukti, who are with Syria right now. A collection of familiars stand ready. And he guesses Pugpuji is also present. The damage dealers consist of himself, Caesar, Pollen, Lai, Finn, Harley, and Carseus. A group of familiars stand ready. The only person in the supporter line is Syria, who's able to heal the familiars. A character stands ready. There are too many dealers and not enough supporters. Ian contemplates the situation. A chibi version of Pollen is shown, with a speech bubble indicating that she should join the tankers. The text bubble says to try and get a supporter as soon as possible. The Taming Master logo is displayed. A bald man exclaims that this is the demonic realm. The text indicates that this is the rank 37 guild, Baekdu. The bald man states that they are finally here, 10 days after the new update. The text explains that the demonic realm has different terrain for each zone on the Kalen community, meaning this is the outskirts. The camera focuses on the shoulder of a character in red and gold armor. The bald man raises his fist, encouraging everyone to try their best to level up. The team cheers in agreement, raising their fists in the air. A character looks up, confused. A character exclaims that it's the Rockhound. A figure charges forward, fist clenched, ready to strike. A scream pierces the air as someone is struck by an unseen force. A bald man, holding a grotesque puppet, shouts a warning. Everyone, do not be stirred by them. Another figure declares with conviction that they will defeat the Rockhound, as stated. A disembodied thought echoes, dreaming of becoming rich with the demonic crystals. The bald man envisions demonic crystals, muttering about becoming rich. The man's face contorts in a mix of fear and determination as he shouts about the Rockhound. A figure stands ready, overlooking a group of smaller figures preparing for battle. 10 days have passed. Since the demonic realm update, A few of the high-ranking guilds were making their entrance. Meanwhile, a sign declares the location as Demonic Realm Zone 115. A dark, ominous structure looms in the distance. The top of a head of spiky gray hair is visible as the figure mutters, "That crystal." Ian's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he stares in disbelief. A voice echoes, laced with bewilderment. Just what the hell is it? A colossal crystal looms, its multifaceted surface shimmering with an ethereal, purple glow. Strange symbols float around it. The team stands before the crystal, dwarfed by its immense size and otherworldly presence. A sign looms amidst the ruins, declaring this place the Demonic Realm, Zone 115. The air crackles with an unnatural energy. Jagged crystal formations pierce the sky, their surfaces shimmering with an ominous purple light. The ground is scarred and broken, a testament to untold battles. Ian's eyes widen, his face a mask of shock as he takes in the desolate landscape. The air hangs heavy with the stench of decay and the faint whisper of demonic energy. He mutters, his voice barely a whisper against the oppressive silence. Just what the hell is it? Another colossal crystal juts from the earth, its dark surface pulsing with an unnatural energy. Strange symbols are etched into its sides, glowing with a faint, ethereal light. In the distance, figures stand silhouetted against the crimson sky, their forms indistinct but undeniably menacing. The wind howls through the ruined city, carrying with it the echoes of forgotten screams. Zone 115. The words hang in the air, heavy with unspoken dread. The ground trembles beneath unseen forces, a prelude to some unknown horror. The ruined city stretches as far as the eye can see, a desolate wasteland of crumbling buildings and shattered dreams. The sky above is a swirling vortex of crimson and black, a constant reminder of the demonic presence that permeates this place. Twisted metal and broken concrete litter the streets, a testament to the destructive power that has ravaged this land. The silence is broken only by the mournful wail of the wind, a lament for a world that once was. The group advances cautiously through the ruined city, their weapons drawn and their senses on high alert. The air is thick with anticipation, a sense that something terrible is about to happen. The ground is cracked and broken, the air thick with the stench of decay. Archer Ian looks around, a sigh escaping his lips. It's been 10 days since he arrived in the demonic realm, yet he's still stuck in Zone 115. He reflects on the journey so far, recalling the many demons he encountered, including Trachis. The contaminated demons mentioned in Yankun's quest haunt his thoughts. Towering demonic figures loom in the distance, their forms grotesque and menacing. Ian realizes that he can't advance because of these powerful foes. He suggests to the group that they rest for a bit. It's a relief to have taken a step forward towards Yankun's quest, but he had hoped to get a mid-grade magic crystal for catching rare-grade contaminated demons. He reflects on the fact that a contaminated mid-grade magic crystal would come out. A large, red crystal pulsates with an ominous energy. Ian wonders if the crystal isn't purified, and if it's just a rock. He notes that these contaminated demon bastards are coming from somewhere, and there's no end to them. A blue-scaled, wolf-like creature with glowing red eyes growls. Ian declares that tackling the root of all the problems is the answer. His hand clenches tightly. Ian begins to summon. The summoning takes form. Ian instructs the summoned creature. Contaminated demons keep coming out, and this won't do. He tells it to go around the area, and if it sees anything suspicious, to come and report it to him. The creature chirps in acknowledgement. The creature speeds off. Ian decides that he should rest for a bit now. A guttural growl echoes. The sound reverberates through the air as Carseus flaps his wings. Carseus wonders aloud, questioning if their owner is using them too much. A blue and white feathered creature caws in agreement. The dragon's expression hardens. Carseus wonders what their owner is saying. The dragon's brow furrows, sweat beading on his face. Carseus seems to come to a realization, stating that he understands. The bird-like creature nods, ready to follow instructions. The bird states that they should just do what they have to do. Meanwhile, Ian relaxes, sipping a drink through a straw. Carseus stands in the distance, ready to carry out his task. The bird-like creature and Ian are sent flying by a powerful gust of wind, the creature letting out a loud caw. Ian, sitting up, asks, "Oh, Finn, did you discover something?" The bird-like creature responds with a series of caw noises, then says, "All right, let's stop resting and move." Ian stands, a determined look on his face. Someone is snoring loudly. A voice says, "I know you're not asleep, so get up quickly." The snoring figure clicks their tongue in annoyance. Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to the present. A group of figures stand before a large, glowing crystal. One of the figures thinks, "This is definitely suspicious at first glance." Another figure wonders, "What is this used for?" Figures clad in armor stand ready. The group stands in anticipation. A woman with auburn hair prepares to strike, a glowing orb coalescing in her hand. With a shout, she unleashes the orb's power against the crystal. A voice cries out in surprise as a system message appears. "You have attacked the Demon Realm Seal Crystal." System messages detail the damage. There is 3,360,717, 97.77%, left of the Seal Crystal's durability. The NPC sealed inside the seal crystal, Serbian, has taken 155 damage. Serbian has 14,227 health left. Someone shouts, questioning the attack. What are you doing? Why would you attack it as you wish? A man's face contorts in rage, his teeth bared in a snarl. The auburn-haired woman stands near a blue screen, a man beside her. A speech bubble declares, the answer is to break things like this. A man with brown hair looks on in surprise, exclaiming, what? A screen displays the vital statistics of someone named Serbian, showing that they have 14,227 health remaining. Ian's eyes widen in disbelief as he stares at the information displayed before him. What? He mutters. Ian's expression shifts to one of dawning realization as he continues to examine the screen. A text bubble reveals that Serbian is inside something. Elsewhere, the unknown figure summoner stands alongside Ian, both gazing towards an unseen point of interest. Ian's face contorts in a grimace of shock as the implications of the situation sink in. The name Serbian echoes in his mind. The man pores over a book about demons, his brow furrowed in concern. The text reveals that the author of the book is also a source of worry. The text explains that an elf summoner became a half-demon after using pure blood of the demon. Ian's eyes widen as he realizes something. It's the summoner you talked about, Iriel, he exclaims. Heron asks how they can carve the crystal without hurting the person inside. Ian states that this is the best method. A voice says that they should summon as many summons as they can to carve away at it. A blue magical circle appears. A voice says that they should all work on carving it. The sound of something hitting the ground echoes. Ian says that he is finally. A close-up of someone's face. A voice says that they finally carved it all. The sound of something hitting the ground echoes. Ian says that it was so tiring that he almost died. A voice wonders what kind of thing has over 3 million durability and says that it's a stupid amount. A surge of blue energy erupts. The blue energy intensifies. The light from the crystal is almost blinding. A notification appears. Serbian soul has awakened. A new quest is activated. Demon Dual Class Open Quest. The light shines brightly. The light continues to shine. He seems surprised. The light pulses. A voice echoes, asking if a human was responsible for their release. Several figures stand together. A figure expresses gratitude, stating their soul has awakened after a long slumber. A figure stands, their lower half visible, as a disembodied voice echoes. What is your name? The camera focuses on a figure with pointed ears and intricate markings adorning their face, a subtle smirk playing on their lips. The answer comes. My name is Serbian. A system message appears. Serbian soul has awakened. The system announces that a Demon Realm Dual Class Open Quest has been activated. The grade is Hidden Class, and the class is Demon Summoner, Demon Tamer. Bathed in ethereal light, a figure with long white hair and markings on their face stands tall. Someone plummets from above, falling through the bright light. A close-up reveals a character's face, their expression unreadable in the harsh light. A foot descends, stepping onto a dark surface. Oh! A group of figures stands in what appears to be a ruined city. The figure with long white hair stands with their hand on their chest, a serene expression on their face. The figure stands, a question echoing. What is your name? The figure with long white hair smiles, their green eyes gleaming. The figure with long white hair stands tall, a city in ruins behind him. He announces, my name is Ian. A group of figures stand in the distance, their identities obscured. Ian, with his ash-brown hair, thinks to himself, what? I thought he'd be old, but he's more handsome and younger than I expected. The white-haired Ian is thanked. Thank you for saving me, Ian. Ian continues, sorry for being shameless, but can you listen to my story? It's definitely a quest. The ash-haired Ian looks up, a quest hanging in the air. A voice responds, yes, of course. The white-haired Ian looks on, awaiting a response. A laboratory scene is shown. A voice narrates, I captured countless demons. I researched them and gathered resources. A woman sits at a desk in a laboratory, a demon suspended in a tank behind her. The narration continues, demons were a much stronger and a mysterious existence, he had thought. As he continued researching them, he had a desire to get a stronger demon. The summoner gazes forward, his expression unreadable. So, to get a stronger legendary grade demon, he tried again and again, but it always ended up in failure. The summoner stands among the bodies of failed experiments. Then he created Hellhound, the highest-ranked demon he could tame. The Hellhound stands tall, its eyes glowing with malevolent energy. The summoner's face is marked with a dark tattoo. The mistake was that he started testing on the Hellhound with the intent of getting a stronger demon. The Hellhound is submerged in a tank, its form shifting and changing. The experiment was to merge two demons together. The merging experiment was a success. He continued his story, explaining that the demon's performance still didn't improve. A dragon with dark scales and glowing red eyes is shown. A strange, mutated demon floats in a tank of blue liquid. The summoner created the first legendary grade demon, the Devil Dragon. The Devil Dragon floats in the blue liquid. Several demons with glowing red eyes stand in a dark space. The Devil Dragon is submerged in the blue liquid. The Devil Dragon is shown in the tank. The summoner explains that the mythic demon was a disaster. A large seal crystal shatters, releasing a torrent of blue energy into the air. From within the shattered crystal, the demon dragon Khalifa emerges, its presence announced by a surge of dark energy. The demon dragon Khalifa's face is a mask of primal rage, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. As soon as Khalifa was born, he trapped himself in a large seal crystal. The large seal crystal imprisons the summoner. It destroyed the research facility and disappeared. Explosions tear through the facility, the air thick with smoke and the smell of burning metal. The facility is engulfed in flames, the inferno consuming everything in its path. The destruction is absolute, leaving nothing but a smoldering ruin in its wake. Is Khalifa the one Oakley talked about? That Khalifa? My greed brought forth such a big disaster. The man's expression hardens, a grim realization dawning on his face. He asks if the summoner knows about the contaminated demons that showed up near here. The summoner questions what Ian means by contamination. The summoner holds up a hand, a blue screen appearing. Ian looks on. Ian notes the energy. The summoner stands silently. The summoner states that there is a problem from his research facility that Khalifa destroyed. The destroyed research facility is shown. The destruction is widespread. Ian asks if it was the summoner's research facility. The summoner confirms. The summoner's hair flows. To merge the demons, one needed a seed of chaos to control their magic. Demons influenced by an unpurified seed of chaos go crazy. A monstrous demon thrashes wildly. The demon's eye glows with malevolent energy. A chibi-style Ian asks, a seed of chaos? To be precise, it's Ikeo's stone, an ingredient of the seed of chaos. If you purify an Ikeo's stone, it becomes a seed of chaos. Then in conclusion, the problem lies with the Ikeo's stone. There's a mine behind my research facility that has Ikeo's stone deposits in bulk. That place was managed by me, so demons couldn't go in. But since Khalifa is destroying everything, there's a high chance that the demons went into that mine. So that's what happened? If we shut down that mine, then Yankun's quest should be completed. A favor for Yankun, the gatekeeper of the demonic realm, continues. One of the duodenum of the demonic realm and the gatekeeper, Yankun, has had a long-time concern. Within the jurisdiction area, there have been unusual appearances of corrupted monsters. Yankun has cleared them off from time to time, but their numbers just kept multiplying. Although he did not think much of it before, the demonic monsters' growth rate kept increasing, and they eventually became a huge threat. Yankun is deeply impressed with your strength. If it's you, he believes that you will be able to take care of his concern. The quest difficulty is SS. Yankun is currently located in the City of Rage. Yankun's location got uploaded. The archer looks up, a thoughtful expression on his face. Is it because I passed the area Yankun protected? Then how can we block the mine? I'll tell you the method, but can you listen to my request? Iriel stands before Ian, awaiting his response. Start of demonic alchemy, hidden, connected. The first half-demon of the elves, summoner Serbian, wishes for you to succeed him in the research of demon merging. However, demonic alchemy isn't something that just anyone can do. Only a talented summoner can succeed Serbian's research. Serbian is going to test your skills. Go to Area 107 in the Demon Realm and find destroyed Serbian's research facility, and clear out all of the contaminated demons there. Quest difficulty SS, rewards unknown. Will you accept the quest? Yes or no? Then do I just have to clear out all the contaminated demons in the research facility and return? Yes, of course. I need to ask because he might disappear like Yankun. Khalifa crosses his arms, declaring that he's going along with Ian. Ian, standing beside Khalifa, asks if he can't do it himself. The name Khalifa is displayed. Carcius agrees, stating that it's a problem Khalifa created, so he should solve it, adding that he got sealed due to him. Ian wonders why everyone's opinion is leaning against Khalifa. The camera focuses on Khalifa's attire. Khalifa declares that he wants to do it himself. Khalifa laughs, explaining that he doesn't have a body, so he can't. At unknown locations, the group decides to solve the quest before it disappears. Ian laughs, stating that they have no choice but to help him. A disembodied voice booms, good. The voice continues, stating that they'll finish the quest quickly and find Yankun in the City of Rage, then become a half-demon after using pure blood of the demon. A mysterious figure appears, stating that they'll change jobs to the hidden demon tamer. The City of Rage stands in ruins, its skeletal structures reaching towards a blood-red sky. Dust and debris coat the shattered remains of once proud buildings. The air crackles with an unseen energy. Explosions have scarred the landscape, leaving behind blackened craters. Monstrous claws have gouged deep furrows into the earth. A blade of pure energy cuts through the desolation. The unknown figure summons power, gripping a staff that hums with potential. He channels the energy, his brow furrowed in concentration as the staff begins to glow. The energy explodes outwards, a wave of raw power washing over the ruined city. He focuses, the staff now blazing with an intense light. A blinding flash erupts, illuminating the desolate landscape. He reaches out, his hand crackling with emerald energy, ready to unleash its full potential. The insectoid monster unleashes a deafening roar, its red eyes burning with malevolent intent. Reacting instantly, Ian delivers a powerful blow, his fist connecting with the monster's armored hide. The force of the impact sends the monster reeling back, a guttural cook, escaping its mandibles. The blow lands with a resounding crack, the monster's carapace visibly denting under the pressure. Sparks fly as the impact reverberates through the monster's body. The monster stumbles backward, struggling to regain its footing. Recovering quickly, the monster lashes out with a razor-sharp claw, aiming to cleave Ian in two. With lightning reflexes, Ian narrowly avoids the attack, the claw whistling past his face. The monster emits a piercing screech, its frustration palpable. Ian sits, catching his breath. Ugh, it feels like the further I go, the stronger they get. The monster looms over Ian, green fluid dripping from its mandibles. From a distance, a figure calls out, "Are you okay?" The reason why they're getting stronger is because of their state of addiction to chaos stones. Khalifa states that the human equivalent would be a stimulant, praising the work. Ian says that if they just get past there. It's revealed to be Demon Realm, Area 110. The landscape is a ruined cityscape, choked with red dust and the skeletal remains of buildings. The devastation stretches as far as the eye can see, a testament to the destructive power that has ravaged this realm. Ian clutches a small, blue, fish-shaped object. The red sky looms over the stone structures. A group of adventurers make their way through the ruins. His eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. Heron sighs, this guy talks a lot. The man explains, the weak spot of Lufflo's is at the back of their hips. A disembodied voice narrates, their spines are very fragile, so even if they are subjected to a slight impact, they will writhe in pain and suffer. The voice continues, when their eyes glow, it means their aggression thickens. Heron replies, but it's not about useless stuff. It's to help me so. The two stand close, their expressions serious. Ian looks up, his expression troubled. A magical circle glows with power. The group stands beneath a glowing purple circle. The magical circle pulses with energy. Heron looks up, a confused expression on her face. Oh, we've arrived at the gate towards Area 109. To go to the next area, you need to face one of the duodenum, she says, tilting her head. Caesar stands nearby, his expression unreadable. Heron smiles brightly. If it's you, you'll do it right away, right? She thinks to herself that she must have asked something too obvious. The magical circle continues to glow. Caesar yells, "Wayayet." Heron jumps back, startled. Wait, she exclaims. Ian contemplates what he should do. When I went against Yankun, I had a 99% resistance buff, so I won easily, he thinks. He continues, but if I were to fight against someone like Yankun with my current party, he concludes that they'll definitely be annihilated. He chews on his fingernail, a nervous habit. Iriel chuckles. It's a bit troublesome right now. Iriel asks, when you got through to Area 120, didn't you get past the chief gatekeeper? Ian scratches his head, a wide grin on his face. Ian admits, yes, that's true, but I got lucky back then. Iriel hums, considering his words. Iriel states, it's not like there's no other way. Iriel explains, that is to receive the seal of the duodenum that protects Area 120. The camera focuses on Iriel's hand as she holds something. Iriel exclaims, I have it. You're talking about this, right? A close-up reveals a red orb with black markings. Ian gasps, recognizing the orb. Oh, isn't this the seal of the high-ranking demon Yankun? A voice remarks on the rarity of something they possess. Ian questions how they will get through the barrier with what they have. Iriel speaks, her expression thoughtful. The camera focuses on the ground near a tombstone. A voice asks if they see the tombstone. The group stands before a magical circle, the tombstone at its center. Someone explains that they just have to put the seal in that hole. Ian looks up, a determined expression on his face. A hand holds a book, its pages filled with arcane symbols. Ian stands before the tombstone, ready to act. He places the seal onto the surface of the tombstone. A surge of magical energy erupts, the air crackling with power. A blinding flash of energy erupts, bathing the area in an intense, otherworldly light. The energy intensifies, crackling with raw power as it expands outwards. Arcane symbols shimmer in the air, glowing with a menacing red hue as the surge continues. The air crackles with static, the red energy reaching a fever pitch. The surge reaches its apex, a swirling vortex of crimson energy. Ian, his brow furrowed with concern, wonders if their plan worked. The lingering energy crackles around them, a testament to the power unleashed. He reflects on the possibility of bypassing Area 110 without resorting to violence. An excited voice exclaims, "This is so great." Another voice chimes in, "Let's go in then." Ian stands with his companions, ready to proceed into the unknown. Footsteps echo on the stone floor as the group advances. The labyrinth stretches out under a blood-red sky. The sign reads, Area 107. The stone walls of the labyrinth rise high, obscuring the path ahead. He gazes around, a look of surprise on his face. Ian exclaims, "Wow, this looks like a labyrinth." A voice responds, "You're right, that's why I built my laboratory in Area 107. A close-up reveals two figures whispering, their faces obscured by shadow and glowing blue energy. A figure with long blonde hair and black markings on their face stands amidst glowing runes. The gaping maw of a massive dragon looms in the darkness. The unknown lab builder stands before a tube containing a dragon, their hand outstretched. A giant, spectral hand cradles the figure, its blue glow illuminating the scene. The lab builder muses, so, this labyrinth, which they pay no attention to, was perfect. The unknown figure summoner states that they have arrived at the location of their former laboratory. Ian and the unknown figure summoner stand amidst the ruins. Looking up at the ruined structure, Ian wonders if it was a devil factory. The group enters the laboratory. The interior looks horrible. It is said that Khalifa destroyed it all, and it hasn't been taken care of for 1,000 years, so that's a given. The group surveys the ruined laboratory. One of the group members points out that they didn't see a single demon on the way from Area 110 to Area 107. The unknown figure summoner notices something. Chaos Stone. Heron is shocked to learn that the others are gathered due to the scent of the Chaos Stone. Ian is startled by the revelation. His eyes widen in disbelief. Iriel explains that there are probably demons from Areas 106 and 105 as well. The Chaos Stone pulses with a dark energy. It's more than just a stimulant. A hulking demon stands, its body scarred and marked. If a demon consumes a Chaos Stone, it can't feel pain and shows symptoms of addiction. Iriel suggests opening the door. The two stand before the sealed entrance, ready to proceed. The heavy door grinds open, revealing a dark interior. Ian coughs, the air thick with dust. His eyes water as he struggles to breathe in the dusty air. They stand before a massive, ominous door, the air thick with anticipation. A monstrous guardian, a hydra of shadowy blue scales and glowing purple eyes, rises to meet them. The hydra's multiple heads hiss, its fangs bared in a silent threat. The group pauses, unsure of what to expect. Heron voices their collective confusion. The hydra looms, its presence filling the room with a palpable sense of dread. A gloved hand grips the handle of a metal door, ready to pull it open. The door creaks open, revealing a new chamber beyond. Inside, Serbian stands with another figure, their expressions unreadable in the dim light. Iriel questions why Serbian led them to the wrong room. Serbian chuckles, admitting to getting confused. The blonde-haired figure stands guard, shield raised, ready for anything. The armored figure's gaze is intense, their weapon held at the ready. A deep rumble vibrates through the chamber, the air thick with anticipation. Cracks spiderweb across the stone floor, the sound echoing ominously. A single, menacing eye, glowing with purple energy, peers through the widening fissure. The ground explodes, showering the room with debris as the summoning reaches its crescendo. A colossal figure, wreathed in blinding light, towers over the assembled group, its form radiating immense power. Ian's voice cuts through the chaos. Everyone, block the monstrous dragon-like creature roars, its jaws agape, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A surge of blue energy crackles, runes materializing in the air as the summoning begins. Below, a group of figures gazes upward, their faces illuminated by the growing magical light. Someone shouts a warning, urging everyone to prepare. Another voice commands, ordering the group to block the approaching demons. The demonic figures loom, their forms grotesque and menacing. A guttural roar echoes as the summoning intensifies, purple energy surging. An abyss hole rips open, a swirling vortex of dark energy. The summoning continues, the air thick with magical power. The summoning circle glows brightly, the word summon emblazoned within. The magical circle intensifies, its intricate patterns radiating power. A draconic figure emerges, bathed in blue light, as someone cries out, "Lie." A small, turtle-like creature emits a series of soft, gurgling sounds. The creature continues its gentle vocalizations, its expression serene. A voice cries out, summoning Carseus with a surge of power. A monstrous roar echoes through the chamber, shaking the very foundations. A figure, shrouded in shadow, groans, asking if someone is okay. The turtle-like creature emits more gurgling sounds. A transformation begins, the figure undergoing a P-polymorph. Meanwhile, Ian stands ready, a white wolf-like creature at his side. A man with a beard watches them. The white wolf snarls, its red eyes gleaming with predatory intent as it stands beside Ian. Ian leaps forward, spear in hand, questioning what is happening. The white wolf crouches low, preparing to strike. With a ferocious snarl, the white wolf lunges forward, claws extended. A surge of power erupts, the air crackling with unseen energy. The white wolf stands tall, surrounded by a vortex of blue energy. Ian stares in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. The wolf's face is fierce, his yellow eyes burning with intensity. Lie. Lie's power continues to surge, the ground trembling beneath his feet. Ian is speechless, struggling to comprehend what is happening. What? Lie. Was this strong? Lie stands in his transformed state, a powerful aura emanating from his body. The wolf's claws dig into the ground, his stance radiating raw power. Ian, still stunned, stares at Lie. Lie, what happened? Were you always this strong? A small creature on Ian's shoulder comments. This place gets good moonlight, owner. Ian's expression is a mix of confusion and awe. Moonlight. Iriel appears in chibi form, explaining. There are 3 moons from the 109th district onwards. The 3 moons hang in the sky, bathed in a red glow. The white wolf stands beside Iriel, both overlooking the fallen forms of their enemies. Ian stares intently at the screen before him, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. The screen displays a character card for Lai, detailing his stats and abilities. The screen displays text about Lai's passive ability, Successor of the Moon, leaving Ian in shock. What? Ian's eyes widen as he reads. Lai's passive, Successor of the Moon, is stacked threefold. Ian continues to read, realizing that means there is a 90% speed increase and 9% health recovery every second. A surge of power emanates from the wolf. A close-up of the wolf's face reveals its glowing yellow eyes and menacing teeth. A voice booms, "I'm a zombie slayer." Ariel says, "Let's go deeper." The storage room with the chaos stones is in the center. The group of adventurers continues down the dungeon corridor, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit space. The adventurers continue deeper into the dungeon. Ducty's summoning was cancelled because he's too big. The white wolf pauses, its nose twitching as it samples the air. The white wolf speaks, "Owner, I can smell monster blood." One of the adventurers asks, "Blood?" The group pauses, looking around cautiously. Ian glances back, a sense of unease settling over him. A voice wonders, "What blood smell?" Elsewhere, a hand grips the cold, iron bars of a cell. A sudden exclamation pierces the air. A figure stands ready, a massive sword held at the ready. The jaws of a monstrous creature snap shut. A voice echoes, speaking of all the monsters. The group stands together, a mix of concern and curiosity etched on their faces. A woman in armor asks what that crow-like monster is. A voice explains that it's a monster they managed to tame after an incredible amount of effort. The elf's gaze is steady, a hint of pride in his eyes. The monstrous form of LVL is revealed, a creature of shadow and sharp edges. The elf holds up a document, the name LVL emblazoned across the top, with an image of the beast below. LVL is a hero rank monster, but it's as strong as a legendary rank. And LVL's soul. The monster's eyes glow with an eerie light. Heron remarks that the monster is an ingredient to make a legendary rank monster, and a rare one at that. Ian expresses his disappointment. Ian realizes he doesn't have demon's pure blood yet, so he won't be able to tame it. He wonders why it had to be here. A new monster appears, its eyes glowing ominously. A surge of energy crackles around the monster. The energy intensifies. Heron exclaims that it has spotted them. Ian begins to summon. The summoning is underway. A monstrous three-headed dragon, Ducty, materializes amidst swirling energy. The summoned beast looms large, its multiple heads scanning the surroundings. The air crackles with residual energy from the summoning. Heron urges Syria to summon Ducty. Syria, standing within a glowing summoning circle, chants the incantation, "Summon Ducty." Ducty's massive form continues to materialize. The summoned dragon fully appears, towering over the group. Syria shouts, "Work with Ducty to stall for some time." Sir Serbian asks LVL if she has any weaknesses. LVL responds that there is something they should watch out for. A LVL's feather bursts into flames whenever its HP goes below a certain amount. Ducty roars, ready for battle. The flames burn for 5 minutes. If the flames are red, they'll be immune to all magic attacks. And if the flames are blue, then they'll be immune to all physical attacks. Blue flames rage. Ian wonders if there is an order to the flame colors. The elf says, "Ah, I see. Thanks." The man notes that they haven't taken any losses yet, but sacrifices might be necessary against this monster. More blue flames erupt. The battle rages on. Ian looks determined. A massive, dark-feathered creature descends, its wings casting long shadows across the cavern. The monstrous bird fixes its glowing green eyes on an unseen target. A chorus of voices echoes, the multi-headed beast declaring, "If it flies in the air, and it's like this, you can't fight it." Ian clenches a glowing blue orb, a determined glint in his eyes. "Well, it doesn't matter if I fly too." A surge of energy erupts around him, the air crackling with arcane power as he shouts, "Summon." A crimson dragon materializes, its scales gleaming in the dim light. Another dragon appears, this one wreathed in azure energy. Ian smiles, the blue orb pulsing in his hand. "We'll match you with an air battle too." The summoned dragons roar, their power shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. The dragon unleashes a deafening roar. Flames erupt from its maw. Blazing fireballs streak through the air. The fiery barrage continues, scorching the sky. Ian stands ready, spear in hand, observing the battle. A dragon's massive leg moves with incredible speed. The dragons unleash a combined assault, creating a fiery explosion. Ian shouts commands, urging the dragons to pulverize, rake, and breathe. The dragon, Carseus, is instructed to use the protection of the turtle dragon. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the dragon's scales. A figure with massive claws watches intently. The dragon's scales shimmer, reflecting the light of the battle. Carseus is struck by an unseen force, the impact sending tremors through his massive frame. The assault continues, each blow landing with devastating power. The dragon struggles to maintain his balance as the relentless attacks persist. Another strike lands, tearing at his scales. Ian watches helplessly as Carseus is pummeled by the unseen enemy. The onslaught intensifies, each blow carrying the force of a battering ram. Carseus roars in pain as the attacks continue to rain down upon him. The dragon's eyes burn with fury as he endures the relentless assault. The dragon's wing is shown. KG. Kaisik. A monstrous, wolf-like creature howls, its eyes burning with malevolent intent. An explosion erupts, engulfing Carseus in a fiery inferno. The dragon is silhouetted against the flames, his form barely visible through the smoke and fire. His eye glows with an eerie light as the unseen force intensifies its assault. Energy surges from the dragon's maw, a blinding flash accompanying the onslaught. The wolf-like creature howls, its voice a guttural roar that echoes through the chamber. Waves of raw power wash over the area, the air crackling with destructive energy. The assault continues, the very fabric of reality seeming to warp and bend under the strain. Another deafening shriek tears through the air as the wolf-like creature unleashes its fury. Streaks of light lance through the darkness, each one a concentrated blast of magical force. A dark shape plummets downwards, a harbinger of destruction hurtling towards its target. Smoke rises from Carseus's face, the ancient dragon bearing the brunt of the assault. The wolf's eye glows with malevolent intent, a pinpoint of emerald fire in the gloom. The wolf-like creature stands tall, its form radiating an unnatural power. The air shimmers with heat and energy as the attack reaches its crescendo. It lunges forward, claws extended and a predatory gleam in its eyes, ready to tear into Carseus. A guttural snarl echoes through the air, a prelude to the impending assault. The wolf-like creature undergoes a monstrous transformation, its form contorting into a massive, winged beast of nightmare. With newfound wings, it leaps towards Carseus, a blur of fur and fury. The air crackles with unseen energy as the battle intensifies. Green light flares in the beast's eyes as it prepares to unleash a devastating magical attack. A surge of blue energy begins to coalesce, a sign of the immense power about to be unleashed. The beast is now completely enveloped in a swirling vortex of blue magic, its form barely visible within the radiant glow. The blue energy intensifies, reaching a crescendo of raw magical force. With a deafening roar, the beast unleashes the accumulated energy in a devastating blast of blue light. The blue energy surges forward, an unstoppable wave of magical destruction. Standing amidst the fading blue light, the beast surveys the aftermath of its devastating attack. He looks up, his expression unreadable as he assesses the situation. The unknown figure's eyes widen in surprise. What's with that crazy bastard? A close-up reveals the intricate details of the blue flames. The blue flames take the form of a massive, winged creature. If it's blue flames, that means it is immune to physical attacks. A voice echoes, stating that Lai, Caesar, and Pollen's attacks won't work. The blue flame creature looms over a prone figure. But Finn and Rake's attacks are too weak, and it'll be difficult to attack with Carseus' breath, which has a big prior delay. The blue flame creature stands tall, radiating intense heat. Ian grits his teeth, steeling himself. Damn it. Focus on dodging for now. His eyes narrow, his focus absolute. Until the flames subside. The blue flame creature roars, preparing to unleash its attack. Endure. The air crackles with energy as the attack intensifies. Ian rides Carseus through the inferno, unharmed, a question mark hanging in the air. The monstrous entity of blue flame pulsed with raw energy, its form flickering as the intensity began to wane. An obscured view leaves the question hanging in the air. What could be the reason for this shift? The assembled figures exchanged glances, a silent question passing between them as the blue flames diminished. Massive, scaled feet stood firm amidst the chaos, a silent testament to the power that had been unleashed. A guttural roar ripped through the air as the blue flame creature vented its frustration, the sound echoing with otherworldly fury. The blue flame creature unleashed another wave of energy, the attack a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation. Ian frowned, his brow furrowed in concern. What? Why is the aggro being pulled to the tankers? He wondered. He narrowed his eyes, a thought crossing his mind. Are they too drunk on the chaos stone that they can't see clearly? Well, that's one thing to be relieved of. The explosion rocked the area, sending debris flying in all directions as the blue flames continued to subside. The blue flame creature writhed in agony, its power waning as the flames flickered and died. The creature's form began to dissipate, the once intense blue flames fading into nothingness. Ian watched with a sense of relief as the flames subsided, the immediate threat seemingly neutralized. Nice, the flames are subsiding, he muttered. The figure's eyes narrow, a surge of determination flooding his features. It's now? Go all in. He roars, the sound echoing through the cavern. Dark energy surges forth, blanketing the area in a menacing aura. The wolf-like creature begins to transform, its form shifting under the influence of the dark energy. His hand glows with dark energy, channeling the power into the transformation. The dark energy flows from his hand, enveloping the wolf-like creature. Lakiel is using his inherent ability, Roar of Darkness. The white wolf unleashes a deafening roar, empowered by the Roar of Darkness. The white wolf stands tall, radiating dark energy. Lakiel watches as the white wolf is empowered by his ability. Lakiel remains focused, the power of the roar of darkness still resonating within him. The system message appears: your summoned being, Lai, has lost 276,331 vitality. A system message appears, indicating that Pollen has lost 170,129 vitality. Another system message appears, this time reporting that Caesar has lost 231,858 vitality. A further notification states that an additional 101,500 fixed damage has been taken due to Lakiel's demonic energy. Ian exclaims in alarm, "Guys!" His expression is one of concern. His teeth grit together, a sign of building frustration. A swift, unseen force slashes through the air. Lai is sent hurtling backward, caught in a flurry of red energy. A hand grips a sword, ready to strike. The winged creature continues to fall, the attack unrelenting. Another strike descends, aimed with deadly precision. The wolf-like creature's eyes widen in surprise, a question mark floating above its head. The final blow lands, a powerful slash tearing through the air. A flurry of blows rains down upon the beast, a weapon piercing its thick hide and drawing a spray of crimson. Due to the demonic energy from Lakiel, an additional 101,500 fixed damage is taken. He shouts, "Guys!" His teeth grit. The white wolf descends rapidly, claws extended, a crimson aura blazing around it. The winged creature continues its descent, claws glowing with malevolent energy. A hand grips a blue energy blade, ready to strike. The blue energy blade is swung upwards, arcing towards the descending white wolf. The energy blade slams into a shield, a burst of energy erupting on impact. The white wolf's face contorts in a snarl, its green eyes wide with surprise. The blue energy blade pierces the white wolf's shoulder, blood splattering as the energy discharges. The winged creature is struck by the energy blade, sending it reeling. Under a crimson sky, two moons hang in the alien firmament. Deep within a cavern, a dragon-like beast stands amidst jagged crystals. The white wolf lunges forward, claws extended. The beast emits a guttural screech. Darkness shrouds the scene. Ian smirks, taunting, "How's that? Now you can't fly right." He reflects. Unfortunately, the effect of a spirit king's judgment didn't work. The white wolf snarls, its eyes burning with fury. A surge of orange energy erupts, runes blazing as the magical defense begins to take shape. The energy intensifies, sparks flying as the protective barrier solidifies. The magical energy envelopes the white wolf, the runes swirling around him. He roars in defiance as the defense activates, his expression a mix of fury and surprise. Ian watches with a determined gaze, his resolve unwavering as the situation unfolds. The defense takes on a solid form, resembling ancient stone etched with glowing runes. The text declares, "Absolute defense." The magical defense fully activates, bathing the area in a brilliant orange light. A close-up reveals the intricate details of the defense's structure, the runes pulsing with power. The surface of the defense shimmers with magical energy, tiny sparkles dancing across its surface. The energy intensifies, the runes glowing brighter as the defense reaches its peak. The absolute defense is complete, fully encasing the white wolf and his summons within its protective barrier. The system displays a message: due to the absolute defense, the summon, Pagbaji, suffered 0 damage. Ian's expression hardens with resolve. Syria clutches at her chest, admitting that she doesn't have much health left. Ian insists that it's better to save the main tanker. He urges Syria to heal Pagbaji first. Golden light envelopes the white wolf as Syria begins to heal him. Syria nods, agreeing to the plan. Ian declares that it's better for them to take a risk and fight together. His face is set with grim determination, choosing to risk it all rather than lose his summons and subordinates and have the efficiency of the demon world hunt. His eyes gleam with unwavering resolve. Ian shouts, "Let's go." The white wolf stands ready, prepared to fight. A symbol glows against a dark, textured surface. The scene shifts to a stark contrast of white and red. A towering figure looms in the background, dwarfing smaller figures below. Energy crackles, a vibrant blue against the encroaching darkness. Heaving, Ian struggles to catch his breath. A group of onlookers watch with concern etched on their faces. A monstrous face fills the frame, its features sharp and predatory. The white wolf stands alongside a dark-haired man, both appearing weary. A massive, dark wolf-like creature looms, its eyes glowing with an eerie light. The creature's paws rest upon a glowing symbol, energy radiating outwards. Strange creatures float in a space-like void as a voice commands, "Everyone, stop." A hand grips a glowing weapon, poised for action. Iriel's eyes widen in surprise, her expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Caesar clenches his fists, his voice firm as he declares, "We need to attack now to catch it, Master." Ian observes the staff, noting, its flames changed 6 times. Mina's voice echoes, relaying information. If it's as what Serbian said, Lakiel's health should be below 25%. A determined voice declares, "I'm going to catch it." Ian's expression hardens, a steely resolve settling in his eyes. Lakiel's face contorts in disbelief, her voice rising in a shocked cry. What? Iriel states with concern. You know that a half-demon cannot capture a demonic beast. Ian, his face partially obscured by a mask, responds calmly. I know. Green energy surges around Ian as he prepares to unleash his power. Green energy crackles around him, a prelude to the coming storm. Pakbaji calls out. When I give the signal, cast protection of the turtle dragon on me. Ian nods, simply replying, okay. A dragon-like creature with glowing green eyes and a fiery maw stands ready. The dragon roars, a sound that echoes with primal fury. Flames lick at the edges of the dragon's form, a testament to its raw power. A fiery sigil blazes in the air, a symbol of the magic being invoked. Ian, back to the viewer, grips his sword, preparing for the coming battle. Arcane energy surges, crackling with anticipation. Hands weave a complex pattern, channeling the raw magical force. That's why, he thinks, leaping forward, ready to strike. A voice echoes with determination. I want to challenge you more. He unleashes a fiery sword slash, the blade cutting through the air with intense heat. The force of the blow sends Khalifa reeling, a look of shock and pain contorting his face. Now, a multi-headed dragon emerges, bathed in a golden aura, its many mouths ready to strike. The dragon's armored hide gleams with an unearthly light, a testament to its immense power. Ian sprints forward, his legs a blur as he closes the distance to his next target. Leaping into the air, he brings his sword down upon the wolf-like creature with deadly intent. The wolf roars in defiance, a surge of energy erupting from its body. Its eyes glow with fierce intensity, teeth bared in a savage snarl. The sword pierces the wolf's flesh, drawing a spray of dark blood. Standing over the fallen beast, Ian surveys the battlefield, his expression grim. The blade continues its descent, tearing through the wolf's hide. Standing triumphant atop his vanquished foe, Ian lets out a battle cry. A surge of energy crackles through the air, the prelude to another attack. Ian grits his teeth, preparing to unleash another spell. A system message flashes. Due to the turtle dragon's protection, Pakbaji receives 315,252 damage from Lakiel instead. The air crackles as the redirected energy strikes. Pakbaji, the wolf-like creature, roars in defiance. Ian unleashes a blast of purple energy. The magical attack slams into Pakbaji. The creature screeches as it is engulfed in flames. The flames lick at Pakbaji's fur, but it seems unfazed. Ian's eyes widen as he realizes, a red flame. It's immune to magic attacks then. A system message appears. That means it has 10% health left. Despite the flames, Pakbaji stands firm, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He prepares to unleash his next attack, staff in hand. Before it uses its ultimate move, Ian's expression hardens with determination. He vows to beat the shit out of it. Channeling his power, Ian unleashes a torrent of magical energy. The wolf howls. The attack lands, erupting in a burst of raw power. Lakiel has taken 45,621 damage. Lakiel has taken 42,913 damage. Lakiel has taken 39,881 damage. Lightning crackles as the spell intensifies. The final blast slams into the wolf. A surge of green energy crackles through the air, the lightning-infused attack hurtling towards its target. The green energy intensifies, the air shimmering with raw power as the attack continues to build. Ian smirks, a cruel glint in his eyes. Hee, how does the lightning feel? Although it deals no damage, it would still be painful. The green energy continues to arc and crackle, the lightning dancing around the unseen target. The attack continues to build, the green energy swirling and intensifying. Ian grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. My default attack is a physical attack, so damage is dealt. But the item effect of is Spirit King's Judgment doesn't deal any damage. So, the green energy explodes outwards, the sound echoing through the chamber. I'll keep hitting you with my default move and torture you with electricity, so you don't die. A figure clad in ornate armor watches the battle unfold, a flicker of recognition in their eyes. A scene I've seen before? A man with a neatly trimmed beard strokes his chin thoughtfully. It was a good experience. A dark dragon looms in the background, its red eyes glowing ominously. The flame has died down. Ian's lips curve into a confident smirk, the hunt about to begin. Now, he raises his sword, a complex magical circle glowing around him. Capture. Ian attempts to capture the beast. The wolf-like beast roars. A system message appears. You do not have the blood of a demon flowing through your body. You cannot tame monsters with magic until you obtain the blood of a demon. Ian faces Lakiel. Did he mess up? Kirk, it's no use threatening me. You can never capture that beast until you become a half-human, half-demon. Kirk. No, what is that? A system notification appears, asking if the user would still like to accept Lakiel as their companion. Ian smiles, stating that he is a good listener. A voice says that this is the easiest way for both of them. A hand interacts with a screen. A figure is surrounded by energy. Iriel looks displeased, thinking that this is ridiculous. Iriel thinks that it was impossible for hundreds of years. Ian asks if he just solved it with violence. A voice says that he is theirs and tells him to be quiet. Ian says, "Ah, violence, you say." A voice says that it's just a slap of love filled with purity. Ian and Iriel are shown. He wondered if he could give him the beast taming master job. Ian stood in the lab, a new notification appearing before him. Ian's eyes widened as he saw the notification. Tears too, he wondered. He considered the implications. I'll have to think about it. Another thing to note is communication. The notification hangs in the air as Ian embraces a white wolf. Sacrifice? The word echoes in his mind, the red glow of the underworld illuminating shadowy figures. A tiger-like creature prowls amidst the demonic silhouettes. In a chibi form, Ian admits, "I don't know how to use this." Meanwhile, Mr. Serbian asks, "So where are the rest of the corrupted monsters?" Elsewhere, an elf-like figure wonders, "Are you planning to hunt more?" She observes, "You look like you should rest." Back with Ian, he states, "Oh well, I still need to do what I was asked to do." Returning to the elf-like figure, she remains silent. She relents, "Well, if you insist." Blue creatures lurk in the shadows. A system message appears, indicating the successful defeat of all corrupted beasts in the destroyed Serbian's laboratory. A new system message appears, stating that all conditions to clear the quest, the beginning of beast alchemy, have been completed. A system message prompts the user to speak with Serbian. Iriel smiles, thanking someone for their hard work. Ian thanks Mr. Serbian, acknowledging his hard work as well. Ian reflects on the unexpected rating, considering it took a long time to catch LVL. Ian stands before a holographic screen, processing the information. The system displays the details of the beginning of Beast Alchemy 2 quest, including the requirements and rewards. It asks if he would like to accept the quest. Ian is surprised by the quest creation condition, half human, half demon. He wonders how the quest came about. Two chibi figures stand side by side. Iriel explains that originally, she was going to give him a mission focused on capturing monsters to test his qualifications further. Iriel continues, stating that he captured LVL with a human body. A text bubble asks if he understands the meaning of this mission. Ian looks surprised. Ian is shocked by the quest conditions. Ian exclaims that this is ridiculous. A chibi version of Ian says that he didn't do anything, but the quest is complete. He adds that it doesn't matter anyway. Iriel coughs and thanks him for his kindness. She asks Mina what she is going to do now. Iriel states that she plans to stay here and repair the laboratory. Iriel says that this is where they say goodbye for a while. Ian says that he will go get the demonic blood and come back. A figure in noble attire stands, ready for a journey. A small blonde figure wishes them good luck. Two figures stand in a red-lit environment. One is clad in full armor, a halberd held at the ready. Ian declares that he will go to the City of Rage. Ian looks down at PUK, who asks a question. PUK is shown. Ian reacts to PUK, his expression a mix of surprise and concern. PUK thanks Ian for waking him up. A figure walks with purpose, their footsteps echoing. One figure wonders where and what Ian is doing. Another thinks he would have defeated all the demons and monsters and became something like a demon king. A figure sits on a throne, surrounded by shadowy figures. A character asks why another is asking that, and if they miss their brother Ian. He states that it is not that. Another character laughs, agreeing that it is not. He suggests they proceed with finding their brother. A small dragon waves goodbye. The sun rises, casting long shadows across the brick facade of a building. A groan escapes Ian as he stirs in bed, sunlight filtering through the blinds. He squints at his phone, the screen displaying a familiar image. I sleep, he wonders aloud. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes, Ian thinks, I should eat something and get back to the game. Ian rises from the bed, already planning his next move. Meanwhile, a desolate landscape stretches under a blood-red sky, the ruins of buildings silhouetted against the horizon. A figure clad in glowing blue armor stands amidst the destruction, energy crackling around him. He holds a glowing blue screen, his expression unreadable. The armored figure takes a deep breath, preparing for what comes next. A voice booms, calling out to the others. Ian wishes everyone a good hunt. Khalifa sighs, stating that he is tired and wants to rest. Ian congratulates everyone, thinking to himself. He wonders if this is the power of the communication skill. It's like auto-hunting, right? He muses, let's see what items the kids have earned with their hard work. Ian wonders, HM? There are more gemstones than I thought. Ian, holding a staff, declares, this again. A figure exclaims, let's go. Ian successfully enhances the item. The system announces, the item, Judgment of the Spirit King, has been enhanced from +5 to +6. The system announces, you have failed to enhance the item, Judgment of the Spirit King. The enhancement grade of the item, Judgment of the Spirit King, will remain at +6. He kneels on the ground, his spear resting beside him. Ian's expression is one of frustration. He thinks to himself, I used 30 gemstones, and I only got 2 levels up. This is ridiculous. He wonders what he should do, contemplating whether he should keep going or stop here. Please, just one more level, he pleads silently. Ian rises to his feet, a renewed determination blazing in his eyes. Right, let's go. A thought crosses his mind. It's meant to be used, so. Ian declares, I'll use it. A small voice echoes, if you save it, you'll regret it, right? Hee. Judgment of the Spirit King, item enhancement failed. Judgment of the Spirit King, item enhancement failed. Judgment of the Spirit King, Item enhancement grade has dropped from +7 to +6. Ian's eyes widen in disbelief and frustration. Damn it. He lies on the ground, defeated. Shit. White Wolf asks, "Are you okay, master?" The white-furred, wolf-like creature stands tall, its red eyes gleaming. A voice echoes, "As always, there's no one but you, Arai. We have to go hunting, so get up soon, master." Rai's face is shown in a close-up, his expression fierce. The sound of sobbing fills the air as Ian cries, "Yeah, sob, sob." The words City of Rage are displayed above a towering structure. The tower stretches high into the sky, surrounded by a purple haze. The base of the tower is obscured by a cloud of purple energy. The tower looms, its structure intricate and imposing. The tower's height is emphasized, dwarfing everything around it. The tower stands amidst a landscape of ruins and fiery skies. Rai sits alone, his back to the viewer, his red hair flowing down his back. A voice whispers, "I can feel it." A surge of energy emanates from an unseen source. Ian and his party stand before a towering structure. Ian shields his eyes, a smile spreading across his face. "Finally, I've arrived." Intricate details adorn the armor of the city's defenders. The City of Rage looms, a testament to formidable power. Looking up at the imposing structure, Ian is impressed. Wow, these guards are level 300. Two heavily armored guards stand sentinel at the city gates. One of the guards greets the approaching party. "Hello." Ian steps forward, holding a red orb in his hand. "I am Ian, who has received a request from Yen Kuan, one of the 12 lords of the demon realm." The red orb pulses with an ominous energy. The guard's helmet obscures his face, adding to his imposing presence. The guard's red eyes glow menacingly. "Confirmed. Please enter." The armored figure stands tall, a sword sheathed at their side. He offers a polite acknowledgement. "Thank you." The armored figure stands motionless. A group of armored warriors stand guard. The guard's gaze is intense. A surge of energy emanates from below. The armored warrior stands before the guard. The guard's eyes glow red as he barks, "You can't go in." The warrior's expression hardens. She snarls, "How dare a demon?" One of the armored figures says, "Well, I can't do anything about it. I'll be back soon. Stay here and rest." The warrior glares, but the chibi figures below offer a more lighthearted response. "Okay, I'll let it slide because of that ugly lord." The figure states that they are just letting the others know. Yen Kuan is no longer one of the 12 lords. The figure says that it's fine with them, but to please be careful, as this is a sensitive topic within the city. The figure continues, stating that if anyone is looking for Yen Kuan, he will be in the Tower of Punishment in the central square. A group of people walk. A character wonders if all the demons were hiding here, glad they made it in any case. A character is glad they got the sweet first discovery reward for bringing it to the City of Rage safely. A character wonders what this is. A dark, imposing tower pierces the sky, its silhouette wreathed in swirling purple energy. The air crackles with unseen power, hinting at the tower's ominous nature. He stands before the Tower of Punishment, its immense height dwarfing him. The tower looms, a silent sentinel against the stormy sky. He clasps his hands together, a worried expression on his face. What is this atmosphere? A system message appears. He has discovered the Tower of Punishment for the first time. Reputation has been increased by 100,000. He has acquired a slave contract item. The system asks if it is a reward that will make all his fears go away. The chibi version of Ian holds the slave contract, wondering what it's used for. Ian's expression hardens with determination. He realizes he has to find Yankun quickly. 30 minutes later, Ian finds himself in a dungeon, observing the surroundings with a sense of unease. It's weird, he thinks. He notes that it seems like a road they passed by before. Ian scratches his head, frustrated. He thinks to himself that the road is so difficult. He notices the many slaves imprisoned in cells. It's not like his build is noticeable, he muses. A voice calls out to him. Someone asks if he knows where Yankun is. The elf-like figure, wearing a cap and a red and blue jacket, signs a document on a clipboard. Ian looks on with a smile. The elf-like figure's eyes glow with an ominous red light. The elf-like figure and Ian stand close, seemingly in conversation. The elf-like figure stands in the foreground, while Ian is visible in the background. Ian's expression shifts to one of surprise, his brow furrowed as he wonders what he did. Khalifa, horns protruding from his head, charges up a magical attack, his fist glowing with intense energy. Unleashing the built-up power, Khalifa releases a devastating explosion of energy. The battle intensifies as Khalifa and Ian engage in close-quarters combat. A system message appears, indicating that Ian's illusion of void has taken 748,212 damage from Seligu Ma. Seligu Ma's eyes widen, glowing with an intense red light. A figure surges forward, their movements a blur of speed and power. A swordsman stands ready, their blade gleaming with deadly intent. The force of an unseen blow distorts a face, the impact resonating with brutal force. The swordsman remains poised, their stance unwavering amidst the chaos. The ground trembles beneath heavy footsteps, the air thick with anticipation. Gasping for air, a figure struggles to rise, their body battered and broken. A voice echoes through the battlefield, dripping with disdain. You're pretty good for weak people. A group stands amidst the ruins, their faces grim as they survey the scene. A voice taunts. At this point, you should give up. The voice continues, acknowledging the opponent's skill. Kua, you're good. I admit that. A raspy voice concedes. You are qualified to go inside. The figure encased in shadow questions if he is qualified enough. The long-haired swordsman stands silently. The figure continues, postulating that if he were to kill Kua, he might gain fame and items. Why should Kua keep him alive? Kua responds that it's exactly as the figure said. Killing him would bring enormous fame and rewards. Kua urges the figure to think carefully. The masked figure stands ready. Kua adds that if the figure wants to pass through this gate again, he will have to defeat him again. Kua tells the figure to think carefully about what method will save him time. The swordsman remains stoic. The masked figure stands ready. The figure asks why. Kua thinks to himself that it's annoying to have to deal with the next gatekeeper again, but he can get a good reward, right? The voice says that as Shakran said, it may be beneficial to earn rewards. A man with spiky red hair looks off to the side. A woman with a red aura surrounding her stands next to a man with long black hair. The woman with long red hair says that if they kill him, they'll have to wait until the next gatekeeper is appointed. The voice says that other users will also get a free pass in this section. A demon with white hair and horns says that they're trying to keep this guy alive. The voice says that it's so that they can monopolize the area inside Area 110. A girl with a large hat says that she is not a titan. A muscular figure wonders aloud. A woman with long red hair declares that the battle ends here. A sound effect is heard. A notification states that the gatekeeper guarding District 110 has been defeated for the first time, and 400,000 reputation has been gained. From now on, the portal in Area 110 can be freely used while the Demon World's gatekeeper, Selakuma, guards the gate. Cassandra stands, a magical orb glowing in her hand. A figure yawns widely. A hand reaches out. The figure wonders how Cassandra could be considered, since there was still a gatekeeper. Cassandra smiles. The figure muses that they must have passed through it faster than that guy named Ian. The figure wonders aloud. The figure questions what is ambiguous about that word. Cassandra is shown as a message appeared saying that he defeated the District 110 gatekeeper for the first time. The figure states that, of course, their party is the first to win against Selakuma, the gatekeeper of District 110. A figure states that if he has the seal of a high-level demon, it's a different story. The seal of a high-level demon is questioned. The small, glowing figure asks, what's that? A towering demon stands in the background, as one of the figures states that they deserve the same treatment as a high-level demon. The glowing figure explains that if you have the seal, you can freely pass through the section guarded by the gatekeeper. The glowing figure considers that there was no gatekeeper in Area 120. It is an item that allows you to receive. Cassandra is told that she is a demon too. The glowing figure states that there's a high probability that the Ian they mentioned has a seal, because she's the second person to enter the demon world. The glowing figure asks if they can give her that seal as well. The conditions for obtaining a seal are tricky. At the very least, you have to fight those demons one-on-one and achieve perfect mastery. The glowing figure floats amidst swirling energy. Cassandra exclaims, what? Cassandra wonders what that guy named Ian is. How much of a monster is he? Ian looks up. He declares, I finally found it. Yen Kuan's name is called out. A large figure looms.